Sun Woon becomes one of the gods and now has to choose his first starting race. At first, he considers the frogmen since he received insect-related powers, but he quickly drops that idea. Their tribes number over 500, and with such a massive population, influencing them would be way too difficult right now. So instead, he starts looking for a smaller race in trouble. That's when he notices a group of expelled lizard men, and they're perfect. They're weak, exhausted, wounded, and mostly elderly. Cast out from their lands, they've completely lost hope. For Sun Woon, this is the ideal starting point to conquer the world. Before all of this, Sun Woon was an unbeatable player in the strategy game Perished World for many years. One day, after a final match, he's suddenly pulled straight into the game, and he isn't alone. The best players from other worlds are dragged in as well. Their mission is simple: rule civilizations as gods and lead them to ultimate domination. The last god standing becomes the true god of this world, gaining everything. Those who fail face total death. Back to the lizardmen. Given their current condition, Sun Woon can easily become their god. All it takes is a single miracle, and he decides to start with the weakest one of all, a wounded lizardman barely able to keep up with the tribe. As the injured and starved lizardmen force their way through the desert, they all freeze in shock when they see an injured animal lying helplessly on the ground, basically served up for them to devour. The desperate lizardmen don't even think for a second before jumping onto the unsuspecting prey, going absolutely batshit crazy, wanting to have it all for themselves. The elderly and sick in the back feel utterly crushed, knowing there won't be anything left for them to eat. The healthy lizardmen tear through all the flesh and the tasty parts, leaving nothing but bones behind. The greedy bunch even decide to nibble on the leftover bones, until one of the benevolent lizardmen stops them. He grabs all the remaining bones and offers them to the sick and old ones to eat. Those poor guys are grateful even for bones, eating as if it's the last meal of their lives. The healthy lizardmen feel dissatisfied by their benevolent friend's gesture. For them, letting the old and sick eat such insubstantial scraps is a waste, since they're not going to survive for long anyway. Their wounds have only gotten worse. It's a miracle they're even alive at this point. But the benevolent lizard man reminds them of the time when one of the injured, namely Rakrak, risked his life and defended them against a saber-tooth. So instead of being selfish, they should be grateful. Still, it doesn't change the fact, at least to the healthy lizardmen, that injured and sick people are eventually going to die. They keep arguing back and forth until night descends and everyone finally falls asleep. While everyone sleeps soundly, Rakrak struggles with the rotting wound on his shoulder. As he groans, he notices a blue butterfly seemingly trying to get his attention. Eventually, Rakrak stands up and begins following the beautiful critter. A few of the lizard men notice Rakrak leaving and assume he's probably abandoning the lounge for good. But Rakrak? He's simply driven by curiosity. He's noticed something peculiar up above and wants to see what it is exactly. Maybe he's imagining things, since he's the only one who reacted to it. Even if it's just an illusion, he wants to check, and once he gets up there, he finds an entire buffet of beetles stuck together. Rakrak is pleasantly shocked, realizing he's found enough food for everyone to feast on. With this first revelation, Nebula is one step closer to acquiring a race. The amount of beetles he sent is enough to feed the entire lounge for a few days. It's quite surprising to Nebula that these guys are sharing their blessing with each other without making any fuss. This just shows how strong-willed these people are. Eventually, Rakrak decides to put his faith in the god who fed them. He names him the Nameless Beetle God. This comes as yet another surprise to Nebula, who was sure his god name would be related to butterflies. Nonetheless, he's happy to acquire a race, and especially happy with this candidate named Rakrak, a kind-hearted and selfless lizardman who chose to share the blessing with everyone. Nebula is convinced this guy will become a crucial asset in his civilization building. A few days pass, and the lizardmen finally find their sanctuary. The wound that had been plaguing Rakrak has finally healed too. It's all thanks to the blessing of the Nameless Beetle God, or at least that's what Rakrak believes. He even tries convincing others about the existence of the benevolent one who descended these blessings upon him. His wound healing overnight is proof enough for him. Hell, his shoulder scar is even covered with black scales, similar to a beetle. Now, with these blessings in tow, Rakrak is confident in himself and wants to go buffalo hunting. To prove his newfound strength, and the power of the blessings his fellows are struggling to believe, he takes his stance and chucks the spear as hard as he can, obliterating the target tree. Everyone's jaw hit the fucking floor after seeing this display of astronomical strength that practically transcended lizardman physiology. To understand how they even found this place, and why Rakrak is so dead set on hunting a buffalo, we jump back a few days. Rakrak is once again following those same hallucination-like visions, and the group is excited at the prospect that they might hit yet another beetle jackpot. They eagerly follow the path only Rakrak's visions have been able to notice. But Rakrak warns them that winter is coming, and the beetles keep appearing from the direction of the cold winds. If they keep going that way, they might freeze to death. This deeply concerns his fellow lizardmen, who wonder if they should even be following the path Rakrak's visions are pushing him toward. Rakrak himself can't confirm whether the visions are leading them anywhere meaningful. Since they have no alternatives, he can only rely on the visions and keep following. Turns out, the reason Rakrak doubts these visions is because Nebula still lacks enough faith. If it weren't for Rakrak, Nebula doubts he'd be able to influence anything at all. For now, all he can hope is that Rakrak keeps believing. Only then will he be able to lead them toward an unimaginable future. Despite not knowing where the visions truly lead, Rakrak continues following them, and they eventually arrive at a sanctuary. This unexpected salvation spikes everyone's faith. The Nameless Beetle God has led them to their haven. Nebula's god level jumps by 1, officially making it level 2. His sub-area also increases by 1. This level up unlocks a new skill, Insect Sanctification. This skill lets Nebula choose and designate a priest, and obviously Rakrak is the only fitting candidate for this role. The blessing bestowed upon Rakrak will help him spread the god's will, Later that night, as Rakrak sleeps peacefully among his kin, he hears someone calling his name and drifts into a dream world. There, he meets a mysterious person who extends a hand forward. As Rakrak reaches out to grasp it, a water buffalo skull suddenly appears in his hand. Rakrak instinctively understands what he's supposed to do. He raises the skull and adorns the mysterious figure's head with it. And just like that, the nameless beetle god finally manifests before Rakrak's eyes. It's his first time seeing him, and by morning, he tells everyone about the strange dream. In turn, his kin ask about the god's intentions, and why Rakrak believes this mysterious deity is asking for a buffalo sacrifice. To hunt a buffalo, they'll need to venture into deep wilderness, which is an extremely dangerous risk. But they can't forget that the one demanding a buffalo is the same being who led them to safety. Still, one lizardman continues to voice his disapproval, pointing out that a hunt like this would require the entire lounge to participate, putting everyone in danger. Even Rakrak admits he can't afford to endanger the entire lounge. That said, the hunt will still happen, but he'll go alone. Back in the present, right after Rakrak showcases his newfound strength coursing through his body, strong enough to obliterate trees, the entire lounge is in pleasant disbelief. The wise old lizard even questions the sheer absurdity of it all. Rakrak was once a guy on the brink of death with a rotting wound, but now, bro is out here smashing trees with javelin throws. As if luck is on their side, Rakrak spots an entire herd of buffalo down the hill. It's nothing short of a miracle to see buffalo here. A buffalo herd always migrates to the same place they are already familiar with, so the fact that this herd got lost and wandered here doesn't make sense at all. Rakrak doesn't bother with the nitty-gritty explanations and charges forward like a starved beast craving blood. All he cares about is hunting and feeding the people he cares about. With a single swing, he strikes one buffalo right in the skull, taking it down instantly. Rakrak becomes the trailblazer for the lounge, giving everyone the confidence to storm the field with their weapons. Later that day, the whole lounge gathers, stacks all the buffalo skulls, and hangs an entire buffalo upside down as a sacrifice. With everything prepared, Rakrak begins the prayers. Everyone joins in, praying for the benevolent nameless beetle god to accept their sacrifices. Nebula watches everything from the skies. The offering is somewhat half-baked, but what truly matters is their sincerity. And the staggering amount of faith Nebula just received proves exactly that. That's why Nebula isn't complaining. Honestly, it's pretty decent for a novice priest. Nebula definitely deserves that juicy faith boost, especially considering how much time and effort he's poured into these lizardmen. Right now, the real problem is figuring out how the lizardmen will sustain themselves. Since Nebula isn't the god of grass or wilderness, he can't make grass grow or produce water out of thin air. But keep in mind that he is the god of insects. Previously he used insects, mainly grasshoppers. He used these critters to destroy grasslands and lure the buffalo out of the mountains. But at the moment, the lizardmen have zero awareness of how to raise animals. They literally ate even the baby buffalo instead of raising it. Then again, Nebula knows expecting cattle raising knowledge at this stage is way too much. This oasis also isn't strong enough to support a large population in the future. The lizardmen will only survive a few years if things continue like this. Right now, they know nothing about farming or herding, making their future look bleak. Of course, knowledge and skills aren't things you can magically learn overnight, and teaching them directly would break the rules. It's going to take time, but Nebula is certain they'll eventually get on the right track. He initiates the process by bestowing a small blessing on his current priest. The following day after the sacrifice, Rakrak is examining the altar made from buffalo bones. Last night, he had a very disturbing dream, one that felt vague yet deeply unsettling. When his friend Zayal asks further about it, Rakrak explains that in the dream, the altar trembled precariously. Their oasis was drying up. There were no fish left to catch, and the ground had been overfarmed to the point that growing more plants had become impossible. But Zayal believes they have nothing to worry about, since their god is clearly taking good care of them. Rakrak also believes in their god wholeheartedly, and he has immense confidence. But what if the things shown in that dream were actually warnings? If they fail to understand these signs and don't act accordingly, it would be no different from going against their god's will. That's exactly what's making Rakrak's nerves snap. As he perches atop the altar, he notices something alarming and calls Zayal over to look. Far off in the distance, they see a group marching straight toward their oasis. Rakrak immediately realizes why the altar trembled in his dream. Judging by the formation and the dust cloud, this herd of lizardmen heading their way is definitely not good news. Rakrak and his friend instantly recognize them. Their blue scales, their hulking size, and the beasts they're riding. It all signals one thing: the Blue Leather Tribe. The very same tribe that stole their previous home and forced Rakrak's group into exile. From the looks of it, these guys are searching for the next place to occupy and destroy. Since the oasis isn't visible from afar, they've coincidentally marched right in this direction. Rakrak can only hope they'll pass by without noticing anything. Or so they thought, until a loudmouth scout from the oasis shouts at the Blue Leather Tribe, immediately grabbing their attention. They've messed up, but Rakrak refuses to see this as misfortune. Maybe this is actually for the better. Maybe it's a mission their god wants them to accomplish. A mission to assimilate the lizardmen captured by the Blue Leather Tribe. It's a mission to merge the Blue Leather Tribe with his people. It has to be the god's will. Otherwise, there's no way their deity would drive their old rivals straight toward the oasis. And when Rakrak spots those familiar blue butterflies drifting around, his suspicion turns into certainty. This is divine will, and he dares not question it. His job is simple: play his role as the god's apostle. Cutting to Nebula watching everything unfold, he's feeling immensely proud of Rakrak. Rakrak must emerge victorious over the Blue Leather Tribe and merge them into the fold, boosting population growth and triggering new advancements. What fascinates Nebula most is Rakrak's decision-making. He chose this path by himself. This shows Rakrak is a creature of powerful will. Oh, and by the way, he's already level 14. Even when facing an enemy group, he still thought about the possibility of a allying with them. That strong will makes him a prime candidate for future leadership. All Nebula needs to do now is strengthen Rakrak's faith enough to ensure his decisions naturally align with Nebula's interests. Cutting to the Blue Leather Tribe's leader, the fat bastard scoffs and asks if the oasis belongs to them. Our lizardmen fire back with double the scorn, telling these hobos to get the hell out of their turf. The fat ass follows up with another stupid question, asking what's so special about this place. Rakrak steps forward and calmly explains that this place is where their god resides, the realm of the nameless beetle god. As expected, the chieftain scoffs again, not understanding why a god would talk to a barbarian like Rakrak. He's done talking. He orders Rakrak to leave immediately. If they walk away peacefully, he promises they won't face catastrophic consequences. Rakrak snaps back with full confidence, making it crystal clear that the Blue Leather Tribe can't defeat them, no matter their numbers. Of course, the chieftain thinks Rakrak is insane for ignoring the overwhelming disadvantage he's facing, but Rakrak keeps that sassy, confident smile and simply challenges the leader, instead of wasting breath. Unsurprisingly, the big boss is pissed at being challenged by someone he considers beneath him. Rakrak, meanwhile, calls the Blue Leather Tribe a bunch of homeless lambs with nowhere to return to. That's why he's giving them a chance, an opportunity to live under the god's blessing. The fat bastard cracks up in laughter as if Rakrak just told the funniest mom joke ever. He doesn't buy this god nonsense at all. To him, the one with strength rules, and Rakrak is heavily outnumbered. Yet Rakrak's will doesn't waver. He takes his stance and makes it clear he won't falter, not when he fully trusts his god. Losing his patience, the Blue Leather Chieftain charges forward atop his beast, ready to crush Rakrak in one blow. Rakrak prays for his god to grant him the strength he needs to defeat the foe in front of him. As the beast lunges closer, Rakrak's only weapon completely shatters, and the monster swings its paw once again to crush him. At that exact moment, Nebula receives a system notification about the clash between two civilizations. Then another notification follows, officially recognizing these lizardmen as Nebula's tribe, since he has nurtured them closely and they've lived in his domain for quite some time. This unexpected development unlocks a brand new skill, one that's a complete game changer for the current battle. When Nebula activates it, we cut back to Rakrak just as the strike is about to land. But right before the impact, Nebula descends into Rakrak's body. The beast's paw slams down, amusing the Blue Leather Chieftain, who believes Rakrak has been flattened. But his joy dies instantly when he spots Rakrak standing far away, having dodged the attack at the last possible second. Nebula is inside him now, granting a massive power boost and agility Rakrak never had before. The chieftain attacks again, claiming this time he won't miss. Nebula activates his foresight and sizes up the fat lizard's stats. Despite being arrogant and full of himself, the chieftain's stats are painfully ordinary, weak enough for Rakrak to handle even without Nebula. But there's a problem. The beast he's riding won't be easy to deal with, especially while fighting the chieftain simultaneously. That beast is known as the Mandrake. This is exactly why Nebula is possessing Rakrak. The skill grants Rakrak a new stat, known as Divinity, represented by the letter D. A single D equals 200 attribute points. Since Rakrak has 3 Ds attached with every attribute, his every attribute including strength jumps from 30 to 630. That's how Rakrak sprints toward his enemy at lightning speed and literally flips the massive drake over with his bare hands without breaking a sweat. The onlookers are left with their eyes popping out of their skulls. This reaction is exactly what Nebula expected. Even the fat-ass chieftain is in disbelief, refusing to accept the reality in front of him. He assumes it must be some kind of trick. After crawling out from beneath his toppled drake, he lunges at Rakrak with a dagger aimed at his chest. But Rakrak ends the fight with a humiliating, ego-shattering slap straight across the bastard's face. The slap is as overpowering as my mother's, instantly knocking the strength out of the chieftain's knees. With their leader down, Rakrak dares the rest to step forward if they feel brave enough. Just as Nebula predicted, everyone drops their weapons and surrenders politely to Rakrak. Once it's over, Rakrak regains control of his body. He's in complete denial of what just happened. The only explanation he can think of is that his god possessed him. Later that day, the newly joined lizardmen gather around the altar and finally get to eat. They're shocked when they realize Rakrak's group are the same people who vanished into the wilderness long ago. Their scale color changed due to the cruel conditions they faced. The gray lizardmen proudly recount their journey, how they followed the nameless beetle god, who guided them to this sanctuary. Otherwise, they would have died, lost in the wilderness one by one. The blue lizards find the idea of having a benevolent god quite fascinating. Honestly, they wouldn't have believed any of this crap if Rakrak hadn't displayed that inhumane strength that clearly transcends the norm. Cut to Rakrak and his friend Zale. The friend is seriously worried about everything that's happened with the Blue Leather Tribe. Because of this new tribe joining the Oasis, their population has exploded, almost a 600% increase. At this rate, it won't be long before this place runs out of resources, putting them back in the same miserable situation they once escaped from. But it seems Rakrak already knows what they're supposed to do. They're leaving this place. Of course, Zale hates that idea. They can't just wander the wilderness again without a proper destination. But Rakrak believes their god has already expressed his will. The answer to Zale's worries lies within their newly joined brothers. They will become the catalyst, and through unity, they will figure out the way forward. The next day arrives. Some of the gray lizardmen are trying to tame this Blue Leather Tribe's deceased leader's beast. By the way, one of the big lizardmen's name is Yuri. Despite their best effort, they aren't able to tame this crazy fella. Right then, Rakrak arrives, making that drake sweat under his familiar presence. The creature recalls getting knocked out with a single swing, a haunting memory that makes the poor guy shudder and step back. But Rakrak is just here to feed this big dude. He offers the creature a few roots to feast on. Of course, the creature hesitates, but eventually starts nibbling on the roots, much to everyone's shock. After all, they'd been trying their ass off to tame this guy. Yet in Rakrak's presence, the monster instantly switches to friendly mode, cozying up to him like they've been buddies forever. Rakrak then offers him more radishes to eat. Since the god chose to spare this creature, there has to be something significant about him, or at least that's what Rakrak believes. That's exactly why he's honoring his god's will by feeding and caring for this creature. After finishing everything, the creature looks around for more. But Rakrak won't cave into Manun's desires. He must learn to be patient. The creature nods in approval and reluctantly steps back, doing exactly what his new master wants. With that, Rakrak proceeds to leave, telling his fellows to inform him if Manun causes another scene. It looks like Yuri has learned something from this situation, but decides to voice it later. We then cut to Rakrak interviewing a blue lizardman. Turns out, this blue guy has the skills to craft weapons. It was their leader's weird and stringent rules that held him back. If he'd been given proper resources, he could have made even better weapons. The current issue is wood availability. He used leftover wood for fuel needed for weapon making. After gathering all the details about the weapons and materials, Rakrak dismisses the man, promising to meet him tomorrow with a final decision. The next lizard man to step forward is an old guy missing his left hand. He introduces himself as a wanderer, someone who drifts from place to place, searching for a home. During his travels, he learned how to identify pathways. There are lands he discovered with enough natural resources to sustain their current population. Though he isn't sure if those lands are still unoccupied, there's a good chance other wanderers or tribes might have already claimed them. Rakrak isn't fazed by this. If those occupiers are hostile, he plans to defeat them and take their land. The wanderer acknowledges Rakrak's decision and is willing to trust whatever he has planned. Rakrak follows up with another question, asking if he'd also be willing to trust and believe in the same god. The wanderer responds by pointing at the sky. He puts his faith in the stars. At night, he explains, if one learns to understand the paths of the stars, they can never lose their way. Rakrak promises to put his faith in the stars too, if the wanderer manages to prove his point in the next few days. The wanderer then spends some time familiarizing Rakrak with ropes. Once he's done dumping his knowledge about stargazing, he wants Rakrak to observe the stars at the same time the following night. Right then, Yuri arrives to meet Rakrak. He's clearly here with something on his mind. For a moment, Rakrak suspects it's about Manun, but it's actually not, though Yuri does share one interesting tidbit. Manun may look a bit unhappy with the food, but he's as docile as a dog if you bring him his meals on time. The real reason for Yuri's visit is that he's heard rumors that everyone will soon be traveling out of this place, and for that, they must prepare food so they don't starve during the journey. Today, Yuri noticed how Rakrak managed to tame a voracious drake like it was nothing more than a pet dog. This sparked an idea in him. They could also try taming those buffaloes and secure their food supply. With that epiphany, Rakrak's tribe discovers a new survival skill: livestock farming. You see, humans throughout history followed two major subsistence strategies. The first is agriculture, and the second is livestock production. If Nebula had to choose between the two, he'd go for agriculture, since it's easier to sustain long term. History proves it. Our ancestors and early civilizations all settled near rivers. However, the species Nebula rules over isn't human. The lizardmen have strong physiques and natural environmental adaptability. Given that, the lizardmen would perform far better in livestock production than in agriculture. Furthermore, to advance, they must learn to make and use tools. And as we speak, that one blue lizard man with smithing skills is trying to forge a weapon out of iron. Nebula is glad they can already produce primitive iron tools. Though weaker than bronze, it works for now. In fact, it's a huge leap for a tribe that previously relied only on stone. Another thing that caught Nebula's attention is the guy with astronomy knowledge. Though the lizardman's astronomy is just beginner-level stuff, Nebula hopes the stargazer will expand his knowledge further. Later that night, Rakrak looks up at the sky, pleasantly realizing the stargazer was right. The stars really are a heavenly compass. He finally understands the significance of astronomy and how it can guide their future. A while later, everyone gathers around the altar, where Rakrak delivers the depressing news. He starts by reminding them how much time has passed since the Benevolent One brought them to this land. Not only that, but the Almighty also reunited them with their other brothers. The Benevolent One chose to save their brethren instead of letting them wander into the wilderness and die. The god knew there was strength in unity, otherwise he wouldn't have accepted them into his sanctuary. However, Rakrak believes it's finally time they leave this place and expand their influence. He calls out Stargazer and introduces him to the audience, a guy who greatly helped Rakrak understand the movement of the stars. What's more, Rakrak has already confirmed that the knowledge he possesses isn't some hoax. That's exactly why he, the chieftain of this lizardman tribe, grants Stargazer the title of their tribe's guide. From this point onward, it should be common knowledge that Stargazer will be their sole guide, the one responsible for leading everyone to their new home. Now Rakrak wants Stargazer to announce to the masses where they will be heading next. The wise lizard raises his finger and points in a certain direction. When the post-dawn morning sun rises, they will begin their journey southward. The journey will last a full 10 days. Along the way, they will come across a rotten lake, and after walking 3 more days, they will traverse desolate mountains and valleys. If they follow the directions as Stargazer intends, he promises to lead them to an endless forest. That place is filled with wild beasts and inhabited by many different species. Long story short, that forest is the best place for their current population to thrive. With Stargazer done with his speech, Raikrak respectfully sends the wanderer away, before taking control of everyone's attention again. Standing tall over the altar, he shouts to Yuri, asking him why it's necessary to avoid killing every buffalo they hunt. Even though Yuri is a big guy, he clearly has stage fright and stutters while speaking. He claims that by preserving their catch and keeping it alive, they can use it when they're truly starving. Raikrak, of course, publicly praises Yuri for his positive thinking, the fact that he suppressed his urges and, instead of eating the buffalo right away, thought of their future. To further endorse the idea, Raikrak rewards Yuri with an iron weapon. Everyone is shocked to see a weapon made out of iron, and Raikrak doesn't stop with Yuri. He also rewards those who resisted their appetites and preserved their hunt for later use. Seeing those being rewarded, the other lizard men begin craving such weapons for themselves. Well, it looks like Raikrak's strategy is working. This simple gesture encourages others to preserve food for better use, rather than giving in to their taste buds and instincts. Right then, Raikrak grabs one of the buffalo skulls and lowers it over his face like a sacred war mask. He summons the warriors to step forward. Yuri answers the call first, and Raikrak grants him a skull of his own. Those who bear the skulls upon their heads are consecrated as the skeleton warriors, fighters sworn to stand at Raikrak's side and carve their god's will into the world. They cannot linger in this holy ground any longer. Their god demands movement, demands obedience. They must depart at once and seek the next sanctuary that awaits them. As the first cracks of dusk split the sky, Raikrak invokes the name of their god, the nameless beetle god, commanding every warrior to carve that name into their very souls. The road ahead will be merciless, the trials unending, but they must endure, just as they endured resisting the temptation of devouring the water buffaloes. Their suffering is their offering. Their resolve is their worship. With their iron spears raised high, everyone vows to march forth. Raikrak stands beneath the dusk of a new day, a new journey, a new beginning. He begs his god for forgiveness for speaking so boldly, for using his name to motivate the others, for using the pretense of godly will to unify everyone. The said god watches everything unfold, and he isn't even slightly worried about Raikrak's actions. In fact, he feels proud to have Raikrak as his high priest. After all, Raikrak is truly having a positive impact on the people he leads, not only boosting morale but also accelerating their growth. Yuri is a prime example, having leveled up accordingly. Even Raikrak has advanced his special stats. The results the high priest has produced haven't disappointed Nebula even once. But the real game begins now. The true trials for Raikrak lie ahead. Under the scorching heat, the entire Lizardman Legion trudges through the wilderness. The heat is so unbearable that Manan even collapses. Right then, Raikrak decides to take a short break. As they rest, it gives them time to reflect on their current situation. They begin doubting whether they'll even reach the place they're hoping for after surviving this grueling desert. Even Raikrak wants to know what's happening, since they've already been walking for 3 days. The entire group is exhausted, and to make matters worse, they are running dangerously low on resources. And relying on yet another miracle from their god is the last thing Raikrak wants. Right then, Yuri comes running with alarming news. They've sighted another species in the distance. They're orcs, totally hyped up and ready to loot the lizardmen they've spotted. But once they approach the full legion, the few orcs are stunned, sweat dripping down their faces. Just as the skeleton warriors prepare to smash some heads, the cunning orcs drop their stone weapons and surrender immediately. Before engaging in dialogue, the lizardmen offer the green guys some food to feast on. The orcs first express their gratitude, then begin explaining their situation. The reason they're wandering the wilderness is because their home was invaded by a monster. They used to live in the hills. It wasn't paradise, but it had enough resources to survive. But ever since a particular monster took over, they had no choice but to flee. The mention of a monster piques Nebula's curiosity, so he promptly scouts the area, only to find a massive centipede guarding some kind of square structure resting on its back. Turns out, this creature is known as an abomination, and there are many types of abominations. This specific one is called the ancient Coleoptera. The worst part? This creature has triple D in every attribute, adding an additional 600 points to each one. Here's a little more about these abominations. In the storyline of the game Perished World, there exist creatures said to have been created by the now dead ancient gods. After the gods disappeared, these creatures were left wandering the planet with no one to guide them. Now these beings are notorious as abominations. Their unique trait? They possess venomous fangs. Long story short, this is not something Nebula should be messing with, especially considering the current strength of his civilization. As the creature twists and writhes, the entire ground shakes, causing distress among the lizardmen. However, the green orc calmly assures them that the creature is currently asleep, just sleepwalking. While they still have time, Raikrak begins weighing his options. According to the Wanderer, if they turn back into the wilderness and follow the mountain range, it will add 8 extra days to their journey. Wasting 8 days of supplies just to take a detour makes Raikrak hesitate. But fighting that monstrosity head-on also seems impossible, especially when his people are terrified. Raikrak hangs in the air, trapped in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Zael notices the high cliffs and the massive boulders resting at the edge. You can already guess what she's thinking. That's exactly why she suggests they fight, rather than taking the long route. When Zael says fight, she knows what she is saying. After all, her intellectual stats are way higher than your everyday lizard man out here. She's already figured out how to use the landscape to their advantage. But for her plan to succeed, they must find an effective way to push the boulders off the cliffs with minimal effort. She recalls how the blacksmith once used a contraption, a bellows, to push more oxygen into the brazier for stronger flames. Similarly, they must figure out a method to push those giant boulders efficiently. After thinking it through, they manage to figure out a lever mechanism to push the boulders off the cliff. With combined effort, they finally succeed in moving the boulders into position. Nebula praises his civilization for coming up with such a simple yet effective method to deal with a monstrosity like this centipede. Still, to secure victory they must drop all the boulders at once. Eventually they push the first one, and it rolls down the cliff with deadly speed. The centipede notices far too late. The first boulder finds its mark, smashing into the monster, but it barely does anything. They've only managed to chip its skull, and that just enrages the beast. The monster begins climbing upward, charging toward the lizardmen to obliterate whoever threw the boulders. The other group of skeleton soldiers is told to drop their next boulder, but they're struggling. It's already too late. Nebula has no choice but to step in himself. He descends into Rakrak's body and pushes the boulder with his own strength. With the second boulder on its way, Zale urges them to drop the third. But there's no time to set up the lever again. So the Gigachad lizard, Rakrak, goes all out on his own, pushing the massive stone with pure raw muscle. With his muscles bulging and veins popping, he shoves it off the cliff. Still, Nebula knows that even this might not be enough. That's when Rakrak grabs his spear and leaps off the cliff. He hurls the spear downward like a goddamn meteor, striking the centipede in a critical spot. The monster screeches in agony, and in that moment, the falling boulder joins the chat, smashing straight into its skull. Then the final boulder crashes onto its face, crushing it completely. Rakrak lands back on solid ground, watching the monster fall. Back on his throne, Nebula finally exhales in relief. The system announces the successful subjugation of an abomination. This achievement increases Nebula's faith. Along with that, the system also rewards him with something new. Abomination Essence, something Nebula had long desired. As you know, Nebula can create resources specific to his civilization by spending faith points. But to create something that doesn't exist in the world at all, he needs special materials. That's where Abomination Essence shines. With it, Nebula can craft sacred beasts. Sacred beasts exist solely to spread their god's will across the world. They also have room to grow their stats, and raising them to higher levels grants them new classes, such as Apostle or Incarnation. For now, Nebula is looking forward to seeing what kind of sacred beast he'll be able to create. Cutting back to the lizardmen, they refuse to let the monster's corpse go to waste. They plan to use it for sustenance, but the smell is absolutely foul. Zale tries taking a bite, and realizes it tastes like literal garbage. To salvage the taste, they decide to add other stuff to make it at least edible, even if not a 5-star cuisine. Zale suggests adding some flavorful flora, and roasting it over a fire. That way, they won't have to deal with the creature's rotten odor. They follow her idea, and when Rakrak takes a bite he's shocked. It's actually not that bad anymore. Zale explains the technique known as cooking. She added scented grass and roasted the meat over fire. Seeing how impressive this new technique is, Rakrak insists on learning the skill for himself. As they continue eating, Zale mentions how the orc chief has an heir. This sparks an idea. Rakrak should probably find a mate too. Bro's brain crashes instantly. Zale remains completely serious, pointing out that they're getting older. It's only natural they need the next generation. As Rakrak sinks into deep contemplation, Zale expresses her willingness to be his mate. Just as he's about to respond, something shiny behind her catches his eye. It's some kind of ancient artifact. It was previously attached to the structure on the monster's back. Yuri the goofball tries to eat it, only to immediately realize it's not edible. The Wanderer reveals that this stuff is metal. Specifically, it's called gold. Zyle also claims to have seen a similar metal before. The blacksmith had shown her various metals. If they polish it well, it reflects light and shines beautifully. Furthermore, it doesn't change color, nor does it decay over time. Among humans, this metal holds a lot of value. But for someone like Yuri, this piece of metal just sounds like a burden, heavy to carry and inedible. Speaking of which, the Wanderer suggests Yuri go hunt the deer that live around here. They're hoofed beasts with horns, and their meat is sweet and delicious. From what the orcs told them, there's supposed to be a herd of them somewhere nearby. Yuri perks up and heads out, while Rakrak is still lost in his thoughts regarding this metal. Dusk descends a while later, and instead of indulging in the hunted deer resting in front of him, Rakrak is still lost in thought. If gold supposedly doesn't decay, then what purpose did the creators of the tablet have in making something time couldn't wear down? This only makes him more curious about what the tablet is supposed to convey. Zale returns with news that the entire lounge is ready to rest for the night. Rakrak is surprised that she found him even though he told no one about his whereabouts. Well, she spotted him because of the furred clothes he's wearing. Turns out, it was her who suggested he wear them. Perfect for someone meant to play the role of chieftain. Night descends, and the hunted deer in front of Rakrak begins to decompose, yet he's still sitting there trying to figure out the purpose of this tablet. Suddenly he notices the fireflies leaving trails of light, trying to form symbols. At first, Rakrak is astonished to see such bizarre illusions. But whether they're illusions or real doesn't matter. What matters is that the fireflies' movements resemble the markings on the tablet. It seems Rakrak has finally reached the epiphany he'd been searching for. This tablet was meant to represent something timeless, something that could never decay or be erased by time. And he has finally figured out what that thing is. He works all night deciphering the markings, and the dawn begins to break. He goes straight to Zale and wakes her up, wanting to show her what he has discovered. Let me spoil it for you. Bro has learned the concept of written language. He draws a symbol with a twig representing a male lizardman. Then he draws another symbol beside it to represent a female lizardman. After that, he draws an equal sign between the two symbols. Together, the symbols show that the male and female are companions to one another. And get this, Rakrak didn't draw this out of nowhere. He's actually using the symbols to tell her that he accepts her proposal and considers her his companion and mate. By now, Zale has learned enough of the language too. She draws a circle around the symbols and hopes Rakrak understands what that means. Well, it seems the chieftain knows exactly what it entails. and so do we. This is how Nebula's civilization discovered the concept of written language. It's honestly an achievement to be proud of, though it's going to take at least a few generations for it to evolve into a modern language. Anyway, now that Rakrak has chosen his mate, it's time for the wedding ceremony. For that, both the male and female must go out and hunt the biggest animal they can find and present it to their partner. And it looks like Zael has already outdone Rakrak with her catch. Anyway, Nebula is just relieved that he can now expect succession. We then cut back to the creature's corpse, which had already been dissected thoroughly. Currently, Rakrak is having a dialogue with the orc chief. The orc guy literally wells up in tears when Rakrak gives him the good news that the lizardmen won't be occupying the place, meaning all the green guys can continue living as they were. The green guy sincerely thanks Rakrak. Not only did he kill that creature, but he was also benevolent enough to spare them their land. The overly grateful orc chief then introduces his son and assigns him as their guide since he knows the area like the back of his hand. According to the orcs, the land ahead has numerous large beasts and far bigger tribes living much closer to each other. Still, they're confident that a leader like Rakrak will easily overcome any obstacle in his path. As Rakrak and his crew scout this deep forest, they spot unusual footprints in the area. Once the wanderer takes a closer look, he recognizes them as footprints of frogmen, creatures capable of walking on 2 legs. There are frogmen with good intentions, but not often. The fact that these creatures have been scouting this area only proves they have some hands-on experience of warfare reconnaissance. Judging by the total number of footprints, at least 5 frogmen scouted the place, meaning their tribe might have far greater numbers compared to the lizardmen. After scouting, they return to their camp, and it's already nighttime. Most of the lizardmen are ordered to scout different areas. This is the only way to create the illusion that they have superior numbers compared to what they actually have. Zael also suggests increasing the number of lizardmen on patrol and watchkeeping. A few days pass, and it seems their strategy worked. They didn't encounter any frogmen during their stay. Within those few days, Rakrak's tribe worked hard on their sustainability. They put emphasis on livestock farming, and the structural integrity of the houses they were building also improved exceptionally. Out of all these little achievements, the one that impressed Nebula the most was the speed at which the lizardmen adapted to the concept of characters. Using the primitive maps they created, and the new combination of characters paired with their existing hunting signs, the tribe quickly adopted the concept of written symbols. In addition to that, Rakrak also made sure his tribe members recorded their harvests on a daily basis. This public record created a sense of competitiveness among the lizardmen, who wanted to outperform their peers. As for Nebula, his swarm of locusts is steadily growing in the center of the continent, and the insects from the nest to the south are also increasing in number. Thanks to that, his small dominion over insects has reached level 4. Just for context, Nebula previously had 3 swarms of insects, and he uses them to manipulate various environmental factors. Nebula feels very proud of the progress he's made so far. Under normal circumstances, no player would even dare push this much progress in such a short amount of time. It's all thanks to the terrain advantage Nebula had. The place he started from was an isolated region in the east, so he didn't encounter other players or major species during his early struggles. However, this is only the tip of the iceberg. There's far more ahead, with dangers no one could even comprehend right now. Cutting back to Rakrak, Yuri suddenly rushes in with concerning news that requires immediate attention. The frogmen are here. A while later, we finally meet the frogs for the dialogue. From our side, our upper echelon is also present to entertain these uninvited guests. Immediately, the first thing that catches Rakrak's attention is the presence of a lizardman standing among the frogmen, something that makes no sense to him. Anyway, the top brass of the frogmen introduces himself as Shunan, son of the great chief Oloi. First of all, he makes his intentions clear. They have no desire to engage in combat. Rakrak is surprised by the display of manners coming from Shunan. Respectfully, he introduces himself as well, Rakrak, the chief of his tribe. The feeling is mutual. He also wishes not to point his weapon at anyone. With formalities out of the way, the frogman steps forward and reveals the purpose of their meeting. Turns out he is here to inform the lizardmen that they have invaded frogmen territory. Of course, Rakrak argues against it. How could all this land belong solely to the frogmen tribe? Not to mention, there are no boundary markings anywhere that indicate frogmen territory. That said, Rakrak expresses no intention of invading another tribe's sovereignty, and he apologizes for it. However, he politely lets the Shunan know that they will be staying here for a while since they have nowhere else to go. Rakrak further takes control of the situation by flattering the son of Chief Oloi. Just a few kind words, and Shunan willingly gives in to Rakrak's stance. Then there are the 2 big guys standing behind Shunan, quietly and without expression. This means they are only here to ensure that Shunan isn't doing something stupid. But as for that lizard man standing with the frogmen, Rakrak still can't figure out his role. He's sure he'll learn soon enough. To do that, he sincerely invites the esteemed son of Chief Oloi to a feast. After all, 2 tribes just came to good terms without conflict, which is more than enough reason to hold a celebratory gathering. Shunan is about to accept the invitation, but quickly fumbles over his words when the big guy behind him whispers in his ear. He politely declines, reasoning that they have yet to build a relationship based on trust. Rakrak keeps insisting, claiming that sending a benefactor away without responding with kindness goes against the lizardman's code of conduct. At the very least, he wants Shunan to share a meal right here if he's uncomfortable entering the village. When the big guy behind Shunan gives an approving nod, the chief's son agrees. This is how Rakrak ends up sharing some sizzling meat with the chief's son. This is a perfect opportunity for him to learn about the relationship between the frogmen and the lizardman who accompanied them. However, Rakrak restrains himself from asking such crucial details directly, as it may reveal how curious he is. So he decides to steer the conversation slowly. First, he asks a random question. What do the feathers around Shunen's neck symbolize? Turns out they're feathers of a cockatrice. Of course, Rakrak has no idea what kind of creature that is. Shunen doesn't realize he's being played and starts rattling off details. These birds are dangerous creatures living in the nearby forests. Appearance-wise, they walk on two legs and are massive in size. Aside from their sheer size, what makes them dangerous is that they are poisonous. They have quick reflexes too. That's why the Frogmen tribe often sends scouts all the way here, to make sure no cockatrice is near enough to pose a threat. Since these birds sound like a massive pain to hunt, Rakrak wants to know what kind of weapon the Frogmen actually use. Perhaps javelins? But to Shunen, javelins are inferior and useless. He calls out to his pale white lizardman companion and orders him to fetch a bow and arrows, a type of weapon Rakrak has never even heard of before. A while later, the pale white lizardman brings the weapon Shunen requested. Next, he's tasked with setting up a wooden plank against a tree as a target. Once that's done, Shunen releases his first arrow, and it lands perfectly on the mark. Rakrak praises both the weapon and its user for such impressive accuracy. Shunen claims he doesn't want to brag, but he claims to be one of the best archers in his tribe. They've been learning to wield this weapon since childhood. Damn, this green guy is literally starving for validation. He gets flattered every time Rakrak praises him. Up next, when our chief expresses his desire to try the weapon, the frogmen hand it over happily. Rakrak fiddles around with it for a while, trying to figure out the proper way to hold and use it. While doing so, he can clearly tell this weapon is far superior compared to javelins. It's easy to carry a lot of arrows, and both its speed and accuracy are insane. Rakrak attempts several shots, but none of them manage to reach the target. Shunen then orders his lizardman companion, whose name is Owen by the way, to fetch the arrows. As Owen dashes forward to collect them, Rakrak insists on picking them up himself, since he was the one who fired them. Of course, that's just a pretense to get closer to Owen, away from earshot. As Rakrak crouches down near Owen, the first thing he notices is how shaken this guy looks. When the chieftain questions this young lizardman on why he's hanging around with frogmen, Owen responds hesitantly. He claims that both the lizardmen and frogmen tribes actually live together. And why they're together? Well, according to him, both tribes benefit from the arrangement. Of course, that sounds completely unbelievable to Rakrak, but Owen doubles down, happily insisting that both tribes live in harmony. Naturally, Rakrak is curious how this symbiotic relationship even works. According to Owen, the frogmen provide protection, while the lizardmen take care of menial tasks. Furthermore, frogmen can dive deep and explore underwater areas, while lizardmen are better at picking fruits and climbing trees. They basically exchange resources that the other tribe can't obtain themselves, making life easier for both groups. However, Rakrak believes lizardmen don't need anyone's protection since they're fully capable of defending themselves. But Owen reminds the chieftain about how dangerous this forest truly is. Only Aloy's tribe, supposedly the largest tribe in the forest, can handle it. The situation for the lizardmen was so miserable that even basic survival wasn't guaranteed without the frogmen's help. For now, Rakrak decides to stop questioning him since he has already obtained the answers he wanted. He sternly orders Owen to act as if this conversation never happened. A while later, the lizardmen prepare some steamed deer ribs for their esteemed guest, Shunen. The moment he takes the first bite, his face lights up like a kid in a candy store. He's had deer before, but never one seasoned with herbs. The guy is completely sold, and to hammer the nail deeper, Rakrak further tempts him with the mention of buffalo meat. Naturally, Shunen perks up again. After all, it's not every day they get to eat buffalo. It's been ages since he last had it, and even then, it was a stale piece he had. But now he can have tender, fresh buffalo meat if he joins Rakrak in the camp, since they have one there. But then his big muscular buddy starts throwing deadly glares, leaving poor Shunen no choice but to decline under that harsh pressure. Rakrak, being just as sassy, tries to rub Shunen's FOMO even harder. Shunen insists he will visit the camp, but only after they've built more trust in their relationship. Luckily, Aloy's tribe members aren't hostile toward lizardmen, and Owen, and the other lizardmen living with frogmen, are living proof of that. Shunen calls Owen over and asks him to explain to Rakrak how their tribes have been helping each other ever since they started living together. Of course, Owen begins narrating the script he's clearly been taught by his masters, and Rakrak sees through all of it. He can tell every word coming out of Owen's mouth is rehearsed, prepared for this exact moment. With dusk starting to cast its yellow hue, Shunen decides to be on his way. He definitely enjoyed the company and is genuinely grateful. When Rakrak insists he visit their village next time, Shunen politely declines as expected. The representatives of both tribes wave at each other before parting ways. It's then we notice Shunen getting extremely harsh with Owen, a detail Rakrak's eyes don't miss. He can tell these lizardmen aren't on good terms with the frogmen at all. Once Shunen gets back to his village, he and his men start beating the shit out of Owen. Turns out, Shunen realized Owen had spoken to the lizardman chief earlier, and demands he spill everything he talked about. The poor lizardman fumbles over his words as he tries to lie, claiming he only guided the chieftain on how to become a better bowman. Well, that pathetic excuse just earns him more beating, because he can't even shoot an arrow himself, so how the hell was he tutoring that chieftain? But Owen doubles down, insisting that if he had told the truth to the chieftain, that guy would have become suspicious. That's why Owen demanded some sort of payment if the chief wanted shooting lessons. In response, the chieftain said he didn't possess anything valuable to pay with. Eventually, Shunin buys the story, and even starts holding Owen in high regard for such impressive bargaining skills. Since Owen did such an excellent job, Shunin promises to spare his offspring, who was scheduled for sacrifice today. You see, these bastards have a bunch of lizardmen captive, all intended to be sacrificed. That's exactly why Owen is willing to obey every command Shunin gives. He's prepared to fool Rak and his tribe with everything he's got. Later that night, Owen sits at the edge of the pond, reflecting on the terrible decisions that led him here. He regrets not seeing the true colors of these frogmen earlier. They lured them in while pretending to be benevolent. By now, the major chunk of lizardmen who lived here have already been sacrificed. The remaining 200 or so don't dare revolt against 1,500 frogmen. Not only do the frogmen have superior numbers, they also have a supposedly divine creature they call a god, a terrifying two-headed fiend that can devour anything with a single swipe. That being is the only thing ruling over the frogmen. And by extension, it's ruling over the lizardmen. Owen is certain that the black-scaled lizardman chieftain he met is indeed a powerful individual. But even then, his tribe has only about 600 members and can't wield any weapons. So Owen plans to lure them here and have them sacrificed first. That way, his own people get a little more time to live. He'll do anything to prolong his son's life, even if it means luring the other tribe into this trap. The next day arrives, and Yuri is out here flexing this water buffalo, making Shunin go absolutely bananas. Rak doesn't waste the moment to brag about it either. Now that Shunin has seen the buffalo with his own eyes, Rak wants to trade it for the weapon called a bow. That's when Owen steps in, insisting they should visit each other's villages before any major trade happens. It's only fair they get acquainted first. In fact, Owen promises to gift the bow afterward as a gesture of goodwill. Many days pass like this. Rak and Zale are testing the bow they replicated themselves, but for some reason, their prototype isn't able to fire the arrow far. Rak is convinced it's the bowstring, but they still haven't figured out which creature's tendons should be used for it. We then learn that the next meeting with the frogmen will be the 5th one, and it's right around the corner. Those guys are extremely eager to learn more about their tribe. Although their curiosity feels suspicious to Rak, he's certain they're hiding something vicious under the pretext of friendship. The problem is, he can't quite put his finger on what they're plotting. I guess it's finally time to put Owen to use. This will also help Owen prove his worth and loyalty. We cut back to the frogmen. They're busy choking that poor guy again. They're frustrated that they've made no progress getting closer to the tribe, even though they followed Owen's guidance. Owen admits the black-scaled chieftain is far more cunning and cautious than he expected. But whatever the case, Shunin wants Owen to speed things up. Chief Aoloi has given them a deadline to bring the sacrifices, and they can't afford to miss it. Owen insists on knowing why the deadline is so strict. In his mind, he's certain these guys are hiding something crucial, something he needs to know. So he questions Shunin about it. Shunin explains that his father and the elders are getting sicker, so delaying the sacrificial ritual isn't an option. A disease is spreading that causes extreme itchiness, and the symptoms only get worse. While Shunin admits no lizard man should know about this, he considers Owen an exception. He stresses how dangerous the disease is. If any frogman is afflicted, their skin not only itches but becomes coated with a sticky white layer of mucus. This layer is impossible to rub off, and it constantly expands. At a certain point, the mucus makes it impossible to breathe properly, eventually suffocating the victim. As of now, a priest has already died from it. Owen is utterly surprised that Shunin bothered to spill such classified details to a lizard man. The only explanation he can think of is that Shunin is putting him through some sort of test. So, he masks his emotions and promises never to spread this information among the lizardmen. After all, if they learn something this crucial, they'll realize the frogmen are actually quite weak, and that would spark a revolt. Still, it's not like they can keep this secret hidden forever. So as a precautionary measure, Owen suggests spreading rumors that the illness is also contagious to lizardmen. To make the story believable, he adds that grasses and other plants exist that produce a white foam when crushed, something they can use to imitate the mucus. Owen volunteers to act as the first infected patient. With that settled, Shunin is once again proud of the impressive strategic plans Owen always comes up with. Though he also wants him to use that same cleverness to lure all those black-scaled lizardmen here, only then will he exclude Owen's son from the sacrifice. Of course, the cornered lizardman is more than grateful for such benevolence. As Shunin starts leaving after laying down all the details, Owen stops him and requests a batch of bows to use against the black-scaled lizardmen. But it's clear Shunin isn't willing to hand over his precious weapons so easily. The next day arrives, and the frogmen have brought quite a lot of stuff for the lizardmen as gifts. It looks like Rak has brought a massive stack of herbs that help with itching. He's hoping this huge stockpile will be enough to exchange for at least one bow. As expected, Shunin declines the offer. To him, more than anything, trust is what matters when it comes to trading weapons. For obvious reasons, Rak has grown tired of hearing this broken tape loop the same excuse over and over. Finally, he agrees to improve the mutual trust between both tribes, just like the great son of Aoloi desires. But first, he intends to have a private chat with Owen. Eventually, Owen and the chieftain walk out of everyone's earshot. Owen begins narrating the same old scripted bullshit. He recalls how the other gray and brown-scaled lizardmen had a brotherly ritual with the frogmen tribe before their tribes merged. The ritual basically requires spending time rigorously studying each other. That's why it's imperative for Rak to tell everything about his tribe, Only then will Owen share all the information about the frogmen. It's about time they stop being so wary and actually make an effort to get closer. Right then, the familiar blue butterflies join the scene, one even landing on Owen. Rakrak immediately picks up on what his god is trying to tell him. He wholeheartedly agrees with Owen. It is indeed time to stop being so wary of each other. Rakrak is willing to tell Owen everything he wants to know. A while later, Shunin and his crew return to their village. This time, Shunin is absolutely ecstatic to realize they've managed to gather a ton of information about those black-scaled lizardmen. What excites him most is that they finally convinced those fools to visit their village. Even better, those supposed fools voluntarily showed Shunin around their own village. Now the frogmen know exactly where the lizardman village is located, and how many numbers they possess. Shunin doesn't hesitate before giving all the credit to Owen, who helped them gain the upper hand over the tribe. Owen is flattered to hear it, though he hesitantly reminds Shunin of the promise he made. Of course, that cunning toad remembers the promise all too well, though I highly doubt he plans on honoring it. Dusk creeps in, and as usual, Owen sits near the pond, excited at the thought of living with his child again like they used to. As for Rakrak and his village, Owen believes the chieftain's own ignorance is what will eventually lead to his downfall. To learn exactly what conversation they had, we cut a little back in time. Rakrak is trying to familiarize Owen with the concept of characters and symbols. He draws certain symbols with a twig and explains their meanings. The cross means decline, and the other character represents lie. Owen, being sharp-minded, quickly picks up on it. Not only that, he also puts both characters together, forming an entirely new sentence. For example, putting the character for lie next to the cross forms the phrase no lie, which represents truth. Rakrak is thoroughly impressed by how quickly he learned it. Even he never thought of using these characters this way. All these flattering words remind Owen of Shunin, who also praises him for his sharp mind. Still, Owen is curious why Rakrak is specifically teaching him symbols when they never mentioned such things in the meetings with the frogmen. It's as if Rakrak is reading his mind. He explains that the only reason he's teaching this is because he wants to build trust. He doesn't want to build trust with the frogmen, but with Owen himself. Rakrak already knows the things he's been told about the frogmen aren't true, and there are many stories Owen simply isn't allowed to share. Rakrak and his people have seen pain. That's exactly why they've learned to recognize it in others. He can easily differentiate predator from prey, and he's already recognized that Owen and his people are the prey. Rakrak can see and smell the pain carved across Owen's face. Despite that, the young lizardman keeps denying everything, but the chieftain knows all too well. Returning from the flashback, Owen reflects on his situation. He knows the chieftain of the black-scaled tribe is confident and strong, but he doesn't stand a chance against frogmen weapons. Rakrak's claim about taking down an abominable creature sounds ridiculous to Owen, especially when they don't even have special weapons. Furthermore, Chief Rakrak must be incredibly foolish to give him knowledge of their symbols. Owen feels he isn't worthy of the chieftain's trust. He considers himself nothing more than a bargainer, someone only concerned about his own gains. The next day arrives, and Rakrak finally pays a visit to the frogmen's village. Seeing them, Shunin welcomes his new friends with open arms. Once the pleasantries are done, Rakrak apologizes for arriving fully equipped. He feared they might encounter a cockatrice along the way, and didn't want to risk it. Of course, Shunin has no objections. In his mind, he thinks these lizardmen are stupid for believing their primitive spears could ever stand a chance against a cockatrice. Besides, Shunin doesn't intend to fight the lizardmen at all. He plans to poison the food during their feast. Rakrak then starts glancing around, looking for Owen. Shunin explains he's busy preparing for the banquet. They eventually spot him arranging seats for their guests. Shunin notices him scribbling something on the ground with a twig. He doesn't suspect a thing, and thinks Owen is probably marking where each guest is supposed to sit. He gestures for Rakrak to go greet Owen himself. As for Shunin, he's going to check on the food preparations. Once Rakrak approaches, Owen points to the markings he's been carving, pretending they indicate where the lizardmen are supposed to sit. But the symbol he's drawn is the one that means lie. Rakrak immediately understands what they are supposed to do. He signals to Yuri to get things started. And just like that, the real banquet begins. Yuri plants his feet, takes his stance, and chucks the spear with all his strength, killing one armed frogman instantly. Rakrak then orders his warriors to obliterate the frogmen, initiating this one-sided massacre. A while passes, and Rakrak's crew clears the whole area without sustaining a single casualty. Most frogmen have already fled, including Shunin. Next, they must prepare to fight the bowmen. For that, Rakrak can only hope their backup plan works. He quickly turns to Owen and gives him a crucial task, one he cannot fail. Cutting to the frogmen, Shunin is grinding his teeth in fury, if he has any. He's certain this is all Owen's doing. He orders his henchmen to gather every warrior in the village. They must attack the lizardmen immediately. As for the gray captive lizardmen, their job is to hold off Rakrak's group until the frogmen warriors are ready. Soon the frogmen unleash a barrage of arrows aimed directly at the lizardmen, but Rakrak had already planned for this. Their backup plan was shields. All the lizardmen raise their shields, blocking the incoming arrows. Those weak sticks bounce right off as soon as they hit. Yuri is ecstatic seeing these things actually work against arrows. Meanwhile, Shunin quickly adjusts the strategy. He orders the frogmen to fire only when the lizardmen advance. But that plan also collapses as a thick blanket of smoke begins swallowing the entire area, ruining everyone's visibility. No one can aim properly anymore. And the one spreading the smoke? Well, it's Owen, who has set the frogmen's abodes on fire. His fellow lizardmen stare in disbelief, watching him commit such a bold act. For a moment, they think it must be on Shunen's orders. But Owen reveals the truth. He's acting under orders from the black-scaled chieftain. He begs his friends to trust him, just this once, assuring them that Rakrak will crush the frogmen. Eventually, his comrades pick up their own torches and start burning everything around them. By the time Shunen realizes the settlement is on fire, it's already too late. For now, he decides they must retreat, especially since the lizardmen under their command have already betrayed them. They plan to rejoin the battle later when their trump card, Warrior Oboy, arrives. But Shunen still doubts whether they can turn the tide. He doesn't doubt Oboy's strength. He's worried they might need more than just a strong warrior. He then considers taking aid from the fiend living in the waters. Meanwhile, Warrior Oboy receives word that Shunen is retreating to the lower village. The 10 warriors stationed at the banquet hall, and the 5 warriors sent to investigate, have all been massacred. Oboy counts the 5 warriors on the island, and the 10 beside him. Counting everyone, they have 45 warriors in total. That number gives him confidence. They still have the advantage. One frogman takes out a spear, laces it in poisonous frog mucus, and prepares to shoot. But suddenly the ground trembles. A cold tension grips Warrior Oboy. The feeling in his chest is the same one he had the day he faced the cockatrice. He can tell something catastrophic is coming. Eventually they unleash their barrage of arrows, but their attack is rendered useless against Drake Manon. His massive presence alone makes the frogmen shudder in fear. The one riding the beast is Zael. She notices how big Manun has grown since the last time she rode him. What's even more comical is the fact that the arrows, supposedly the enemy's ultimate weapons, are literally serving as side snacks for Manun. You see, Manun eats anything that comes close to his mouth. He roars viciously, ready to devour even more food, and these frogmen are about to become his buffet. Oboy finds himself in a serious pickle since their ultimate weapon has completely failed them. Even if he tries shooting at Manun's vulnerable parts, the creature is simply too fast for him to take proper aim. Eventually, Manun lunges forward and crushes one of the frogmen with the sheer strength of his jaws. At this point, Oboy is certain this monster isn't something they can mess with. Since nothing is going to work against this all-round predator, Oboy decides to use the creature's own strength against it. He tosses the poisonous toad right at Manun, and just as expected, Manun devours it instantly. The other frogmen also begin throwing their poisonous toads toward him, and Manun is literally catching every single one with his mouth left and right, making sure no delightful dessert goes to waste. Meanwhile, Zael finds it strange that the enemy is throwing literal snacks at Manun. Under Nebula's blessings, specifically one of the 3 blessings, they have resistance against toxins. Once again, Oboy realizes far too late that they've royally screwed up. Manun pleasantly smiles at his next snack before yanking Oboy's head off his body. We then cut back to the place that had been set ablaze. One of the frogmen tries to snipe Rakrak with a poisonous arrow, but the Chad lizard simply tears through the incoming arrow with a strike of his tail. Yuri then smashes the sniper's head, causing the brain bits to splatter. With the last warrior taken care of, no enemies remain. Shunen has already abandoned the village and has gone to the inner village located in the island in the middle of the river. Since the frogman has been crushed mercilessly, the grayish-brown lizardmen have also begun attacking the frogmen. Seeing all the destruction and the overwhelming damage the frogmen have taken, Rakrak starts wondering why their leader, Owloy, hasn't shown up yet. Well, turns out Nebula has already taken care of Owloy off-screen. There's a virus with a ridiculously long name that I can't even pronounce. The only thing that matters is that the illness caused by this virus is extremely fatal. By the time Rakrak decided to leave the Holy Land, Nebula had located a disease hundreds of kilometers away. Using insects, he transported that disease all the way here. Once the great frogman leader Owloy became infected, he was no longer the powerful figure he was revered to be. The idiot, on the brink of death, held countless ceremonies where he sacrificed poor lizardman children, offering them to that 2-headed fiend. He believed this was the only way his illness could be cured. Cutting back to Rakrak and his crew, they've successfully wiped out the frogmen in the area. That's when Owen comes running to him. He desperately begs Rakrak to cross the lake immediately and reach the island in the middle. There are young lizardmen about to be sacrificed to that 2-headed fiend. But as grim as this sounds, Rakrak points out that Owen is telling him all this way too late. They can't cross the lake now because the frogmen have already sailed off toward the island with their boats. Trying to reach it by swimming would be pure suicide. In the water, they'd be nothing but practice dummies for frogmen archers. Owen sinks into utter despair. With clasped hands and eyes full of sorrow and desperation, he begs Rakrak to do something. His son is captured there. Hearing the mention of his son, Rakrak goes absolutely ballistic and smacks Owen across the face. He yells at this brain-dead fool for not telling him earlier. He's utterly disappointed that Owen never trusted him to begin with. If they had known from the start, Rakrak is certain he would have already been prepared to take down that so-called god. Now thanks to Owen, his son is likely headed toward an unnecessary demise. Even Owen begins regretting his decisions now. And just as everything seems too late, the 2-headed fiend finally responds to the frogmen's ceremony. The fiend arrives to claim the offerings. The frogmen chant their god's name with full devotion, begging him to accept their sacrifices. Owloy further pleads for his god to destroy the black-scaled lizardmen threatening the lake. Meanwhile, Owen sits at the edge of the lake, helpless, able to do nothing but watch. As for Rakrak and Zael, they're busy sizing up the abomination. First thing to note is that the creature is slightly bigger than the Coleoptera they defeated with boulders. There's a chance they can defeat it, but the odds are severely against them, especially since the terrain now puts them at a huge disadvantage. Casualties would be inevitable. Right then, Rakrak receives a signal from his god, and from this point onward, everything changes. Rakrak orders Owen to look ahead and tell him if he doesn't believe in miracles. Standing before them is a massive praying mantis. a literal miracle of God. Cutting back to the idiotic frog leader worshipping this two-headed freak, he continues begging the fiend to take these lizard men as sacrifice. But it's clear the fiend's attention has been stolen by something else. When Aloy looks around to see what caught the fiend's eye, he sees the massive mantis. The only word that forms in the terrified frogmen's minds after witnessing the mantis is God. This creature is a literal god. Nebula created this being using the essence of an abomination. Other factors like his Dominion level 4, Divinity level, and the amount of faith he has also played major roles. Without these, he wouldn't have been granted the ability to create a sacred beast. Nebula is sure not many players possess a sacred creature already. Meanwhile, the two-headed fiend lunges at the mantis to take a bite, but the mantis grabs the bastard's jaw with a bare hand. The monster thrashes and struggles to escape the mantis's grip. As he's being shoved around, several frogmen are crushed under the fiend's massive body. The second head lunges, but the mantis shows no mercy and slices it clean off, spraying blood everywhere. The creature once worshipped as God has now been taught a brutal lesson. He's nothing more than a disgusting rat. The mantis then decides to offer this lowly creature to its almighty creator. With a single jolt, the mantis tears the head off the monster's body, finally freeing this ignorant beast from its pathetic existence. With the two-headed fiend dead, the mantis stands tall, reveling in victory. The lizard men erupt in celebration, while Owen can barely hold back his tears. Gotta admit, the mantis's entrance was pure hype. Even Nebula thinks so. Despite the fiend's impressive stats, it never even got the chance to use its small dominion. And as we know, the defeat of the two-headed fiend rewards Nebula with its essence. A new notification allows him to claim the small dominion, though it's unknown at first. Only after claiming it does Nebula learn the dominion is seawater. Now it makes sense why the monster didn't use it. There's only fresh and sweet water here, so the seawater dominion would have been useless. Honestly, dominion over rivers would have been way better, since even Nebula can't utilize seawater here. Still, he's sure it'll come in handy someday. We then transition back to Chief Aloy, who is in utter disbelief seeing their god fall with such ease. Seeing his father in such dismay, his son Shunin finally begins to understand the real reason behind the frogmen's downfall. As far as he can tell, his father and his tribe didn't lose their strength because of the disease. It's because they were too devoted and reliant on that two-headed fiend. The entire tribe let their guard down. They stopped training, believing that the two-headed god would keep them safe forever. Now, the frogmen are nothing more than cowards, powerless to stand against their enemies. The great mantis delivers the good news to his creator about the abomination's annihilation. Nebula feels proud of his creation and grants him the chance to rest until he is summoned again. The great mantis is prepared to emerge whenever the time comes, and his involvement becomes imperative. Meanwhile, Rakrak and his crew notice the frogmen crossing the river to reach the outer village. The village has been abandoned, giving Rakrak the opportunity to swim across and rescue those lizardmen kids. With his voice raised high and a tone dripping with dominance, Rakrak addresses the captives of the village. Today, he is here to claim victory over the frogmen. If there is anyone with the courage to join him in this endeavor, they can step forward. Owen immediately volunteers, ready to help him secure this victory. The other injured lizardmen also gather their courage and insist on joining as well, finally acknowledging Rakrak as their chieftain. But Rakrak insists that the injured stay behind and rest. One brave lizardman proclaims himself a former warrior who knows exactly when to rest while facing danger. Although none of them feel any honor in exterminating frogmen civilians, their hearts have been reignited with a fire to fight for themselves and reclaim their freedom. What sparked this fire is Rakrak and his people's resolve, their refusal to fear frogmen warriors. Rakrak can tell the real fuel behind their energy is pure hatred and anger toward the frogmen. The former warrior admits it without hesitation. It's finally time to let this burning hatred out, just so the fire in their hearts can be extinguished. They have lost their companions, their children, their grandchildren. Unless they return these wrongdoings back to the frogmen, they will never find peace. And honestly, that's exactly what Rakrak wants them to do. He once again raises his voice, letting it crack through the air as he charges everyone with determination. Determination to seek vengeance against those who inflicted sorrow. Before we move further in the story, we cut a little back into the past. It's around the time when Shunin helped Rakrak use a bow. Given how fast Rakrak was learning, Shunin was sure he'd soon be on par with frogmen warriors. Currently, Rakrak's biggest drawback is that he takes way too long to shoot an arrow. To that, Rakrak argued that hitting crucial points of the target is better than hitting non-crucial parts. That's when Shunin explains that real targets in real battles are always moving. So it's essential to shoot as quickly as possible without missing. Folks, keep that little detail in mind, it's going to come in handy soon in the story. After sharing a bit more knowledge about the weapon, Shunin also promised to teach Rakrak how to make a bow himself, but only when their bond becomes stronger. He assured him that the materials needed for the bows are easily accessible to lizardmen as well. Back then, Rakrak felt a strange, ominous feeling when Shunin mentioned the materials being easily accessible. It was a morbid feeling, one he will eventually understand directly from Shunin's own mouth. I have a strong hunch why Rakrak felt that ghastly chill, but I won't spoil the thrill. Right now, he's swimming toward the island with the other warriors. Once they reach the shore, the gray-scaled lizardmen pounce toward their loved ones. Owen hugs his son Ian as tightly and passionately as he can. Rakrak then tasks Yuri with helping the kids evacuate the area. He orders the gray and brown-scaled lizardmen to move to the back of the outer village and confuse the frogmen. From what Yuri can interpret, they are about to launch an attack and pinch the enemy from two sides. Rakrak confirms this much. Once the enemy's attention is fully drawn to the front of the village, he plans to cross the lake and strike from there. Although Yuri feels concerned for his chieftain, Rakrak reassures him that he'll be fine, especially since the enemy no longer has the numbers they once did. Not to mention, the lizardmen have just received yet another blessing from their god. their black scales now shimmer like rippling waves sparkling under the moonlight. Cutting to the Frogmen village, everyone is running around in panic, trying to evacuate because the enemy has arrived. Right at that moment, Rakrak and his crew crash the party from the opposite side of the village. Yuri and his fellows were already wreaking havoc, and Rakrak joins them without missing a beat. The great chieftain of the Frogmen begs desperately for the two-headed fiend to manifest and rescue him from this catastrophe. After all the sacrifices he made for that two-headed god, this is the least he deserves. Rakrak shuts the bastard's yap with a single spear piercing through his head, killing him instantly. The one-sided massacre continues, swallowing up every last frogman. Right now, the lizardmen can be heard shouting and looking for Shunin. The man in question is hiding inside a shack. He's in utter shock. How could the frogmen lose despite having superior numbers and advanced weapons? He is eventually found by Rakrak, who creeps up right behind him. Realizing someone's behind him, Shunin is stunned in fear and falls to the floor. Rakrak commands him to get on his feet and grab his weapon. He's willing to give Shunin a chance to protect his honor as a warrior and die fighting like one. But Shunin is a coward. To him, honor means nothing in the face of death. He immediately starts begging to be spared for the sake of the time they had spent together. He even offers to reveal the secret behind the materials used to craft their bows. In fact, he is more than willing to expose the living beings they used to extract the tendons for the bowstrings. With a trembling voice, he confesses that those tendons came from lizardmen. Shunin realizes too late that he has only worsened his situation by revealing such morbid information. Rakrak acknowledges Shunin's confession, and surprisingly, he accepts the deal and decides to let Shunin walk away alive. After all, Rakrak holds no personal grudge against him. With that, he sternly orders Shunin to run. The frogman takes the cue and bolts toward the forest. But the only reason Rakrak let him go is because he wanted a moving target to test his aim. The next day arrives, and we find a frogman's corpse tied to a tree, acting as the perfect target dummy for the lizardmen chief. Rakrak is testing the new bows they crafted, each fitted with the custom bowstrings they managed to create themselves. The only problem they currently face is the limited resilience of the strings. If they pull just a little too hard, they snap. Owen admits there simply aren't any stronger materials than what they are using right now. Rakrak knows this well, and that's exactly why he isn't planning to stay here forever. Winter is coming, and to feed the buffaloes they're raising, they must relocate to a much warmer place. Since Owen is wearing his warrior mask, Rakrak assumes he must have gone hunting today as well. Owen confirms it, proudly stating that he exterminated all the remaining frogmen in the area. For now, they won't have to worry about having enough material for bowstrings, at least for a while. We then get a glimpse of the past, when Shunin got struck in the foot, causing him to stumble. The Grey Lizardmen were hyped to kill this bastard right then and there, and the one who took this responsibility was Owen, determined to kill that filthy toad with his own hands. Owloy, the chief of the Frogmen tribe, met the same end as his son. By now, his bones are likely adorning someone else's head, just like Shunin's bones now decorate Owen's. Just as Owen is about to explain a crucial detail, Zale arrives and spots a kid trying to sneak behind a tree. She purposely startles the kid and asks if he's here to talk to the chief. That's when Zale notices a small wooden statue the kid drops. When the statue is shown to Rakrak, he immediately recognizes it as their guardian. They're actually surprised that such a young kid crafted something so meticulous and detailed. The child perks up in happiness after receiving praise and admits he was on his way to gift it to Chief Rakrak. Zale adds that kids in the village often make such figures for each other, and every child has one. The kid proudly explains that his figurine represents their guardian, a massive being who saved them from the two-headed fiend back then. Rakrak likes the idea of having figures of a guardian. If everyone possesses one, it will make them feel safer and more confident. So, he suggests everyone have one. Returning to their original conversation, Rakrak asks Owen what he was talking about earlier. The Grey Lizard reveals they discovered something strange inside the cave the frogmen were hiding in. He then eventually leads everyone to that tunnel. Once they reach the cave, they venture inside without hesitation. All the frogmen who came here had been killed, meaning no one else knows about this place for now. They suddenly stumble upon a massive stone wheel covered in intricate patterns. It's insane to think someone carved such hard stone with pinpoint accuracy. What's even more shocking is that the markings on this boulder resemble the same Coleoptera creature they previously crushed with boulders. Seems like even Nebula isn't sure what that is. From the first glance, he can only guess they've stumbled across some sort of ancient ruin. In the perished world, you'll find all kinds of ancient ruins. Each ruin contains its own unique knowledge or treasures. If they end up finding treasure, they might even discover items with extraordinary abilities, or items with terrifying demonic properties. But in this era, where civilization is still stuck in its primal stages, obtaining ancient knowledge isn't as fruitful as it sounds, since primitive hobos can't even tell what in the onga bonga this thing is supposed to be. Furthermore, ruins that create or change special materials or grant blessings only work within their native region. And to Rakrak, who lives a nomadic lifestyle, that makes them utterly useless. There's a small chance this might be a unique relic, though Nebula hopes it isn't anything demonic, otherwise they're screwed. Just as they slide past that giant slab, they hear spiraling electricity humming like it's trying to communicate with them. An unknown entity welcomes the strangers who dared to enter the demonic world. Upon stepping inside, the lizardmen find themselves navigating a maze of stairways, spiraling downward. Instead of taking these confusing stairs, Rakrak suggests simply jumping down. Before they descend further, they notice a bunch of rats blocking their path. But the way these creatures snarl doesn't seem like normal rats at all. Zale confirms that they're nutria. They've eaten nutria before, but these ones look drastically different simply because they've grown much larger. Another thing to note is that nutria don't normally travel in groups, nor are they aggressive. Perhaps they're trying to protect this place. Because of this, Rakrak orders his soldiers to get ready for a fight. The overgrown rats start pouncing toward their supposed enemies, only to get impaled by spears and die needlessly. After dealing with them, Rakrak feels bad seeing so much meat go to waste and suggests they try eating them. Zale even suggests taming these giant rats and farming them like buffaloes. Speaking of farming, Owen suggests fish farming might be even better. Fish are easy to raise since they lay eggs and take care of their own hatchlings. They could easily build a dam and trap the fish during hatching season. Suddenly, one of the lizard men gets electrocuted just by touching an injured nutria. Rakrak tries touching it too, and gets zapped as well. Turns out these nutria are infused with a demonic energy attribute known as lightning. They can strike enemies with lightning through physical contact. Well, it looks like Nebula's worst-case scenario has become reality. This is indeed a demonic ruin, though the lightning attribute is considered relatively weak compared to the others. If Rakrak manages to reach the end of this ancient ruin, he can obtain this demonic power, though simply obtaining it won't make him a mage instantly. Demonic power strengthens with each generation, meaning future descendants would become true mages. There's another issue. In the perished world, magic and divine power are in conflict. According to the game's original story, the source of magic doesn't come from a god, but from an ancient evil. Thus, high-level magicians don't rely on gods at all, they aim to build their own power. As more people get influenced by magicians and pursue the magic path, many lose their faith in gods. This drop in faith deters players from choosing the path of magic. There is a loophole players can exploit, but it introduces way too many complications. Anyway, we cut back to Rakrak, because now is the moment when the demonic relic begins tempting its target. The demonic entity emerges, speaking to Rakrak through telepathy. It asks Rakrak whether he desires this power. If so, the entity is willing to give it to him. Since others can't see the demonic figure, Zale notices Rakrak zoning out and suggests they return. But Rakrak says he's fine and orders his companions to keep obliterating the rats. By now, Rakrak realizes he's the only one who can see this creature. Through telepathy, Rakrak asks the first question anyone would, its identity. The creature introduces itself as the spirit that guards this place. Only those with great power can perceive it. Naturally, Rakrak questions what power it's referring to. He also notices that although they can communicate without words, they can't read each other's deeper thoughts. Meanwhile, Nebula considers warning Rakrak about this spirit of demonic magic, but he stops when he notices a new attribute in Rakrak's profile. The attribute is called Deception. Nebula has no clue when it was added. The closest guess is that Rakrak earned it while dealing with Shunan's deceitful tactics. This gives Nebula a tiny bit of reassurance, and he decides to leave the decision entirely to Rakrak. Back with the entity, it reveals a bit about the electricity attribute, the power to burn all life with scorching heat, shining like the blazing sun. Rakrak can have this power if he wishes. Naturally, he sees no reason to decline. This is when the spirit tries introducing a stipulation. To avoid being tricked, Rakrak immediately declines the offer. After all, it's not free. The spirit quickly tries to salvage the negotiation, insisting the condition isn't difficult to fulfill. Once again, Rakrak expresses disappointment. If the spirit wanted an exchange, it should have said so from the beginning. Still, he agrees to hear the condition, but warns the spirit not to beat around the bush anymore. He wants everything stated clearly. If it hides anything, there will be no more dialogue. Right then, Zale interrupts to report that they're ready to move. Rakrak orders her to continue with the others. He'll follow after gathering his thoughts. Meanwhile, the spirit lays out its terms. It claims it has been sealed in this ruin and cannot move freely. It wants Rakrak to descend further and kill the ruin guard protecting the seal. Once freed, it promises to grant all its powers. Before accepting the deal, Rakrak wants confirmation. Will he gain the same power to zap enemies like those rats? The spirit doubles down. As it said before, its power is called electricity. For now, it only manifests as crackling sparks, but with each use it grows stronger. Eventually, Rakrak would even be able to summon lightning. Given the growth potential, Rakrak could become powerful enough to rival a god. This power is actually too immense for one person alone, so Rakrak has the option to share it with the tribe, or he could monopolize it entirely for himself through a ritual. Rakrak acknowledges everything the spirit explained, but he still can't understand one thing. How did a being capable of granting such overwhelming power end up sealed? Well, according to the spirit, it was that very power that led to its downfall. People usually interpret strength as a threat, and they typically lock down anything they fear. Rakrak finds it ironic that the spirit openly admits it's in fact dangerous. At this point, he suspects the spirit is hiding something. Either the power isn't as great as advertised, or the harm it brings far outweighs the benefits. It would be great if the spirit just came clean about what it's hiding, because Rakrak doesn't want things getting complicated. He decides to head back and collapse the cave's entrance, making sure no one ever stumbles across this place again. The spirit panics and promises to reveal everything it can. It identifies itself as a being descended from those who ruled the world in the distant past, the so-called ancient demons, long forgotten by time. The gods are so ancient that they cannot remember their own origins, and neither can this spirit. No matter how hard it tries, the only thing it knows is that it has been sealed for eternity. A power with an unknown origin intoxicates people precisely because its source is unknown. But our chat of a lizard is different. He isn't falling for it blindly. Rakrak recalls the blue lizard tribe leader and the frogman leader as perfect examples of people corrupted by power. Demonic magic in particular is what intoxicates people the most. What makes it worse is that this stingray-looking spirit could bestow its powers to any random person. It doesn't matter if the receiver is someone with noble intentions or someone harboring harboring malicious ones. Gods bestow power by their own will, but this spirit's gifts can fall into the hands of anyone, even the undeserving. To make matters worse, whoever wields this demonic power can further enhance it and grow even stronger. Eventually, the wielder of this omnipotent power will reject the gods entirely. To avoid that outcome, Rakrak considers taking the power all for himself, especially since it is truly formidable and indescribably potent. It will definitely come in handy in future battles. In the end, Rakrak decides to set the stingray free under one major stipulation. First, Rakrak wants his tribe to be the sole wielder of this power. He also wants these powers to appear as if they were bestowed by the gods. That way, no one will lose their faith in God. In fact, their faith would only grow stronger. The second condition is that he wants the stingray to start believing in his god. Of course, the stingray finds the idea ridiculous. For a being far more ancient than the god Rakrak follows, the thought of believing in such a deity feels strange. Furthermore, gods typically despise spirits of demonic magic. But Rakrak counters the stereotype. He believes his god isn't some average deity. The blue insect god is generous to beings who hold value. Since the stingray is useful enough, it goes without saying that the blue insect god would approve of it already. Still, the stingray isn't sure whether the god Rakrak speaks of would accept it right off the bat. Rakrak promises that if the stingray accepts the terms, his god is benevolent enough to make an exception. The stingray then reveals a small secret. Not only is it trapped in this ruin, it is also the sole ruler of this place. Everything here, from the creatures to the ruin guardian Rakrak defeated, is merely one of its minions. The stingray was simply testing Rakrak's strength by putting him through all this trouble. For that, the entity apologizes, but Rakrak is willing to forgive it. After all, he understands the creature's perspective as well. He knows the spirit longs to escape this cursed place and experience something beautiful the world still has to offer. Eventually, the entity asks for Rakrak's name, and the lizardman happily tells him. And with that, the test the stingray had been conducting finally concludes. Now it is time for it to bestow the power Rakrak rightfully deserves. Promptly, Nebula receives a notification about a spirit wishing to become his subject. Upon accepting it, Nebula gains dominion over demonic magic, specifically electricity. Nebula is thoroughly satisfied with how everything turned out. Forcing a spirit of demonic magic to submit and integrating its magic into divinity is the only way to wield demonic power without suffering a penalty. The credit goes to Rakrak, who understood the situation well and handled it correctly. 9 years pass, and the scene transitions to the lizardman altar. Word has already spread that the blue insect god has bestowed Rakrak with the power of thunder and lightning. A human is learning the tales of the great Rakrak, leader of the chosen lizardman tribe. The one spreading the tales is a lizardman, an admirer of Rakrak. The human doesn't understand why a god of insects would bestow thunder and lightning powers. In response to this, the storyteller lizardman presents a different perspective to consider. The easiest and wise way to explain it is by imagining the color of thunder, which in their case is blue, and the name of their god, the blue insect god. The human is still confused about how the two relate, even after the explanation. He decides to drop the topic and introduces himself as Hui, and just when Hui asks to know the lizardman's name, they run out of time for introductions. Down the hill, a few unwanted visitors have appeared, specimens known as gnolls. The lizardman asks Hui if he can identify these intruders. Perhaps they are subordinates of Selkite. The man gives a thoughtful glance and realizes the oncoming threat seems defenseless and lacking vigilance. Not to mention they aren't even armed properly, making them look like wandering gnolls. The lizardmen applaud Hui for such a thorough description he provided. The mysterious lizardman finally lets his hood slip off his head, revealing his face as he aims his arrow directly at the target in front of him. The lizardman in question is Owen. He fires his arrow and electrocutes those gnolls on the spot. This electrocution is enough proof to the confused gnolls that the person they are facing is one of the chosen ones. They decide to retreat with whatever time they have left. Meanwhile, Owen also announces his name, leaving Hui in utter shock. It's Owen, the great storyteller. Meeting him here is an honorable moment for this human. Owen feels exhausted after using his powers and decides to continue the conversation while catching his breath. A while later, he can be seen smoking a long pipe. Rumors say that the chosen ones smoked this pipe right after they used their powers. After blowing out a few smoke puffs, Owen finally feels refreshed and decides to continue their conversation. The first question the man wants answered is what could possibly make Owen serve someone else when he possesses such incredible power? I mean, Hui isn't suggesting he should betray his god, but why must he live such a difficult life, wandering alone in the wilderness? Owen releases another cloud of smoke while mysteriously hinting that he has other reasons too. He is a sinner who once betrayed his own people. Even then, he was given a chance to redeem himself and make up for his mistakes. Through stories and characters, he is to spread the name of the blue insect god and chief Rakrak throughout the continent. He chose to live this way, his own path to repentance, and it seems his efforts have been fruitful so far. There is no one in this region who doesn't know of the Black Scale tribe, and needless to say, Rakrak, the high priest and chief, is held in great regard. Continuing the conversation, Owen asks the man if he too is a wanderer like himself. The man introduces himself as someone from Automation Castle. It's a name Owen has never heard before. The man further reveals his intentions. He is here to find the Black Scale tribe in order to deliver a message from the Lord of Automation Castle. Well, this actually plays out in Owen's favor. He whistles for his companion, which is a giant bird, who rushes back to its master. Unsurprisingly, the man is shocked to see a notorious cockatrice tamed so well. Owen corrects him, saying this animal is called a cockatoo, a hybrid between a cockatrice and a chicken. He then hops onto the bird's back and urges the man to do the same. He is already on his way to visit Rakrak, giving the man a chance to meet the Black Scale tribe in person. Though, for this favor, Owen wants the man to listen to the untold stories he wishes to share. Stories revolving around the blue insect god and the saga of the great Rakrak. The scene promptly transitions to the Black Scale tribe, marching down the road ahead. Yuri steps forward and informs his chieftain of distressing news. The Stargazer's death is drawing near. The Stargazer has requested to speak with Rakrak in his final moments. Rakrak immediately orders the march to halt and decides they will rest here for the night. The fact that the Stargazer himself said his end is near means he truly will die. He has proven to be the greatest clairvoyant after all. This is why they must also begin preparing for his funeral. Tonight will be one of the most sorrowful nights for Rakrak. Cutting to the camp where the Stargazer is resting, Rakrak enters and is greeted by the nurse. She reports the dire condition the old man is in before leaving him alone. The sickly old man has weakened to the point where even keeping his eyes open feels exhausting. In his last moments, he reflects on the life he lived. He traveled uncharted territories and learned things that only he knows. On his journey, he even lost his arm and was ostracized. Only then did he meet Rakrak, the tribe's chief, and used his knowledge to educate others about the stars. Now, he has reached the turning point in his life, the moment when every lizard man eventually requires eternal sleep to escape the pain nurtured by time. But before he departs, he is glad to spend his final moments with the tribe's chief. He wants to quiz Rakrak with a question nobody else seems qualified to answer. The million-dollar question: what awaits people after death? Since Rakrak is the first to be chosen by their god, the favorite among them all, only he can satisfy this curiosity. He wants to know why death is called eternal sleep. Do the deceased dream forever? Is there a possibility that one might be stuck dreaming nightmares eternally? Rakrak responds bluntly that he doesn't know how to respond to these daunting questions. He isn't even sure what makes him qualified to answer such a philosophical question. The Stargazer recalls how the beetle god always showed them the right path whenever they were lost. Perhaps the god will continue to do the same after death. Would he also guide wandering souls? For now, Rakrak can't help but agree with the Stargazer. As he once guided them when they were lost in mortal dust, the beetle god will guide them still, even as they journey into the realm beyond. The Stargazer has full confidence he definitely will. He is curious to learn more about the afterlife. He doesn't want to begin his afterlife journey by meeting their god unprepared. Rakrak figures that it's more fun that way. He envisions the afterlife as a vast grass field with no horizon, where you can run endlessly, the wind whispering bliss, and the tender grass beneath your feet. Rock mounds to rest on once you're tired, and dynamic weather that shifts with every season. The Stargazer hopes he, too, will have his own house in the afterlife, a place to return to whenever he feels tired. He doesn't want a tent that can be blown away with a gust of wind. He wants a solid house he can settle in. The Stargazer has always disliked tents. And speaking of which, he is currently resting in one, though he has no complaints. Soon enough, his soul will find a place to settle down. He worries whether the skies of the afterlife will have stars or not. Rakrak assures him that the god is considerate enough. He will definitely place stars in the sky, so everyone can find their way home. Right at that moment, Rakrak notices those familiar blue butterflies, a clear sign that the god is watching them. The god has arrived to claim the Stargazer's soul. Once the soul is claimed, the old lizard man is finally put into eternal sleep, no longer existing in the mortal world. It's high time for Nebula to create the afterlife his people desire. The system prompts him that the conditions for creating the afterlife have been met, giving him the option to begin the creation. He has enough resources, levels, faith, and a large archive of souls to trigger the formation of the afterlife. You see, the afterlife is a crucial mechanic in this game. A player's chances of winning increase significantly by building a good afterlife. Just like opening the gates of heaven for those who lived noble lives and punishing sinners, it can reinforce morals and ethics, or function as a warrior's training ground, like Valhalla. This game even allows you to send deceased warriors back into the real world, meaning they can serve as hidden aces in war, giving the player a critical advantage in later stages. Nebula finally releases all the butterflies that signify the souls of the deceased, letting them settle in the afterlife, known as the primordial prairie. On this vast grass field rests the Stargazer, who opens his eyes for the first time in this place. He can sense and feel everything around him, realizing he isn't imagining anything. He isn't dreaming. This is the afterlife, the prairie he and Rakrak envisioned together, though the place lacks stone mounds to rest on and a solid house to live in. But then again, one shouldn't be too greedy. In fact, he doesn't even feel the need for a house anymore. The place is perfect, a gift anyone would cherish. Not only that, the other lizard men are here as well, sleeping peacefully. He is currently the only one awake. He decides not to disturb them, and lets them rest. There is also a child among them, a young lizardman who looks familiar to the Stargazer. If his memory serves him right, a catastrophe once struck when the Goblin Alliance launched an ambush, killing many members of the Lizardmen tribe. Those sneaky bastards united their clans and targeted only children and the elderly. Stargazer was one of the old ones too. He thought they were doomed with the enemy approaching, but one young lizardman stepped forward with a weapon in hand, ready to protect those he loved. He was one of the kids Stargazer had taught, the knowledge of numbers and arithmetic. The child understood the situation and knew how to minimize losses, all thanks to the arithmetic he learned. The kid was brave and charged straight toward his demise for the greater good. At the funeral held for the warriors who couldn't return, Rakrak was furious. Everyone blamed Stargazer for teaching the warriors arithmetic. Now they didn't hesitate to dive into danger, ready to expend one life to save two. Rakrak could do nothing but shed tears of sorrow. Even though the warriors made the wise decision, the only thing he could do in such a hopeless situation was feel frustrated. Because of this young man's sacrifice, he became the trailblazer for the other children to learn arithmetic. Anyhow, Stargazer is glad to be reunited with this brave soul. A while later, the Stargazer can be seen wandering around, wondering why they haven't met their god yet. That's when he notices someone sneaking behind a tree. Stargazer begins chasing the unknown figure, and the chase leads him right to the stargazing laboratory. The wise lizard walks forward, millions of thoughts clouding his mind. He wants to know why their god is so benevolent, why they were chosen, what makes them any different from other species. Upon entering the chamber, Stargazer notices a strange contraption on a pedestal, and the entire ceiling is adorned with glittering stars. The curious lizard climbs the stairs, acknowledging that Rakrak was right. There exists a house made of stone and stars. Approaching the machine, he peeks through the nozzle and sees an entire galaxy with his own eyes. He can see the Nebula galaxy. This is his first time seeing stars so closely. The revelation completely shifts his understanding of the cosmos. If only he could share this knowledge with the people in the real world, it would be a game changer. Meanwhile, Nebula watches Stargazer reach this epiphany. He wants Stargazer to realize that he has perfectly followed the path shown to him. The afterlife is not merely a destination for the dead. The beliefs of their god shape the values of their followers. When Vikings die, their people envision a paradise called Valhalla. For cultivators, they dream of a peach blossom spring. Now you can imagine what happens when a scholar enters their afterlife. It becomes a foundation for technical advancement. Nebula is glad the afterlife is functioning exactly as he desired, especially since the threat approaches faster than ever. The Clipped Ear tribe is their current danger. These folks possess advanced ironworking skills and the ability to tame the formidable Gomchi beasts. Long story short, their technological prowess and strategic movements are far ahead of the Black Scale tribe. The only reason this tribe has such strength is likely because they're backed by another player. This means war is inevitable and Nebula must prepare. Players are slowly expanding their territorial influence. To counter this, Nebula has invested heavily in his dominion over insects, currently commanding 3 types of insect swarms. One of them is the Locust Swarm, which Nebula simply calls the Swarm. He uses these critters to quietly sabotage players who rely heavily on agriculture. Then there's the second swarm, the Virus Swarm, also known as the Host, which he previously used against the Frogmen. These critters are continually expanding their arsenal of diseases. Last but not least, the Nest, which breeds all kinds of insects. This group is responsible for farming experience passively, while Rakrak focuses on uniting the neighboring tribes. Given the pace Nebula is moving, he is certain it won't be long before he takes over the southern peninsula. The first major hurdle in Nebula's expansion plan is dealing with the player who commands the Knoll tribe. Cutting back to our Lizardmen tribe, Owen has finally arrived with Hui at Rakrak's resting grounds. Owen isn't thrilled to learn that Stargazer has passed away. Stargazer is so famous that even Hui has heard his name, though he's unsure whether visiting Rakrak on this day was the right decision. Owen reassures him that everything is fine. The Black-Scaled tribe considers it a good omen when a traveler joins their funerals. After all, it simply gives them one more person to share their sorrow with. The funeral ceremony begins, with Rakrak standing at the very front. Owen and his human companion join the ceremony as well. Hui immediately identifies the great leader of the Black-Scaled tribe, the chieftain, currently allowing tears to freely stream down his face. This surprises the man. He wasn't expecting the chieftain to weep so openly. His reaction makes Owen question whether humans are incapable of expressing sorrow. Hui clarifies that humans do shed tears. They're simply expected to suppress them in public. Crying is considered a sign of weakness, and they must maintain their dignity. Dignity is a concept Owen has heard of before, but he keeps Hui from teaching it to the other lizardmen. He believes lizardmen possess something far more profound than dignity. After the ceremony, he finally steps forward and greets his esteemed friend. Rakrak is glad to see his friend attending Stargazer's funeral. Then he notices the human guest Owen brought along. Owen explains that this man is a messenger from the Automation Castle, and formally introduces him to the tribe's chieftain. Owen then leans toward Rakrak and quietly spills all the juicy details about this person. A short while later, Rakrak sits across from the visitor. While it is customary to let a guest rest before holding a meeting, Rakrak wants to dive straight into business. The human acknowledges this and begins the meeting by offering a pouch, a gift from the Lord of the Automation Castle. Rakrak grabs the pouch and discovers a salt rock inside. The human explains that rock salt is the Automation Castle's specialty, and this is the first rock salt being gifted with no expectation of repayment. The way Hui is careful with his words, Rakrak realizes that this is only the first rock. More will follow. The man confirms it, only for Rakrak to casually crush the rock with the strength of his grip, grinding it into powder. He instructs Hui to deliver a message back to the Automation Castle. The gift has been received. But the man wants to know why Rakrak destroyed the rock. The chieftain claims it is done to please his god. Sprinkling rock salt on the floor is apparently a ritual that amuses their deity. Of course, the man knows Rakrak is pulling his leg. They continue this conversation back and forth, and the conclusion becomes clear. This is Rakrak's subtle way of saying he has no interest in trading with the Automation Castle. Hui also realizes that Rakrak dislikes diplomatic rhetoric, so he decides to be blunt. First of all, he asks the chieftain why he rejected the offer. Rakrak makes his terms clear. He doesn't like accepting an offer that someone else previously rejected. If another tribe already declined it, then the offer must not be valuable. Hui insists that the Automation Castle prepared the offer exclusively for the Black-Scaled tribe. But Rakrak knows better. It is no coincidence that Owen ran into this man and brought him here. According to Owen, Hui came from the north, not the west. The Automation Castle lies to the west, and the Severed Ear tribe of Salkite lives in the northern wilderness. This clearly implies that Hui went to Salkite first and returned only after being rejected. Now Rakrak wants the man to be honest. He knows this man is the Lord of the Automation Castle, Co. Hui. Before continuing, here's a quick introduction to the Automation Castle. Though the castle is built of clay, it is surrounded by 5-meter-high walls. Given the technological level of this era, it can easily be considered an engineering marvel. It is also one of the mysteries of the Lost World, with mud soldiers maintaining and patrolling it. Inside this castle of unknown origin, humans and various tribes coexist. From an opponent's perspective, the castle is difficult to breach due to its geographical advantage. The mountain valley it sits in serves as the gateway to the rest of the continent. In other words, the automation castle must be secured to access the continent. Additionally, the castle has a salt mine, which is extremely valuable for livestock and food production. Back to the meeting, Rakrak makes it clear that he does not believe in gifts that come without a price. And if a gift comes from someone hiding their identity, he is even more inclined to refuse. Since the Lord of the Automation Castle is neither confirming nor denying his identity, Rakrak becomes even more certain. He knows the only reason this man revealed his name was to test how much the lizardmen know about the castle. Inside the Automation Castle, very few people know the Lord's true name or appearance. Even within the 4 clans loyal to him, only a handful are aware of it. Additionally, the name Hui is shared among those of the Lord's bloodline, and Rakrak has heard rumors that the Lord has 2 sons and 3 daughters. It is clear the human standing before him is not a woman, and judging by the wrinkles on his hands, he is no longer young either. This is how Rakrak figured out exactly who this man really is. The Lord of the Automation Castle is thoroughly impressed by how much Rakrak seemingly knows about them. He doesn't recall any lizardmen ever serving him closely enough for such crucial secrets to be leaked. So it's insane to think that Rakrak figured out this much about the Automation Castle without ever stepping foot inside. The man finally admits it. He is the Lord of the Automation Castle. He also admits that the gift he brought was legitimate. Once again, Rakrak isn't buying that. If there truly wasn't any price attached to that gift, then those greedy Sulcate idiots would have had no reason to reject it. It seems Rakrak has also figured out what exactly the Automation Castle is after. By providing free salt, they want the black-scaled tribe's protection. Once the tribe starts relying on that salt, they'll inevitably worry about the castle being attacked or looted. The downfall of the Automation Castle would mean no more salt for the lizardmen. Although Hui doesn't deny these intentions, he insists on calling it a trade. He even reminds Rakrak that the deal overwhelmingly benefits the black-scaled tribe, which is why he's curious why Rakrak refused. Rakrak then points out the real caveat. Why should he protect the Automation Castle when he can simply take it over? If he drives out the humans, the black-scaled tribe keeps the castle, the valley, and all the resources. And there it is. This is the exact same answer Hui got from the Sulcate. The reason the deal fell apart. Of course, Hui tries to shut that down by calling it a declaration of war, but Rakrak clarifies that diplomacy isn't a lizardman thing. They simply choose whichever option benefits them the most. Hui attempts to intimidate him by boasting about the power of the Automation Castle. Rakrak admits the black-scale tribe would suffer casualties, but insists they can still conquer it. After all, the blue insect god is the one they have faith in. If their god decides to intervene, those tall walls around the Automation Castle will crumble like wet clay, and its soldiers will be crushed under divine might. Not to mention, the Lord of the Castle is sitting right in front of them. Killing him would make the conquest a child's play. The man laughs in response. He's certain Rakrak won't dare kill him, because if he dies, Rakrak loses any way of knowing who the next heir of the Automation Castle will be. At first, Rakrak doesn't think that information is worth much, so Hui decides to teach him a little about a board game called Go. It's a game where players place black and white stones on intersecting lines. The strategy is simple. Surround the opponent completely. Right now, Hui represents one of those stones. This whole thing, this war, this expansion, is just a game of Go played by 2 gods. Rakrak and his opponents are merely the stones, moved by higher beings. The Black-Scale tribe has entered the second round, facing the Gnolls. This time, the thing at stake is the Automation Castle. Whoever wins this round becomes its rightful owner. Hui already knows Rakrak has been meddling with the upcoming succession inside the castle. Some lizardmen and their followers have reached out to his children, trying to get them to believe in the lizardmen's god. By now, some of his children have already begun believing. The cat is out of the bag, and Rakrak doesn't bother hiding it. This approach is the best and cleanest way to take the Automation Castle, a method that requires almost no bloodshed. To understand how Rakrak made all this possible, we cut back to 3 weeks ago. Nebula is suddenly approached by Hegemonia, the second-ranked player of Perished World and his usual rival. Hegemonia tries to catch up with him like an old friend, but Nebula wants him to cut the crap and get to the point. Turns out, the 2 of them are the players chosen to battle for the Automation Castle. The fact that it's still early in the game and the top players are already clashing makes things worse. This will be the final round, and whoever loses is finished forever. Nebula already knows Hegemonia's playstyle. He has insane instincts, multitasks like a monster, and thrives in early game wars, exactly the kind of fight Nebula doesn't want. So instead of a direct war, Nebula chooses a different path. He activates contradictory prophecies. Here's how prophecy works in Perished World. A player can use the skill once their divinity hits level 6. It's basically a quest they assign themselves. Fulfilling it gives huge experience. Failing it is catastrophic. A failed prophecy makes the player lose all experience invested and all faith points tied to it. Worse, it can trigger a random negative event. Now, when 2 players create prophecies that contradict each other, one gets the reward and the other gets the penalty. Hegemonia is all in for it, though he wants to know what the prophecy should be about. Nebula remembers that it's almost time for the Automation Castle to select a new lord. Only the current lord knows the exact time of the succession ritual. So Nebula proposes a prophecy. Who will become the next lord of the Automation Castle? Out of the 5 children of the current lord, they have to choose one. As long as both players choose different heirs and prophesy that their chosen character will become the next lord, their prophecies are bound to contradict. Hegemonia already has the list of siblings from which they can select. The first is the eldest son, Dan, a man in his early 30s. He is strong, intelligent, and highly trusted by Hui. Since 2 of the 4 clans serving the Lord support him, He is the most likely candidate to inherit the title. Next is Jun, a man in his late 20s. He is the half-brother of Dan, and most consider him weak. He rarely appears in public and has no interest in the throne. He is supported by only one clan, which is from his mother's side. The third child is Jin, a woman in her late 20s who shares the same mother as Dan, the Lord's legal wife. She likes to disguise herself, sneak out for parties, and mingles well with brutes like hunters. She has the backing of the last remaining clan. Fourth is Kyung, a woman in her early 20s. She has a different mother than the first and second child, and as far as Hegemonia knows, her mother has already passed away. There is something uncanny about Kyung's appearance, an effect of a curse. Because of this, she has been isolated not only by the Lord, but by the clans as well. Last is the fifth child Min, currently in her mid-teens. She is said to be highly intelligent and talented in many ways. Being the youngest, she is naturally the most beloved by the Lord. With the 5 candidates introduced, it's finally time for both players to choose their characters. Hegemonia is even willing to give Nebula as much time as he wants. But Nebula has already done his homework. He's ready to make his pick. They each pick one heir, and the system prepares to initiate the contradictory prophecy skill. Before the skill activates, the system warns them of the consequences. Nebula accepts and proceeds to finalize his choice. Hegemonia selects Seo Hui's second child, Jun Hui, to be the next lord of the Automation Castle. Nebula, on the other hand, chooses the fourth child, Kyung Hui, the supposedly cursed one. Hegemonia is visibly surprised by Nebula's pick. Now that they have chosen different characters, the contradictory prophecy is officially triggered. Cut back to Rakrak and Hui's meeting. Hui has begun suspecting that the Black-Scaled tribe and the Null tribe are deeply tied to the rumors circling around, and the fact that he's still alive after meeting the chiefs of both tribes only confirms it. Their gods are in conflict, and he is merely a stone on their board. Rakrak finally speaks to wrap up the conversation. Hui has 2 choices. He can choose Salkate or the Black-Scaled tribe, the Gnolls or the Lizardmen, the Raging Teeth God or the Blue Insect God. Of course, this isn't as easy as it sounds. It's like choosing between sticking your head into the mouth of a saber-toothed tiger or a cockatoo. Rakrak assures him that the cockatoo is the better option, but according to Salkite, the tiger's mouth is better. For now, Hui doesn't want to choose either tribe. To Rakrak, this sounds like Hui is surrendering himself to the fate of being just another stone. Hui decides to end the discussion and prepares to leave. But before departing, he asks Rakrak one last thing. Rakrak is also a stone on the board. Doesn't that make him angry or afraid? The Lizardman simply smiles and promises to answer once everything is over. A while later, Hui reunites with his crew. After shaving off the beard he grew over the journey, he mounts his horse and heads back to the Automation Castle. Around 3 weeks earlier, we see Kyung Hui struggling to climb a mountain alone. Well, climb isn't quite accurate. Her cart full of salt rolled off the narrow path, leaving her clinging to a rock for dear life. Here's some background on Kyung. Ever since she can remember, she's been told she's cursed. She was shunned by the clans, accused of being the devil who killed her mother. But she doesn't blame them. Ever since childhood, she has been at the center of one freak accident after another. At 13, she fell down the market stairs. At 14, she was accused of being a salt thief and got locked up for a few days. At 15, she fell through the bathroom floor. Yes, literally, that one almost killed her. Honorable mentions include water jars falling on her head or being chased all night by a pack of rabid dogs. So climbing this mountain shouldn't be too hard, right? Wrong. It's exhausting as hell. Right now, she's reached a steep section with nothing left to grab onto. If she jumps quickly enough, she might reach the next ledge. But it's risky, like very risky. Thankfully, she doesn't need to resort to such dangerous theatrics. A lizard man is waiting over the cliff to lend her a hand. It seems like the girl is seeing this lizard man for the first time and wants him to introduce himself. However, the lizard man doesn't think she should worry about formal introductions given her precarious situation. He finds her quite bold for managing to take a cart fully loaded with salt down such a narrow path prone to landslides. If only the wheel hadn't broken, she would have crossed the mountains already. Upon her insistence, the lizardman finally introduces himself as Saren Mule. She expresses her gratitude for the much-needed help and attempts to go on her way, but Saren stops her because he isn't done yet. The situation takes a twisted turn when she realizes that this lizard man knows her real name. She immediately reaches for her knife while shooting deadly daggers through her eyes. Saren immediately surrenders, claiming that he learned her name from Chief Rakrak. To be honest, he admits that the chief is the one who ordered him to find her. The girl wants to confirm if he is actually talking about Rakrak the Hunter, the Lizard Man of Thunder, and the first chosen one. What confuses her even more is why Rakrak would be looking for her. Saren doesn't know all the details, but the chief is most likely seeking her out due to the rumors circulating about her. It seems Kyung has no clue what rumors he is talking about. She's been out of the Automation Castle for a while now, traveling to buy silk. According to Saran, the first rumor claims that the Lord's second child will become the new Lord of the Automation Castle. As for the second, it claims the Lord's fourth child will take the throne. Hearing rumors revolving around her, it's a no-brainer that these are fake. After all, she is an illegitimate child who isn't even interested in the Automation Castle's politics. It is highly likely that one of her brothers spread those false rumors to gain something out of it. So she figures she isn't the person Saran should be looking for. Instead, he'd better go find her other siblings. Internally, however, she finds her situation quite distressing. This lizardman knows her true identity, even though the children of the Lord must keep their identity identities a secret. Even though this guy is strong, she feels she has no option but to take her chances and kill him. It looks like Saren knows exactly what she is thinking. This is why he reveals that he has also been ordered to protect her. Of course, this throws her into confusion, prompting the lizard man to explain the situation. Even though she deems the talk of the town to be mere false rumors, the main families of the Automation Castle wouldn't just overlook them. They will do their absolute best to eliminate her to reduce the variables in play before the succession ceremony. The woman refuses to consider his help, claiming she is more than capable of protecting herself. But Saren sticks to his guns. He will honor the orders he has been given. Eventually, she pulls back her bangs and shows him the horns protruding from her head. She has trimmed them, but they will grow back from the base. It's a curse she has been haunted by, born after tearing through her mother's belly with these very horns and killing one of her siblings along the way. She believes she only attracts misfortune to others, which is why she prefers to be a loner. Saren feels sad about her condition, but he doesn't really care if she is cursed or not. He is here to represent the will of the tribe as per the orders of the chief. If she refuses, he will be left with no choice but to use force. Kyung internalizes her situation. If scaring this big guy doesn't work, she has no option but to cave in. Now that she thinks about it, given the terrain, traveling with this lizard man isn't a bad idea. After all, he has sworn to protect her life, which means he's going to help her if she puts herself in danger. First, she needs to get the silk, so she decides to go down and then come back up. Saren reminds her of the injuries on her leg. Instead of diving deep into the thick of it recklessly, it would be way better if she learned to ask someone for help. The girl gets embarrassed. A while later, they are on their way, with Saren carrying the silk. As they walk, she questions how he figured out her location. Well, Saren had been looking for her under the alias everyone knows, Mingzi. Her associates didn't even ask for a bribe for the information. They were more than happy to give it up for free. They also told him that she holds an ambition of starting her own silk business. From there, Saren learned that one of them even lent her a cart, which she never returned. This girl basically ripped off the poor guy, and it has been a few days since she went missing. Saren finds it hilarious that she wants to build a big business, yet she is trampling all over the fundamental of every business, which is trust. After a short walk, the Automation Castle is right in their sights. Then, things take a twisted turn. Someone tries to ambush her with a thrown dagger. Saren shields her with his own body, leaving the dagger lodged in his hand. The ones trying to assassinate her are these green guys. Seems like the succession battle has already begun. In no time, Saren manages to dismantle all the goblins. Even Kyung is surprised by how skilled this lizard man is in combat. Speaking of which, she recalls learning about an infamous lizardman warrior called Yuri. Saren confirms the rumors. He is actually the best warrior in the black-scaled lizard tribe. In fact, he learned all his techniques from Yuri. As for how he learned the art of medication, he picked it up from Zayal when he was working as her errand boy. Zayal is the one in charge of the black-scale tribe's internal affairs, as well as the wife of Rak. Since Siren had been under her supervision, it's no wonder he is a talented individual and picked up a few tricks. Furthermore, the fact that he learned how to fight from Yuri explains why he holds an important position in the tribe. The fact that someone like him came to protect her might be a huge game changer. Suddenly, she gets shocked seeing Saren handing over her silk. Of course, she doesn't like the idea, but it's crucial to act sycophantic. A while later, they finally reach the Automation Castle, only to realize that the gates are closed. Authorities are preventing people from entering. Kyung approaches one of the travelers and questions why the doors are shut. The fox guy warns her in particular not to enter, especially since she is a silk merchant. Even if she enters, she won't be allowed to exit. It goes without saying that some internal affairs are causing distress in the Automation Castle. In the household of the Gyo family, Kyung meets her business partner Gyo Jung, who lent her the cart. Instead of feeling gratitude, she is out here lashing out at him for lending her a defective piece, though Gyo Jung believes it's her own fault. Anyhow, he asks if anything noteworthy happened during her travels other than the cart crash. Kyung reveals the assassination attempt, which she luckily survived thanks to this lizard man. Siren introduces himself and Gyo Jung responds in kind. He is the leader of the Gyo family, one of the 4 families of the Automation Castle. Saren feels glad to announce that the goblins who attempted the assassination claimed that the Gyo family was unrelated to the incident. The leader of the Gyo family doubles down on this, stating his family wouldn't stoop so low. Kyung then questions him about the reason behind the strict surveillance in the Automation Castle. She is pretty sure no one would give a damn just because the cursed 4th daughter was ambushed. Well, it turns out an assassination attempt took place inside the castle too. Now that the castle lord has left, a leading heir of the Automation Castle, her brother Hui Dan, went missing. A while later, all 3 visit the room where the assassination attempt took place. The room fills Kyung with nostalgia. She was very close to her brother at a young age, but they grew distant as time passed. Saren suddenly notices blood staining the floor. The stains clearly show that someone tried to wipe the blood away. If the puddle of blood was this big, it doesn't take much effort to deduce that the victim is already dead. Even the authorities found the evidence, but the problem is, they couldn't find his corpse. After finding these traces, they blocked off the castle gates so the culprit wouldn't be able to take the corpse out. The corpse will definitely rot and start to smell. If that happens, it's only a matter of time before the culprit is caught. But then again, Kyung finds it odd. The culprit mustn't be dumb enough to not consider this possibility before committing the murder. Regardless, it's not her problem, and she decides not to think too much of it. Out of the blue, she senses an ominous presence. Something dark is talking to her. The entity is willing to expose the culprit. As she is occupied with her internal turmoil, Saren can clearly sense that she is feeling unwell. It looks like she has found the answers they had been investigating. She wants to know about a person who possesses a pot big enough for a corpse to be stored in without being suspected. They need a person who utilizes pots used to store meat. 2 names come to mind. Either the owner of a butcher shop or a hunter. If someone wanted to prolong the decay of a corpse, preserving it in salt is an optimal solution. Someone who can easily take a hunter around with them in the castle, and someone who has a lot of meat preserved in salt within pots at their home. Someone who naturally visits the office. If they are to narrow down the culprit with the conditions mentioned, the only person that fits this description is also a candidate for succession. That person is Hui Jin, Kyung's sister. Of course, Kyung's suspicions were right on the mark. Thus, even after she shared this tip with only a few individuals within the castle, by the time everyone had learned of Dan's death, they were already considering Jin as the main suspect. With no choice, Jin was forced to flee the automation castle since she was exposed. But her journey was cut short by her younger sister, Hui Min. She ambushed her own sister and had her killed right in front of her eyes. Then, she too got ambushed by her brother and stabbed to death along with the men who came to take care of Jin. With 3 siblings already pushing up daisies, Jun's path is mostly clear. The only target left for this man was our girl, Kyung. In the following days, Kyung got the shocking news that Jin and Min were found dead. At the same site where the other bodies were discovered, they found Dan's body too. By now, even a fool would understand who is behind all of these assassinations. Of course, that's Junhui. He knew Jin would strike first, and that Min would see it as an opportunity. Since he knew his siblings' sinister plans, he waited until they got rid of each other. She can tell that the assassination attempt she faced was also his doing. If it weren't for Saren saving her life, people would have thought of it as nothing beyond a robbery. It's finally time Kyung is actually in trouble, and she is totally prepared to face it. Gyo-jung then briefs them about the recent meeting the Geo clan held. Although other families are rooting for Junhui since he has the upper hand, the Geo clan has decided to gamble on her. The girl is thoroughly grateful for the gesture. To this, Jung makes it clear that they aren't favoring her out of their relationship, but because it is a calculated decision. The entire Geo clan wants her to survive. Before leaving, she promises to try her best. This time, she indeed wants to survive and get over it. There is finally someone who has actually put their faith in someone like her, and she doesn't want to let them down. In the following days, Kyung is in one of the heated meetings. The members of the Geo clan want to get rid of Junhui altogether, rather than just dodging his assassination attempts. But then again, it's not that easy to pull off. The Sang clan as well as the Tu clan are both on his side. The only way they can win this succession war is if they get at least the Su clan on their side. While they argue back and forth, Kyung notices her antlers growing at an unusual speed. They are growing so fast nowadays that she doesn't want to bother cutting them over and over. Saren wouldn't even have let her try had he known that she would bleed if she cut them. Anyhow, she reflects on her current situation as a whole. A week ago, she was just running around trying to do some silk business. Now, she is stuck here fighting for succession somehow. As if on cue, a reporter comes running to report the early arrival of the Lord of the Automation Castle. It is estimated that he will probably arrive by tomorrow morning. Also, there is a message that scouts wanted to reach Kyung only. As he leans closer to whisper the juicy details to her, we realize that this bastard is an assassin too, but he is quickly dealt with by Kyung's bodyguards. The guy was taken down before he could even swing the dagger he was hiding. This guy was actually from the Geo clan, which means that he was bribed by the opposing party. To think that they can't even trust the people around them only makes the situation worse. To make matters worse, a full-blown battle has erupted outside. Junhui is dead set on taking care of her before the Lord of the Automation Castle arrives, which is why she is told to flee before things take a twisted turn. They've got no choice but to use this underground pathway. The girl is not really thrilled to walk through this underground gutter, but they have no choice and eventually hop inside. As they walk through this stinky place, Saren isn't expecting the girl to hold up so well. Unsurprisingly, she claims that she already has first-hand experience falling into latrines before. She almost died that day when she fell, but thankfully, a huge pile of excrement cushioned her fall. She then further rolled down all the way to the sewage without getting hurt, but there wasn't a single ray of light in there. Just when she was about to succumb to her terrible fate, she saw floating lights. She followed that perilous lighting and managed to get out of the gutter. The insects that showed her the path were fireflies, and the fact that those insects don't really belong in a place like this speaks to it being a miracle. Well, it doesn't take Saren too long to realize who exactly rescued her. Though he doesn't say it out loud, he pretends that it must be some different species that stumbled into this latrine. Eventually, they get to the exit door. Saren decides to take the lead from here. If he doesn't come back after some time, she is ordered to run in the opposite direction. While that guy is gone, Kyung is left there to think about how considerate Saren actually is. It is only because of him that she is even alive at this point. It's been 3 weeks that she has been arguing against his will, but he is stubbornly upholding his word. Suddenly, she hears some unpleasant sounds. This reminds her of the warning he gave her about running back. But instead of retreating, she rebels against her fears and dashes straight ahead to rescue her friend. As soon as she gets out of the gutter, she spots Saren pierced by a spear. Her brother Jun is also there, feeling smug about taking care of this lizard already. Saren, however, refuses to show any signs of weakness despite being injured. Jun finds the lizard quite bold for his persistence. He orders his lackeys to take care of Kyung while ignoring the lizard, but Saren isn't letting that happen. He charges forward and begins striking down those pesky humans left and right. After breaking off the spear lodged in his back, he expresses his frustration at her for making the wrong decision, even though running away was the optimal choice. Nonetheless, he also likes her boldness. She willingly took the plunge to fight rather than flee. He reckons that she is just like him. Even though he was only ordered to protect her, not risk his life, he did so nonetheless. As they stand side by side, ready to fight their enemy, Jun orders his lackeys to take down either of them and earn a cart full of silk. As much as those lackeys want to take down this lizard man, they are hesitant too. They are dreading the possibility that this lizard man might be the chosen one. But their wise leader reminds them that if he were one of the chosen, he wouldn't have hidden his power until he got stabbed in the back with a spear. Meanwhile, Saren is assessing his current situation. The wall on the other side is mostly concentrated salt crystal, and it is directly connected to a salt mine nearby. He tells the girl that they are going to run to the right, much to her confusion since there is a wall standing tall there. Saren admits that he is not a chosen one, but that doesn't mean he is just your run-of-the-mill lizard. After all, he is the second best warrior of his tribe. As the enemy charges ahead, he tells her to get ready to sprint in the right direction. My guy puts his hands over his head and bulldozes through the wall like a goddamn armadillo, much to everyone's shock. Seeing them escaping, Jun yells at his goons to chase after them. Even though our duo has escaped the immediate danger, Saren is bleeding heavily, making his escape hard. To make matters worse, they hit a dead end in the tunnel. Before he bleeds to death, she suggests pulling the rest of the spear out, but he decides against it. If he is to pull it out now, he is going to bleed uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, Kyung begins crying. Saren is astonished to see this, not because he is shocked to see her crying, but due to the fact that he is happy she is weeping for him. The girl blames herself for the misfortune she brings to people around her, and she blames her curse for this. However, Saren doesn't think that way. He reminds her of the astronomical amount of threats they have faced over the last 3 weeks. Despite it all, she has overcome everything and survived. Normally, people would call that good luck. This is the moment that changes everything for her. Her perspective indeed changes on her situation, forcing her to acknowledge that she is indeed blessed with good luck. Saren recalls the first time they met. He went down the cliff to retrieve the silk that day. While doing so, he noticed something strange about the cart. There were signs that someone had intentionally damaged the part of the cart that's supposed to hold the axle in place. She borrowed the cart from Young before the fight for lordship had truly begun. As for past events, it is also suspicious that the flooring of the latrine broke so easily under the weight of a mere child. He believes that, unrelated to the fight for lordship, someone had been after her life. Once again, that ominous cursed sound echoes in her head. The voice exposes Kyung for pretending not to know the fact that she is being targeted. In fact, she also knew who has been after her, and who actually wants her dead. Eventually, her brother and his goons finally corner the duo. He is feeling smug that they are now stuck deep inside the salt mine. They won't be able to break through the walls and escape like before. After getting the signal, the underlings rush toward the injured opponent. Currently, the only thing Saren is banking on is the luck that has always helped Kyung escape deep shit. And then, a miracle finally happens. A blob of electricity begins to materialize between the two parties, and out pops the stingray. The stingray has arrived to announce the good news. Siren Mule has been chosen. The lackeys don't understand what this creature is yapping about. As for their scummy leader, he is losing his patience and yells at them to charge the front lines. Meanwhile, Saren is quite astonished to become one of the chosen ones. After all, there had only been 5 people from his tribe. Counting him makes it 6. The only other possibility is that one of the existing chosen ones has died. And that person is Stargazer, leaving an open spot for a successor. Since Saren is the second most courageous person in his tribe, he is qualified to take the mantle. From now on, Saren will be acting as a proxy for God's will. Those who carry God's will possess the ability to borrow and draw upon God's power too. From this point onward, he is officially one of the chosen ones. Looks like the tides of battle are about to turn. Since the monster has disappeared, the leader orders his minions to seize the opportunity and strike. The goons unsuspectingly begin running toward their demise. As for our Chad lizard, he is out here totally supercharged with electricity. After yanking the spear out of his belly, he quickly cauterizes the wound to stop the bleeding. The poor guys heading toward him have likely failed to read the grim situation they're in. After extending his hand, he calls down a thunderstrike, electrocuting the entire flock and knocking them out cold. The ones remaining standing quickly turn on their heels and begin retreating, along with their coward of a leader, of course. I guess they are missing out on their only chance to capture our duo, because Seiran is exhausted as hell after that move. But Kyung doesn't seem to realize it. Given how strong this power packs a punch, why don't the Black Scale tribe fight the Clipped Ear tribe? It seems like Seiran knows the reason. This power has drawbacks that restrict the wielder from exploiting it. Seiran can already feel some sort of mental exhaustion kicking in. Perhaps this is why Owen would always smoke a cigarette after using this power. This makes Kyung concerned about him, but he assures her he's fine. In fact, he is feeling a little better now that he isn't losing any blood. A while later, Seiran can be seen frying the others in his path too. Let's not forget about Hegemonia, who had placed his bet on Junhui, the candidate who was supposed to win the succession ceremony. Hegemonia has no choice but to step in and not let Nebula snag the victory. He sends his saber-toothed lion to fight against Seiran. Our duo has no clue where the fuck this overgrown cat came from. The tiger runs out of patience and lunges. Seiran doesn't hold back either. He uses all of his power and electrocutes the big cat, roasting it alive. At this point, Kyung is losing her brain cells. How in the fuck does a saber-toothed tiger infiltrate the automation castle and come straight into the salt mines? She has seen so much unbelievable shit in just the span of a few hours that she wants to faint. Seeing yet another bizarre thing outside this cave is the last thing she wants to happen. Outside the cave, they finally corner Jun, who has the audacity to complain about his situation. His audacity surely gets on Kyung's nerves, since he was the one who started all this shit. Instead of taking accountability for his actions, the bastard pins all the blame on her for meddling in the fight for inheritance, which supposedly should have been only between siblings. He blames her for involving outsiders. a species that poses a direct threat to humans. The guys hiding behind our duo suddenly launch an ambush, only for them to get slaughtered unnecessarily. Jun can't believe his stupid eyes. The display of sheer stamina and strength this lizard man is showing is unfathomable, especially given the fact that he should have collapsed from exhaustion a long time ago due to blood loss. Finally, our girl snaps back at this hypocrite of a brother. He is the one who is detrimental to the development of the Automation Castle. The Automation Castle is a place that lives off trade, but by not getting involved with nearby forces, they are voluntarily isolating themselves. Because of that, the Automation Castle's influence may weaken, and nearby forces who harbor ill intentions might invade the castle to take control. If only her brother were a little smarter, he wouldn't have made these stupid decisions. On the other hand, she ain't dumb and numb-minded like the rest of her siblings. She has a desire to do something far greater for the cause of the Automation Castle, rather than being selfish. Seems like her words have no effect on this low-level scum. He claims he never considered her one of his siblings. With that declaration, he spreads his fan, which clearly indicates that the guy is up to something. Perhaps it's some sort of signal. She suspects this gesture is meant to alarm a hidden assassin somewhere in the warehouse in front of them. Well, there is indeed an arrow heading toward them. Kyung's ominous reflection makes her aware of it. The reflection makes it abundantly clear that they are about to die soon if the arrow isn't stopped. She is already too slow. Saren, on the other hand, has noticed the incoming arrow. However, he is short by a second. The ominous entity would have warned her about this assassin even before the arrow was released, but her horns aren't fully grown yet, so that possibility was out of the equation. Now Kyung gotta imagine a way in which she successfully evades the oncoming arrow. The girl thinks for a moment and figures that blowing wind can help the arrow ricochet in a different direction. The ominous entity approves of this possibility, and promptly, it generates a small tornado, causing the arrow to veer off course. Everyone is shocked, and so is Kyung. She is questioning the true nature of this ominous entity. What is this entity actually? A curse? Or luck? The entity claims she is neither of those. It can see limitless possibilities for the future, and can choose the path that will be most suitable for the situation and bring the most benefits. In simpler terms, the entity can manipulate probability. Right then, a system notification informs Nebula about Hui Kyung awakening a demonic property. It's called probability. Hegemonia feels like the biggest clown out here for thinking that what Kyung had going for her wasn't a curse after all. Bro is crashing out over his dumb mistake while Nebula is having a dab moment. Hegemonia is damn certain that this character had been identified as a cursed entity, so what gives? He blames Nebula for altering the character's description, but Nebula reminds his rival that her description had always been like this, even before they came into this world. This begs the question, how did Nebula know that she had a demonic property? Well, Nebula didn't know from the beginning either. He had thought it was a curse that brings bad luck as well. But then Nebula realized something. The countless unlucky-looking incidents that had happened to Hui Kyung were actually assassination attempts people made against her. He had realized this detail when the washroom floors broke. It was because the head maid had destroyed the floorboards before the girl came inside. However, even in situations where she could have gotten stabbed or buried alive, the girl walked away just fine. It was then that Nebula finally had an epiphany. The thing inside Hui Kyung wasn't the worst curse of unlikeliness, but the demonic property of probability, which can bring a lot of fortune if used well. Even though Nebula got lucky with his pick, Hegemonia believes that he hasn't lost yet. His character, Jun Hui, still hasn't been defeated. The situation only swings in his favor when the Lord of the Automation Castle also arrives. He commands everyone to stop. Since the Lord himself has come back, the family would need to cease fighting. To end all of this chaos, the Lord will choose a successor. Hegemonia is dead certain that the Lord will pick Hui Jun as his successor. After all, both father and son share similar political alignments, putting Kyung at a significant disadvantage. Here's where Nebula strongly disagrees with his rival. The moment of truth has finally arrived. The Lord steps forward, orders the skirmish to cease, and decides to announce the next successor on the spot. But before he makes his decision, Kyung wants to ask a fairly simple question. Why have you tried your absolute best all my life to assassinate me? This takes the Lord by surprise, though he seems prepared to encounter this situation. The spectators, as well as Jun, are shocked to hear her bold accusation. The Lord doesn't deny it but wants her to confirm since when she found that out. The girl claims she knew about it for a long time now. She just decided not to think about it and overlooked it. She just never wanted to believe it. The truth is, the reason he tried to kill her was the fact that her mother passed away while giving birth to her. She also knows that he intentionally tainted her name with the cursed label, a lie he stirred up by himself. The father finally confesses his wrongdoings. His wife's body was too weak to give birth, and thus she passed away. That woman was special to him, and losing her inflicted an astronomical amount of pain upon him. At that moment, the only word that came to his mind was curse. The father chose to believe that Kyung's horns were the curse that caused her mother, Ryo's, death. The position of Castle Lord was full of never-ending difficult days, and she had taken away the only thing the Lord held precious. Once the confession ends, Kyung gives her father the moment to make his final decision. However, his son Jun immediately interrupts, questioning his father if he is going to be swayed by guilt and pick her over him. The father reassures his worried son. Even though he is tired and emotionally drained, he will make his judgment purely for the sake of the Automation Castle. This is the last decision he can make with free will as a pawn of the gods. The Lord takes a breath as he is about to state his choice. Meanwhile, one of the gods in question, namely Hegemonia, begs and prays for the gods he knows to have the situation favor him. Nebula finds it quite ironic. Praying to gods won't do jack shit because Hegemonia himself is the god. Meanwhile, Kyung's demonic property comes forth, and just by reading the mere lip movement of the Lord, it deduces that Kyung is to be the next owner of the Automation Castle, though Kyung doesn't seem too happy about it. The reason is that her father is merely choosing her her out of guilt, even if he isn't aware of it. If she is chosen, it won't take long for rumors to spread that the Lord gave up his position to his daughter out of pity. June is further going to fuel these rumors. This is going to make her doubt herself, believing that she was merely chosen because of her luck, not merit. That's why the 4 families of the Automation Castle will refuse to follow her, and even the position of Castle Lord she receives will be at risk. Keeping this in mind, she insists to the demonic property that she doesn't want to be chosen as her father's successor. She wants to obtain that position by herself. So before her father designates her as the next lord, she interrupts and proclaims her desire to become the lord of the Automation Castle. Her confident declaration leaves everyone stunned, especially her scummy brother. You see, directly demanding the position of lord from the lord himself would be considered rebellion and a direct threat to his authority. That's exactly why everyone is wondering where the hell she got the courage to question his authority and threaten him in front of all the soldiers. In order to humble everyone around her, she gestures to Saren, and the lizardman summons forth his electrical powers, causing a wave of shock. At this point, it should be pretty clear to everyone that Saren is a chosen one of the Blackscale tribe. Even if he doesn't have the ability to kill everyone here, he certainly has the ability to kill the Lord and take her away. However, Jun tries to convince his father that they are just putting up an act of bravado. The lizard man is already bruised and battered. He has no strength to hold out against their men, but the father thinks otherwise. Back when he visited the Blackscale tribe, he had already observed the might of the chosen one. For one thing, he is damn sure that Rokrak isn't someone they should mess with. The Lord internalizes his situation. Rokrak is a pawn of the gods, a stone on the table that is supposed to act as a deterrence, making sure the Lord of the Automation Castle isn't making foolish decisions. Anyhow, he warns her that if the Lord of the Automation Castle is to die without designating his successor, the families of the Automation Castle will delegate someone as the next heir from within their families, meaning Kyung will have no chance. Of course, Kyung is aware of the situation, and she is prepared for it. If that happens, she will merely lend a little help from the Blackscale tribe and expel everyone out of the castle who dares to stand against her. The scummy brother uses her words to yell at her, calling her ill-intentioned trash. At this point, the Lord of the Automation Castle knows what he is supposed to do. He steps forward and officially hands out his position to Kyung. Unsurprisingly, the scummy brother sinks down in utter defeat, his knees losing all strength. A few days go by, and the Automation Castle is livelier than ever, with its local economy seeing exponential growth. Everyone attributes all the credit to the fight that happened for the succession. The economic shift and potential growth are insane, with more and more traders visiting the place. Species of different races and people from different walks of life are all coming in. The important 4 families have been quiet given the growth of the Automation Castle. This clearly indicates that they aren't rebelling against the new lord's drastic decisions. Unsurprisingly, Jun is out here listening to all this pleasant gossip spreading around regarding the positive change that the new Automation Castle lord has brought. Being the scummy brother who got defeated, he can't stomach it and decides to sneak out of the castle during the night. He plans to abandon his home and find somewhere else to amass influence and power, making sure he returns with a bang. As he is about to depart, Saren walks into the scene, interrupting the guy's flight. They argue for a while before Jun is on his way, since he isn't entitled to tell others where he is going. Well, Saren agrees to this much. Jun doesn't owe him any explanation. However, he wouldn't like someone like Jun to live much longer, as he could become a pain in the ass later on for the entire Automation Castle. As the man rides his horse out of the castle, an assassin goblin leaps up from the castle wall upon Saren's gesture and claims the bastard's head. With Jun officially dead, Hegemonia has finally lost to Nebula. Nebula likes how his rival is acknowledging his defeat so gallantly. But then again, acknowledging defeat is part of the process that helps you grow to become a better player. After Hegemonia acknowledged his loss, he left without any resistance. He promised that he would take the Knoll tribe across the continent and go until they reached the end of the West. It seemed he didn't really care about failing the prophecy, nor was he worried about the consequences of failing a prophecy. He is going to march forth while absorbing techniques from the continent's residents. With the withdrawal of Hegemonia's species, this gives Nebula an opportunity to use the already paved roads and increase his forces. The North Shore regions and the peninsula's southern half are all coastal areas, so Nebula might get the opportunity to utilize that. The abominable god those frogmen had with them possessed dominion over the sea, but since the serpent only occupied a lake, he was not able to put his dominion to use. But since Nebula has that sea dominion, coastal areas may benefit him after all. That's a matter for later. For now, he wants to see the current lord. Cutting to Hui-kyung, the girl falls asleep and begins to descend into some sort of dream. Upon opening her eyes, she is met by a mysterious figure in a cloak standing in front of her. It doesn't take her long to realize that it's the blue insect god. Instantly, she falls down to her knees and bows in respect, grateful for the help and generosity the blue insect god has shown her so far. She is just a mere human and doesn't feel she is valuable to the almighty god. So she isn't sure how she is going to pay him back for his help. Nebula suddenly conjures up an iron plate in the palm of his hands. It's a metal that merchants use to trade. She openly admits to being short-sighted and apologizes for not understanding what the Almighty wants to tell her. Perhaps she considers that God is asking her for money. She is suddenly spooked by Saren, who comes from behind. She is shocked that how is he even here? And before she can ask him any questions, her vision fades, snapping her back into reality. She knows what she saw wasn't just a simple dream, but she has no clue what the blue insect god was trying to tell her. Since he was showing her that iron plate, perhaps it's something related to that. Just as she is brainstorming what that plate might mean, she hears someone boast about the quality of the silk in the market. It's some lizardman who is selling the silk, and the buyer has never seen such fine material before. The buyer introduces himself as someone who traveled from the west all the way here. It's a place where the sun dawns. With the Knoll tribe displaced, the road from the west was finally open for him to pass. The lizard man is glad to meet someone from the west and wouldn't mind trading with him. The buyer, who is supposedly a troll, wants to buy all the silk. In exchange for that, he is willing to give iron plates. He has an entire pouch of these iron plates and is hoping that it would be enough to justify the price of the good quality silk he is getting. Well, the lizard man seems happy to see the amount and instantly agrees to hold this trade. However, Kyung interrupts the transaction and wants this troll to put his money back. She has already purchased this silk. The troll doesn't seem thrilled to hear it and wants the lizard man to confirm if it's true. Under the sharp gaze of Kyung, the poor lizard man has no choice but to validate the young girl's words. Not wanting any trouble, the orc proceeds to be on his way. Well, the only reason she interrupted the transaction is the fact that the lizard man was selling it at a very low price point. The lizard man argues that their transportation cost has lessened ever since the Knoll tribes left, so selling the silk at such low prices still fetches a good amount of profit. Of course, Kyung-hui knows this much too. After all, she is a merchant. But here is the real deal. Only the Black Scale tribe is capable of producing such niche products, meaning even if it costs very little to produce these niche items, they don't really need to lower the price along with it. Any product that falls into the luxury category can be charged for more. There is also another important thing she wants to mention here. It's the iron plate the troll had earlier. She puts one iron plate of her own on one side of the scale, while placing the troll's on the other. By comparing the weight, it becomes clear that the orc was giving them an inferior quality iron plate. It weighs very little compared to the other iron plate. She lectures him to always check the weight of the iron plates before closing any deals. Right then, Rockrak arrives there with an iron plate of his own. He liked that weight balancing contraption and wants her to weigh his iron plate too. Upon grabbing it, the girl realizes that this particular iron plate is very different from the others. Rockrak explains that this iron plate is made out of an ancient relic they found in an ancient ruin. It's of good quality, but it was too hard to smelt, so the blacksmiths gave up on it altogether. This is why he has come here, thinking that the automation castle may be able to smelt this iron and make weapons out of it. It is at that moment Kyung realizes what the blue insect god meant. He certainly wants her to create weapons. Of course, she proudly affirms that the automation castle can handle it. However, it looks like she is going to face some shame soon. The blacksmith she tasked to do this smelting task has came back with some caveats. At first, the dude was all confident that he could handle the job, so Kyung agreed. However, now the blacksmith reports that he was only able to produce literally a single spear point, working all night with all his might. What usually takes around 10 hits to mold iron is taking at least 30 to 40 hits. That's why he can't work on this shit for a prolonged period of time. If he is to take a moment of respite in between, the bloomery will cool down, which is going to consume more charcoal than necessary. Not to mention, training an entire staff just to smelt this metal is an entirely different ballgame. Eventually, Kyung dismisses the blacksmith with disappointment. While the blacksmith feels happy to finally be over this shit that is way above his paycheck, Kyung is feeling hopeless about how she is going to honor the promise she made with Chief Rockrak. Back then, she confidently took the job, but now retracting her words would make her look like a useless partner. However, Saren is dead set that Rockrak wouldn't take any kind of offense. After all, he is one of the most benevolent people out here. He wouldn't even say anything that might remotely make her feel bad about her failure on the job. Saren may be right, but Kyung still doesn't want to lose face like this. Eventually, she decides to utilize her last resort. She wants him to follow her, as there is something she's got to confirm for herself. They eventually descend into a dark corridor, where they stumble across a mud monster cruising around. These creatures have free will of their own, so no one in Automation Castle can boss them around. However, these mud dolls aren't the highlight of this visit. She eventually opens the door and shows Saren what lies behind it. Well, there is a water wheel spinning with the help of a waterfall. It's the first time Saren has seen such an unusual contraption. This waterfall is Automation Castle's water reserve. Thankfully, it's located inside the inner palace, so there is no way in hell the enemy can loot their water. The important detail to note here is the wheel under that waterfall, a kind of contraption that helps produce incredible power without rest. Kyung not only wants to utilize its power to smelt iron plates, but she also wants to evolve this power source to revolutionize the entire Automation Castle. For that, she wants Saren's help, and the guy is willing to lend a hand. A few days later, Kyung has already started working on new blueprints for their advanced water wheel, designed to generate more energy than they've ever had. They have increased the height of the waterfall and added extra wheels for additional power. She seeks Zael's thoughts on the blueprints. Unsurprisingly, she approves of the new design. Since they have enough water flowing, she is certain that it can spin all the wheels. Though implementing and building this new design will require a lot of manpower, resulting in the need for a substantial budget. After all, they would need to import sturdy wood that doesn't grow in this area in large quantities. Kyung isn't concerned with money-related problems, but even if they have enough money, Zael wants her to look at things from another angle. The main issue is whether they can actually make all the spending worth it. Kyung's position within the castle is already quite weak, and using a large lump of funds to gain barely anything in return would attract a lot of criticism. A few days later, Kyung can be seen sitting alone, brainstorming new ideas. She even invokes her demonic property of probability to foretell the future for her. The demonic property clarifies that she doesn't wield the power of prophecy. Like, she can't see the future and predict what is going to happen. She can merely manipulate the current moment to tilt the odds in her favor. In simpler terms, she doesn't watch the movie of the future. She edits the movie while it is playing to make the outcome of that particular moment favorable for Kyung. However, Kyung still ends up explaining how her new water wheel design is going to work. And when she asks if this would work, the demonic property refuses to answer. After all, she has already made it clear that she can't see the future, though she does admit that the idea is kinda good. Eventually, Kyung makes up her mind. She's gonna materialize her idea into reality. And thus, the construction began. It goes without saying that they had to face many uncalculated challenges during construction, resulting in several major accidents. They even got scammed once while gathering the right materials. And most painful of all was the trial and error phase. In many failed attempts, they had to scrap the entire construction and start from the beginning. This not only drained their funds, but it was incredibly time-consuming too. Furthermore, there is already a shortage of workers, and the current labor force is already causing many problems. But Kyung doesn't have the patience to accommodate excuses. She has given her word to the blue insect god, and she's gonna honor it no matter the cost. Under her unshakable resolve and burning desire to uphold her word, her people have no option other than to obey her commands, despite the many caveats. Even Nebula is surprised to see her taking things so seriously. He doesn't even remember asking her to build 4 wheels. I guess this much is expected. The human race is more goal-oriented, dedicating their lives to materializing their cause. Lizardmen compared to them are quite dim-witted and tactless. Anyhow, Kyung's mention of the blue insect god actually helped increase the construction period. The other families of the automation castle were unlikely to resist much. After all, they must be feeling the various benefits coming from the ongoing construction since they live off business. The reason being, as the construction workers stay and more goods circulate, the scale of the commercial district expands further, eventually benefiting the families involved in trade. The journey to construct 4 water wheels wasn't smooth, but Kyung's dedication and relentless pursuit helped bring this contraption to life. It is supposed to be the pinnacle of advanced structure in this world, a one-of-a-kind creation born in the automation castle. On the day of the inauguration, Kyung and everyone else watch as the wheels begin moving. The invention of the 4 water wheels finally bore fruit. Kyung apologizes to the insect god for using his name to get her desired outcome, but she is hoping that the Almighty is generous enough to forgive and would understand her intentions. Speaking of which, Nebula gets the notification the iron-making skills has advanced to level 2. This helps his civilization lay the path toward producing some high-grade iron. Not only does Nebula's civilization have the edge in producing ironware, but they have also established a currency of their own, as well as a writing system known as the Chung letter system. This officially makes Nebula's civilization the most developed and advanced out there compared to any other faction. Nebula isn't surprised in the slightest. He knows exactly what humans are capable of. This unyielding drive they possess is precisely why he chose them as his second species. A few days pass in the automation castle. We see a few elves visiting, surprised to hear a water wheel working all the way out here. This indicates that the water wheel must be massive for it to make such loud noises. A lizardman standing nearby further enlightens them, clarifying that not only are the water wheels being used to grind grain, but their power is also being utilized to manufacture weapons. The peddler then directs their attention toward the great quality silk he is selling. As soon as the elves get a feel of the cloth, they can instantly tell this shit is fire. Without thinking twice, they offer iron plates as a form of currency. According to them, these are the highest grade of iron plates, exclusive to their home region. The peddler promptly weighs the iron plate he has been offered. As it turns out, the plate is low grade, at least by the peddler's standards. The peddler is utterly disappointed. He has no interest in trading with dubious people who aren't trustworthy. For some reason, the poor elves feel like they are being accused of deceiving him for no reason. They are confident about their iron plate quality. However, the peddler instructs them to visit the automation castle's central bank and exchange them for good iron plates. The elves believe that the peddler is speaking too highly of his relatively low-quality fabric. Of course, the peddler is beyond livid at having his craftsmanship questioned. He begins lecturing these guys on the amount of effort that goes into producing this fabric. While yelling, he finally scares those elves off. Meanwhile, Kyung is watching the peddler from the shadows. It seems like this peddler has taken her previous lecture too seriously regarding value signal pricing. Seeing the elves, she suddenly remembers that it's not very common for them to travel all the way here. In order to learn how these elves actually do business, she decides to stalk them for a while. After following these guys, what she learns isn't very pleasant. Turns out these guys are literally scamming and smooth-talking newbie business owners. Kyung realizes that the automation castle's booming economy has also attracted scammers after all. She seriously wants to learn where these guys even came from. Meanwhile, Nebula receives a private message from a fellow player. It's a player named Eldar, a god who controls the elven civilization. Nebula tries to decode the player's intentions. You see, the elven civilization is located on the far northern coast, meaning both civilizations are distant from each other, leaving no room for confrontation or territorial disputes. Eventually, he decides to accept the invitation, especially since he knows very little about the northern coast area beyond the wilderness. He may learn a tidbit or two. The player on the other end of the screen puts up an all-graceful and elegant facade, introducing himself just as gracefully. For a moment, Nebula thinks the god of elves is actually trying to roleplay his in-game character to match the vibe. As you may know, players who do roleplaying basically immerse themselves in a role within the game, and this elven woman seems like one of those players. By the way, I can't really tell the gender of this freak. However, Nebula reciprocates the greetings. Eldar is glad to meet a well-spoken personality, unlike Hegemonia, whom she considers nothing less than a barbarian. She even made sure to push his barbaric group out of the northern coast. Hearing this, Nebula internalizes Hegemonia's situation. After getting overpowered by Eldar, Hegemonia tried to mess with him. This begs the question, is this gender-bender role-playing player actually that strong enough to push away a player like Hegemonia? Without further ado, Nebula questions her intentions for this meeting. Once again, this snake with a smile puts up an act of elegance and benevolence, laying out his terms. Only if Nebula agrees will his forces be spared. My guy drops the call right in her face without giving her any answer. Such a Chad move. Though he really wants to spy on what she is up to, he can't. The northern coast is a cold place, making it difficult for his insects to migrate there. And he can't just go by himself, he's got to keep watch over the automation castle. Then again, Eldar is in the same situation. She doesn't know much about him. This explains why there were elves roaming around the automation castle. And I shit you not, this elven god is actually a guy. Since Nebula still hasn't learned anything about this person's intentions, he decides to stay prepared for impending conflict. In the automation castle, the lord of the castle is having a meeting with the elven people. The elven representative introduces herself as Leona, the leader of this merchant guild. The lord doesn't think she needs to introduce herself since everyone knows her. He is certain that she must be here to discuss the elves who came to trade yesterday. In fact, he had been expecting her arrival. That's precisely why he had prepared a gift for her in advance. When she opens the box, there is a crystal inside. The lord claims to have found it in an ancient ruin. He is hoping that she would consider this humble gift and overlook the negligence. Kyung acknowledges the value of the gift. However, she outright rejects it right to their faces, making it clear that she won't just sell her dignity away. Leona quickly bends down to pick up the precious stone and bluntly questions what more she desires. Internally, Kyung is trying to figure out why the elves want to trade with the automation castle all of a sudden, given that it is unprecedented to see them leave the northern coast. Directing her attention toward them, she makes things crystal clear. If they want to win her favor, they must follow the law instead of bribing their way out. Also, she doesn't want them to be too over the top. If they really want to mend the relationship, she suggests they buy these dolls representing the blue insect god. However, the elves refuse to make such a transaction, since they are already devoted to the dancing shadow god. But as far as she is concerned, having faith in more than one god wouldn't hurt them. A few days have passed since this incident. In the castle, Saren visits Kyung with news related to the elves. The elven chief is demanding an apology for the religious offense Kyung committed by asking elves to convert their religion. Of course, this gets under Kyung's nerves. Those guys are just pretty snakes hiding behind smiles. She decides to hold them accountable instead for starting all this. They were the ones who tried to bribe the lord of the automation castle. Looking out the window, Saren is certain that their messenger will visit once again within this ongoing rainy season. However, Kyung refuses to meet them in any case. At this point, she is pretty certain what these elves are trying to pull, so she orders Saren to get ready for the war ahead. A few days go by and the sky clears. It's just a regular sunny day when the soldiers on the castle wall notice an elven army marching toward the castle. The chief of the tribe, Hassadian, is the one leading the forces. After taking a first glance over the castle, the elven lord feels arrogant and overconfident. In order to reveal how stupid he actually is, he orders his army to march forth. An army of 300 clueless elven warriors charges forward. Eldar is also there, feeling confident that he can overwhelm the opponent with numbers alone. The automation castle's walls may be high, but they are made of clay at the end of the day. Not to mention the automation castle barely has more than 150 soldiers. Given that the elves possess bows that can shoot over 80 paces, the bows humans possess are quite inferior. Meanwhile, Nebula is watching everything unfold, and he isn't without his preparations either. Soon enough, the chief of the tribe gets the bad news that there is an encampment of 70 soldiers marching from the canyon facing the automation castle. Of course, the chief isn't thrilled to hear this. This clearly means that the enemy knew and was prepared for this moment. What he fails to understand is why there are only 70 soldiers coming. Then he gets another shocker. There are forces behind them blocking their retreat route, trapping them in the middle. The ones blocking their path are the lizardmen riding their cockatrices. The chief is in disbelief seeing such an unexpected turn of events. He hadn't expected that lizardmen and humans would be working closely together. As for Eldar, Bro is about to shit his pants when he realizes that not only humans, but these lizardmen are also his opponents. It looks like Eldar hasn't realized that Nebula controls both the humans and the lizardmen. When he contacts Nebula to complain about it, my guy merely insists he just check the local player list. When Eldar does, the truth hits him like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Nebula is the one ruling this territory. Eldar had initially thought that Nebula was only the god of humans. However, when Nebula clarifies the confusion, the genderbender dude is in utter disbelief. Seeing the lizardmen heading toward them, the elven army is panicking and can't even keep it together. To make matters worse, those 70 soldiers who had been over the canyon have finally arrived and are ready to mow down all the elves with a barrage of arrows. As soon as the arrows are released, the bloodshed erupts. While the soldiers are all in utter confusion, the lizardmen army arrives to only make matters worse. The chief of the elven army quickly orders his men to maintain formation. However, the soldiers are too stunned to even move. And when Rakrak gets close enough, he summons forth his thunder, electrocuting the soldiers in his path. After his initial move, he jumps high into the sky and crashes down. The other soldiers follow suit, stabbing and cutting elven soldiers left and right like they are squashing flies. Lizardmen are literally dog-walking these 300 useless warriors. The opponent is so terrified that they are running in the opposite direction to save their lives. This is the perfect opportunity to put the enemy down, and the next charge will mark the end of the battle. Stingray has also arrived to play its part. With Rakrak ordering his men for the final push, Eldar eventually concedes defeat. Hell, he doesn't even want to intervene in the battle himself via descent. Nebula doesn't waste any time before making his demands clear. He wants information, skills, as well as resources. His blunt demands sound like daylight robbery, though he assures his opponent that he won't be needing everything all at once. Eldar has the option to stick together with Nebula. The genderbender begins weighing his options. At first he thinks that trading info of Northern Territory isn't worth it, but then again, he is at a severe disadvantage right now. He has lost almost 300 warriors already, and it would be difficult to survive as a player with what he has left. On the other hand, Nebula has already got 2 species under his belt. If Nebula were to shake hands with some other player, Eldar knows he will be screwed. So as usual, he puts up this fake-ass act of graciousness and agrees to Nebula's terms. He is willing to cooperate and provide all 3 things Nebula had requested earlier. Eldar is hoping he forgives his past self's arrogance, and that they can be on friendly terms from this point onward. Now that they have finally come to terms, he is willing to spill all the juicy details regarding the North Shore. Nebula learns that there is an alliance that exists there involving 3 players: Solongos, Lim Chunsik, and Eldar himself. Player Solongos is currently ruling over the rare Centaurs race. It seems like Nebula knows little about this species. Even though the whole race has the advantage of being mounted soldiers, they have difficulties when it comes to expanding their population and resources. It's a race Nebula would have never chosen. Then again, it's equally tough to fight against. Then there is player Lim Chunsik, who rules over a dumb species called ogres, a kind of species that possesses nothing beyond sheer size and brute strength. The average intelligence of the ogre hovers around 10, though they have managed to raise their intelligence through the blessing of the small domain. Speaking of which, Nebula has also given a variety of blessings to humans as his second race. So, blessings of a small domain would make even dumb creatures like ogres smart enough to advance their civilization. He deduces that Lim Chunsik is the strongest among the other 2 players mentioned. With this in mind, he assumes that it must be Lim Chunsik who fought Hegemonia. However, it turns out that isn't the case. Hegemonia shares borders exclusively with Solongos and Eldar, leaving no room for a direct confrontation between those 2 nations. Nebula quickly understands what transpired. The 3 members of the alliance had been preparing to attack Hegemonia together, but Hegemonia was forced to confront Nebula before that plan could materialize. Now that Hegemonia is out of the picture, Lim Chunsik has turned his attention to Eldar. He is demanding an exorbitant amount of offerings if Eldar wishes to keep the alliance afloat. It was quite difficult for the elven god to meet these demands, eventually leading to friction with Nebula. Nebula knows that the Fatas favors Solongos over Eldar. This bias likely stems from the fact that the Solongos are a nomadic race. You see, both elves and ogres are settlers. The power of a settler civilization is determined by the size of their land. Therefore, Chunsik plans to annex the current Solongos territory to gain a territorial advantage. Since Eldar is of no use to him in this regard, Chunsik intends to discard him like trash. After grasping the dire situation he is in, the poor elven god slumps into despair, though his worries are soon rendered moot because Nebula extends a hand of alliance. For a moment, Eldar feels enlightened, only to remember his grim reality. His major forces, as well as his high priest, have been wiped out, and he is unsure if he can contribute much to the alliance. Fortunately, it seems Nebula has already identified Eldar's current advantage. He reminds Eldar of his god name, the Dancing Shadow God, which grants him the small dominion of arts. Eldar confirms this, but remains skeptical about how it can be of help. Nebula leans in and whispers the juicy details into the elf's ear, leaving us with nothing but suspense. The scene then transitions to the northern regions, where we see the Centaurus general standing atop a hill. The prophet of the Centaurs is also there to enlighten the general about a prophecy that has descended. In the near future, this land will be visited by a king. When this king arrives, the world will be reorganized. Those currently in power will lose their status, while those who travel freely within the lands will lose their way. This king is someone everyone will bow their heads to. He will rule over the lands, standing beneath only the gods themselves. The general arrogantly proclaims himself to be that king, asserting that only the gods will stand beside him. However, his confidence soon fades when he learns the grim news. He isn't the fortunate one. Hearing this, the general quickly deduces that the prophesied king must be one of the lizard men from the black-scaled tribe. But the prophet debunks this assumption. He believes the being rising in the north is far more powerful. The one destined to become king is a giant ogre, possessing astronomical strength and a sheer size that would dwarf anyone standing next to him. He is stronger than any centaur and possesses intelligence surpassing that of the elves. Naturally, the tribe chief of the centaurs doesn't like the fact that he will be nothing more than a lackey for that massive brute. He is so enraged by the prophecy that he literally strikes down the prophet for foretelling such an unpleasant future. He, the great Tamaridu representing the centaurs, is the only one with a drive to stand at the pinnacle. He will bow to no one but the gods. It turns out this prophecy was staged by Nebula and performed through Eldar. Now that Eldar has done what was asked of him, Tamaridu is beyond livid and refuses to accept the prophecy. All that is left for Nebula to do is materialize this prophecy into reality. Cutting back to Tamaridu, he is treading through the treacherous terrain of the northern cold wilderness. He is trying to reach the high peaks of the northern mountains, which are supposed to represent prestige. However, he feels his strength failing him, unable to climb any further. To make matters worse, a boulder sliding down the path ruins his ascent. Thankfully, it was just a dream Tamaridu was having, but it is clear that his nightmares are a sign of his inevitable downfall. Still, he isn't willing to drop his desire to become king. Just as he is reflecting on his perilous situation, a guard enters with news. A guest is requesting to meet him. A while later, the guest finally meets with Tamaridu. Well, it wasn't just one guest. There were people from 2 different nations who visited him. The first was an elf from the same tribe as the deceased prophet, a green-eyed elf. He too spoke of the prophecy, but his words were quite different from those of the late prophet. This green-eyed elf claims that the ogre chief, Kijin, will inevitably become king. However, they can prevent this prophecy from becoming reality by having Tamaridu become the king of the north instead. The next guest was Human from Automation Castle. This human already viewed Tamaridu as the sole ruler and king of the north, bringing tributes and gifts befitting a centaur king. Then the third and final guest arrived, a lizard man named Owen, representing the black-scaled tribe. Tamaridu assumed this lizard man was also there to acknowledge him as the future king. Contrary to what the horseman thought, Owen was merely there to suggest he drop the dream of becoming king. Tamaridu questions the reason. Perhaps he isn't worthy to take the throne? Or perhaps it is necessary for him to receive the acknowledgement of the chiefs of different tribes. If so, he has already been acknowledged by humans and elves. The only one remaining is the lizard man. With all earnestness, Owen claims that his tribe chief, Rakrak, would approve of him right away. However, he personally believes that Tamaridu should not pursue this path of ascending to the throne. Unsurprisingly, Owen's denouncing tone only served to infuriate Tamaridu, but our lizard decided to back up his words with solid reasoning. To him, it's not a matter of qualifications or strength Tamaridu may possess. It's a matter of whether the god approves of him as king. This news struck Tamaridu like a thunderbolt. He failed to understand why his god, the rushing without hesitation god, would disapprove of him. Owen reckoned the reason was simple. Just as tribes are classified according to a power hierarchy on Earth, a hierarchy exists among the gods too. In simpler terms, the god of the ogres is considered superior to the god of the centaurs. That does it. Tamaridu's lid finally flips. He cannot digest the simple yet harsh reality of this universe. It is simple. The weak must always bow to the strong, or they get devoured. He swings his axe right at Owen to intimidate him, hating the fact that Owen is looking down upon his god. But our lizard fella is as cool as a cucumber. He doesn't find anything blasphemous about his words. He was merely stating the cold truth about the hierarchy of gods. If Tamaridu is truly pissed about his god's situation, he better take his frustration out on the deity who is constantly suppressing his god. Tamaridu may be a brainless brute, but deep down, he understands the depth of Owen's words. The recurring dream he was having was just a negative revelation. Even though his god knows of his feelings, he didn't give him a revelation encouraging him to become the king. Instead, that boulder falling off the mountain was a sign that he wanted him to give up on the idea. At last, he accepts Owen's words as true and seeks further guidance. Before leaving, Owen gaslights the guy about his situation. He gives the example of black-scaled warriors who would go against their commander's orders if it meant their rebellion served a greater cause. And that's exactly what Owen wants Tamaridu to do. After putting some thought into it, Tamaridu finally realizes what he is supposed to do. He must become a king. He must become a king for the sake of his god. He must take the path full of thorns that his god never desired him to take. Meanwhile, Nebula and Eldar are watching everything go as smoothly as they desired. The fact is, Nebula used Eldar's small dominion of arts to achieve these satisfactory results. The elven god is astonished that our boy used the dominion of arts way better than Eldar could have done himself. You see, the small dominion of arts is all about swaying people's hearts with art. And art may take the form of murals, sculptures, or prophecies. Nebula used prophecies to manipulate his opponent. Even the species that other players control can be manipulated to do things their god never desired. The Solongos player who controls the centaur species is going to have a tough time because of his high priest rebelling. Though Eldar isn't sure if that much is enough to achieve their objective, Nebula remains confident. While they successfully manipulated the species of different players, they still aren't sure if they can stop Solongos from ruining their plans. But Nebula has already thought of this possibility too. You see, Solongos is aware of how much his centaur species can grow in terms of economy and technological advancements. After all, his species is nomadic, while the civilization of ogres, who are settlers by nature, will be far ahead in that regard. Because of this, Solongos wouldn't be able to defend against the civilization of ogres in near future. That's exactly why Solongos will see Tamaridu's rebellion as a blessing in disguise. He currently has the chance to stop Centaur's inevitable doom. Cutting to the man of the hour, Bro is begging for forgiveness from Lim Chunsik on behalf of his rebellious high priest, Tamaridu. However, the big guy assures him it's not on him. He claims the fault actually lies with himself for overlooking the elven god's plot after he allied with Nebula. Regardless, he is confident that in the battle for the throne between Tamaridu and Kijin, the outcome is set in stone. So there is nothing for Solongos to apologize for. Well, that isn't exactly why Solongos was apologizing. Bro was sorry because he is damn sure Tamaridu is going to wipe the floor with Kijin. Both players are confident in their high priests, but only time will tell who survives the battle to claim the throne. Eventually, the day of reckoning arrives. It is the day Tamaridu and his soldiers are ready to unleash hell. They begin by wiping out all the mercenary goblins in their path who were supposedly working for the ogres. As they engage in battle, the ogres suddenly pop out of hiding. The centaurs realize too late that the goblins were just a distraction. Those massive giants swing their heavy weapons, crushing the centaurs mercilessly. On the flip side, Tamaridu steps up to the front lines and beheads multiple ogres with just a single swipe of his sword. It is clear that these rank-and-file ogres are no match for him. He only considers the ogre chief, Kijin, to be his true rival. Speaking of which, Kijin has also joined the battlefield. He is livid that Tamaridu betrayed the trust between their two nations, and he wants this phony pony to pay with his blood. Both combatants lunge at each other with weapons raised high, knocking the arms from each other's grasp, leaving them both unarmed. Tamaridu proceeds to strike his opponent with his solid fists. However, the big guy dodges the hit and grabs Tamaridu by the neck. With a single maneuver, he completely locks Tamaridu in a chokehold and twists his head, killing the horse guy as quickly as the battle started. Cutting to our duo of gods, they had also been tuned into this one-sided massacre. Even though Eldar thought he knew the outcome, he finds himself shocked out of his mind because that damn horse wasn't able to deal an ounce of damage to his opponent. Ogres might be strong and have their intelligence boosted by blessings, but centaurs are still a rare species and elite fighters. Anyhow, Eldar is now concerned about Nebula's main force, which are the lizardmen. Since lizardmen are weak to the cold, it is highly unlikely they can hold out against ogres. My guy clarifies that he never intended to pit lizardmen against ogres directly. Of course, Eldar doesn't realize what Nebula is implying. When he questions Nebula's intentions, my guy diverts the topic by asking the elf about his rank in the game. Well, Eldar is quite embarrassed to say it out loud, but he is supposedly ranked 3400th. Internally, Nebula doesn't think that is bad at all, though it isn't an exceptional feat either. This also clears up a misconception for Nebula. He used to think players were chosen based on their ranking. Still, saying players are chosen purely through RNG doesn't make sense either. Two top players getting chosen out of thousands doesn't sound like a coincidence. Pushing this unsolved mystery aside, Nebula looks forward to Eldar's continued cooperation. We then cut to Lim Chunsik. Currently, he is busy ogling Nebula's profile. Since Nebula was a top-ranked player, it's not surprising this fat ass recognizes who he is staring at. Chunsik isn't thrilled to go up against a high-level player so early in the game. However, he believes he has been blessed by the gacha gods, having received the small domain of birds. He knows the insects and lizardmen that Nebula rules over are susceptible to cold, and Chunsik wants to weaponize Nebula's weakness against him. He has already started doing the necessary preparations. He may be fighting a top-ranked player, but Chunsik is also proud of the 20th rank he used to possess. Winter is almost on the horizon, leaving Nebula no choice but to initiate a battle, and Chunsik is ready. Suddenly, Chunsik notices that a nearby elven village has caught fire. It isn't just one occurrence. Many settlements are burning simultaneously. Chunsik quickly figures out what Nebula is doing. It is a slash-and-burn tactic, also known as the Scorched Earth strategy. Applying this tactic, a player intentionally destroys all the areas that could aid the opponent. While Nebula is chill about it, Eldar can't stand seeing his villages burn to ashes. Nebula assures him that he has already evacuated the elves. What worries Eldar more is the fact that using a Scorched Earth tactic this early in the game is unprecedented. Nebula confirms it, because using this tactic early in the beginning doesn't usually work the way it is intended. However, this situation is exceptional. Since the opponent is on the North Shore right now, it will be hard for them to secure food supplies. The Black-Scale tribe controls all the trade in the Automation Castle, and now that the nearby elven villages have been wiped out, the ogres can't rob or trade for goods. The ogres' greatest weakness is that they need a massive amount of food to sustain themselves, and with winter already on the horizon, they will be short on supplies. That fool Chunsik thought our boy was weak to the cold, but little does he know, the lack of resources is the real killer. Nebula also gives credit to Eldar. Without him, this strategy wouldn't have worked. Under normal circumstances, a player would have to burn their own land for this strategy to work, but the ogres just so happened to be in the land of elves, sparing Nebula his own resources. The trade-off is worth it. The opponent will inevitably fall with the arrival of a second winter. The scene transitions to a goblin village. The entire place has descended into chaos with ogres invading. These hungry giants are here to devour the poor little guys and rob them of their supplies. With time, most of the goblins have already evacuated with their supplies. When Ogre Chief Kijin hears this news, he doesn't feel good about their situation. What's worse, their god hasn't responded to their prayers, as if he deserted them altogether. The ogres have started to die from malnutrition, and Chunsik isn't able to do anything other than watch the remaining survivors suffer. Eventually, he swallows his pride and contacts his old friend as well as his rival, Solongos. Just when the guy requests his former friend for a little bit of reinforcement, Solongos breaks the bad news. He has already lost most of his forces. After his high priest Tamaridu got ripped apart by Kijin, losing his soldiers was bad enough, but the situation spiraled when lizardmen conquered the centaur's land. On a positive note, Solongos is glad his former friend contacted him because there was something he wanted to discuss. Turns out Eldar had contacted Solongos and offered an opportunity to form an alliance with Nebula, under the stipulation that Solongos help him fight against Chunsik. Hearing this, Chunsik almost thought he was screwed, only for his former friend to assure him that he rejected the deal. Becoming someone's pawn is the last thing he would want. Not to mention, he wanted to honor the time he spent with his friend Chunsik before their conflict. Even now, Solongos wants to revive the old bond they once shared and launch an attack after combining the last bit of strength they have left. Chunsik doesn't think it's a bad idea at all. In fact, he is excited. Even if they lack an army, they can battle Nebula head-on. It won't be a simple clash of two opposing civilizations. It will be a battle between the gods. Chunsik plans to descend onto the battlefield to chip away at the majority of Nebula's forces. Furthermore, Eldar is out of the equation already. Since he had fought Nebula before, his divinity level must have dropped to the point that he is no longer eligible for the descent option. This puts Nebula alone against two other gods. His high divinity level will be overshadowed when two gods descend at once. And so, both ogres and centaurs manage to scrape together the last remaining bits of their forces and finally march right into the battlefield. From the front, they spot their opponent has also arrived. Chunsik doesn't waste a single moment before descending into Kijin, and Solongos does the same. Together, both gods lunge at their lone target, Nebula's high priest. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a moment before descending into Rakrak's body and dodging the onslaught. He slips around like a hot knife through butter and electrocutes both of his opponents on the spot. That's all it took to take those two goofball gods down in an instant. With their defeat, both gods turn into statues after being sealed. You see, if a player dies while they are descended, they lose an astronomical amount of experience points, making their divinity level fall severely. If the divinity level hits level 1, the players will be sealed. In order to truly kill both of the gods, Nebula shatters their statues, killing them once and for all. If these statues aren't shattered, then the gods could be revived by undoing the sealing process. But Nebula didn't think they were of any value, so he turned them into dust. With them dying, he levels up, putting a smile on his face. The cause of his amusement is due to the fact that he is as stacked as a player can get in this game. Killing the 2 gods has also allowed him to consume one of their small domains out of many, though he will get only one randomly. As soon as he confirms it, the gacha gods bestow him with the small domain of swamp, while the second is the small domain of birds. The swamp is just fair, but the bird one seals the deal. It's all Nebula had wanted. Perhaps he should replace the blessing of insects he bestowed upon the humans and lizards. But then, he decides to save the best for the next generation. Nebula has finally managed to deal with the 3 players who posed any inconvenience to him. With the current situation taken care of, he decides to step up his game further. He lays his eyes on the west. According to the info he received from the Locusts, 5 players are divided into 3 forces, and they are fighting each other. However, he decides not to stick his nose in and let those guys deal with each other, waiting until they actually pose a serious threat to his territory. As for the east, it's all ocean. His current priorities are conquering and expanding on land. Narrowing down his options, the north and south are the 2 left. He needs to conquer these 2 before the NPC tribes situate themselves there completely. However, Rakrak can't be in the north and south simultaneously. So, taking help from the elves for the northern side of things sounds doable. Many days have likely passed, and the scene is set in the far north, where the cold weather is merciless. The remaining elves have been delegated to inhabit this place, though they aren't satisfied with the decision. The winters here are too long, and starting farming again is going to take a lot of time. Not to mention, they are constantly under the threat of ogres and goblins aiming for their necks. They all want answers from their chief, Linar, who sits silently absorbing all the complaints. He finally breaks the silence with good news. The prophecy foretold that someone from the south is on their way to help the green-eyed elf tribe. As if on cue, a soldier reports sighting a group of humans approaching. This confirms to Leonard that these characters are likely here to assist them. Without further ado, the elves stand outside in the cold to receive their guests with due honor. When the humans finally reach them and dismount their horses, it turns out that the one leading the group was the very Lord of Automation Castle, Kyung. Since both lords have seen each other before, it spares them introductions and a lot of formalities. Leonard promptly proceeds to welcome his guests inside his tent. However, Saren is called forth by his mistress. The overly protective Chad steps forward and insists on surveilling the tent for assassins before his goddess Gracious enters. Of course, Leonard isn't in any position to object, so Saren goes straight in. A while later, both lords finally settle down in the tent. In order to keep the dialogue alive, Leonard questions the purpose of their visit. Kyung hopes that he already knows through the prophecy. Still, she clarifies that her blue insect god wants her to help weak and marginalized civilizations such as the elves. Poor Leonard isn't sure if she is actually here to help or merely patronizing them. She then points towards the farming tools and weapons she has brought along, as well as grain seeds that can grow in cold weather. Of course, Leonard feels beyond happy, but his moment of joy takes a serious nosedive when she mentions the price tag. Her god may have tasked her to help the impoverished elves, but doing so without profit wouldn't make it enticing for her. Leonard makes it clear that they are broke. They have already exhausted their last remaining resources just traveling here. Naturally, Kyung pretends to withdraw her offer. She must leave because time is also a valuable commodity she would rather not waste. However, Leonard isn't playing this guessing game anymore. He would rather appreciate it if she came clean about the real purpose of her visit. After all, she wouldn't have come to this barren land if it held nothing of value. The elf spreads the map of this barren land and points at a certain location consisting of natural resources. There exists a strip mine rich with iron, and the surrounding area is also very green, with tall trees symbolically reflecting the fertility of the area, meaning they can also start farming. Leonard is willing to trade anything they can produce at a bargain price. However, Kyung wasn't so sure if she should be trading her actual goods in the present for something that only exists hypothetically. As reassurance, the Elven Lord gives his promise and personally guarantees this as the elf known as Leonard. Eventually, Kyung accepts the offer because she can see the potential. Though she wouldn't just take verbal promises as a guarantee, she wants some tangible evidence of their promise. This is where the Elven Lord feels a little hesitant. You see, the value of the iron ores and trees in the future far surpasses the value of what he is currently getting. He is basically selling off his descendants' future. Then again, if not for this trade, there may not be any future at all. There has to be something valuable about this trade, or else his god wouldn't have given him the revelation about it. When both parties finally imprint the contract paper with their handprints, the deal is sealed. Both vow to honor and uphold the contract. This marks the first credit trade in the third continent's north shore that Nebula has snagged. This isn't merely a contract or a simple transaction. It represents the dawn of a massive economic revolution. You have to understand, the perished world used to be a savage landscape where tribes looked out only for their own blood. Outsiders weren't seen as potential partners, but as walking threats. That constant friction and paranoia kept civilization as whole stagnant, killing the concept of trade before it could even breathe. But thankfully, things have started to take a shift. These tribes are no longer just desperate nomads scraping by, drifting from one shelter to the next to ensure survival. They are putting down roots, evolving, and have started binding their fates with written ink in the form of contracts. We are fast approaching an era where trading intangible assets and betting on future promises becomes the new normal. This marks the genesis of a sophisticated economy, a revolutionary leap that will completely rewrite the rules of survival. It had been a long and bloody process, one that even Rakrak had grown weary of. but now that it was over, he could breathe a sigh of relief. The dwarf tribe was the last in the path of the lizardmen, and most of them had simply fled out of fear. But some remained, and Rakrak ordered his warriors to clear the surrounding area. Those remnants fought back desperately and held out until the very end. They were as stubborn as a rock, just like all dwarves. But it did them absolutely no good. It was meaningless in front of the superior force of the lizardmen. Now after the massacre, Rakrak stepped out onto the ocean shore, and froze at the beautiful sight that took his breath away. There is always something mesmerizing in the waves of the sea. Here on this shore was the end of the peninsula's land and the bloody path Rakrak had led his tribe down. They had taken over the entire peninsula from the mountains of the far north to the coast in the south, just as the blue bug god wished them to do. Now the entire peninsula belonged to the tribe of lizardmen and their blue bug god. But looking back at the burning remains of the villages, Rakrak pondered what he should do next. He had only ruled his tribe before, but now he would have to lead all species of sentient beings in the conquered land. But how to do this effectively remained unclear to Rakrak. Fortunately for him, Sun Woon was always watching his subordinate and was ready to help him. He too had his own worries about which ruling system to choose. After all, every system had its own advantages and disadvantages. One of the options was feudalism. This is a type of ruling in which the king chooses feudal lords and gives them titles and land. This type of government was widely used in Europe during the Middle Ages. The feudal lords then have to manage and protect their land while paying taxes to the king. In this way, they lessen the king's burden and allow him to increase his power. However, there is one drawback to this feudal system. The king cannot control the relationships of the feudal lords among themselves, which leads to frequent civil wars. Of course, frequent wars can fuel and advance the development of technology, but it is too difficult to manage it all, and this way often leads to complete chaos and destruction, canceling out that small progress. In addition to feudalism, there is another option: monarchy. In this type of government, the king stays in the capital and appoints his representatives in different provinces and localities to govern everything there on his behalf. A similar system of government was used in ancient China, and it was the kind of system that Sun Woon liked best, because this system allowed to build a consistent nation made up of different races. Also, thanks to the professionalism of administrative work, we'll be able to accelerate the development of each region of the empire. And most importantly, with a strong centralized force, it would be much easier to mobilize the military. However, in order to establish a centralized monarchical system of government, there was still a lot to prepare: roads, ports, a king's authenticity, and a system to choose officials. Eldar listened to all this and began to get bored, realizing that he was just a listener, even when Nebula asked him which ruling system he thought was best. Eldar didn't even try to answer, knowing that Sun Woon had already decided everything for himself. Now he had to put all his plans into action. And dreams, as always, were the best way for Sun Woon to convey his will to Rakrak. The leader of the lizardmen received a revelation in a dream last night, and the very next day, he gathered all the important lizardmen to share the new knowledge with them. Yahello was anxious to find out what the dream was, and Rakrak didn't keep her waiting long, starting to draw on the ground. In the dream, he was traveling after leaving his body and flying against his will at high speed. Flying across the wilds to the farthest north shore, he passed countless lands beneath him and saw the many villages he had once had to shed blood to destroy. Though the other lizardmen had a hard time understanding what he was talking about, they still listened attentively to the leader. Rakrak, on the other hand, was sure of what had to be done. He drew a map on the ground of all the lands he had dreamed about, and was ready to explain everything to everyone. First he showed them where they were now, and then he asked what the place was called. One of the lizardmen immediately answered that the dwarves called it Maganin, which means the end of the land. Rakrak wrote the name on the map. Next he asked what was the name of the place where they had destroyed the red-skinned orcs. Yor remembered that the place was called Samon, but as it turned out, there were other places with that name, so Rakrak decided to call it South Samon. This continued until most of the places had their names. There was only one place left without a name, but when Rakrak asked what it was called, no one knew. There were no species of intelligent beings living there, and there were objective reasons for that. Not only was it rocky and without fertile ground, but it was also inhabited by wild cockatrices. That's why everyone tried to avoid that place. Yahello summarized that no one knew the name of the land, but in fact Rakrak did. It was about this land that he had a dream. Although this land is surrounded by high mountains, there is one small road that can be cleared of bushes, vines, and small trees to get there. Deep within that ring of mountains, there is a fertile valley with a river that flows through the entire valley on flat terrain until it meets the ocean. Yahello immediately guessed that this was the land the god had shown Rakrak in his dream, and the blue bug god named this place Orizon, which means land where God stands. According to the will of their god, Rakrak was ready to become king of Orizon, and the whole tribe was happily ready to go to Orizon for their king. Sun Woon watched all this and was pleased. The establishment of a new system of government with Orizon as its capital had begun. Even though many of the people who live on this peninsula recognize Rakrak's power and authority, there are always those who resist. So uniting everyone into one country will take a lot of work and effort. First, everyone has to learn that Orizon will be the capital, and Rakrak is the king of all these lands. Also, roads had to be built from all places on the continent that would lead to Orizon, and as a basis for a monarchical system of government, Rakrak had to choose an administrator for each province. Their position Rakrak called war chief. But more important than all this was to establish the same general laws that would apply throughout the land, and on the basis of which the war chiefs would rule. However, Automation Castle and the Elven Village, which already had their own feudal lords and laws, were a bit of a hindrance. Rakrak quickly found a solution to this problem by appointing lizardmen advisors to oversee and communicate with the feudal lords. Hui Kyung received the title Margrave of the Automation Castle, and later was named Elf Meripgan. At this stage, this ruling system seemed primitive and sloppy to Sunwoon, but it was already progress, and the problems were gradually solved. Even this was enough for the system to notify Nebula that his nation had entered an era of early monarchy. In the end, Sunwoon ended up using monarchy for lizardmen and feudalism for humans and elves, along with all their advantages and disadvantages. In all of this, the only thing that confused Eldar was that his elves are now part of our boy's kingdom. But Sunwoon saw no problem with that. After all, the elves lived in his territory. Eldar found himself in an interesting position where everything he owned belonged to Sunwoon, but everything Sunwoon owned belonged only to him. A few years passed and peace reigned over the kingdom of Rakrak. The former warriors, used to constant battles and conquests, were getting bored. The usual hobbies like fishing were already tiring them out. And fishing here was not a simple lizard, but one of the war chiefs appointed by Rakrak. His name was Tatar, and he had once been the commander of an elite lizardman squad. Now he couldn't get used to the peaceful atmosphere around him. It was because he'd spent most of his previous life in war. He had once been one of the best warriors, and that was why he had been appointed to the position of war chief. Someone still had to protect this place. After all, even this boring Maganon still belonged to Rakrak. However, there was one problem with all this. This land had no one to defend it from. Being located in the far south, it was surrounded by the rest of the lizardmen lands and the ocean. Unless someone came from the ocean. Surprisingly enough, they did. A dozen boats appeared in the distance, with strange creatures inside. At first it was hard to see what they were, but soon it became clear who they were. A crayfish-like intelligent life form. They certainly looked creepy, and the young lizardmen thought they were monsters. But Tatar was more experienced and dismissed that theory at once. These crawfish-like creatures used boats and could probably communicate, so Tatar decided to personally go and meet them on land. He was clearly not lacking in courage. Towering over the crayfishes, he asked who they were and for what purpose they had come. Without hearing an answer, he introduced himself a little threateningly as War Chief Tatar and ordered them to state the purpose of their visit. The poor crayfishes immediately wet their pants with fear. They were just turquoise lobsters who had had to cross the ocean after getting lost in a storm. Now they wanted to know where they were. Tatar proudly announced to them that they were now in the territory of the Hukrin nation, which means black scale in lizardman language. Meanwhile, the young lizard man was tense and ready to rush into battle at any moment at the command of his leader. He was sure that Tatar was not one of those who showed mercy to their enemies. And since these crawfish-like creatures were unknown opponents, Tatar would definitely capture and bind them to get information from them, or just kill them all here on the spot. Even the frightened lobsters felt the threat coming from the Tatar and were already preparing to flee with all their many legs. But they didn't have to. Tatar, instead of attacking, commanded his subordinate to prepare a temporary shelter for the guests. They must be hungry, so he also ordered to feed them with the leftover food after the lizardmen. At this turn of events, everyone was shocked. It turned out that the bloodthirsty-looking Tatar wasn't really like that at all. The turquoise lobsters were heartily grateful to Tatar, and promised that they would never forget his kindness and this favor. After they had rested and eaten, they departed for home. As the young lizard watched, he wondered why Tatar had helped them. If he had been in Tatar's place, he would have chased those lobsters away immediately, and reported back to Rakrak that he had chased some intruders away. The young one just couldn't understand why Tatar had thrown away such a great opportunity to get merit with the king. Well, even Tatar himself wasn't sure of his decision, and may have been wrong about them. Perhaps they were actually enemies, but he couldn't do otherwise, and here's why. To explain his decision, Tatar asked the young lizardman if he knew how he lost his left eye. Of course he knew. It was a well-known story among the lizardmen. Tatar had fought against 10 trolls at once who were trying to rob travelers, and in that fight he had been wounded. To be fair, those travelers were just strange halflings who weren't even allies of the lizardmen. After Tatar lost his eye, he met up with Rakrak. The king of the lizardmen noted that fighting against 10 trolls at once and losing only one eye is a prideful feat. However, the problem was that he lost his eye not by helping the tribe, but by saving a group of halflings. And Rakrak wondered if he regretted it. And then Tatar answered him as follows. He had heard that long ago a group of lizardmen, led by Rakrak, had been wounded and exhausted after wandering the wasteland for so long. There seemed to be no hope, but at that critical moment Rakrak had received the blessing of the blue bug god. And in return for his help and blessings, the blue bug god wanted nothing. He simply took pity on the poor travelers. Rakrak was shocked. Tatar dared to say that he had helped those halflings because he had acted as mercifully as the blue bug god. Tatar assured him that he felt he had to do so that time. That answer pleased Rakrak. Tatar was right and had done the right thing. Rakrak then wanted him to continue to act the same way, and if anyone said he was wrong, Tatar would just have to tell them about this conversation. Adding that Rakrak fully agreed with Tatar and supported his position. Now only time was going to show if Tatar was right about those lobsters. Soon the same young lizardman came into his office with the news. Those crustaceans had returned. Tatar hurried to meet with them in person again to find out what had happened. Rubo, as the leader of those lobsters, happily greeted his rescuer. But Tatar was only concerned with one question. Why were they here? Had they been caught in the storm again? It turned out that this time they had come specifically because they wanted to buy the silk and iron that Tatar had told them about last time. Their island was at war with another, and they really needed foreign technology and resources. For that, all the lobsters were ready to pay with a crate full of precious white pearls. However, the round, shiny pebbles did not impress the Tatar at all. Perhaps the Lord of Automation would see some value in them, But Tatar himself at that moment was not sure how valuable the pearls were, but he was not going to show his indecision, and instead decided to bargain a little and get something really valuable, like the technology to make the boats the lobsters used to come in. The lobsters didn't really like the idea of sharing the technology they were so proud of. So Rubo began to justify that the manufacture of such boats takes a long time and it is a complicated process. To which Tatar replied that he did not know complex things, but if Rubo did not like his proposal, then there would be no deal. This outcome of the negotiations the lobsters could not accept. They were desperately in need of resources. So they immediately agreed to everything, and promised to bring an empty boat next time, which they would give to the lizardmen, and use it as an example to show them how to make the same ones. This option suited Tatar, and he agreed to exchange silk and iron for all this. A seagull was watching all this from above. It was very suspicious, and looked at all this as if it knew something that it should not. Fortunately, it was just a seagull that Sunwoon used to observe his creatures. The small area of birds was very useful. Thanks to the bird scouting, he learned everything he needed to know about this race. These lobsters are a crustacean species that lives in the southern archipelago. They called themselves Astacidans. There were several of their tribes on these islands, and they were constantly at war with each other. Their civilization was at the level of the Bronze Age, and they were most likely not ruled by the player. Due to the fact that this tribe lives on the archipelago, they had an advanced technology of making boats. Received from trade with them, pearls will definitely like Huikyung, because in the depths of the continent their price increases many times, and they can be very profitable to sell. But much more important to Sunwoon was the shipbuilding technology, which allowed him to increase the lizardmen's skill in building ships to the second level. Anyway, Rockrak should know the value of a good boat and would definitely try to make something similar with Jaol's help. Now it was only a matter of time before all the creatures under Sunwoon's control would start traveling the rivers in Hukrin using boats. This would be the perfect opportunity to create trade routes through the waterways. As much as this was surprising to Sunwoon, it seems the old warrior Tatar has a talent for diplomacy, so Sunwoon could safely leave it to him to deal with the Astacadaeans. And given the level of development of the civilization of these crawfish-like creatures, they will soon become an affiliated nation of Hukrin in the future. When that happens, the Sunwoon civilization will be able to use the silver mines in the archipelago, and use the mined silver to create a new currency to replace iron plates. In the end, for Nebula, the small area of the sea also became very useful. Suddenly, all of Sunwoon's musings on future plans were interrupted by a call from a strange creature who addressed him as creator. His name was Hongo, and Sunwoon immediately ordered him to report on his progress. Some time ago, Nebula had tasked Hongo with the management and cultivation of a swarm of locusts, and he wasn't supposed to report if nothing serious happened. Well, things didn't go according to plan, and because of Sunwoon's miscalculation and Hongo's mistake, the identity of the one behind the locust swarm became known to the other gods in that area. Sunwoon was forced to take such a risky step because the size of the level 3 locust swarm had begun to decrease. He had recently instructed Hongo to direct the locust swarms at other players' grain plants to slow down the development of their civilizations. Sunwoon wanted Hongo to do this carefully so that the other players wouldn't notice the interference if possible. But unfortunately, the swarm attacked a settlement that belonged to one of the players' advanced civilizations, and there were unavoidable consequences. That player realized that the locust swarm was the work of another player who was controlling a small area of insects. Fortunately, Hongo could take it easy. Sunwoon expected something like this to happen soon and prepared himself. The only thing Sunwoon was a little worried about right now was Hongo himself. He was fine, even though he had lost a lot of locusts due to the other gods' wonders. But it seemed the other gods hadn't yet realized that a creature like Hongo existed at all. This was a good thing for Sunwoon. If the others found out about Hongo, it would be a much greater loss. So Nebula ordered him to use the remains of the locust swarms to create confusion and hide himself. Now for Hongo, his survival had to come first. Hongo understood the order and proceeded to follow it. After this conversation, Sunwoon realized that he didn't like interacting with his creations. They were so empty and willless, unlike the NPCs in the perished world. There, the creatures spoke as if they had souls and personalities, not like robots. Well, it's not that important anyway. What was important was that Hongo had accomplished most of his mission, and the swarms of locusts had damaged crops and vegetation in the territory of the 5 nations to the west. If the gods at the head of those nations find out that Nebula was the one behind all of this, they will definitely attack. Based on the location of the nations, the 2 closest in the neighborhood would most likely attack. The nations Danim of the Sadaros race and Jukwa of the Lenar race. It seems that these 2 are already ready to move their troops out. The other 3 nations are just watching from behind for now, but it's only a matter of time before they send their troops as well. Of course, it doesn't look fair when one player has to fight against 5. However, there was no help for it. Such was the unfair world. And Sunwoon was ready to fight even against 5 nations at once, because even that was not outside of the scope of his expectations. Meanwhile, in the city of Damarit, capital of the Sadaros nation of Danim, King of the Lenars Hatti doubted whether he and his ally could trust the 3 nations that were behind them. They did not seem trustworthy to him. King of the Sadaros Fav agreed with him on this point, but still insisted that they could not allow the culprit behind the swarms of locusts to do whatever he wanted. The gods had made it clear to them that inaction was not an option, and those bastard lizardmen must be crushed. They pray to their evil blue bug god to make the other nations starve while they themselves live in abundance. To make matters worse, after obtaining Automation Castle, the lizardmen began producing high-quality iron plates using their technology. Their plates have become the standard, and they benefit more from exchange and trade. Also, because they were the 2 closest to the border with Hukrin, they would suffer losses anyway if the armies of the other 3 nations marched through their lands. In the end, they They simply had no choice but to attack using their own forces, trusting completely in the prophecy of the five gods, which said that the Sataros and the Leaners would come together to destroy the Hucran capital of Orizon to the ground. In that case, Hattie wanted to decide the best way to attack. Fav already had a plan ready. The Hucran territory was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the only sure way was through Automation Castle. There is of course another way through the southern coast, but it is full of insects of the blue bug god, and the terrain there is too rough. The only thing left to do is to use the remaining opportunity and attack Automation Castle to free it from Rakrak's grasp, and then move on. There were two roads leading to the castle itself, and Sataros was going to move straight to Automation Castle. The Leaners, on the other hand, decided to take a slightly detour and approach the castle from the northern wastelands. So they reached an agreement and decided to work out a more detailed plan and gather their forces for an attack in a month. 1 month later, everything was ready and the armies were on their way. Under the watchful eye of their gods, of course. One of them was Krampus. He ruled the nation of Sataros and was known as the life-sacrificing god. He had reached rank 1430 in the game, and now he was wondering what the allied god was doing to provide his army with supplies. She planned to use her own supplies until the army crossed the wilderness, and then when the Leaners hit the northern coast, they would have to ravage the villages on their way. Her name was Runda. She was the god of Leaners, also known as the supreme fruition god, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not contact Nebula as he had deliberately blocked her. Over a month passed and he never unblocked her, nor did he unblock the rest of the five gods. Runda couldn't understand what he was thinking. Krampus didn't either. If they could have contacted Nebula, they could have easily negotiated compensation for the damage from the locust swarms. But Nebula blocked everyone and didn't even give them a chance to settle things peacefully. He also blatantly increased his military training and scouting parties, and at this point, it was too late for negotiations. Krampus and Runda together had over 1,100 Leaners and 800 Sataros. Together their army was the largest on the entire third continent, and Runda was sure that it was only a matter of time before Nebula fell. By the way, Runda was a real girl unlike Eldar, in case you were wondering. Suddenly a notification sounded. It turned out to be a request to communicate. Krampus immediately assumed it might be Nebula, but he was wrong. It was Eldar. The Leaners' army was just passing by the elf colony, and they were just about to talk. Runda realized that he might want to both negotiate and was up to something. As Krampus knew, Eldar and Nebula were in a loose alliance, which meant they could betray each other at any time. He advised Runda to speak as if she were the only one here, and to listen carefully to Eldar, for they might be able to use the terms he offered. Eldar appeared in his trademark style of playing the role of the elf god, his RP stuff he couldn't get past. Perhaps even on purpose, there was a reason he got a small domain of the arts. Runda was meeting him for the first time and was shocked to say the least by this appearance. Not only did he look like an elven girl, but he was also behaving quite unusually. Eldar continued to play the role of innocent victim and wanted to ask for help. Runda was still recovering from the encounter, and hesitantly asked what specifically he needed help with. He immediately began to tell his sad story of how the insidious Nebula had forced him to submit against his will, and then used him for his own purposes, humiliating him in every possible way. Eldar had no choice but to agree to everything after Nebula defeated Solongos and Lim Chunsik. Not only was Nebula much stronger, but his battle strategies were overwhelming. Runda was shocked when she found out that Eldar didn't help him defeat them. If you thought about it, it was incredible that he alone defeated such strong players. But to Eldar it was no surprise. Had they themselves never heard of Nebula's reputation? He had fought an infinite number of gods in countless worlds, and had gotten the highest ranking position. Nebula is a true monster. Krampus and Runda looked at each other. They were clearly unlucky. The first and second ranked players had gotten to this continent at once. In any case, Eldar continued his story. He said he could only survive because he humbly begged for his life and fulfilled Nebula's wishes, all for the sake of survival. But now he was sick of it and desperately asked to let Krampus and Runda help them. But they were hesitant to believe him. Runda demanded information in order to trust Eldar's words. Well, the traitor Eldar was willing to provide it. Anything to earn their trust. He showed them everything he'd been through in Nebula's hands, so they'd have no doubts. The humiliation, the harassment of the elves, and the burning of their village. They were shocked at this treatment of an ally by Nebula. Such a life seemed to them worse than that of a vassal. Eldar felt the same way, which is why he asked them to let him help them to break free from Nebula's grasp. Even though Eldar didn't have an army to support them, he had something just as valuable. He knew what Nebula was planning for this battle, and was ready to share that information. When he had told them everything they wanted to know, their chat finally ended, and Eldar could exhale in both relief and exhaustion. Now he wondered if it was good convincing enough. Nebula had been around the whole time, and he liked Eldar's acting. He had done his job properly. Sunwoon even wondered why Eldar acted so well. Was it because he played his RP role all the time? But there was more to it than that. The information was simply too truthful. Almost everything Eldar had told them about was true. Sunwoon had destroyed his army, burned down the elf village, chased them further north, and then forced them to contract and sell all future resources. But despite all this, Eldar remained loyal and told those gods everything as Nebula had ordered, to make them believe that he would launch a preemptive attack on the capital of the Sataros, Daimurit. Even so, Eldar thought it would not be enough to change the situation. As far as he understood, Nebula's strategy was to attack the troops of the Leaners first. However, if the Leaners retreated to Daimurit and Sataros attacked head-on successfully and captured Automation's castle, the Lizardmen troops pursuing the Leaners might find themselves surrounded and stuck between the two enemy forces. Nebula didn't think so. Eldar was wrong in his calculations. He was actually going to attack the Leaners troops a few days earlier before they could retreat and win them. By the way, Eldar was very helpful in this, even if he didn't realize it himself. He gave some of his supplies to the Lenners to show that he was surrendering completely, and that was part of Sun Woon's plan too. Those supplies were properly prepared. Meanwhile, the advance of the Leaner's army had slowed considerably, and there was a reason for that. The food of the soldiers was poisoned, and their leader Hattie was simply furious at such news. The food porter reported that the food had gone bad, and there was nothing he could do about it. In that case, Hattie was going to punish him on the spot. But his general asked him to wait and listen to him. It seemed suspicious to him that there had been no problem with the food until yesterday, and what they had eaten recently were supplies received from the elves. Hattie couldn't believe it. He had personally checked the elves' supplies, and there was nothing rotten among them. But according to the general, the supplies, although they looked fresh on the outside, were probably poisoned on the inside. Not for nothing did the god of lizardmen rule over dirty insects. In that case, the information received from the elves couldn't be trusted either, even though the Supreme Fruition God had given them a prophecy with exactly the same information. General Yubei suggested that the god might have been mistaken, and the elves who were on the same side as the lizardmen probably haven't betrayed them yet. And the spoiled supplies are clear proof of that. They're just trying to trick them. Suddenly, a scout came running to them with urgent news. The scout saw the approaching lizardmen army, which is now only a few hours away from here. Yubei immediately asked how many lizardmen there were and got a sad answer for them all. The lizardmen were over 1,500. This was very bad news. After the food poisoning, they only had 900 combat-ready soldiers left. To make matters worse, even if the number of Lenners was the same as the lizardmen, they would have a disadvantage because of their size, and now they were even less in numbers. Now they would definitely lose, and it was pointless to fight openly. So Hattie ordered everyone to retreat and sent a messenger to the king of Sataros to let him know that they were retreating because of the encounter with the main enemy forces. Yubei suggested to run back straight to the mountains and forest to start a guerrilla war there. That way they would have a chance to win. The entire army of Lenners hurriedly retreated. Hattie hoped that guerrilla warfare would help them realize their small size advantage, and thus earn as much time as possible. And if the army of Sataros could capture Automation's castle in that time, the lizardmen would have no choice but to retreat. Unfortunately, Hattie's plans were not destined to come true. An insurmountable obstacle stood in the way of the Lenners. A huge praying mantis, Stratus, blocked their path, and warned them that they recklessly came to the territory inaccessible to those who do not believe in the blue bug god. The frightened Lenners immediately began to flee from such a monster, but it was too late. Stratus was going to make them pay for this sin with their deaths. Hattie ordered his men to drop everything and scatter to the sides. Even though Yubei wanted to stay and fight the monster, Hattie quickly assured him that it was not a simple monster, but a guardian of these evil lizardmen, obeying their god, which means this is not their battle. The Supreme Fruition God must send his guardian to save his army, the overgrown rat Neji. The two monsters converged in a desperate battle. Runda watched it all and couldn't believe how bad it was for her. That damn mantis had absurdly high stats. It was the first time she had ever seen so many essences put into one creature with trait monstrosity. Stratis had incredible stats for strength, speed, and intelligence. Such a monster Neji couldn't handle on his own for sure. Runda blamed herself now for being careless and thinking that everything was going well. Now it looked like her army had no choice but to run after all the way they had traveled. But even if they escaped, this creature would definitely reappear and chase the Lenners after killing Neji, whose sacrifice would be in vain. In that case, it was necessary to kill Stratis right here and now. The Guardian Stratis had level 11 and only level 4 divinity, which gave Runda hope. She had level 9 divinity and Neji had level 3 divinity. If they were combined, together they would reach level 12 divinity, and then they would have a chance. Runda was determined to descend to Yubei to help her creation. Together they could literally defeat Stratis in 30 minutes. Yubei immediately received a divine boost of power. Hattie realized that this Supreme Fruition God had descended on him, and when Yubei ordered him to withdraw his forces while he fought the monster, the king didn't dare to disobey. Runda immediately rushed into battle, just in time because her rat was already barely holding on, but it was still willing to fight to the end. Runda ordered him to shut up and fight, because they couldn't lose to this monster today. She was going to use the time until the lizardman forces arrived here to win. There was no mediator here for Nebula to come down and help his guardian, and she wondered if Stratis was afraid of death. Of course not, none of that mattered to him. He was simply fulfilling the task he had been given, and would do so until the end. The fierce 2-on-1 battle had begun, and while Neji restrained Stratis' movements, Runda began to tear off his limbs. Though even that wasn't enough to stop the mantis, he easily sent Neji into a knockout. Such pain was insignificant to Stratis, and he even considered it as a blessing from his god. Runda chopped off another limb of his and realized he was crazy. Though it didn't matter now, at this rate in less than 10 minutes, Stratis would be dead. Suddenly she heard a strange rumbling and stomping. It was hard to believe, but a lone figure was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. The most violent, the most diabolical, the most dangerous, the Beast Slayer, a conqueror of conquerors. The goat of all goats has arrived. Sun Woon's power of divinity made Rak faster than a cheetah and stronger than an elephant, and when combined with the demonic power of an electric stingray, he became a true one-man army that was almost impossible to stop. All of Runda's calculations were wrong from the start. Yes, it took 3 hours for the main force to get here, but she also had to think about how long it would take Nebula to get here after he descended on Rak. After taking a godly leap into the air, he charges up his spear with that unmatched power of blue lightning, and sends it crashing down like a goddamn meteor. The speed of the spear was so immense that there was barely any time to dodge or outrun it, and Runda ends up taking a nasty cut on her left arm despite her desperate attempt to avoid the hit. Neji goes nuts seeing this stinky lizard attack their god, so it quickly leaps at Sun Woon. But the mantis grabs this overgrown rat with his giant hands and tosses it away like a trash bag. Sunwoon demands the stingray to grant him some of its powers, because he wants to take care of this nuisance of a rat first. With his finger pointed at the fat rat, my guy gives the command, and the stingray is more than happy to comply. So, the white rat gets the biggest electric shock of its life. Although its mind is nearly fried, that one lightning bolt is still not enough to shut it up. So the stingray quickly drops another lightning blast, finally cooking Neji alive and leaving Runda in disbelief. But she doesn't have much time to grieve about the loss of her creation, because the stingray immediately starts throwing zaps at her. Using Yubei's quick reflexes, Runda quickly jumps away in order to save himself. By now she knows that she can't hold her ground any longer, so she decides to return. Unfortunately, even though she cancels her descent, there's a 9-second cooldown before she can go back, which is bad news for her. If she dies during this time, she'll receive an additional penalty. So, she starts putting some distance between herself and her opponent, just trying to survive these last few seconds. It's even harder for her to stay alive now because she's already dropped a level due to Neji's death, and she can't afford to let Yubei die either. Right at that moment, she spots a fruit and starts devouring it in order to recover some stamina. But her eyes widen as she spots a swarm of insects surrounding her. It doesn't take her long to realize that this isn't an actual attempt to attack, it's just a distraction meant to block her sight. So, she steels herself and decides to hang on just a bit longer. There are only 2 seconds left, and when that giant mantis tries to crush her, Runda starts jumping away. But unfortunately for her, Sunwoon grabs her throat from behind. Before she can even try to escape, he crushes her throat like a tomato, leaving blood splattering everywhere. As an outcome of her foolishness, she has already lost Neji along with most of her forces. And the biggest blow of all is that her divinity level has dropped drastically from 9 to 5 due to her failed descent. If she'd managed the descent on time, it would have only dropped to 7. Krampus then connects with her, and it's clear that he's not thrilled with how the battle turned out. He questions her about her level, and without even flinching, she lies, claiming it's still a 7. But Krampus still seems concerned because, in his eyes, this is a major loss. That spooks Runda, because if he thinks losing 2 points is that big of a deal, she's terrified of how he would react if he knew she actually lost 4 points. Anyhow, Krampus believes that with a level 7, she won't have enough faith to conduct internal affairs properly. Runda tries to calm Krampus down by saying everything is under control. However, the reality is that if the orchards, which are maintained by divine miracles, get destroyed, she won't be able to earn anything. This would cause the faith of her followers to drop even more. On top of that, the death of her high priest Yubei has made things worse. Runda then asks if the Sataros are preparing to attack, and Krampus confirms it. Ever since he learned that Eldar has tricked them, his army has started moving quickly. His cavalry should arrive in about 2.5 days. The automation castle should be empty right now, so capturing it shouldn't be too hard. In order to clarify, Runda asks if all she needs to do is delay the main lizardman force for 2.5 days. Krampus agrees, believing that Nebula must have used his faith in the fight, so he'll value the defense of the automation castle and march back with his force to save it. This news worries Runda, as it will be difficult to focus on her side of things. If she goes into a guerrilla war with her remaining cavalry, she should be able to last 2 days, but she's not sure whether to tell Krampus the full truth about her situation. In the end, she decides against it, reasoning that if she's going to be screwed, she might as well drag him down with her. The next day, Krampus contacts her and informs her that the lizardmen forces are advancing in his direction, even though her task was to keep them occupied. Well, we know that she failed her mission, largely because there weren't enough Leonard cavalry to hold them back. However, the biggest issue was the flawed information from the Eldar. According to the original plan, the battle should have taken place on the advantageous terrain of Hukrin, but because the fight happened days earlier than expected, they were forced to engage in an area with no cover or strategic advantage. Krampus is visibly annoyed, as he can already see the defeat looming. With no proper fortress to defend, he has no choice but to redirect his forces and set up a camp in the capital. Runda, on the other hand, knows they're in serious trouble. She can't fathom how Krampus is supposed to fight 17,000 lizardmen with only 800 satyrs. On top of that, the giant mantis, Sratis, is like a walking siege weapon. While her alliance with Krampus is holding for now, she doesn't believe it will last much longer. In fact, she is already making plans to switch sides. She's considering forming an alliance with Wisdom. Even though he is of ill-tempered nature, he's logical and might be a more reliable ally in the long run. Krampus then requests her help, stating that when the siege begins, it would be highly effective to attack Nebula's forces from both sides. She tries to avoid this plan for some obvious reasons, and she suggests she launch an attack on Automation Castle. But Krampus points out that she won't make it there in time. Well, she reluctantly admits he's right. He then agrees her idea isn't totally off base, especially since the Automation Castle is empty. So he suggests a new plan. Her cavalry could head for the castle, while her foot soldiers support him. They'd split the forces, 200 cavalry and 300 foot soldiers. Since there are 400 fewer enemies, they'd only face 1,300 opponents. With his 800 Sataros and her 300 Lenners, Krampus believes they'll be able to hold their ground against the lizardmen and even secure a victory. But by the looks of Runda's face, it's clear this plan isn't going to go as Krampus hopes. The web of lies she's tangled herself in is closing in on her, and she doesn't know how to get out. She even lied to him that she had already taken care of Nebula's creation, that giant mantis. She knows that if he finds out the truth, she'll lose any chance of an alliance with him. So she quickly decides to lie again. Just then, Krampus picks up a whisper request from Nebula. While Runda tells him to refuse the request, the guy ends up establishing a connection with our boy. Nebula starts off the conversation by asking if they've finally decided to surrender. Naturally, Krampus is annoyed by the arrogance in Nebula's voice. He reminds him not to get too cocky just because he won once, and reassures him that the overall situation is still in their favor. It doesn't take Sunwoon long to piece together what's happening. One glance at Runda's anxiously sweaty face clears any lingering doubts he had, and he can't help but chuckle. The thought of Krampus being lied to by his own partner is just too entertaining for him to control his amusement. Meanwhile, Krampus grows increasingly impatient and irritated, still fuming over the fact that Nebula had kept him blocked from whispering all this time. And now that they're finally connected, this smug taunt is all Nebula has to offer? Sunwoon offers a quick apology, claiming he didn't mean to offend anyone with his words. But regardless, Krampus firmly refuses to surrender or even entertain the thought of defeat. This only deepens Sunwoon's sly smirk beneath his skull hat even more. Without another word, he drops the call. Krampus looks absolutely annoyed as he grumbles about how he can't figure out what that guy is thinking. Runda also reminds him that this is exactly why she advised him not to accept the call from Nebula in the first place. She then grows more anxious as this one concerning thought crosses her mind. What if Sunwoon knows that she lied? After quickly coming up with an excuse, she tells Krampus she needs to check on her army, then hangs up the call and quickly sends whisper requests to Sunwoon. Meanwhile, Sunwoon is just chilling in his seat, watching everything happen before his eyes like a boss keeping tabs on his employees. Then suddenly, his screen lights up with an avalanche of notification spam from Runda, each request piling in one after the other. Since Sunwoon has no reason to reject her requests, he accepts it right away. The moment the call connects, Runda practically and figuratively bursts out of the digital window, immediately starting to berate him for no apparent reason. Sunwoon tries to stay calm as he tells her to take a chill pill. He points out that there's no reason for her to be so mad. If anything, it's him who's frustrated since he's about to be attacked from both sides. But Runda doesn't stop yapping, so Sunwoon, fed up with her nonsense, decides to cut the call. She's not his wife, and he's not going to tolerate her trash talk. So he hangs up, leaving her fuming. Runda, however, immediately reconnects, this time yelling at him even louder for hanging up like that. She reminds him she's not his friend, so he better not treat her like one, then demands to know what he really wants. But Sunwoon isn't in the mood to talk further as long as she keeps bitching. Runda reluctantly swallows her anger, takes a deep breath, and calmly asks why he ended the call when Krampus didn't surrender. In response to her question, Sunwoon explains that his original plan is to secure Krampus's surrender and an agreement from the 5 players to avoid attacking for now. However, given the circumstances, he has decided it might be more efficient to ruin and occupy both Krampus's and Runda's nations, even if it requires extra effort. But Runda counters that at the current stage of civilization, he doesn't have a large enough population to protect all his borders. That is when Sunwoon gives her the gist of his strategy. He plans to take the Satyros land for himself and divide the Lenners' territory among the other 3 players. He is confident they will happily accept free land without having to fight for it. But she counters that she or Krampus won't sit idly if he tried to claim their civilization's land. Well, Sunwoon has already thought it through. He has no intention of letting either her or Krampus stay alive, ensuring there won't be any hiccups in his plan. This leaves Runda visibly shaken. She asks him if this is some sort of threat. Sunwoon, however, remains calm, making it clear that eliminating them is simply one of the options available to him. Realizing she has no way to turn the situation in her favor, Runda surrenders. She asks what he wants in exchange for sparing her life. Without hesitation, Sunwoon demands detailed information about the Lenners, the Satyros, and the Trolls. Well, she can tell him about Satyros since she has an alliance with Krampus, but she's not sure she knows anything about Trolls because she doesn't have any alliance with Wisdom. My guy clears things up by telling her straight that she needs to form an alliance with Wisdom and get him the information. He doesn't care how she does it. Of course, the lady gets mad because she's not about to play double agent for anyone. Out of frustration, she starts punching the screen and ranting nonsense, but my guy just dismisses her. He reminds her that her alliance with Krampus won't last long anyway, especially since this attack will hit Krampus hard, and her last remaining army will fall as well. He threatens her, pointing out the consequences if he tells Krampus about the current state of the battle. Since she's already lied to him, she'll lose her alliances with the other 4 players and be left completely on her own, stuck at level 5. Her face tightens in anger, and she lashes out again, refusing to cooperate. Once the call ends, she just sits back, thinking over everything, trying to figure out a way to get out of this mess. She looks at her Lennar people. While some are living a carefree life, others are praying to her to end the conflicts and battles without anyone getting hurt. But judging by the look on her face, she's not sure if she can respond to those prayers. With no other choice, she contacts Nebula, and my guy smirks, like he was expecting this already. He asks if she's done thinking, to which she replies yes, albeit a bit reluctantly. But my guy just keeps that sassy smile under his hat and decides to start with the info she has on Satyros and the Lenners. Afterwards, the battle with the allied nations ends, and it seems Krampus had a hard time understanding Nebula's ceasefire offer, but Runda managed to convince him, and it ended with a truce. Meanwhile, at the Automation Castle, we meet Hui Kayung's cheerful face. She's apparently holding a conference where representatives from each race are present, and she proposes the idea of creating a merchant alliance. She reminds them that creating a 4-wheel required the help of several experienced merchants, and everyone involved earned profits through interchanges they had. So it would be a good idea for these meetings to continue. She believes that sharing information with each other, purchasing resources in advance before prices rise, and not taxing between the allies when trading with each other would benefit all of them. The white-haired guy, whose name I forgot, also says that they could trade items that are forbidden by their nations in a way that would go unnoticed. They could gather those items in advance, and once the prices rise, they could resell them. It would even be nice to buy up all the stock of certain products and control the prices however they want. The troll representative raises a valid question. Since they're different species from different areas, how can they continue trusting each other in the long term? To which Hui Kaiyong reminds him that there's one way, which is to believe in one god as the basis of their trust. But of course, the troll isn't interested in this, as he's not about to abandon his faith in his god. He counters her by asking, why don't she abandon her god and join him? That's when Hui Kaiyong pulls out a dice and decides to settle everything with a roll. The rule is simple. They'll believe in the god of whoever throws the highest number on the die. Well, we all know how that dice roll ended, and one system window clears up any doubts as well. Under Hui Kaiyong's leadership, the Merchant Alliance, now known as the Fifth Wheel, has been officially created, with the blue insect god as its main deity. This alliance benefits everyone involved by making black market deals, monopolies, and price-fixing practices easier. As a secret merchant alliance, they can now rake in profits without paying any taxes. Sun Woon reflects on how it might be a little early for this kind of secret organization to form, but he had been expecting it. He's impressed by how Hui Kaiyong used her demonic property, probability, to pull this off. She's truly outdone herself this time. With the conflicts over, it's time for everyone to focus on their nations for a while and handle the events that unfolded. This means there won't be any major shifts in borders for some time, which might lead to a bit of stagnation. In the meantime, Sun Woon is determined to prepare more thoroughly for future conflicts with other nations. We've come a long way in the story, so here's a brief overview of how far Nebula's civilization has come. The first major incident involved Rak, who was chased out of the Blue Leather Lizardmen tribe. After being chosen by Nebula, he took control of the tribe. The second major event was the defeat of the Abomination, the ancient Coleoptera. By doing so, Sun Woon obtained the Abomination Essence and created the sacred beast, Sratus. The third major event was the defeat of the Frogman tribe and the two-headed Abominable God, which helped Nebula earn the demonic property of lightning. The fourth big moment involved a secret operation and battle for the Automation Castle through Saren. Nebula's prophecy turned out to be true, and Hui Kaiyong eventually took the throne over all her siblings. The fifth event was the defeat of the elves, who invaded the Automation Castle. After their loss, Nebula also subjugated Eldar. Nebula went on to defeat Solongos and Lim Chunsik, moved the elves to the north shore, and conquered the village of dwarves Maganin at the southern edge of the land. Another significant achievement for Nebula was the establishment of Hukrin, with Orizon chosen as the capital city. So far, the players we've encountered include Nebula, Hegemonia, Eldar, Lim Chunsik, and Solongos. The second season opens with a lively camera shot zooming out over a bustling market of Orizon. In one of the booths, we meet Rak alongside another lizard wearing a red gown, Zyol, who proudly showcases a newly produced product to their leader, and the product in question is actually paper. Rak inquires further about it, and Zyol explains that one of the remaining Linars claimed to be a paper craftsman. Thanks to him, they learned how to make paper, which is lighter and cheaper than silk. Rak wonders if the production process is difficult, but Zyol reassures him that it's quite simple, especially since it was made using the wheels that were created in Orizon. Once the paper supply is steady, they'll be able to use letters more frequently and keep better records, marking a significant step forward in their civilization. You see, with these, recorded history will not be forgotten. It seems like Rak has something he wants to show Zyol as well. Although the paper is good, if someone ruins it, it can't be fixed. Rak continues by saying that he has gallant warriors and wise companions, including Zyol himself, by his side. As long as their god is with them, he believes they can defeat their enemies. However, if those enemies are divided into two, then not even their god can be everywhere at once. So, Rak has come up with a plan. He stretches a line across the map, and reveals that they are going to create a barrier. Zyol acknowledges this idea, but reminds his leader that building a wall of this size will take a lot of time. It will need to be taller than the walls of the Automation Castle to act as a proper barrier. Since they don't have the dolls of the Automation Castle, and it needs to be built from stone, which is not common, it will still take at least 100 years to complete, even if they gathered all the manpower available and spent all their money. Rak is surprised to hear this, not because it will take so long, but because he had originally thought it would take 200 years. However, Zayol's point still stands. It will be difficult to maintain work for 200 years, and they would need to complete it within 100 years. Since 100 years is still a long way off, Rak decides to think of a more efficient way to handle it. After some thought, Rak proposes using the steep river and 3 swamps as natural barriers. If they exclude those areas, it should only take around 80 or maybe even 70 years. But still, this amount of time would take an entire lifetime. So Rak decides to propose a different plan altogether. Instead of focusing on delaying the enemy, they could simply call their allies faster. He suggests using fire and smoke signals, a system with 5 chimneys. 1 chimney lit means everything is fine, 2 means an enemy has been discovered, 3 means the enemy is heading their way, 4 means the beacon has been intruded upon, and 5 means the battle has begun. This system would protect the wild without connecting all the walls. The mountains themselves act as natural barriers, and by setting up mountain fortresses in the valleys with beacons on the ridges, they would serve the same function as beacons in the wild. After outlining the entire plan, Rak asks Zyol for an estimate of how long it would take. The junior quickly responds that it could be completed in 5 years. It's nice to see how they started with a 200-year plan and ended up with one that could be completed in just 5 years. 3 years pass like a breeze, and we find ourselves in Orizon. Inside a mansion, Rakrak sits alone, seemingly lost in thought. He reflects on how maintaining a nation is proving to be harder than creating one. He needs to unite his people internally as much as he needs to defend them from external enemies. Yet every species, aside from humans, fear the lizardmen. While fear makes it easier to command obedience, relying on it alone makes ruling difficult. Without harmony, people will either submit reluctantly or rebel outright. Moreover, he cannot force everyone to place their faith in the blue insect god. If only there were a way to align everyone's hearts. He acknowledges himself as a good fighter but admits that he lacks the intellect to be a true king. Still, he is wise enough to understand that merely living on the same land and coexisting is not enough for true unity. A familiar voice agrees with Rakrak's thoughts, and to his surprise, it belongs to Stargazer, who miraculously walks into the mansion. Stargazer believes that although everyone may live on the same land, they do not live in the same time. Rakrak jumps to his feet in joy and asks his old friend how he's here, as he was supposed to be dead. Stargazer places a finger over Rakrak's mouth to keep his voice low, signaling him to be quiet. At that moment, Rakrak realizes that Stargazer's final words were true. Even if they die, the blue insect god will guide them. He desperately wants to ask Stargazer about the afterlife, but knows that death is a secretive matter, so he refrains from seeking answers. Instead, he asks what Stargazer meant when he said they are not living in the same time. Stargazer looks outside at the stars, then asks Rakrak if he remembers the stories he has told him. Pointing to the sky, he asks if the stars seen in Orizon and those seen in Maganin are the same. Rakrak isn't sure, but he can tell they are different, even if only slightly. Stargazer continues by asking about the lands of the Lenners and the Saturons. Rakrak responds that they are even more different. Stargazer agrees and reminds Rakrak that just as the skies differ, everyone lives in their own time. As a king, Rakrak must learn to live within everyone's time. You see, everyone lives their own lives in their own time. Even though they share the same land, their hearts are divided because of this difference. As a king, Rakrak must understand this. As far as Rakrak knows, from all the things he has learned from Stargazer, others read time in their own unique way. He realizes that their previous misunderstanding with the dwarves occurred because each species counts days differently. This realization feels overwhelming to Rakrak, and when Stargazer asks why it is difficult, Rakrak responds that teaching is challenging, especially to those who are hostile to the lizardmen. Stargazer explains that this is exactly why he's here. He points to the blue shining star and tells Rakrak that this star represents him. If aligned with neighboring stars, it forms a constellation of Rakrak atop a cockatrice. This wandering star, which shines in the spring and dims in the winter, is named Owen. Stargazer believes that when the time comes, Owen will graze Rakrak as it passes by, and Rakrak will be able to hear all the stories Owen has collected so far. Rakrak enjoys the time with Stargazer, and as Stargazer shows him the Frogment, Shunan, Owloy, and even the figures of Lord Hui Kayung, Siren, the Ogre Chief Kijin, and Tamaridu, Rakrak feels the warmth of their shared moment. Everyone is together, living in harmony, even if only for a short time. Eventually, Stargazer senses the god calling him back, and he knows it is time to leave. Rakrak, not wanting this moment to end, insists that Stargazer stay a little longer, saying he still has so much to share. But Stargazer dismisses this, telling him that such things are part of the business of living. Curious, Rakrak asks about the afterlife, hoping Stargazer will reveal more about it. Stargazer, with a somber tone, responds that the afterlife is the business of the dead. Hearing this, Rakrak feels sad. He wanted to know more about what happens after death, as it is something that has always frightened him. Stargazer acknowledges this fear, admitting that those who live should rightfully feel afraid of death. He goes on to explain that the dead cannot change anything. Even if their god allows them to watch, they can do nothing more, for that is their limit. Only the living can work to change things, and Rakrak should never forget this. As Rakrak sees the constellation of their god, he quickly falls to his knees in reverence. But suddenly he hears his name being called. He wakes up from his dreamlike state to see Zayal standing in front of him. It's a crucial time, and all his vassals have assembled to discuss matters of great importance. Rakrak orders Zayal to bring him a large piece of paper and some charcoal, and he wants enough paper to draw out the sky. Meanwhile, the system window announces a significant achievement: the creation of the Hunting Star Calendar, the first calendar in Green Cityac. This calendar is based on constellations and marks months according to the positions of stars. The Hunting Star Calendar is noted for its accuracy, reflecting the actual orbital period with 99.8% precision. It has been adopted by 3 nations and is recognized as a near-perfect system for organizing time. Nebula observes this notification with pride. He recalls how he had dispatched Stargazer to lay the groundwork for this very accomplishment. Though this has cost him a lot, the more information Stargazer revealed, the more faith value dropped. Transferring knowledge from the afterlife isn't free, but it was a necessary investment. It seems like he's on a call with Runda, and he's glad that the Lenners are also going to benefit from this calendar. But judging by Runda's sour face, she doesn't look grateful at all. Nebula further explains that it's a solar calendar calculated using leap years, not just based on the moon. She could at least pretend to be a little happier about it. Instead, she only acts like she's happy but is clearly not. She explains that she somehow managed to fool Krampus and Wisdom, but she borrowed too many resources from him while trying to keep up appearances. Now she's too stressed to dance to his tune. Nebula then asks why she contacted him, to which she reveals that a new force is about to appear in the middle of the continent. This surprises Nebula, and the girl further states that this could even be a player. Sunwoon asks the reason behind her thought, but right at that moment, he gets two system notifications revealing something about a clash of civilizations. It seems two divided tribes have come into contact, and both tribes will experience a huge boost in experience. Nebula also gets an additional warning that the opposing tribe possesses faith. This notification clears up any lingering doubts that it's not an NPC tribe, but it doesn't make sense for a player to suddenly appear in the middle of the continent either. What makes it even more suspicious is that it's been around 22 years since the game started, and this tribe hasn't made any moves until now. They just appeared out of nowhere. Nebula mentions that it could be an abominable god, but Runda explains that she can send whispers to them, and they show up in the local player inventory, so there's no way it's an NPC. Her whispers are getting blocked. Sunwoon doesn't fully trust her, so he asks if she might be trying to trick him as well. That's when she sends him all of the sauce she has regarding this mysterious player and its civilization. She further explains that the information regarding vampires has been sent by the player, whose nickname is AR-1026, who controls the Juman civilization, whose main species is Nixon, which is called Nix in singular form. Normally, AR-1026 would have only sent this to her ally, Zhongwan, but she also sent it to Wisdom, Krampus, and to Runda as well. After seeing the information before his eyes, this literally makes zero sense to our boy, and Runda agrees with him. He then asks her what they're calling this new player, to which she states that the first character is the Hanja Joel, so they took the next two characters and named them Jael Wooby. Nebula reflects on how not only should this player with such a unique name not exist, but the mysterious species vampire shouldn't exist either. The people you see in this scene fighting are the Nix, and some of them have turned into vampires after getting bitten. The system window then further reveals that the vampires infect others like zombies, transforming them into their own species. The transformation usually takes a day, or at most a few days. During the transformation, their abilities generally decrease, but occasionally, they can increase. Runda finds it fascinating that even Nebula doesn't seem to know about this vampire species, to which he agrees. She further reveals that, according to Krampus, they might not know because it's an event with an extremely low probability of occurring. But Nebula believes that no such thing could exist, and thinks it's more like DLC, similar to an expansion pack to the game. He reminds her that this perished world is not exactly the same as the one they used to play in the game, and they no longer have the graphic options window or the logout window, meaning they can't log out. If things that once existed can disappear, then it's also possible for things that never existed to suddenly appear. Nebula then decides to inform the approaching threat to AR, who is another player, and AR should also look into the matter of who is behind all this. But Runda believes that wouldn't be of any help, because Wisdom and Krampus have both decided to keep an eye on vampires for now too. She also shares that she's experienced zombie apocalypse events in the game before, and this one has a much slower infection rate. However, Nebula argues that, compared to zombies with low intelligence, these vampires maintain their intelligence and should not be underestimated. Runda is still unsure whether she should inform AR about the looming vampire threat. AR has an alliance with Zhongwan, while Wisdom is playing solo. Meanwhile, with her alliance with Krampus, there are three distinct factions, all of them currently at war with one another. If AR is weakened by this vampire madness, it would directly benefit her and her partner. Nebula acknowledges her thought process and decides to meet her later to discuss further. With that, he ends the call and starts reviewing the information he has received about the vampires. However, he still hasn't figured out the source of this strange anomaly. The scene transitions to a mountainous region, where 5 major players are on a conference call together. The first player, Zhongwan, wears a large mask over his face. He is the invisible flow god, his species is kobold, and his nation is Amgal. The third participant is AR-1026, known as the invisible root god, but we will simply call her AR from now on. Her species is Nix, and her nation is Guman. They are apparently discussing whether to turn to help Hegemonia or Nebula, but from Krampus's perspective, they're both equally douchebags, and Runda agrees with him. However, she believes it will be easier to communicate with Nebula than with Hegemonia. While everyone has expressed their opinion, there's still one person left who hasn't given his statement, who is Wisdom, the tangled and entwined god. His main species is Troll, and his nation is Sukmion. He approves of Runda's idea as well. With the speak of the devil, Nebula also joins the Skype call to figure things out. My guy feels smug, knowing everyone was just talking about him. Of course, they all give him cold, unamused looks. But Wisdom gets straight to business and initiates the conversation by asking Nebula if he knows why they called him here. Naturally, my guy plays it cool. He admits he has a hunch but adds that predictions aren't always right. Runda, absolutely annoyed, thinks to herself how this bastard is acting clueless, even though she sent him all the information beforehand. Wisdom cuts to the chase and reminds Nebula that something unusual is happening in the center of the continent. A player everyone is calling Jael Wooby has emerged with a new species, known as vampires. Nebula acknowledges this, agreeing that he knows about it. He also confirms that the vampires, which began in AR's Juman lands, have now spread to the territories of all 5 players and become a significant force. Well, of course Nebula knows everything, that's just expected of him, so no one seems particularly surprised. Wisdom gets to the point and asks directly if Nebula will lend his help. But my guy throws the question right back, asking why he should help. This little statement leaves everyone silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Runda thinks to herself how much this guy loves to play these kinds of games. Wisdom explains that due to the locusts that recently appeared in their fertile regions, their food supplies have dwindled, and everyone knows Nebula is the one who caused it. But our boy brushes it off, stating that since Krampus and Runda already attacked him before, he feels like they're even now. Zhongwan loses his mind to hear this, and argues back that it wasn't even a proper war. Seeing this shitty cat getting ahead of himself, my guy outright challenges him. If they're so pissed, they can come at him any time. Before things escalate, Wisdom quickly tries to calm Zhangwan down. He believes Nebula is acting cocky on purpose, and warns that if they let their anger prevent them from securing his help, the situation will spiral out of control. Zhangwan doubts if Nebula's behavior is intentional, but Wisdom reassures him that it is. With tension somewhat under control, Wisdom redirects the conversation back to the main topic. He points out that if they work together, they might be lucky enough to defeat the vampires on their own. But if their luck runs out, the vampires will continue growing their forces, and everyone will eventually have to beg Nebula for help anyway. Our guy, of course, feels a smug satisfaction seeing just how well aware they all are of the importance of his existence. Since Nebula has no reason to help them, he can simply just sit back and watch them get screwed. But Wisdom counters, arguing that if they collapse, it will eventually bring trouble to Nebula as well. Facing 5 divided opponents is far easier than dealing with a united force of vampires. This remark leaves Nebula momentarily speechless because Wisdom's reasoning is solid. Nebula recalls seeing his name in the top 10 rankings back in the game. If this is the same person, Wisdom is one of the most talented players among them. Still, Nebula isn't about to agree just because of that. He fires back, saying that dealing with one united opponent is still easier for him. Runda then asks him if his refusal to help is simply because he lacks the motivation. But Nebula denies what she has assumed, and finally reveals that if they want his help, he expects to be appropriately rewarded. Wisdom, quick to follow up, asks what kind of reward Nebula wants. With his usual calm demeanor, Nebula lays out his conditions, stating that he wants 3 people each from the candle craftsman, glass craftsman, and brick craftsman categories. These both talents have been monopolized by individual civilizations, and he wants them as well. Additionally, he also wants 12 wagons of gold. Nebula's demand leaves everyone bewildered. Krampus practically boils with rage and starts calling out Nebula for taking advantage of their desperation. He goes as far as to accuse him of working with Yahello, but our guy calmly responds to this angry red tomato that if they show him attitude, they're just asking to get screwed. Before the situation can escalate any further, Wisdom steps in once again. He suggests they take some time to think things over and promises to call Nebula back once everyone has made up their minds. With that, the call ends. Not long after, Nebula gets another video chat request. He returns promptly, and this time, Wisdom announces that they've accepted his conditions. Wisdom promises that they'll send the craftsmen tonight and will progressively deliver gold as they collect it. In return, they want Nebula to share his plan for defeating Yahello and the vampires. He is confident that Nebula must have a strategy in mind if he was bold enough to demand such a hefty reward. But Nebula subverts everyone's expectations by casually stating that their assumptions are wrong, because he's already put his plan into action. We then see this unknown Nyx appear on Nebula's display, and it would not be surprising if this turned out to be the Lord of Vampires and faithful follower of Yahello. The scene transitions into a flashback. We see Juman engulfed in flames. Amidst the destruction, a lone woman escapes the gruesome scene alive, and this woman appears to be same lady we just saw. The tragedy unfolded due to a sudden attack by the Null tribe. During the assault, the human tribe's chiefess, her mother, was sacrificed. Her mother fought valiantly, putting her life on the line, but ultimately perished. Following this disaster, the invisible root god chose a new chief from another family, marking the downfall of the original bloodline. Now, the newly appointed chief is ruthlessly hunting down the survivors of the former ruling family in order to purge the original power. She can't believe this is the result of being loyal to their god. She wants to know the reason why they got abandoned by their god. How could the invisible root god could not grant her even the smallest miracle? She starts to wonder if they were nothing more than disposable pawns to their god all along. Desperate and broken, she begs the invisible root god to answer her prayers. But just as her pleas echo into the void, a dark and mysterious entity appears right in front of her. She's bewildered, staring at this unknown figure, and starts to wonder if the god is here to kill her. But at this point, she has nothing left to lose. It doesn't matter what happens to her anymore. Mustering the last of her strength, she asks the entity for just one sip of water. The entity throws a pouch filled with blood and a piece of rotten meat at her feet. But to her eyes, that disgusting filth looked like sweet, cool water and freshly baked bread. She starts thanking the entity, tears streaming down her face as she takes a bite of the bread. After devouring the rotten meat and drinking the blood, she surrenders herself completely to the entity. She promises to do anything for it. At that moment, the entity offers her a sword. The moment she grabs it, her hand begins to move on its own, and before she knows it, the sword is pointed right at her. In desperation, she begs the entity to save her, and eventually her hand stops moving. After getting overwhelmed by the entity's apparent generosity, she decides to consider it her new god. She vows to serve it, whatever it desires, and she calls it the Blood and Rotten Meat God. A system notification flashes to reveal that the Blood and Rotten Meat God has chosen Chief Shaven, and with that, the first vampire is born. The scene transitions back to Nebula, who is observing the vampire's rapid growth. In just 6 months, their population has skyrocketed to 6,000. Within less than a year, the vampire forces have grown to 4,000 strong. With that army, they launched an attack and conquered Human's capital. AR, one of the players, perished while using Descent, losing both her life and her creation. Her level has probably dropped to 4 now. If anyone had helped AR when the vampire force was still small and wiped them out back then, this wouldn't have happened. But instead, all of the players decided not to help her. And now, this is the result, the foundation of the vampire nation. The nation is called Baeka White Fang, and the leader of the vampires calls himself the Vampire King. The generals are mainly the vulnerable beings cast away by other nations, and their ultimate goal is to get revenge on the gods who abandoned them. Nebula promises to tell them how to defeat these vampires, but the question is whether they'll even be able to handle it now. You see, vampires have 3 weaknesses, but Krampus cuts our boy mid-sentence, because he is surprised to hear this, since he thought they only had 2 weaknesses. Nebula then asks him to share the 2 weaknesses he knows, so they can see if he's right. Krampus says it's common knowledge that vampires can't go near sunlight, and they're weak to silver. The 3rd weakness, he thinks, must be that they get weaker the more generations go by. But Nebula corrects him, saying that's actually a strength, not a weakness. Here's the thing. Higher-level vampires have outstanding physical abilities, but they're still weak to sunlight and silver. As generations pass, their physical abilities do get weaker, but so do the effects of sunlight and silver on them. Wisdom then asks about the plan Nebula had mentioned earlier. According to scouts Wisdom has spread around, it seems like the vampires haven't started moving yet. But Nebula clarifies that Beka is already on the move. Just so you are not confused, Beka is the vampire civilization name. Nebula then finally reveals that being vampires is their own inherent weakness, which is the 3rd weakness he was talking about. Krampus asks for further clarification on their 3rd weakness, and Nebula takes a moment to check the Beka force's marching status from the past few days. He shows them that they have a force of 4,000 strong, dividing themselves into groups of 1,000, and spreading out in all 4 directions, starting from the center of the continent. It looks like it would be easy to defeat them, but the balance comes from the fact that each nation's force is only about 1,000 strong, so it's just balanced out. Runda looks at the 4 maps Nebula shows her and points out that they all look the same. Nebula explains that these maps are from different days, which means the armies haven't moved at all. Runda argues that maybe they've just stopped reorganizing. But Nebula disagrees, saying that they wouldn't be able to stop all 4 armies just for that. He believes there must be another reason they've become undetectable, and he thinks it's connected to the 3rd weakness of the vampires. Wisdom finally asks him what that 3rd weakness is. Nebula reminds them how everyone used to treat vampires like zombies at first. But there's a big difference between the 2, which is that the vampires have intelligence. You see, zombies are just people who've been infected by a disease, so there's no individual behavior to them. But vampires are different. Vampires have ranks, and some of them are even forced into becoming vampires. The lower-level vampires are subservient to the mediocre-level ones, and the mediocre ones, in turn, are subservient to the high-level vampires. But this subservience starts to break down as you go lower in the ranks. Runda's mind struggles to make sense of what Nebula is saying, so Wisdom steps in to clarify. He explains that what Nebula means is that the lower-level vampires don't have the same sense of purpose or loyalty as the higher-level ones. Nebula further clears out that the key to the cohesion between vampires lies in this inherent subservience. At first, vampires had to kill others to make them obey, or even just to survive. In that process, vampires themselves got hunted as well, so they had to stick together for protection, and the weak followed the superior. But once the nation of vampires, Beka, was founded, they were placed in an environment where they could survive without having to kill anyone. Basically, the vampires no longer have a clear reason to fight. All they have left is a vague sense of subservience to their superiors, but even that's starting to weaken. Some of the generals don't want to risk heavy losses. Now that their immediate needs are met, they're no longer starving, they're thinking beyond survival. They're planning ahead, strategizing, and waiting to see which general will make the first move. Later we see one of the vampire generals, General Juner, sitting in his quarters. He's frustrated, thinking about how to take control of the continent before their chance slips away. He can't figure out why the other generals aren't making a move. Suddenly, he hears the creak of a door. Someone is standing there, shining direct sunlight at him through a mirror. As soon as the sunlight touches his skin, it starts to burn. Acting quickly, Juner throws a dagger with deadly precision. The blade hits the mysterious person, who is a woman, right between her eyes, and she drops to the ground. It turns out she had intentionally used the mirror to flash sunlight into the room, knowing that sunlight is a vampire's weakness. Juner's servant arrives on the scene and apologizes for the disturbance in his sleep. He explains that one of their feeds managed to escape and cause trouble. Juner, however, calmly assures him that the woman came inside before he went to sleep. The servant asks why he hasn't gone to bed yet, to which Juner explains that he's still trying to figure out what the other generals are thinking. He then asks his servant if he has any ideas. The servant says it's because not everyone follows the blood and rotten meat god. Well, Juner already knows this, especially since Satiros follow the life-proving god. The servant goes on to say that there are some vampires who follow that same god as well. Juner is shocked and questions how such beings could even exist. He despises the gods who abandoned them. To him, only the blood and rotten meat god has cared for them. So he finds it absurd that there are vampires who don't follow their god. The robed figure explains that not everyone became a vampire by choice. While there's no doubt that the vampire king Shaven carefully selected his generals to become vampires, it's likely that the generals who turned others into vampires weren't as careful with their selections. Among the generals, there might be those who don't think the same way anymore, which could explain why some of them have stopped moving. Juner insists that they must understand that they have no choice but to serve the one who gave them immortality, the owner of the teeth who bit them. But the servant counters, arguing that loving the one who made them a vampire doesn't mean they have to obey everything they say. After Beka was founded, every general had to fight against the others to conquer better lands. The servant advises Juner that this is why they don't want to make the first move and risk heavy losses. They need to maintain their forces. Juner acknowledges what his servant has said. He tells him to inform all their soldiers that once the sun sets, they'll begin marching. He's determined to show the Vampire King Shaven that there's a general who's different from the others. Meanwhile, Nebula tells the group that one of the vampire armies will likely start moving soon because one of the generals seems particularly faithful and subservient. Krampus points out that if they move again, their weakness might no longer be effective. Wisdom explains that it's enough to understand the principles behind their actions. If their movements are predictable, then he's sure they can manipulate them through miracles, and buy themselves some time. By delaying vampire supply lines alone, they can break up the vampire armies. With more control over the situation, they'll have more options to play with. Krampus throws in a jab thanking the Starhead for his thorough explanation, but Wisdom quickly responds annoyingly that this is not a star. Nebula then asks what it is then. Wisdom then proudly reveals that it's the great dodecahedron of the Kepler point polyhedra. A brief silence falls over the group after hearing such a long, strange name. Surprisingly, no one laughs, and Nebula even promises to keep that in mind going forward. He also apologizes for mispronouncing his title previously. Wisdom then asks if Nebula is planning to create social division to break up the vampire army. Contrary to Wisdom's expectation, Nebula explains that while breaking them up could work, it would take too long, and the damage would be spread out. So instead, he's going to do the opposite, bring them back together. The masked figure asks how Nebula plans to unify them. Nebula clarifies that their confidence is the thing that is dragging these vampires down. They are so damn sure of themselves that they can defeat everyone, so they are spreading out everywhere. That's why he's planning to strike them with one big blow to turn everyone's eyes on him. The scene transitions back to Yuener, where his servant barges into the room to announce the arrival of enemy forces. Juner quickly asks if the attackers are the Satyros. The servant says no because it's actually Hukrin's lizardmen. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to our party. After riding on their cockatrices for what feels like an eternity, they finally reach their destination. Rokrak looks visibly excited as he asks Zael if he has heard of Tatar, a legendary warrior who once defeated 10 trolls by himself. According to rumors, Tatar is now working in the southern archipelagos and has climbed to a high-ranking position. Now that he thinks about it, Rokrak proudly reflects on how, no matter how much he trains, there are still countless warriors stronger than him. He admits that he rarely gets the chance to truly flex his muscles. But now, after seeing a few trolls in the distance, he grins and declares that it's high time he works hard to try and steal Tatar's fame. Zael gives his leader a pleasant smile and says that Rokrak is already a great general and an elite warrior, claiming that fame like Tatar's should be no big deal for someone of his caliber. But Rokrak reminds him that, in order to become an elite warrior, one must be greedy. With that, my lizard guy begins slaughtering those bastards left and right. That's when Juener charges like a raging bull in the name of the god of blood and rotten meat. However, that bastard eventually gets his head severed. So far, including this one, Rokrak has killed 9 trolls. Zael teasingly smiles as he notes that Rokrak is still 1 troll short of claiming the title for the highest troll kills. But Rokrak explains that his share has decreased because everyone got excited after hearing what he said, and they all went crazy. He also reminds Zael that since the last troll he killed was a general, it should at least count as 2. However, Zael rubs salt in the wound by reminding him that there's only 1 head, so it's not possible to count it as 2. Still, Rokrak reminds him that they aren't even trolls, since they're vampires. Anyway, after clearing out the entire town, our party decides to reorganize camp and check their equipment as they prepare to venture deeper. The scene transitions to the residence of the King of the Vampires, where Shivan looks annoyed to hear that General Juner has died along with 400 soldiers. There are around 300 enemies, and they're from the Cockatoo cavalry warriors of Hukrin. When the lady hears that only 300 warriors wiped out 400 vampires, she's completely baffled. This foxy guy, whose name I don't know, explains that they are from the Cockatoo cavalry and attacked while everyone else was stationed. The lady just tells him to shut the hell up. She acknowledges that they are incidentally strong troops, but for them to attack so quickly, they would need to have reduced their supplies, meaning they would have to rely on procuring resources from the area. However, the fact that they came through another nation's land suggests that Hukrin and Danium, along with other nations, may in fact be in an alliance. She sits down with a map spread across the table, reflecting on how Hukrin's troops are receiving supplies from the Satyros, while overtaking their territory here in Becca, even though this won't become their land. Or at least this is what she thinks. Most of the vampire soldiers are stationed in separate units, leaving only a handful to protect the village. There's no effective way to block the advancing enemy. To make matters worse, the remaining 3 generals are still hesitating to move. This leaves her with only 2 choices. Either send Yuener's remaining 600 scattered soldiers to block the 300 lizardmen, or mobilize their current entire force of 3,600 soldiers to attack Hukrin's mainland. The former option isn't entirely disadvantageous since the god of blood and rotten meat would support them. However, the enemy cavalry could simply avoid direct confrontation and continue invading the territory. On the other hand, launching an attack on Hukrin is a dangerous gamble. Moving the army elsewhere without properly securing the situation here could lead to disaster. She struggles to make a decision on her own, unsure of the best course of action. Just then, her gaze drifts to the moon outside. Her eyes widen as she notices the moon has turned red. Acting quickly, she orders her servant to gather all the generals and soldiers, because she wants to march to the east, and the whole force will attack Hukrin's land. We return to the players, where Wisdom acknowledges Nebula's cleverness in uniting the enemies. He asks her if they are planning to carry out a pincer attack. Nebula replies that it would be nice, but questions whether anyone here even has the forces necessary to execute such a maneuver. He reminds them how AR's Nixon forces were practically annihilated when the capital was conquered, and Runda's Lenars are in poor shape. However, the other three factions are in better condition. The masked man admits that his forces are in good shape and offers his support. However, Nebula points out that his forces are too far away to align with the necessary timing. This leaves Wisdom and Krampus as the only two who can realistically help. Wisdom volunteers to send 300 soldiers, while Krampus agrees to contribute around 500. Nebula acknowledges this and states that this should be sufficient. He then predicts that if the vampires plan to attack Hukrin, they will either have to cross the wilds or raid the mountain fortress on the path leading to the Automation Castle. He confidently asserts that the vampires will almost certainly choose the latter. From the vampires' perspective, it's difficult to avoid the sunlight in the wilds, but the mountain paths provide shade, allowing them to attack the villages along the way to replenish their blood supply. Nebula plans to chase the vampire forces from behind, using his own cavalry of 3,000 along with Wisdom and Krampus's forces, while keeping their distance to avoid getting too close. Wisdom agrees with the plan, but he expresses concern that if they follow the vampires too far behind Becca's rear scouts, he questions whether Hukrin's mountain fortress can withstand an attack from more than 3,000 soldiers alone. Nebula gives him a sassy smirk and asks why he thinks Hukrin can't handle that. Seeing our boy's confidence, Wisdom is now certain that it will be fine. He concludes that the rest of them will have to focus on suppressing the vampires within their forces, and Zhangwan will need to use those forces to reclaim AR's territory. He's confident that they'll be able to significantly reduce their faith value, and by lowering the number of vampires on the front lines, they can make a considerable impact. The only thing bothering him, though, is that Jiao Wubi has barely used their faith resources, aside from using them to descend when capturing the capital. Since then, they haven't been utilized at all. Currently, Becca holds the greatest territory on the third continent, and boasts a large number of regular vampire soldiers. This is often overlooked due to the prejudice that vampires are an overpowered species, but they're actually quite skilled as players. Considering this, Nebula wonders if Jiao Wubi's current divinity level might be quite high. If he takes this into account and calculates their possible highest level, they might already be at level 17. If that's the case, the dignity skill obtained at level 16 could become a problem. Still, Nebula is certain there's a way forward, even if this presents a challenge. The scene transitions to Hukrin, where we see the vampire king Shaven gritting her teeth in frustration. The path ahead of them is treacherous, steep with a sharp elevation, and there isn't a single place to hide from sunlight until they reach the castle. She wonders if there's anything they can use to overcome this challenge. Her assistant hesitates before suggesting that the big weasels might be the only option, but they don't have enough of them to be effective. She then orders him to use the Lenars and trolls to approach the castle walls, equipping them with large hammers to break down the defenses. The assistant, visibly uneasy, reminds her that this approach will result in heavy casualties. The vampire king, however, coldly states that they can use the bodies of the fallen to make the steep slope more manageable. That's when a sinister plan forms in her mind. If she's going to build stairs from dead bodies, they don't necessarily have to be vampire bodies. Her assistant quickly catches on to her plan, realizing that she intends to use the slaves as both a distraction and a means to diminish their supplies in the process. She then reveals that she's heard rumors about the slaves, how all the gods have forsaken them except for one, a single god who has yet to give up on them. Later, we see the vampires forcefully escorting all the slaves, demanding they march ahead. Inside the tent, many other slaves cower in fear, knowing they'll be next. The boy reflects bitterly that, at the end of the day, they were nothing more than slaves and food to the vampires. The gods he had once believed in have forsaken them. If that wasn't true, their god wouldn't have abandoned them like this for no reason. The blood and rotten meat god does not accept prayers from those who were brought in as slaves. However, there are rumors circulating that the lizardmen of Hukrin are fighting back viciously on vampire territory. This rumor has sparked a glimmer of hope among the slaves. The blue insect god, the unknown god they've come to believe in, now represents their last saving grace, their final hope. The time has come, and the remaining slaves are ordered to step outside. While people from different species cower in fear, that human boy stands up. He knows that keeping hope alive is pointless, but blue insect god is the only thing they have. As he steps forward, his eyes fall on the piles of bodies lined up along the path, forming a gruesome ladder. He knows he's next in line to become part of this horrific construction. The vampire soldiers bark their orders, explaining their grim mission. The slaves are to run toward the castle doors of the lizardmen. If the lizardmen are willing to save them, they'll open the gates. The crowd recoils in terror as they're shoved forward, forced to march. Ahead they can see the treacherous path to the castle, with 3 bends leading up the slope. No one has ever made it past the second bend. The vampire commander starts the countdown. When he reaches 5, the order is given. Everyone must charge toward the castle. The boy has no choice but to run. The countdown is ticking down, and if he doesn't move, he'll be slaughtered anyway. As he starts to sprint, another slave is decapitated by the vampires, and the rest follow suit, desperate to escape the same grisly end. The boy runs as fast as he can, but just then, an arrow comes flying toward him. No, not just one arrow, but a barrage, ready to pierce them all. The Vampire King's plan is simple: crush any remaining hope the slaves might have. By doing so, she can build her troops' morale and reduce their expenses, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Her assistant questions what they'll do if the lizardmen actually open the doors and accept the slaves, but the Vampire King Shaven coldly asks him if he can't see they're shooting arrows at them. She believes that unless the lizardmen's commander has gone mad, there's no way they would open their castle doors. However, if they do decide to open the doors and pretend to be saviors, that would work in her favor too. She could launch an attack then. To her, the gods have abandoned the slaves. Even those who still believe in them are nothing more than tools in the eyes of the gods, to be used and discarded as they please. She believes that only the blood and rotten meat god is their true savior, and that only those who refuse to believe in him are abandoned. She is determined to prove this point to everyone here. The boy meanwhile is running as fast as he can, miraculously avoiding all the arrows. He glances around and notices that there are no bodies nearby, meaning he must have made it farther than anyone else. Yet, eventually he stops running. The vampires watch him curiously, wondering why he stopped and why the lizardmen have ceased their shooting. The boy, on the other hand, is certain that there's no way the gates will open. Running toward them is pointless. It was clear from the start that opening the gates would mean inviting a frontal assault from the vampires. The vampires shout at him to keep running or risk being shot from behind, but the boy doesn't move. He has finally come to terms with the truth that whether he makes it to the end or not, he will die anyway. Their gods have abandoned them, so there's no reason for them to keep running like this. Tears begin to fall, filled with sorrow, as he asks himself why they were even born into a world where they've been abandoned by their gods. The boy, desperate for an answer to his pleas, suddenly notices blue butterflies gracefully entering the scene. Their ethereal presence catches him off guard. His wishes have been heard. The front gate opens. Meanwhile, from the lizardmen's perspective, the one atop the wall is bewildered to see that the vampires are sending more unarmed troops toward them, and the lizardmen are unsure of their intentions. Their commander is equally uncertain, but he has a hunch that the vampires are using the slaves to lessen the slope of the hill. That is when a familiar voice inquires whether using slaves in this manner is truly beneficial. The commander Quetzal replies that the vampires are likely trying to end things quickly by discarding their excess food supplies, basically, throwing away what they no longer need. It's Rakrak gracing the scene, and he considers the possibility that there may be a different reason behind all of this. The commander Quetzal continues, explaining that the great General Yu has fought in countless battles against vampires, so the commander is sure that the word that lizardmen are killing vampires will reach far and wide. The commander Quetzal believes it's more likely that the vampires are using these slaves to turn public opinion against the lizardmen. Knowing the main castle door won't be opened, the vampires will make it clear that there is no hope for the slaves, thus making it easier to control them. He is quite impressed that the vampire commander is far more strategic and wise than they had initially anticipated. But Rakrak states that he has another plan and instructs the soldiers to open the door on his signal. The commander is bewildered by this and asks their leader if he truly intends to save the slaves. He warns that those people may not be slaves but weapons the vampires have been hiding. Rakrak makes it clear that this is why they're taking precautions, by shooting them twice if necessary. The commander argues that even if they open the doors, they won't be able to save more than a few dozen people, so taking such a big risk is pointless. Rakrak simply gives his friend a sly smile and asks if he's trying to resist his leader's decision. While Rakrak has no doubt that Quetzal is a capable commander, he also remembers how Quetzal always loses to him in games. Rakrak commands Quetzal to open his eyes and understand. Though Quetzal is quick with numbers and logical in his thinking, he lacks the imagination to see the bigger picture. As these ethereal butterflies float around Quetzal, he is momentarily caught off guard. Rakrak, however, announces with confidence that their god has granted them permission to open the castle doors. The gates creak open and that slave boy finally enters the palace. He is exhausted and collapses to his knees. Meanwhile, Rakrak stands at the front gate and shouts to everyone to use silver against the vampires. He warns them to be cautious and save the injured slaves while pushing back the vampires. Soldiers on the wall report that the vampire cavalry is approaching. As soon as the gate opened, they started moving quickly among the slaves. While the slaves pour inside, the lizardmen stand guard at the gate, scanning each individual to ensure they're not enemies. Rakrak then grabs the last slave and pushes her toward the gate. As a vampire charges at Rakrak, he responds by using his electricity, sending a powerful lightning shock. The descending bolt is so intense that it's visible from miles away, even catching the attention of the vampire king. Her attendant apologizes to her, saying they didn't expect the enemies to open their gates. Lord Shaven, however, claims that she didn't anticipate this either, but has no choice but to proceed as planned and begin the attack. Once the attendant receives the orders, he decides to rally the soldiers. Meanwhile, Shaven reflects on the one benefit of her vampire army, its composition of different species. The Lenars are fast and skilled with most weaponry, while the Kobolds are small and nimble, making it easy for them to dodge arrows. The Trolls are strong enough to withstand a couple of attacks, and the Nixon and Satiros are solid all-rounders, forming the core of her forces. Being able to take full advantage of each species' strengths is her victory plan. On top of that, they have the power of being vampires, with the third-generation specialty. The captain of the Nixon is so strong that he can rival the strength of some trolls. A hill castle like the one ahead should be able to hold around 2,000 troops, and she has managed to win battles with the same number in the past. But this time she has 3,400 soldiers, so there's no doubt in her mind that she will win. There's no way she can lose. Meanwhile, my guy is watching her live on the screen, and he is more than ready to prove her wrong. He had already anticipated that Shaven has no idea how to take over a hill castle, and now his hunch has been proven correct. He expected this much because there isn't a single commander in this generation with the experience needed to conquer a hill castle. Most of them must think it's just like attacking any other castle. Only Rakrak and Zayal, who have designed these strategies and trained in simulations, would truly understand how to approach this. You see, a regular castle and a hill castle are two completely different challenges. Even if vampires are skilled archers, none of their bows can match the precision or power of Rakrak's lizardmen archers. On top of that, his archers have the advantage of aiming from a higher elevation to the ground below, And even if the vampires manage to climb and reach the castle walls, the lizard men are already prepared to deal with them. Massive rocks are ready to be hurled down, sending any intruders crashing back to where they came from. Next comes the batch of the strongest second and third generation vampires. These elite warriors boast impressive stats, but even they are no match for Rakrak's godly lightning attacks. A single strike of his lightning is enough to decimate the entire group. Rakrak, pipe in hand, casually smokes while literally smoking these bastards off the battlefield. Moments later, the front of the hill castle is littered with the corpses of vampires who had foolishly believed that attacking such a fortified position was a wise decision. The attendant reports the grim news to Lord Shaven that they have lost 600 warriors in this last attack. Shaven, visibly annoyed, does not bother to think it over, and immediately orders preparations for another assault. She declares that she must conquer the castle at all costs. Shaven desperately tries to beg the blood and rotten meat god to lend her strength. Meanwhile, the hill castle continues to rain down arrows, while everyone scrambles to escape. One of the high-tier vampires quickly cuts down a coward trying to flee, and he shouts to the others not to give up, claiming they can still conquer the hill castle. Nebula watches from the sidelines, thinking to himself that these fools are marching straight to their deaths. They've barely managed to reach the bottom of the castle walls, and they're already taking so much damage that it would be too costly to continue. The corpses are piling high, giving them a gradual incline, but if they retreat now, they'll have to start all over again. If Shaven were truly a good commander, she would recognize that a short-term attack like this is impossible. She should retreat, but Nebula is sure that her fanaticism blinding her to reality. For now, Jiolwubi is not aiding her in the battle, and Nebula wonders why. He has a hunch that Jiolwubi might be watching the battle from afar, but if that's the case, it seems he hasn't yet grasped the full situation down there. Shaven grows more desperate with each passing second. If they continue attacking like this, she'll only keep losing more soldiers. Then, one of her soldiers rushes in with urgent news. He tells her that, from behind, about half a day to a day's distance away, trolls, satyros, and lizardmen warriors have united and are heading toward her army. This revelation leaves Shaven stunned, and for a moment, she even considers retreating. But then she realizes it's too late for that. She has already lost too many soldiers, and if her soldiers are caught in between while retreating, it'll be impossible to block the enemy's advance. It's better to conquer the hill castle as quickly as possible and enter it. Just then, Shaven's nose begins to drip. She's confused, as she hasn't bled since becoming a vampire. Before she can process this, another soldier rushes in with more troubling news, which is that the slaves have revolted. To understand what happened, we turn a little back in time, when all the slaves were sitting quietly, hearing the distant roars of battle. One of them asks what happened to those slaves who were dragged out. Someone responded that the vampires lined them up and told them to run toward Hukrin Hill Castle, but they had no choice but to die. But one of the slaves counters. He adds that the fourth human child who was dragged out is still alive. There were blue butterflies. The blue butterflies were hovering above the castle, and the door opened. The lizardman opened it, and that human boy entered the castle. No one in the tent can believe it. How could one child enter the castle? Why would the lizardmen let them in? At that moment, one of the slaves stands up, ready to rebel. She declares that the story of the lizardmen fighting the vampires and their god watching over them is true. She's tired of being pathetic. And at this rate, they're all going to die. So, even if the rumors are false, she refuses to die like this. Her words inspire the others, and they agree to follow her in rebellion. As some vampires enter to check on the commotion, the slaves suddenly latch onto them. A brutal clash takes place, with vampires and slaves fighting with each other. In the present, Shaven asks how many slaves are causing the commotion. The attendant replies that it's not just a commotion, but that all the slaves have descended into chaos. She asks if all 1,200 slaves are rebelling. The attendant confirms, explaining that all the soldiers guarding them have been killed, and the revolt is growing rapidly. He adds that they're doing their best, but there aren't enough soldiers to contain the slaves. Annoyed, Shaven snaps, asking how they can fail to contain a bunch of weaponless slaves. The attendant responds that there are far more slaves than soldiers, and the slaves are unusually hostile. Unlike usual, they don't seem to care about dying. They're diving for weapons, taking whatever they can find. All of the slaves are rushing toward the castle, since the castle gates are open. Shaven, on the other hand, has no idea when Rakrak opened the castle doors, or how he could have thought this far ahead. She admits to herself that she's severely underestimated him. Suddenly, her attendant requests a detachment of soldiers to apprehend the situation, but when we take a look at Shaven's face, her nosebleed has worsened significantly. She interprets it as a sign of disapproval from the gods, though she refuses to believe that the god who chose her would ever blame her for this. She dismisses the thought and declares that she needs to seize the castle by tomorrow morning at any cost, and she is ready to focus all soldiers on attacking the hill castle. The attendant, hesitant, asks if she plans to leave the slaves unchecked. Even if they take the hill castle, they'll still need slaves, for both feeding and labor, especially when the enemy closes in around them. The lady glares at him and responds coldly for speaking out of turn. Before he can utter another word, she grabs him by the neck. She sinks her fangs into him and drains every last drop of his blood. Now that she has drunk some fresh blood, her mind feels sharper and more focused. She turns to the soldier standing nearby and asks if there is any general capable of suppressing the rebellion without additional reinforcements. The soldiers nervously promise to do their best with the station troops. She gives them the green light to proceed. She then appoints this goat soldier as her new aide, instructing him to fetch her armor. She declares that she plans to open the castle gates herself. The castle's front gates are littered with countless corpses. Despite this, the vampire lady is showing no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, Parts of her camp are engulfed in flames due to the unexpected rebellion sparked by the slaves. Rakrak is in awe to witness this disorder. Commander Quetzal, standing beside him, turns to him and asks when their reinforcements are expected to arrive. Rakrak calmly explains that it's far too early for reinforcements. Since the attackers are vampires, he is certain the rebellion is being caused by the slaves. Quetzal questions why he believes this, so Rakrak merely smiles and responds that it would be wise to assemble the cockatoo warriors. But the commander does not think it's a good idea, because the vampires will stop their attack to gather their forces and apprehend the slaves. But Rakrak doesn't think that will happen. Quetzal then asks how the vampires are going to conquer the castle gate if they are not going to use their armies. Rakrak turns Quetzal's attention to the front, where Shaven herself is advancing in order to take down the castle gate. She calls out to Rakrak, daring him to come out and fight if he isn't afraid. Quetzal curiously asks his leader if he's going to fight. Rakrak responds confidently, saying that if he doesn't face her now, she'll use her god's power to break the castle gates. She's so desperate that she's come out herself. Rakrak knows the slaves will soon appear behind the enemy lines, and when that happens, he orders Quetzal to deploy the cockatoo warriors. His plan is to pin the enemies and eliminate them. While Rakrak's strategy is clear to us, let's take a look at what Shaven is thinking. She believes that the moment Rakrak opens the gate to fight her, she will send the big weasels toward it, and then the vampire soldiers will start biting the hell out of everyone with little to no regard. If she can break through the gates and take the high ground, she's confident she can target the hill castle and gain a strategic advantage. But suddenly, a massive silhouette casts a shadow over her face. Shaven looks up. It's Rakrak sitting atop his cockatoo. While she is standing in disbelief, my guy comes crashing down at her. Their weapons clash, and although she manages to save herself, the crushing weight of her opponent has left her in awe. She never had imagined that Rakrak is this powerful. After making some distance between each other, Rakrak comes at her, but once again, she manages to save herself from a direct hit. By now she can barely stand. Just 2 attacks were enough to make her knees buckle, but she hasn't given up and keeps fighting. Meanwhile, Nebula watches the battle happen in front of him, and he finds it funny how she underestimated Rakrak as just some regular cavalry soldier. This absolute gigachat of a man is actually a level 21 hero entity, and Anaxi is a cockatrice most hunters couldn't catch even with a group of 10. The situation is already stacked in Rakrak's favor. On top of that, the slaves have managed to take down the vampire general, so it wouldn't be a stretch to say victory is almost within their grasp. But then, Nebula's eyes catch something unexpected. And that unexpected thing is Jielwubi, who has a whisper request. What Nebula finds odd is that this guy chose to whisper him of all people, and at this exact time. This player's very existence is suspicious. Their nickname, appearance, timing, and even their species, one that didn't exist until now, are all weird. Normally Nebula wouldn't have accepted such a thing, but well, my guy ends up accepting anyway. As soon as the accept button is pressed, we see this dude who looks like a beat-up piñata, apparently wearing a human mask. Even his unusual appearance leaves our boy bewildered, but he eventually asks the man for an introduction. Since everyone's been calling him Jielwubi, he asks if that name is okay. But this creepy sucker doesn't respond. So, my guy asks why he's not speaking, since he's the one who sent the whisper. That's when this bastard finally opens his filthy mouth and asks Nebula if he really thinks he can win. My guy responds confidently with a yes, and that prompts this creepy sucker to claim he's going to win. But Nebula makes it clear that he is not letting any creepy sucker take the victory, and even claims that he would have won, even if it wasn't a battle for the hill castle. The creepy sucker then says he wasn't talking about the dull, lowly ones with 2 feet. But Nebula clarifies that if he's talking about a battle between Rakrak and Shaven, he's even less concerned, because if this filthy mug descends, so can he. However, Jielwubi's reply remains the same. He's not talking about that either, and states that Nebula can't change anything in this world. Nebula has no clue what this clown is talking about. He is sure that if this person is a human who came from Earth, he would have said he's going to win the game. But Nebula can't make sense of what this filthy mug meant when he said, "You can't change anything." So, he decides to provoke him to get some answers. Nebula boldly claims again that he's going to win, develop his civilization, connect all the continents, and set up shrines in every city. But this beat-up piñata once again tells him to just stop, once again critically speaking, and stating that this kind of power isn't his, because it originally belonged to them. Nebula is intrigued by the mention of them, and wonders if there are others like this masked guy. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks about his identity, but the masked guy doesn't bother to answer. Instead, he confidently says he's here to take back the old debt. With that, the whisper call ends, leaving Nebula with a ton of unanswered questions. He doesn't dwell on it too much though, since it's time to intervene in the battlefield. But right at that moment, something unexpected catches Nebula's attention. Some sort of red energy. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Rakrak has severed Shaven's hand, but her anger is still clearly etched on her face. Rakrak, on the other hand, takes his stance in order to end this finally. His familiar charges at her with godlike speed, while Rakrak aims his spear directly at her. But just as he's about to blow her head off, his familiar suddenly slams the brakes out of nowhere. The red light Nebula saw earlier descends right in front of them, leaving Rakrak in complete awe. That red light wasn't some flashy stunt. It was a gigantic sword crashing down like a goddamn meteor. The one holding this colossal sword looks creepily similar to the masked guy, Jielwubi, but way bigger. So massive that Rakrak has to crane his neck just to look up at this bastard's face. This giant man has 4 arms and a body so enormous that Rakrak for a moment wonders if he's looking at a god. Not only does this guy wield a giant sword, but he's also carrying a bow, a hammer, and a spear in his other hands. It seems like Nebula knows exactly what's going on. He had hoped that Jilwubi wouldn't know how to use that skill, but it looks like he was wrong. You see, this guy is using a skill called Manifestation, which is something you get at Divinity level 16. Unlike Descent, this skill allows the gods themselves to land on Earth. The god can then set up the appearance of their manifestation, which is based on the domain they control. Even Nebula is in awe of its sheer size. This guy is so massive that even Stratus, that giant mantis, would barely make a dent on this behemoth. Rakrak seems panicked as well and orders a retreat, especially since Manifestation consumes way more faith than Descent. To maintain the manifestation at Jilwubi's current level, he'll need sacrifices. And since he can't perform a large-scale ceremony right now, he has no choice but to take sacrifices right there on the spot. That means he's going to have to kill his own people. And right away, the bastard grabs a handful of people and tosses them straight into his mouth. Shivan looks absolutely amazed to see the sight in front of her. She feels proud of her decision to make this her god. He doesn't care about friend or foe. He's just gorging on blood and flesh. All this madness makes her laugh out loud because, in her mind, this god isn't much different from her. Meanwhile, after taking in the situation, Nebula is sure he'll lose some lizard men. But if they escape through a side road where the siege is weaker, the damage won't be too great. Once this monster recovers his faith, the hill castle will be empty already, and Shaven's remaining forces will retake the castle. But it'll leave a huge mark on the vampire army and drain Jilwubi's resources. They won't be able to use the hill castle, and only a few soldiers will remain, and they will have to travel across the continent to recover their forces. Once their power weakens, Nebula plans to deal with them personally. There will be quite a bit of damage done to the other players, but that's not his responsibility. Meanwhile, Rakrak is making sure everyone leaves the castle as fast as possible, because no one knows when the evil god will attack. Commander Quezel requests that Rakrak go downhill with their people, and he'll personally take care of the castle. But Rakrak is not willing to abandon his warriors just to escape. Quezel reminds him that he's not just a leader, but a king as well. But Rakrak sticks to his guns, and makes it clear that being a king doesn't grant him the right to act like a coward. Quezel tries to remind him of the responsibilities of being a king. He's the one most revered, their role model, and he should be the one leading them. They keep arguing until an explosion catches both of their attention. Quezel then reminds Rakrak that his death would bring huge disorder to their nation, but their heirs are still young, so he better make sure to stay safe. But for Rakrak, if abandoning his people is what it takes to be called a king, then he's not fit for the position. He looks at the monstrosity before him and can tell that it hasn't even filled half of its stomach yet. Not even half of the hill castle has been evacuated. Rakrak knows that the power of the gods does not last long, so if they leave them be, the vampire king will stay alive, and after conquering the hill castle, he'll escape onto the continent. The battle will last several years, but not much longer than that, and the victory will be theirs when in the end. But Rakrak doesn't want a victory that costs countless sacrifices. With that in mind, Rakrak refuses to take any advice from Quezel. Instead, he throws his comrade out of the way and charges straight at the monster. Even Nebula is shocked out of his mind after watching Rakrak make such an idiotic and reckless move. To stop him, Nebula decides to descend, but just as he activates the skill, he's hit with a notification that Rakrak is resisting the descent skill. Nebula has the option to force a descent, but surprisingly, he refuses to do it. If he forces the descent, Rakrak will freeze for a brief moment, and that moment is all it would take for the monster to kill him. Meanwhile, Rakrak finally comes face to face with the monstrosity. The giant quickly swings at him, but Rakrak dodges the blow effortlessly. Nebula, on the other hand, is growing impatient. He's wishing Rakrak would just retreat already. He even sends red butterflies as a clear warning to not engage in this fight. But Rakrak ignores the message entirely, which just annoys Nebula out of his mind. The arrow Rakrak shoots at the behemoth barely scratches it, like a tiny needle prick, and it falls off harmlessly. The monster retaliates immediately, descending its massive sword straight toward Rakrak. But Rakrak leaps into the air just in time and strikes the beast with his blue lightning. Unfortunately, that blue lightning is nothing more than a tiny tickle to this colossal monster. Since Nebula cannot descend right now, he opts for another option, which is to sponsor faith resources for the battle. Once he does, Rakrak manages to strike the giant monster with an equally massive bolt of light that cracks the hell out of the beast. All the while, Rakrak continues to resist the descent skill, and it's driving Nebula insane. Nebula knows some of the black-scaled tribe warriors would disobey their chief's orders if it meant saving him, which proves without a doubt that Rakrak is a true warrior. But Nebula isn't sure if Rakrak should be going against the god's will. He can see the flawed logic Rakrak is following, trying to save more lives by putting his own on the line. Rakrak seems to think that fighting this monster will reduce its manifestation time. To him, saving lives matters more than a shallow victory, so he's giving it everything he's got. As soon as Rakrak gets close enough to the monster's head, he calls out to Stingray for help. The blue lightning spirit complies, charging Rakrak's spear with electric power. Rakrak throws the spear with all his strength at the monster's head. In the aftermath, all that's visible is smoke. But within that smoke, the monster's red eyes begin to glow, which is a clear sign that shit is about to go down. The giant swings its enormous hammer, and with one devastating blow, Rakrak is knocked out for good. For Nebula, it's a crushing sight. The system honors Rakrak with a tribute. Rakrak, the warrior, the hand hunter, the lizardman of thunder, the first chosen one, the chief of the black-scaled tribe, the founding king of Hukrin, the great thunder dragon king, the model for all lizardmen, the one who opened the path, and a king greater than anyone else. Rakrak the high priest has died. This loss causes Nebula to lose experience points, but the emotional blow is far heavier, not for Nebula, but for all of the Rakrak fans. Rakrak's lifeless body brutally slams into the ground, and that giant piece of shit swings his axe, making sure to crush what's left of Rakrak, ensuring there's nothing left of him. Nebula could only watch in shock. To him, this was the biggest strategic loss he could have faced. Sure, it's somewhat inconvenient to lose your most prized asset in such a critical moment, but Nebula had expected this much to happen. He will now appoint Hui Kyung for the Rakrak's role. And as for Rakrak, Nebula plans to send him to the afterlife, but before he could share his next plan, he gets a notification. It reminds him that Rakrak, a figure respected by all, has passed away, and many are mourning his death. Of course, Nebula finds it incredibly annoying to see this. It's as if the system is mocking him by pointing out the obvious. But then something catches his eye. The notification reads that Rakrak has been declared an apostle and has attained a divine status. This completely throws Nebula off guard, as he never expected something like this to happen. It feels almost unreal. You see, apostles are those who assist gods, and when a god's creation grows, or when a special being like a dragon becomes part of the faith, they can be made apostles. Sometimes even ordinary beings can rise to this status, which is known as ascension. Apostles can instantly obtain divinity levels and spread faith by taking the lead, rather than just following a god's orders. What's bothering Nebula, though, is that neither of the conditions for Rakrak's ascension seem to be met. Here are the conditions for apostle ascension. The entity's level must be at least hero rank, meaning level 21 or higher. The entity's story must be known by the majority. The entity must have internalized faith in the god. Lastly, Nebula must have 1 million in faith value. Although the first condition is met, the others are unclear. Nebula isn't sure what it truly means for an entity to be known by the majority, or what internalized faith in God means. Above all, the last condition does not meet the criteria at all. With his divinity level at 11 and a faith value of just 100,000, this doesn't seem to fit the apostle criteria. For Nebula to have a faith value of 1 million, his own divinity level would need to be at least 21, but his current divinity level is still at 11, making that impossible. Then, another notification takes him by surprise, telling him that he has surpassed the possible number of faiths, and the faith count is now skyrocketing. Nebula is left speechless to see this. While his faith is dropping down, it's also filling up at an incredible speed. He has no idea where all this faith is coming from. At that moment, the scene shifts to this massive behemoth, tearing through everything in its path. Watching the destruction, all the slaves begin praying for Rakrak. It's not just the slaves and lizardmen. Even the vampires are praying for him. But still, Nebula thinks, there just aren't enough people praying for Rakrak to generate this much faith value. It goes against the rules of the game. However, it seems Nebula might be wrong about all of this. He's absolutely shocked when he begins to consider the possibility that this world might not actually be a game after all. You see, the perished world was a game, but this world doesn't seem to follow the same rules. The system simply makes it appear like a game. If he is guessing it right, this means that the feelings, beliefs, and convictions of the people aren't something that can be easily quantified by the system. What Nebula is witnessing is something beyond the system's limits. It's a miracle, something that surpasses the numbers and constraints of the game. The collective beliefs and convictions of the people are so strong, they've triggered something extraordinary. The system then prompts Nebula, stating that Rakrak is requesting Advent. Nebula is quite fascinated to see this. Despite Rakrak just dying, he wants to fight as an apostle. At first, Nebula hesitates. He doesn't have the stats to support Rakrak in the battlefield. But then he remembers something important. Rakrak's fame and the titles he earned while alive will be reflected in Rakrak's abilities once he becomes a being of the story. With that in mind, Nebula presses yes and wishes Rakrak the best in his new journey. Meanwhile, on the ground, Commander Quezel is helping the other lizardmen evacuate. Everyone feels numb after witnessing the death of their king. Though Commander Quezel would love nothing more than to drown in sorrow, there's no time for that. He knows he has to make the most of Rakrak's sacrifice. Thanks to their king, everyone can safely escape, but Quezel isn't sure how Zale will react when he learns their king is dead. Up until now, many within the continent have fought for their own greed, trying to claim precious things for themselves. But Quezel feels like Lord Rakrak's actions will change something. He's certain that Rakrak's death will have a profound effect, though he's unsure if they can ever completely defeat that evil god. Just as Quezel contemplates this, something incredible happens. Everyone suddenly hears a crackling thunder, and a bolt of lightning descends from the sky like a meteor. The sheer brilliance of the light causes everyone to freeze. The light is so blinding that even the massive monster is temporarily blinded. In a panic, the creature swings its colossal hammer toward the source of the light. But as soon as the hammer gets close, the monster's weapon is tossed aside like it was nothing more than a stuffed toy. Then, the monster senses a familiar presence, and it quickly starts losing its mind. This isn't just any ordinary being, it's Rakrak, who's just ascended. And you can tell that he's no longer the same. He looks like an absolute powerhouse, an absolute beast of a lizard, and it's clear he's now on a whole new level. All the lizardmen burst into joyous celebration upon seeing their king on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the vampires look absolutely boggled that Rakrak is still alive, or rather, returned in a new divine form. The colossal monster, however, is furious. The thought of a mere mortal challenging him is beyond insulting. Out of frustration, he hefts his massive hammer and prepares to bring it crashing down once more. But Rakrak isn't here to take any of that. He takes his stance and starts channeling his thunder power. Just as the hammer begins to descend, Rakrak launches himself like a bolt of lightning and strikes the monster directly on its right shoulder, leaving it groaning in pain and momentarily staggered. As Rakrak readies himself for another attack, we get a glimpse of his newly revised stats displayed on screen. He's now a level 6 warrior and a king, but his ascension as an apostle has brought him to an impressive level 13. Alongside these, there's an array of other stats, showcasing his incredible transformation. One thing is clear though, being an apostle is no joke. Rakrak isn't just back, he's stronger than ever, and he's here to turn the tide. Nebula also observes Rakrak's new stat upgrades with fascination. He notices that the levels Rakrak had as a high priest have been seamlessly transferred to his new role as an apostle. Since apostles possess divinity, these levels now include something called the D state, which represents divinity. However, Nebula knows that this alone isn't enough to take on the level 16 manifestation of Jielwubi. That giant manifestation boasts a 16D divinity level, 3 ranks higher than Rakrak's. But Nebula realizes something important. The true power of an apostle doesn't lie in raw levels alone. It's all about their skills, fame, and titles, which are reflected in the form of unique abilities. Rakrak's first display of power, blocking the hammer, was thanks to a skill called Hand Hunter. This skill made it possible for him to deflect the weapon despite the overwhelming difference in raw power. Since Rakrak is no longer a one-trick pony, we are about to witness another skill, known as weapon creation. Rakrak activates weapon creation and conjures a giant bow, challenging the monstrous manifestation, which is now also wielding a bow to take down the flying hero. The monster unleashes a massive arrow, but Rakrak is ready. He channels all his electricity into his own arrow, charging it with the power of thunder. This ability, known as Lizardmen of Thunder, is one of Rakrak's most potent skills. It consumes faith to fuel thunder-based attacks, turning Rakrak into a storm-bringing force of destruction. Once that giant thunderstrike is unleashed, it devours the incoming arrow and heads straight for the giant bastard, who gets the biggest shock of his life. But still, as massive as that thunder attack might be, this behemoth isn't ready to give up. The thought of losing to this apostle, who has just obtained divinity, doesn't sit well with him. So, the big guy throws his massive weapon at our lizard hero once again, but Rakrak quickly surfs over the spear. And after soaring higher into the sky, he prepares his own divine spear, ready to throw it down. The people of the Lizardman tribe cheer, offering all their support and best wishes. Because of their positive attitude toward their king, the system announces a 4-point divinity increase in camaraderie, and another 4-point increase due to the relationship with the citizens of Hukrin. There's also an additional 4-point divinity boost in camaraderie due to the slaves Rakrak has helped, who now know his name and follow him. Currently, Rakrak is earning an apostle's faith based on his camaraderie and charisma. And once you add this another skill, the first chosen one, it increases his stats proportionally to the faith resources he has just obtained. To put it simply, the more people pray for Rakrak, the stronger he gets. With all the power Rakrak has managed to gather, he comes crashing down toward the monster, channeling all his electric energy. Quizzle feels absolutely proud and confident seeing his king back in action. He tells his king to exterminate the evil once and for all. From the people's perspective, they see a star so bright heading directly toward the monster. The light emanating from it is so intense that everyone has to cover their eyes. But one of the slave boys watches everything with his eyes wide open and sees how the giant monster's equally giant head is obliterated by the light. The light is almost like a beacon of hope, taking down the monster and leaving everyone in absolute awe. All of the lizard men and slaves are having the time of their lives, seeing the monster finally put to an end. Quezzle runs towards his king, promptly falls to his knees, lowers his head, and waits for his king to respond. Rakrak states that he has to leave now, but Quezzle isn't sure what the hell he's talking about. Rakrak then points out that he definitely had died, and this is the way of the heavens. But Quezzle argues, asking at least to return to the palace and say his final goodbyes to his loved ones. Rakrak humbly reminds him that the heavens are not something they should go against. Quezzle, of course, is in tears, devastated by the thought that his most beloved leader is going to leave him behind. But that's when Rakrak offers him the spear he holds, and tells him to take the weapon that killed the evil god in Hukrin. It's a divine object, so he better handle it carefully. Quezzle extends both of his hands with the utmost respect, while Rakrak flashes a pleasant smile at him. He tells him to not feel sad about anything, as he is going to protect Hukrin as an apostle of God. Quezzle promises to his king that he will ensure Rakrak's name is never forgotten from this land. But Rakrak surprisingly tells him that this isn't what he should focus on. Quezzle has no idea what his king means, but Rakrak is pretty sure that he will figure it out himself, and with that, he leaves the rest in Quezzle's capable hands. The commander cries, promising to carry out his duties to the best of his abilities. And just like that, his king disappears before him. After the defeat of the evil god, some of the vampires surrendered, while others scattered into smaller troops. High Priest Shaven, having lost her god, was killed by her subordinates and offered to Hukrin. Time passed, and 137 years went by just like that. In Hukrin's capital, Orizon, it was King Anpyong's 23rd year of governance. In one of the libraries of the palace, this old lady can be seen visibly displeased with the idea that they are skipping over the first prince, and instead planning to accept the third prince as the crown prince. Her sharp tone makes it clear she strongly opposes the suggestion. Across from her, there is this white-scaled lizard, who is seemingly unmoved by her objections. The white lizardman once again suggests skipping over the first prince and crowning the third prince instead. But once again, the old lady voices her opposition. After all, it's been a long-standing tradition that the first prince always inherits the imperial succession. This tradition has been around for more than 100 years now, so suddenly breaking it doesn't seem appropriate. Also, we don't have to keep calling him the White Lizardman anymore. His name is Dunan, and he holds the sacred position of hunting minister in the right cabinet. Moving on, Dunan reminds her that there have been exceptions in Hukrin's history, so he's not sure why she's against the idea this time. Sure, she acknowledges that the first prince is a lazy type who isn't exactly studious, more of a fun-seeking, laid-back guy, but that's not a good enough reason to make him give up his position as crown prince. This woman, by the way, is the leader of the left cabinet. Her name is Hui Moon. While she doesn't think the first prince's unserious behavior is anything to worry about, Dunan has the exact opposite opinion. Just look at the rumors that reveal how the first prince was out shooting with street thugs from Orizon right after learning how to hunt. If the kingdom's heirs are going to be that detached from their responsibilities, always partying and slacking off, then no minister would want to serve under such a ruler. But Hui Moon believes the first prince has been sick for a long time, and she doesn't want to put any pressure on him that might worsen his condition. She even suggests that Dunan be a little more sensitive with his words. The White Lizard sincerely acknowledges the lack of empathy in how he's putting things. But that doesn't mean he wants to see the first prince on the throne. He suggests Hui Moon subtly hint his opinion to His Majesty ahead of time. He doesn't exactly want to shock the king the day he bluntly announces he's ousting the first prince. Of course, that makes the woman lose her bananas a bit, seeing how cold-blooded this reptile is. Did you see what I did there? Meanwhile, the lizard pushes her to propose the third prince as crown prince and to convince anyone who tries to make a fuss. Hui Moon is clearly not satisfied with how he's trying to handle this delicate issue, so she chases after him, insisting he reconsider. But it seems like her opinion means very little to him. He just straight up ignores her. All she can do is grumble behind Dunan, cursing the stubbornness this guy always shows. To understand what all this crown prince drama is about, here's the context. As we already know, it's been 100 years since Hukrin's great king, Rakrak, passed away. The royal family has continued through Rakrak's descendants. It goes without saying that every king since has been accomplished in their own ways, but none of them have come even close to matching the greatness Rakrak represented. And while there have been subpar kings, the current ruler, King Anpyong, is generally seen as someone who brought peace to the nation, even if he hasn't achieved much over the past 10 years. Now tension is rising within the royal family about who's going to succeed him. The scene now shifts to this old lizard hag who's supposedly the prince's teacher. Her name is Ravine Quez. In front of her sits third prince Kyle Lark Orizon, currently 12 years old. Since Kyle has basically finished reading every book in the library, across every field and subject, his teacher wants to know which branch of study he'd like to pursue. But Kyle is having a hard time picking just one field. He found a lot of them fascinating, so he asks if it's possible to choose more than one. Ravine suggests he briefly explain the books that fascinated him most, and what he liked about them. First up, he mentions Owen's travel diary. He claims to love it because of how it describes countless places and species he's never seen before. It's basically a travel diary written by Owen, a lizard man who lived during Rakrak's generation. Owen was a traveler who went to all sorts of places, leaving behind 9 travel journals before heading west later in life. Since there are no records after the 9th book, the 10th one is known as the Book of Illusions. Ravine is pleased to hear about Kyle's first pick, as it just shows that he's like many kids who love adventure stories. But then she's surprised when he mentions the next books on his list: Zael's Algebraic Theory and Orizon's Architectural Design. Zael's books, he says, make logic feel joyful, and you can really feel the warmth she had for people through her writing. Zael was a mathematician and architect of her time. She compiled the math of her era, making her a one-of-a-kind figure in history. She also supervised the construction of the 4 water wheels and designed the capital city of Orizon. Every achievement and invention she made is clearly recorded in the books. Given that Orizon's architectural design is packed with complex numbers and floor plans, it's kind of insane that a kid like Kyle can sense the feelings of the architect just by reading it. To be clear, Zael's books make most scholars look clueless, since they can barely understand them. Kyle also brings up a book known as Quetzal's Ethics, written by his teacher's ancestor. Hearing that, Ravine feels proud that her family stood by Rakrak's side and supported him however they could. The Ethics of Quetzal often quotes Rakrak's way of life, along with some original ideas added in by Quetzal himself. By now, Ravine Quez is completely blown away by her student's intellect. It's admirable that such a young child even regards morality as an important topic, a crucial virtue for any king to have. As if that wasn't enough, Kyle further expresses his interest in Yur's Battle in the Plains, Saren Mule's Night Sky, and Rakrak's How to Read the Sky book. He goes on to reveal fascinating tidbits and what he likes about these books. The lizard lady is fascinated beyond words. She can't even put into words how shocked she is. To have read so much and understood it all at such a tender age shows just how extraordinary this kid truly is. What disappoints her, though, is that Kyle is only the 3rd prince of the kingdom, making his chances of running the kingdom slim at best. The crazy part is that she even acknowledges that this kid is more knowledgeable than her in many areas. While she hopes he will use his knowledge to do good for society, she also fears he will be overshadowed because of his position as 3rd prince. Kyle snaps her out of it by calling her out. He actually wants to ask something that's been on his mind for a long time, though it's not related to studying, or maybe it is. He isn't sure. Regardless, he's got a question he wants answered. He's just not confident about asking. Ravine gives him the green light to ask whatever his heart desires. Finally, he questions her. Can he qualify to become king? This catches the teacher completely off guard. She literally chokes on her tea as the gravity of the question sinks in. She instantly asks if he's brought this question up with anyone else. He replies no, much to her relief. She advises him not to say this in front of anyone else. Kyle understands the consequences of his words and knows he must be careful around others. She's the only person he's brought this up with and wants an honest answer, if he can actually qualify to be the next king. The woman hesitates to answer, See, the first prince, Basan Lok Orazon, has already been elected crown prince. The only way Kyle could become king is if Basan is ousted. Anyone who objects to the first prince is automatically deemed a traitor. In the worst case, that could cost you your life. So she's unsure if she can even answer this daunting question Kyle has posed. Instead, she throws a question back at him. Does he want to become king? Kyle isn't sure about that either. But one thing he is certain of is that if he were to become king, he could be a great asset to the kingdom. And that claim totally catches Ravine off guard. Let's take a quick bonus scene of Serene Mountains before we transition to Runda throwing a fit. She literally knocks over the chessboard Nebula and Eldar were using to play. When Runda notices Eldar with Nebula, she gets even angrier for some reason. What pushes her over the edge is the fact that Nebula never shares any crucial info with her, even though she always shares everything she knows. Nebula finally decides to share some juicy intel, but only after she wins. To find out what Nebula is holding back, the lady decides to play the board game, only to lose multiple rounds. By now, she feels like he's just toying with her, intentionally not giving up any information. After throwing yet another fit, she hangs up on him like she'll never contact him again. Meanwhile, Eldar is also curious about the information Nebula is holding. Since he isn't acting as a double agent for anyone, unlike Runda, he assures his fellow that the information won't be leaked. Nebula seems to trust him and decides to reveal an interesting tidbit. He points at the third prince of Hukrin on the screen. What makes this kid special are his unusual stats. While he may not have flashy or exciting skills up his sleeve, his intelligence stands at a whopping 107, making him super intelligent. Unsurprisingly, Eldar is startled to see Kyle at level 0 yet boasting the highest intelligence stat, which is extremely rare. Having an intelligence stat of 60 gets you called a genius in this generation, but surpassing 100? That's crazy. Nebula is confident it'll be difficult to find anyone with this level of intelligence for decades across the continent. Here's a little background on what's been going on over the past 100 years. After the battle between Hukrin and Beka ended, everything stagnated for the next century. No major events worth noting. Besides discovering ancient relics, killing abominations and abominable gods, and gaining small domains, the borders barely changed. With expanding borders, managing internal affairs also became a must, something Nebula should be taking care of. This is why he feels stagnation after a few decades is necessary in the game. Outside of the main species who led the early expansion, this was a period where appeasement policies were necessary to win over other species within the nation. Hukrin had its share of small and big issues due to the mixing of several species. While these problems aren't recorded in history, there were 6 revolts. The hardest issue was coexistence with vampires. See, after the evil god's defeat at Nebula's end, Beka's slaves and vampires wanted to be naturalized as Hukrin citizens. Of course, symbiosis with vampires was difficult, especially since vampires survive by drinking blood. The second and third generation high-rank vampires couldn't survive on animal blood alone, so the vampires made a surprising choice. They took refuge in mountain caves and prayed to Nebula, expressing their desire to follow the will of the blue insect god. As witnesses to Apostle Rakrak's holy death, they no longer wanted to live by hurting others. About 1,000 vampires decided to starve themselves to death. Though some escaped or couldn't resist temptation, 600 vampires endured the pain and faced death without moving an inch. They may have sinned, but since they reflected on their sins and wanted to be punished, even the lizardmen believed the blue insect god would forgive them immediately. And so, they were forgiven. The area where the vampires repented later became known as Digging Buddha Valley, a sanctuary of the Night Sky Order. This place became a symbol of repentance and atonement, proving that even if you weren't a lizard man, with true faith, the blue insect god would embrace you. After this incident, the blue insect god was later bestowed with another title, Night Sky. That's how the Night Sky Order transformed into a faith followed by many species, not just lizardmen. Furthermore, this third prince who has Nebula's attention is also going to contribute further to these changes. For a civilization to develop, one needs suitable techniques and inventions, and those inventions must connect with each other. With the level of intelligence Kyle possesses, he's well suited to discover new things. If he becomes the next king, he would have the influence to bring important inventions all across Hukrin. The current governance structure of Hukrin isn't ideal. The left cabinet is open to several species and handles the internal affairs of the palace, doing the kind of work eunuchs did on Earth. However, the administrative officers with real power, the right cabinet, are monopolized by the lizardmen. And everyone knows that power corrupts people, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So there gotta be some regime change. Kyle seriously needs to solve this issue of harmony between species, and the new king must be wise enough to handle and resolve these tensions. However, Eldar points out that Kyle is merely the third prince. The first son, Basan, who is supposed to inherit the throne, spends most of his time playing. Still, that's not a valid reason to oust him. Once the crown prince position is set, it would be nearly impossible for Kyle to become king. Nebula has the option to simply send down an oracle and intervene directly in internal affairs. But since this is an important period for sovereign power, divine intervention would be unwise. So he'll have to use a more indirect method. Eldar wants to know exactly what methods Nebula has in mind. In response, Nebula leans in and whispers every juicy detail into her ear, without letting any one of us know a single thing. The plan is so strange that Eldar has a hard time believing it will actually work. Perhaps he's just too overconfident in the third prince's unnatural intellect. Still, Nebula is so certain about his plan that he's willing to place a bet on it. In the palace garden, 2 ladies sneak around anxiously in the presence of a massive sleeping beast. This creature is actually Orazon's guardian dragon, known as Manan. Manhwa is a drake once handled by the great Thunder Dragon King, the founder of the nation. Like the stories say, drakes don't die of old age. Manhwa's growth period continued for decades, and he grew to gargantuan size. The beast is currently about 25 meters long and estimated to be 150 years old. With that hulking size, it goes without saying that his food consumption is equally stupendous. With a big diet comes a big dump too, which the palace must discard every day, making this high-maintenance animal quite a burden. People are also afraid the giant creature might go wild and destroy everything inside the palace. Some have suggested relocating Manhwa to a less populated town. Others even suggested offering him as a sacrificial animal. But since Manhwa's existence represents the sovereignty that has continued since the Thunder Dragon King, they have no choice but to keep him, even if it's just a burden to resources. Luckily, Manhwa has been eating and sleeping peacefully. However, that's about to change. Suddenly the beast noticed familiar celestial blue butterflies. This causes it to perk up in happiness. After all, these butterflies represent his long-dead friend Rakrak coming to meet him. When your favorite comes down all the way from the heavens, leaving behind comfort just to meet you, it means you're the luckiest person alive. Apparently, Manhwa has recently been experiencing vague emotions and longing bubbling inside him, but the beast doesn't know what they were, or what to do about them. He often sees these blue butterflies that always remind him of his second owner, Rakrak. As much as he wants to chase those blue butterflies, Manhwa knows he's prohibited from going beyond the boundary wall. In a similar incident before, when he tried to go past the wall, the guards pushed him back in. But still, this fellow desperately wants to cross that wall and hug his friend. Rakrak also feels very grateful for the generous effort his god bestowed on him by giving him a chance to catch a glimpse of his old friend. The Lizard King was calling for his good old friend to come here, and that loyal fellow gives up on his urges and crashes right through the walls just to meet him. Somewhere in the palace, Dunan and his fellows catch the sudden sound of the crash Manhwa caused. By the time the guards went to inspect the place of the commotion, they realized Manhwa had escaped to the ancestral mountains, and that definitely got Dunan to perk up. Though his reaction wasn't as shocked compared to his fellows. In fact, his fellows were annoyed because, as the hunting minister, Dunan was supposed to go out and make an effort to catch Manhwa before the morning meeting. Since this involves beasts, it goes without saying it's the hunting minister's responsibility to bring that beast back. But Dunan has his own reasons for not wanting to chase the beast. After all, the hunting minister's main job is to prepare hunts for the nobles' entertainment, so he doesn't have time to track down Manhwa. But well, when duty calls, you don't have many options, or do you? A while later, after a little court meeting, Dunan can be seen storming out of the castle, totally exasperated. Even more annoying, the royal court didn't allow him to have a hunting expedition team, but were willing to lend him palace guards in this mission to capture Manhwa. The thing is, Manhwa could easily crush a bunch of royal guards to death with just a single body roll, so the only choice Dunan is banking on is to lure the beast with some food and trap him somehow. Even then, a lot of people will suffer. After all, civilian hunters usually travel those ancestral mountains too. If they get hurt by Manhwa, it's obvious public sentiment will turn against him. It's not every day a white guy like him gets chosen for a cabinet seat. But if this incident results in casualties, all the blame will fall on his shoulders. Damn, even these creepy crawling cold-blooded reptiles have racism among them. But thankfully, it's the white people here who have to fight it. Bro's sure his position as hunting minister is as good as gone. Back to the main task. The first thing he can do is gather clues about what triggered Manhwa to suddenly go rampant, even though he's been well behaved lately. For a moment, he thinks someone must be behind this. And this weak-ass boundary wall they built was part of the conspiracy. Suddenly a few cockatrices zip past him, and one of the birds is occupied by the Prince Basan, Hukran's crown prince, Basan Lak Orazon. Finally, here's a formal introduction of the notorious first crown prince, known for his mischief and carefree lifestyle. Dunan is rather surprised to see the first prince barging down unceremoniously toward the mountains and asks where he's going. Well, as expected, he's making his way to find Manhwa. Being the first prince, he doesn't feel the need to ask the hunting minister for permission. Under normal circumstances, of course, Basan wouldn't require anyone's permission. But it has already been decided that the hunting minister will be in charge of Manhwa's escape case, and this was settled a while ago in the imperial meeting. Seems like Prince Basan is indifferent to the imperial meeting's judgment. Since he believes this is for the better, no one can stop him. It's not an everyday occurrence when this creature goes out for a walk, so he wanted to see Manhwa on the move and came with his friends. But now he feels greedy as he desires to capture the creature himself. Of course, this causes an exaggerated concern from Dunan. After all, the first prince's drunken bozo friends are no good. In fact, they're still drunk down to their very last brain cell, so Dunan pretty much guesses these dudes won't listen to him under any circumstance. While the first prince may be good at hunting, he won't stand a chance against Manhwa, given the beast's size. Which I guess is a good thing. The cockatoo the first prince is riding won't be able to keep pace with Manhwa, and the beast will escape before Basan can reach him. So the hunting minister suggests Basan inform the closest forest ranger as soon as he spots Manhwa in the wild. But the first prince makes it clear the beast is his to capture, so no reporting back. Then again, he does understand the hunting minister's obligations, and reluctantly agrees to report any sightings of the creature. With that, he's off on his hunt along with his drunken buddies. The wise white lizardman can do nothing but fume in exasperation. But that fuming anger soon fades when he spots Prince Kyle in the distance, examining the breakout. They lock eyes at that moment before Kyle explains why he's here. He's actually here to find clues behind Manhwa's disappearance. He also noticed Basan is already on the prowl. He acknowledges that the first prince is good at hunting, but capturing a beast as massive as Manhwa requires more than just hunting skills. Regardless, Dunnan is more interested in what bits Kyle has managed to gather regarding the case. The first thing Kyle notices is how strange the wooden bar is. Anyone can tell from its appearance that it's difficult to break cleanly. If force had been applied, it would have shattered into pieces. Given this, it likely means insects have eaten away at it. Though it doesn't make sense. After all, these wooden boards are attached to stone columns. The insects likely crawled through the stone columns and reached the wooden part. But how come the insects only ate the specific part in the middle? If the insects had eaten all the wooden parts equally, the entire structure would have collapsed when Manan tried to escape. But only the middle part was weakened by the insects, convenient enough for Manhwa to break through and make a run for it. It's like a coincidental natural occurrence. Even if they coat the specific parts of the wooden fence with honey, it would take several days for the insects to eat through it. This is when the first prince connects the dots and points out the old name of the night sky god, which was used 100 years ago. It was called the blue insect god. If you go further back into history, there are records that the night sky god was even called the nameless beetle god. When the Hukran tribe was starving and wandering the wild, the insects guided them and kept them fed. Basically, what Kyle is implying is that the blue insect god, aka the night sky, caused this to happen. Though Dunnan finds it unconvincing. Kyle also admits it's just a hypothesis he came up with. He's ready to confirm it by checking if the other wooden bars have been eaten by insects too. Even if the night sky is behind this, Dunnan seriously wants to know the motivation. But right now, he's more worried about the consequences than who caused it. While there are hunters and rangers on the ancestral mountains, Manan is big enough to be seen from afar. So it will be easier for people to avoid direct confrontation with Manun, making it difficult for them or civilians to become casualties. However, some might get that hard boner to chase down this mighty beast and capture it. Now that Dunnan mentions it, Kyle points out that the person who chases down the beast might be the ultimate target for the night sky god. And speaking of which, that person just so happens to be Prince Basan. Looks like Dunnan finally cracked the code exactly what Kyle is intending to imply. Maybe the night sky really exists, and it wants the nation to succeed. For that to happen, it wants the third prince to become the next king. If that's the case, then the night sky god might try to claim Prince Basan's life. This shit is serious, so much so that Dunnan doesn't want Kyle telling anyone. While the young one promises to keep it secret, he has a favor to ask. Since Dunnan is planning to go after Basan, Kyle wants to tag along too. This request catches the white lizard off guard. He can sense Kyle isn't just being stubborn about going, there's a purpose behind it. See, having Kyle around will likely increase Basan's chances of survival. After all, the night sky god only wants Basan's life, and if Kyle gets hurt, that won't do anyone any good. Cut to Basan and his drunkard bozo friends following Manan's trail. After a short journey, they spot the beast nearby, lying on the ground. It's pretty unusual they found the beast so easily. Conveniently enough, Manun even left a trail behind, making tracking easier. Since Basan isn't that sharp, he assumes the beast must have been suffocating and itching to roam after being stuck in a shitty garden for over 100 years. Basan even feels a little sympathy for the poor creature that spent all that time sleeping. While the beast sleeps soundly, Basan's drunk buddies suggest waking the dragon up and driving it back to the palace. But the terrifying grumbling noises the beast makes even while asleep scare the bozos into retracting their plan. They start throwing out random solutions to a problem they clearly don't understand. Eventually, they settle on luring the beast with some kind of deer as bait, something the beast can eat. Basan decides to put this plan into action, sending his buddies off to fetch bait while he stays behind to make sure Manun doesn't wake up and move. Seems like Basan used this ploy to shoo the idiots away. First, because their plan was ridiculous. Second, if they all stayed, Basan wouldn't get the credit for bringing Manun back. Speaking of credit, Basan takes us down memory lane where we learn a little about him, like how he used to be praised for everything he achieved. But he soon realized that wasn't enough. He once asked his teacher, Ravine, why, if the night sky god is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent, there's still war, pain, sadness, and misfortune in the world. He was seriously curious and wanted answers, but Ravine didn't seem to have any. That day, she even tried racking her brain for a plausible explanation. But eventually, she ended the lesson. That's when Basan realized the compliments he had been getting weren't true acknowledgement. True acknowledgement, he figured, only comes when you do something so outstanding it leaves everyone speechless. Just like the night sky god. Basan has never felt that kind of acknowledgement in his life. He knows many don't think he's worthy to be king, but he can't help it. He was born this way. After all, he's not naturally gifted like his younger brother Kyle. So he hopes to earn respect and sway public opinion by producing results. This is one of his few chances to prove if he's worthy of being king. Suddenly, his brother Kyle arrives on the scene. As Kyle jumps off his bird, he trips and sprains his ankle. His concerned brother and hunting minister look shocked. The first prince quickly tends to Kyle while scolding the hunting minister for bringing such a young kid into a dangerous place. He then orders Dunnan to fetch some medicine from a nearby hut on the mountain ridge. With that, the white lizard heads off to grab ointment. But it turns out they don't need any ointment at all, especially since Kyle's perfectly fine, much to his older brother's surprise. Apparently Kyle didn't really sprain his ankle. It was just a ploy to send Dunnan away so he could have a private chat with his brother. Basan still doesn't understand why Kyle had to risk his life coming so dangerously close to Manun just for a talk. But we all know this creature is an extremely dangerous entity, but not for Kyle. He eventually fills his big brother in on every juicy detail he's managed to gather. A while later, the third prince's downcast face reveals his heavy burden upon learning that the night sky god might be trying to claim his life. Though Kyle admits this is only his interpretation, not to mention, Dunnan somehow agrees with the possibility. Even if it's true, Basan cannot understand why Kyle came all this way to save him. After all, Kyle could have simply stayed back and watched the Crown Prince die, making himself next in line to the throne. Their second brother has already become a priest of the Night Sky Order, so if Basan were to perish, Kyle would automatically inherit the Crown Prince position. Out of curiosity, Basan asks his younger brother if he really isn't interested in the crown. Well, we all know that Kyle has long desired the throne, this is exactly why he came. But rather than killing his own brother, he wants his big brother to hand over the Crown Prince title willingly. Basan is clueless and doesn't know how to react. Kyle, meanwhile, doubles down on his request, reminding him that history has proven the Night Sky God never fails. While other gods have failed to prove themselves, the Night Sky God always emerges victorious. This shows how meticulous the god is, paying attention to every subtle detail to ensure his plans succeed perfectly. So it goes without saying that Basan will eventually die unless he hands over his Crown Prince's title willingly. Kyle is further certain the Night Sky God will exploit similar opportunities in the future. Though he can't foresee every move the god has planned, he promises to keep Basan informed whenever he uncovers such signs. This will help protect the kingdom and everyone's safety. Hearing this, Basan warns that opposing a god's will means going against divine will itself. They must be cautious and fearful, not defiant. Kyle, however, claims he understands the god well and is not afraid. At the very least, he will ensure no harm comes to anyone. The current path the Night Sky God has laid out jeopardizes Basan's safety. To avoid disaster, Kyle wants to guide events down a different path, one that the god has willingly offered as an alternative, ensuring Basan's security. Finally steeling himself, Kyle boldly demands again that Basan give up the Crown Prince position, ensuring that they adhere to God's will without any losses. Kyle's straightforwardness and intense gaze cause the big brother to burst out laughing, as if hearing the joke of the century. Eventually he calms down and admits he feels strangely relieved. He acknowledges Kyle's words instead of dismissing them. He also reminds his brother that even if he willingly gives up his position, it doesn't guarantee the future will unfold smoothly as they hope. Kyle is ready to face whatever comes, so long as he gets the title. Basan then asks about Manhwa, how they will deal with the mighty beast. They're unsure how to explain Manhwa's escape to the ministers. Kyle, however, says he has already figured it all out, so there is nothing to worry about. Later, back at the palace, Kyle is seen making deals with the hunting minister, looking forward to working closely in the future. After shaking hands, he joins his elder brother, leaving Dunan standing there, deep in thought. Since Kyle says he'll be more involved going forward, this likely signals that he has finally acquired the throne. Nearby, we also meet Nebula and Eldar watching everything happen. Eldar isn't sure about how things are going. Sure, the third prince is smart, but it could get messy if he makes every move based on his own reading of divine messages. Even though his interpretation was basically right this time, it's uncertain whether it'll be the same next time. Plus, a king who's so independent is a bit unusual. As for Nebula, he's not worried at all. Back when he used to play this game in the real world, he'd always faced this kind of problem where NPCs just didn't seem to act. He was still a good player, of course, and always found a way around it. But now the people he's dealing with aren't just random NPCs anymore. They're real people with desires driving them toward a goal. They might even have different ideas, but as long as they help Nebula get what he wants, it's all doable. Eldar has a different opinion on this. He believes that this very awareness can make it harder to guess what the characters will do, and their unexpected actions might ruin the whole plan. But Nebula thinks this works in his favor too. Just take a look at Rakrak's sacrifice as an example. He went against Nebula's wishes and fought on his own, which actually turned out to be a perfect outcome. Similarly, this situation with Kyle also went smoothly, simply because he chose to make his own decision instead of following God's hints. Even if things go bad one day, Nebula will simply be extra careful, treading lightly. It's just good that he was able to save Basan, who can be a big help while the third prince still becomes the next king. The scene then shifts to the royal court, where it's clear the important people are present, discussing Manhwa's escape. Administration Minister Salusin is pretty frustrated that the Minister of Hunting hasn't caught Manhwa yet. He worries that it might hurt the public if the capture takes too long. Dunan assures his senior that Manhwa's location has already been found, and luckily the beast is currently asleep, so there's nothing to worry about. The senior takes the good news well and calms down. Still, he can't help but point out how worried His Majesty has been about this, so much so that he couldn't even attend the meeting. The senior further wants him to speed up the capture now that they know exactly where he is. Well, Dunan wanted to do the same, but several things stopped him. Earlier today, when he went to the garden to chase Manhwa, he noticed that the wooden bars had been eaten by insects a long time ago. While you could argue that the insects eating the wood is just a coincidence, and Manhwa can definitely break through wooden bars himself, the third prince pointed out something interesting. He believed that the night sky god caused the insects to bite the wood to let the beast escape. The fact that only a certain part of the wood was weakened by the insects only proves the night sky god's involvement more. In the afternoon, Dunan went back to Manhwa's home with a few high priests, and after checking the area, they also came to the same conclusion. The man in question comes himself, the Night Sky Order's priest, second prince, Sean Lac Orazon. He's here to personally confirm that this is indeed a miracle caused by the night sky. With the confirmation coming straight from the high priest, Dunan couldn't possibly go against his will and bring Manhwa back. Everyone started discussing the matter disquietly. Eventually, they had no choice but to accept the truth, since the priest himself confirmed it. With that settled, Dunan fears that they can't leave Manhwa outside like this. Nor can they just leave him and wait for him to cause a serious accident one day. This is exactly why he'd like them to expand the hunting expedition team. Everyone in the court is surprised by this unusual request. Even the senior can't hide his annoyance as he asks how many people are actually needed. First, Denon wants a cow and a wagon to make sure they can move enough food for Manon. Second, they need more money for repairs because of the rough mountain paths. There's also a chance Manun might go wild, so Denon also wants the right to control civilians, manpower, and to move the palace guards in an emergency. Well, at this point, looking at the senior's face, I can tell the hunting minister is asking for too much at this point. But then again, if all these things aren't given, they'll have no choice but to go against the night sky's miracle and bring Manon back. Dunnan is also happy to hand over this job to anyone who thinks they can handle their current tough situation better. That said, he also makes it very clear that he won't be held responsible for any damage Manun causes, even though he's the hunting minister. Later that night, we cut to Denon standing alone in the palace corridor, lost in his thoughts. His mind is busy with the recent development about Kyle being the new chosen king. Kyle even suggested a detailed plan to Dunnan that could really bolster the hunting team's strength and power within the royal court. Dunnan actually wants to follow his plan to make himself strong in the royal court, making sure he has enough authority to push Kyle as the next king. This man doesn't care what it takes. In fact, he's even willing to face off against the other ministers if needed. And so, as time passed, Dunnan slowly garnered power for the hunting expedition team, and the power balance kept shifting towards the hunting team. 6 months went by like a gentle breeze, and King Anpyong removed Basan Lak Orazon as crown prince, replacing him with Kyle. Just 3 years later, King Anpyong passed away from a terminal illness, and Kyle Lak Orazon became Hukrin's 11th king. The funny thing is, he's only 15 years old, probably making him the youngest king in history. Not long after, Basan is seen greeting the new king with utmost respect, which causes Kyle a wave of embarrassment, seeing his older brother addressing him with such a formal title. He insists on dropping the formalities whenever it's just the two of them. But Basin believes that the supreme king of the greatest nation on the continent deserves at least this much respect. Anyway, tomorrow will be the first royal meeting under Kyle's reign, and Basan is sure everyone will suggest kicking him out of the palace. And that's exactly what's weighing Kyle down right now. You see, Hukrin is a nation where the ministers hold a lot of power. Since most of them are lizardmen nobles, the scales tend to tip heavily in one direction. Those shady lizardmen ministers will definitely try to boot Basan out of royal authority, just so they can seize more control and overpower the new king's influence. But honestly, Basan isn't all that worried about being excluded from court. In fact, he's more afraid that he might end up holding Kyle back if he stayed in court. Not to mention, there really isn't any formal role in the court that a former crown prince like him can fill. He's actually planning to widen his horizons and go far this time, to catch some bigger prey. The mention of hunting sparks some ideas in Kyle's head as he gazes at the sky. He's got the perfect job in mind for Basan and is sure his big brother will be into it. Just like that, he fills Basan in on all the juicy details of the job. The next day rolls around, and Kyle officially begins the royal meeting. As the new king, he's hoping to win everyone's support. Since he doesn't have any major announcements, he opens the floor for the ministers to speak and raise any issues. As expected, one of the lizardmen ministers steps forward and proposes ousting Prince Basan from the palace. He argues that since Basan used to be the crown prince and is close to Kyle, he holds more sway in the courtroom than any minister. Anyone with ill intentions toward the king could approach Basan and influence royal decisions behind the scenes. Surprisingly, Kyle agrees with the core of their argument. He understands their concern. Even ministers of other races are bewildered, especially since they expected Kyle to oppose the suggestion entirely. Emboldened by Kyle's response, the lizardmen go further and suggest sending Prince Basan out of the capital, Orazon. But this time, Kyle flat out refuses. He's actually annoyed that a minister would even suggest something that's clearly the king's prerogative. Instead, Kyle points toward the untouched lands lying in the eastern mountains. Historically, many kings have sent expeditions that way, but the steep, jagged terrain has always made those efforts a disaster. Most people don't even think the eastern mountains are worth it, but with 5 nations threatening from the west, Kyle knows he can't afford to miss any chance to expand their territory. So yeah, what Kyle really wants is to send Prince Basan to the eastern mountains. Much to the minister's shock. Without a doubt, Basan is an outstanding hunter and a damn good warrior. The fact that he hunted down Manun alone only proves that further. The ministers start murmuring among themselves. Some say the mountains have nothing of value. Others argue that the land beyond them isn't all that vast. But hey, not like they have enough authority to override the supreme king anyway. So they reluctantly agree it's a good idea. With that settled, the next step is building a sailing crew. Turns out Kyle's plan involves boats. Every past attempt to cultivate the east failed because they tried crossing by land. So yeah, this change in approach might actually give them a better shot, taking boats around to the far side of the mountains. One minister objects, saying there aren't any known sea routes, so land is safer. But Kyle has already considered that. That's exactly why they'll be building a sea route. It's been years already. Kyle doesn't want to waste any more time before exploring that untouched land. The lizard minister goes on highlighting more complications they might face while sailing. But don't worry, our guy Kyle has thought it all through. This lizard bastard seems to have run out of objections and still hasn't been able to make Kyle budge. Meanwhile, Kyle is clearly getting exasperated at how this dude keeps whining before things have even started. Since exploring uncharted territory involves threats like monsters and wild beasts, it makes sense to assign the hunting minister some responsibilities too. Dunnan has no objections to his new task. But then there's that one lizard. What was his name again? Oh yeah, Minister Salusin. This zesty-ass bastard just has to complain about everything. With all that settled, Kyle moves on to the next topic of the meeting. This one involves someone who's been waiting outside all this time, and they're finally granted entry. A dwarf, clearly down on his luck, walks in, and just his presence makes every minister lose their damn minds. They're practically fuming as if a clown just walked in to make diplomatic decisions. Solution, as usual, has a problem and questions the king about it. Kyle introduces the man. His name is Lump, and he's from the technician team. The king understands if everyone's confused about seeing this random dwarf here, especially since he was a slave until recently. But since the technique minister position is currently vacant, Kyle brought him in to fill it. Of course, every bald-headed lizard bastard is shocked out of their scales. They're all reacting like Kyle just committed blasphemy by letting a short dude walk in. Honestly, these black lizards are seriously racist. First, they're bigoted toward their own kind just for being white, and now they've got a hate boner for a dwarf. Kyle expected this exact reaction. In fact, it's part of his plan. He used this whole scene as a distraction to draw attention away from Basan. Minister Solution argues that the technique minister role has always been held by a lizardman, so it makes no sense to let a dwarf suddenly take it. Kyle claps back and calls him out for being blatantly racist. There's no law stating that only lizardmen can be the technique minister. The position is for someone skilled with their hands and knowledgeable in mechanics. Up until now, lizardmen happen to be the best at that stuff. But not this time. Kyle had personally witnessed Lump's skills. To prove his point, he asks every minister if they know the altitude of Orizon's Arctic region. The astronomy minister steps up and claims it's about 32.5 degrees. As a follow-up, Kyle asks if anyone knows the altitude of the northern tip, Jaren, and the southern tip, Maganin. Of course, silence follows. Then Lump speaks up. He claims that Jaren is 37.5 and Maganin is 30. He further explains that the altitude in the Arctic changes by 1 degree every 250 Ri. Jaren, being 1250 Ri further north, is 5 degrees higher. Maganin, on the other hand, lies 625 Ri further south, making it 2.5 degrees lower. Kyle is thoroughly satisfied with the answer, and more than a little proud that Lump gave the correct response where the lizardmen failed. But of course, that still isn't enough for Minister Salison, the bastard. He gets so pressed that he starts ranting about why Kyle even became king in the first place. According to him, it's because Kyle possesses the blood of the great Thunder Dragon King, and all the ministers here are descendants of the warriors who once fought alongside the Dragon King. That, he claims, is why dwarves were enslaved. They were enemies of the lizardmen until the end of Hukrin. Even after the nation was formed, they were still considered likely to revolt. Kyle shuts that down quickly. He reminds them that the legendary warrior Tatar once fought 10 trolls to save halflings, and the Dragon King himself once opened the castle gates to rescue slaves. If the Dragon King could show that kind of mercy, then what's so wrong with us making one exception? Well, turns out it's still a problem. Solution is now fuming, yelling about how allowing even one non-lizardman in the council would upset the entire power dynamic. If they start endorsing this idea that anyone, regardless of race, can become a minister, the lizardmen might feel pushed out. They might even stop supporting Kyle as king. He kind of has a point, to be fair. The whole system was built on the foundation laid by lizardmen ancestors. So having someone from another race rise up the ranks is bound to shake things up. The ministers plead with Kyle to reconsider before finalizing his decision. Kyle decides to take a moment to think it over before making it official. But right now, he really wants to appoint Lump as the technique official and expects the council to back him. Seeing Lump's undeniable talent, Solution begrudgingly agrees, to make one exception. With that, Lump is officially designated as the technique official. Now comes the third topic, the upcoming solar eclipse. But before diving deep into it, let's talk about why it matters. The solar eclipse, when the sun disappears or gets covered, has long been considered a divine sign or revelation from the gods. Because of that, predicting it accurately has always been crucial for national safety and ceremony. The date of the eclipse is calculated by 3 sources: the high priest, who reads the order of the night sky, the king, who makes his own estimate, and the astronomy ministry, who uses ancient calculation methods. This time, something weird happens. Minister Solution is stunned when he realizes that the 3 sets of predictions don't match up. The astronomy minister says he's double-checked his numbers using traditional methods, and he's confident. But Kyle's prediction is 4 hours ahead of what the calendar priests and astronomy ministry predicted. Solution demands a recheck. He hasn't forgotten how the dwarf made them look bad in front of everyone last time. Another blunder like that, and Kyle might grow even more favorable toward non-lizard races. For a second, the astronomy minister even entertains the possibility that maybe Kyle miscalculated. After all, their method has never failed in history, so they decide to wait for the eclipse. Minister Solution is convinced, no way is Kyle right. There's no chance that all the scholars could be wrong. If Kyle is wrong, Solution plans to use that moment to slam his decisions and publicly embarrass him. But when the predicted time by the scholars arrives, nothing happens. The solar eclipse does not occur. Lizardmen all around are sweating bullets in shock. Kyle then calmly explains that the priests and astronomy ministry were using outdated methods. It was Lump, the same dwarf they looked down on, who discovered the discrepancy and warned Kyle. That's why Kyle's calculation was different and correct. Solution and the astronomy minister are left dumbfounded, yelling about how the great Dragon King wrote in the historical records that the skies never change. But Kyle fires back. Those books are relics. It's time we accept that even our ancestors might have been wrong. Back then, the ancients had no books to study from. They discovered and recorded knowledge by themselves, and that knowledge still holds up. But today's ministers have made 0 new discoveries. They've just been parroting history for decades. Kyle then references a calendar book from the nation of Mangul. It clearly states that the movement of the skies changes over time, a clear hint that the current method is flawed. Kyle doesn't argue further. The priest in charge is told to prepare the solar eclipse ceremony again, which will certainly take place 4 hours later. Sure enough, the eclipse happens exactly when Kyle predicted. A few months later, Basan boards a ship for the first great journey of his life, a mission to explore the uncharted eastern territories. Beyond the eastern mountains lies a region that must be developed, and Basan leaving the palace is essential for Kyle's reign to expand. Basan has no complaints. In fact, he feels light, free, like the world is finally open to him. The ship he boards is called Pirate's Humiliation. 3 ships carry the 150 soldiers assigned to this expedition. Basan is the designated leader of the Eastern Exploration Team, but he's not allowed to board just any ship. Kyle made it clear that there will be select people tasked with watching over him at all times. The first potential candidate to keep an eye on Basan would be that woman from the merchant family who's traded with the royal family for a long time. Speaking of which, she comes running to him, and after he introduces her as Tiona Itimo, she greets him warmly. Basan returns the greeting and extends his hand for a handshake. By her looks, he can tell she's an elf. She reciprocates enthusiastically while pointing out that it's rare for people to actually recognize her race, since mostly lizardmen don't see much difference between humans, elves, and Nixon. To their eyes, they're all the same. Moving on, Basan decides to get along well since they'll be seeing each other for a while now. There's also something very important she wants to clear up before they continue with this relationship. No matter how noble Basan may be aboard her ship, he must follow her orders. If he doesn't like that, he's free to find another ship. Basan doesn't seem to have any problem with this rule, as long as her commands are reasonable. Honestly, Tion wasn't expecting him to agree so quickly. Anyhow, she promises to be considerate since he is her guest as well as the leader of the exploration team. Looking around, Basan notices his belongings aren't here. Tioni assures him Mate will bring his stuff soon enough. It seems Basan doesn't know this Mate guy, though he finds the name rather adorable. Before the girl can explain more, the person in question stomps into the scene, towering over Basan and making him look like a puny punk. The guy seems annoyed to be summoned and wants to know who called him. Tion explains that Mate isn't exactly a name but a title, because he's the first mate on the ship. Since this big guy says matey after every sentence, everyone just calls him Mate. While Basan is a bit startled being in this massive presence, he isn't afraid at all. Turns out, this isn't the first time he's seen an ogre. He's seen many in the palace. Moving on, Basan greets the big guy and introduces himself. The big guy returns the greeting and gives his name as First Matey. When asked if he doesn't have a real name, Matey reveals he never liked his former name, so he got rid of it altogether. Truth be told, Basan has never seen an ogre among a ship's crew. After all, smaller crew members consume less supplies. Matey admits this but makes it clear he contributes as much as he eats, so it balances out. The fact that Matey is from Jaren on the North Shore means he's one of the ogres with higher intelligence. These ogres from the North Shore are basically traces of the god who was defeated. But over time, their intelligence started to deteriorate with each generation, so nowadays, they aren't very smart. Even in Hukrin, sensible ogres who clothe themselves are very coveted and make good workers, so it's quite surprising for Basan to meet an intelligent ogre on a ship of all places. Matey then roars at the top of his lungs to show his dominance and lack of fear. He abandoned the land because the people living there are weaklings compared to him. Now his next goal is to conquer the oceans and become the first ogre to achieve that. Basan wishes the big guy good luck, hoping he achieves his dreams soon. Afterwards, Matey heads off to carry out his duties, making sure he earns the food he's going to eat. As far as Basan is concerned, he's pretty sure this guy isn't his overseer. Tion grabs his attention again by calling him Prince, which Basan doesn't like much, so he decides to drop the honorifics, and she simply calls him Basan, though Tion isn't sure if she feels comfortable enough calling him so casually. In this case, he suggests she just call him Captain, since he's the leader of the expedition team. So yeah, Captain should work. Moving on, they talk about their first destination. As much as Basan knows, they're passing Maganin heading south, then from there going east and up along the coastline. Tioni confirms this is their general path, but their first stop will be Bavrin. It's actually the biggest port city in Danyam after Orizon. This sounds like news to Basan, since he believes they have no business going to a foreign city. Tion reminds him that this ship is a merchant ship, so they have to continue trading to keep their pockets warm. She promises to fill him in on all the details later, but for now, she wants to show him where they're going to stay. As the ship sails through the endless sea, Basan kills time zoning out. His attention is soon grabbed by Tione, who finds it surprising that Basan isn't whining like a baby because of seasickness. Anyhow, Basan asks something he's been wanting to know for a while. If she's a merchant, why would she take on something as annoying as an expedition team? Well, being the merchant she is, she believes it's a deal that's bang for the buck. When the Hukrin royal family gives work, they pay well. She even received a glass-crafted item as a deposit this time. It looks like Basan doesn't realize the value of such items. As far as he remembers, he broke a few glass items in childhood. I guess that's not surprising. Someone as high status as him wouldn't understand their value. She reminds him that in Hukrin, because the craftsmanship on the glass piece is so delicate, they sell for a lot abroad. They'll be selling these in Bavrin, and in return, she intends to buy some exclusive goods from Bavrin. There are also some items the palace requested her to buy. Basan, naturally curious, asks about the list of items the palace requested. The woman in turn gets all sweaty because she spoke too much. She's actually supposed to keep the items requested a secret, but since it's Prince Basan we're talking about, she realizes there's no point in keeping secrets. So, after getting close enough, she whispers niter, which is the stuff she's supposed to buy. She's heard there's a lot of it in Mangle, and she doesn't know much, but apparently it's good for farming. Speaking of farming, Basan recalls a little ceremony where the chosen ones make thunder descend to decide if a certain field has fertile soil or not. Tioni has watched that kind of ceremony too, though she was too young to appreciate it back then. Basan tries to rack his brain, trying to figure out why Kyle asked her to purchase niter in secret. Back to Hukrin. After the solar eclipse incident, Kyle officially began managing internal affairs. Those who were a threat to his authority formally resigned. He called those who supported Basan and reassured them. In the king's chamber, we see this lizard minister bowing his head gratefully, relieved he wasn't fired. Initially, he thought Kyle intended to replace some existing ministers. Since this poor guy hails from a half-decent family without a last name, it would have been easy to fire him. But Kyle doesn't seem to mind the lack of a last name. In fact, he's curious why last names are so important. The minister reveals that not having a last name means his family didn't contribute to the establishment of Hukrin, so he believes he doesn't deserve the title of minister. Kyle gives the lizard man a different perspective on the matter. Since this man doesn't come from an influential family, it clearly shows he rose to the position of minister through his own efforts. That alone makes him more than capable. So Kyle hopes he continues his service and helps make the kingdom even better. Hearing this, the minister wells up with tears, moved by how much his king believes in him. Overcome with emotion, he vows to devote his life to his majesty and do his absolute best. With that, he bows and leaves the chamber. After this heartwarming interaction, Kyle's mood suddenly drops. The reason is that Dunnan had previously warned him that the finance minister had ulterior motives, bad ones if he has to be specific. But after that exchange, Kyle didn't notice anything hostile or suspicious from the man. He's disappointed in Dunnan for making accusations based on personal grudges. This leaves the white lizard speechless, while Kyle continues to humble him with calm but stern words. Kyle tells him to let go of past resentment and start over with a clean slate. Dunnan acknowledges his mistake and misjudgment. He drops to his knees and regretfully apologizes to Kyle. Moving on, Kyle asks about the horned alchemist from the Hui family, Hui Ravina Muel. Dunnan reports that she's already arrived at the palace. Cut to Hui Moon, an elder from the family, walking out of the palace, lost in thought about Ravina Muel. She's trying to figure out why His Majesty would summon that woman to the castle. We shift focus to the Hui family. They're the ruling house of the Automation Castle and a noble family that inherits the Margrave title. Traditionally serving in left cabinet roles, the Hui family is also a major merchant house. They're considered the most powerful among non-lizardmen families. But with their fame comes a deep, dark curse, known as the Cursed Horns. There's a legend about an old lord of the Automation Castle who had antlers. Now it's dismissed as folklore, but those within the family know it's not just a story. Every now and then, a child is born into the Hui family with horns. These children, without exception, grow up differently. They speak to the air or develop strange, unexplainable talents. Eventually, they all descend into madness. So, their horns are cut off early, in the hopes they can live normal lives. One legend says Hui Kyung became a great merchant thanks to the horn's power. But even her end was tragic. Her lover was a lizardman named Saren Mule, so rumors started that the horned children were of mixed blood. Because of this, children with horns had the name Mule attached to them. Although no one knows how such cross-species children are possible, the rumor stuck. But the story doesn't end there. Continuing the horned legacy is Hui Ravina Mule. Like most of her family, Ravina was born and raised in the Automation Castle. Treated as a cursed one due to her horns, she ran away at the age of 9. She hitched a ride on a luggage cart bound for the continent. By the time the family's mercenaries caught up, she had already entered the Alchemy Tower in Siakmian. The Alchemy Tower, a haven for those who study forbidden knowledge. It's also where many cursed individuals, like Ravina, end up. So in a way, it made sense for her to go there. Back in the present, as Moon stares at Ravina's horns, the girl calls her out. She's used to people staring. It doesn't bother her anymore. Moon tries to explain she wasn't staring because of judgment. It's just morbid curiosity. Moving on, we learn Ravina has been summoned because His Majesty needs an alchemist. A bit about alchemists. They deny the existence of gods and place their faith in knowledge alone. That's exactly why Moon is so tense. If Kyle is calling for an alchemist's help, it might mean his faith in the gods is wavering. And Kyle's rise to power was backed by the night sky god. She eventually asks Ravina why she even left the Alchemy Tower if she'd abandoned her family. Ravina reminds her that His Majesty summoned her. And Kyle is not someone you want to cross. Which, let's be honest, is true. But what really shocks Moon is, how the hell does this girl, living in faraway Sokmian, even know what Kyle is like? Even if she heard a bit of gossip, it's not like Kyle would travel all the way to the Alchemy Tower just to drag her out. Ravina responds plainly, he probably would have come if she refused. So to avoid that whole drama, she answered his call without a fuss. Moon isn't making it easy on the poor girl. But Ravina calmly reminds her that she's here because of her expertise in forbidden studies, knowledge very few people possess. Not even Moon. Moon insists it's better to be ignorant of such dangerous knowledge. But Ravina points out that King Kyle clearly doesn't agree. She pulls out a fat stack of letters she received last year. Each was filled with questions about ancient knowledge. The questions were extremely advanced, and the letters came from constantly changing addresses, so the tower assumed they were from rogue alchemists. But recently, they discovered the truth. All those letters were sent from Orizon. And in all of Hukrin, there's only one person who could send letters like that while tricking the correspondence system. Moon loses it, realizing Ravina is suggesting Kyle wrote them. But the Horn Lady doesn't flinch from the truth. His Majesty Kyle is an exceptional alchemist, and that's a fact, no matter how upsetting it might be. No one in Hukryn compares to him. Moon, on the brink of explosion, feels like Ravina's mocking Kyle, making him look like an atheist. Their argument is interrupted when the man himself enters the room. He silences Moon on the spot. The woman meanwhile wants Kyle to confirm whether what Ravina said is true. Kyle responds subtly, saying that just reading a few alchemy books doesn't mean his faith has wavered. Before she can press further, he orders them both to sit down. Moon reflects on the situation. Technically, being an atheist is illegal, and in other nations, you could even be beaten to death for it. But even if Kyle were a non-believer, no one could punish him. Still, it's obvious his political position would take a serious hit. Back to the main topic, Kyle apologizes to Moon for keeping this a secret from her. She can be too serious and inflexible sometimes, so he thought she would worry needlessly, which is why he didn't tell her. Though she has simmered down, she's still against the idea of him studying alchemy, which basically goes against the traditions of their ancestors. Alchemy's main fields of study are making gold and immortality pills, some of the most morbid and discouraged stuff anyone could do. But Kyle believes a person should always diversify their skills, even if it means going balls deep into some forbidden knowledge to learn. After all, it depends on the individual how they plan to use that knowledge. Moon reminds him about the law prohibiting the study of alchemy. She's not sure if the knowledge he's pursuing is worth breaking laws and traditions. To Kyle, this knowledge holds a lot of value. He gives Ravina the chance to explain everything. Apparently there was an alchemist who lived alone deep in the northern mountains. The tower communicated with him and shared knowledge. However, one day, news from that alchemist suddenly stopped, so the tower sent someone to investigate. The tower's errand boy broke down the door of the alchemist's locked house and went inside. Sadly, the alchemist was already pushing up daisies. That death was caused by forbidden knowledge. Moon expected this much, since using forbidden knowledge is like selling one's soul to some ancient evil. But Ravina reveals the alchemist's death was a pure accident. Before he died, he thoroughly recorded what experiments and ingredients he used, which helped narrow down the cause. He had been trying to make gold, and when his experiment overheated, there was a massive explosion. That failure actually resulted in another discovery, one greater than any research the alchemist had done so far. Although the experiment was done on a minimal scale, the powder created caused an incredible explosion when ignited. He'd stored it in a lead box for safety, but the box didn't hold, it was ripped apart, and shards pierced his throat. If you think about it, what the alchemist made was basically a weapon. The unfortunate thing is, this knowledge isn't some great secret, and Kyle isn't the first to realize it. The alchemists in the tower are the cursed ones who fled from various places. Like Ravina, some are still under the influence of their nations, and those nations want them to bring the tower's knowledge back. Other nations want to prevent the spread of alchemy. In fact, Ravina has been ambushed more than 10 times on her way here. In Siakmion, where the alchemy tower is, she's sure their army has already conquered it completely. On paper, it seems like the current age is peaceful, but if you look closer, it's not. The prices of certain ingredients have soared, and each nation has secret facilities conducting experiments to produce a weapon called gunpowder. Kyle emphasizes the significance of such a weapon. It can destroy enemies with little to no effort. It can literally sink boats and destroy castle walls. Even a common soldier wielding it can turn the tide of war. If they succeed, there's no way they'd lose. The woman thinks for a moment, then responds. While still against the idea, she's willing to follow whatever Kyle intends, since his judgment seems to be heading in the right direction. If he needs help, she's more than willing to lend a hand. Kyle does indeed require help. The case has been financed through the hunting expedition team, but that's not enough. He also wants to use the king's personal funds. Being the finance manager, she controls those funds, but since they're his funds, she can make an exception and let him use them, especially since he asked nicely. Though she wants to know how and what he's planning to use the money for. A system notification flashes in front of Nebula. Black gunpowders. It lists all the ingredients required to make this black gunpowder. Seems like everything is going just as Nebula intended. You see, the process of alchemy and advancing skills in elixir making is tricky. The stronger the faith in society, the more scientific methods are looked down upon. The alchemy tower in Siakmion is the farthest known nation from Hukryn. So, if you're unlucky, you might not be able to obtain this knowledge. Hui Ravina Mule, who possesses the demonic property of probability, may have a high survival rate, but there's no certainty she can properly learn the techniques. But Nebula was lucky this time. Eldar sneaks up on him to highlight an interesting tidbit. While they're talking about alchemy and gunpowder, they're not talking about another source of power. By that power, she means magic. Alchemy and elixir making are types of science. Alchemists are scientists, and their experiments are scientific. But there's a secret that alchemists work even harder to hide, and that's demonic property. About demonic property. It's based on the game, an ancient evil discovered in relics passed down through bloodlines. Demonic properties like thunder, flames, probability, or gravity relate to powers of different attributes. The power transferred through demonic spirits is basically superpowers. When such superpowers and the knowledge of ancient relics mix, a method of manufacturing that uses even higher dimensional power emerges, and that's called magic. Magic, unlike science, can only be used by a small fraction of people. People like Ravina, who possess demonic properties, has potential to become a mage. Since the alchemy tower is home to cursed individuals, it's likely that those alchemists also have demonic properties. Currently, there are no mages yet. Eldar agrees. Normally, they appear around 100 years after the game begins. The power of magic is definitely strong, but since players prefer stable gameplay, they likely keep their distance from demonic properties. Since the alchemy tower is in Siakmion, Eldar guesses wisdom will get a mage. Nebula shares the same thoughts, given the probability of a mage appearing is highest there. But Nebula is sure wisdom probably wouldn't want a mage to appear on his land. Cut to Basan and his expedition party. They finally docked at Bavrin. The place is lively, with many boats already docked, much to Basan's amazement. But this much is expected since it's the closest port to Orizon. Ships leaving here continue westward, passing by Amgul to Danri. Some may even go further toward the western continent. Speaking of which, Basan remembers this is the same continent Owen is said to have gone to, but he's not sure if it even exists. Tion fills him in that many ships head that way and don't return, but the place definitely exists. Basan wonders why merchants don't cross to that continent and start trade there. There might be dangers, but it could also be profitable, though he isn't sure if merchants would risk it. Tioni believes merchants will go anywhere if the danger is worth facing. There are pirate-infested rocks, areas with no wind or high waves, not to mention the threat of sea monsters and storms too. So that definitely doesn't sound enticing to anyone at all. Since she's got some trades to do, she suggests Basan rest here while she's off on business. He also has the option to explore the place, but he must return by the promised time. Sounds like good news to Basan. After all, they had been cooped up on that boat forever. So a little walk to revitalize his spirit won't hurt, or will it? And so he sets off to stroll around. He sees different people doing various things and meets some peddlers trying to sell their goods. While doing this, he's also keeping an eye out for any surveillors. At one point, he finds a peddler selling goods from Hukrin. The merchant happily highlights how they receive a lot of items from there. Noticing Basan just arrived on the ship that docked at the port, the peddler warns that if they plan to return to Hukrin after trading, they should pray to their god they don't meet any pirates. There's a group controlling the Bavrin area, usually targeting ships ready to leave. They're known as the Deep Night Pirates. Later, Basan asks Tion about this group, but she doesn't seem to have any clue. If anything, there might be new pirates who suddenly appeared, hyped up by port merchants for no reason. As she checks the list of items she intends to bring back, she realizes some won't be available until tomorrow. Contrary to what Basan thought, she decides to leave instead of staying. The rest of the warships will bring the rest of the supplies. If the warships stayed behind, Basan fears they wouldn't have their protection. But she reminds him there's a lot of cargo to unload and provisions to load at Sasin. Time spent on the boat is all money, especially for water, food, and crew salaries. At this point, Basan is praying they just don't run into pirates, which causes Tion to burst into hearty laughter seeing him so fearful. She assures him they've never once met pirates during their voyages. Or so it was until now. The moment they sail out, they spot pirates heading their way. Of course, she's exasperated. To outmaneuver the pirates, she orders the crew to lighten the ship. They start dumping sandbags, food, and water into the sea, while everyone arms themselves with any weapons they can find. Basan doubts they can outrun these guys. Pirates usually use merchant ships made with comparatively lighter wood and large sails for better wind. These pirate ships have similar builds, and worse, they usually travel with barely any cargo on board. In simpler terms, outrunning them won't be easy. The pirates are closing in every moment. Their only option is to throw away everything they can, starting with cornerstones. But Tion refuses to throw those away. Hell, she'd rather jump overboard herself than throw away the cornerstones. Now that they're about to be caught, Basan decides to buy time until their warships arrive. He's heard additional cornerstones will arrive in the morning, meaning the warships could catch up in half a day if they're lucky. To rub salt in the wound, there's literally no wind blowing. Tion clasps her hands, bends her knees, and starts praying. She also orders Basan to join her. The enemy is almost on their necks. The pirates are rejoicing that the targeted ship is moving slowly, meaning it's stacked with treasure to loot. They're about to snag a big haul, thanks to their prayers to the White Spider God. Our team is ready to unleash a barrage of arrows to keep the enemy from getting closer. Meanwhile, Basan realizes these guys follow the White Spider God, a name he's heard before. With one precise arrow, he takes down a foe right in front of him, then another. Basan notices their ship has a strategic advantage. It's quite a bit bigger than the enemy's ships. That makes it difficult for the pirates to aim and lock on targets. Not to mention, they still have one ace up their sleeve. The hobos don't realize the doom awaiting them and throw grappling hooks to board the ship. As soon as they advance, they're met by a towering presence ready to strike the first pirate and take down the others. This towering figure is Matey, of course, more than ready to strike the heck out of those guys. With no time wasted, he blows off all the jackasses. The presence of an ogre might alarm these robbers, but their leader assures them Matey isn't a combatant, he's just a crewman. So if they take down the ogre, there'll be no one to stop them. Everyone directs their barrage of arrows toward the big guy. As tough as Matey is, he starts crying like a scared little kid, even though he's sturdy enough to bounce off those arrows like he's made of steel. Even Basan has no clue what kind of nonsense this is. He turns to Tion, asking why this dude is acting like a whiny baby. She reminds him Matey just got hurt, so his reaction is expected. But of course everyone saw those arrows bounce off. Ogres are just built different, so how come? Tion reminds him again that ogres are people too. While Matey might be whining more than necessary, with the size he's got, why would he be on this ship if he was truly free-spirited? He would have been a general somewhere instead. Guess there's no helping it. Basan equips himself with bow and arrows and decides to fight these bastards as much as he can. Meanwhile, he suggests Tion comfort Matey and buy some time. But Tion has problems with this plan for obvious reasons. If Basan gets injured, it'll be on her head. And she isn't interested in losing her head. Then again, they're not safe on the ship either if the pirates overwhelm them. Basan believes fighting is better than doing nothing. She then reminds him of his title. If he flaunts his title as a Prince of Hukrin, his life will be spared since the pirates aren't dumb enough to anger an entire nation. She might have a point, but he isn't willing to abandon everyone. Before the rest of the pirate ships catch up and overwhelm them by boarding from the other side, he has to think of something. Even if Matey is an ogre, he can't handle so many pirates, especially if he's a scaredy cat. They need to defeat one side before the others join. She continues to protest his plan, while he sticks to his guns. The only way they have a chance is if she pulls Matey out of his emotional funk. Out of frustration, she lashes out at Matey, reminding him of his dream to conquer the ocean. And now, he's chickening out over a few pirates. The poor guy seems too traumatized by those harmless arrows to even move. Meanwhile, our boy sneaks around, keeping a close eye on the enemy. Everyone's distracted by Matey. He has the perfect opportunity to surprise these bastards, but the thudding sound of his jumps is sure to grab attention. What is Matey even doing? Turns out, Matey has finally gotten his fighting spirit back, and is ready to demolish the enemy by throwing barrels at ballistic speed. Just as Matey throws a barrel at full speed, Basan jumps off to match the impact. The barrel lands, quickly erupting and flooding the deck. The pirates scramble out of the way as if poison was thrown at them. The one encouraging his buddies to stand gets sneaked up on from behind like a ninja on a mission. Meanwhile, Matey doesn't hold back. He picks up the pace, throwing more barrels. Shrimp Pirate Boss suggests shooting arrows at Matey to scare him off. Like before, the barrels filled with water run over the enemy deck with hard impacts. With no choice, Shrimp decides to climb the ropes himself to get to the other side. But his plan fails as Basan is already upon him, having defeated all the other pirates. With all those bastards down, my guy suggests this sea dweller surrender. The crabby guy is surprised and blown away that a normal merchant ship has a warrior like Basan. But then again, Basan had the advantage of sneaking up from behind. Otherwise, in a 1v1 fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. He's pretty sure he can fight Basan, since Basan probably hasn't fought anyone of his species before. This bastard seems to forget the biggest variable of the equation. Of course, it's Matey throwing barrels without fear. In no time, Matey overwhelms the crabby pirate, crushing him under another barrel punch. Bro looks totally hyped after getting motivation from Tion. This time he's ready to conquer the ocean for real. A little while later, the crabby pirate leader begins regaining consciousness. He hears Basan and Tion talking about how lizardmen often call Astasidians crawfish. This prompts Tion to ask what they call a real crawfish. Basin gives the most appropriate answer: edible crawfish. Tioni is sure that this guy is going to hate the lizardmen if he finds out. The pirate wakes up yelling, demanding to know where his ship is. Tioni breaks the bad news upon him that it's currently under her subordinate's command, following them closely behind. As for the other two ships, those losers ran away without even trying to fight. The pirate refuses to believe it. But well, this is the harsh truth he has to swallow. As soon as the other pirates saw they were losing, with the arrival of the naval ships, they scrambled to flee. The pirate is still in disbelief that his brothers abandoned him. Regardless, he gets all cute and chummy, begging to be spared. He even promises to drop all his shady business and live clean from now on. Tioni doesn't have such noble intentions, given what this bastard did to them. If anything, he should be grateful he hasn't been thrown into the sea, as she intends to have him punished under Hukran law. Basan steps forward to strike up some negotiations. The only thing Basan wants is a few answers to the daunting questions he's about to ask. It's fine if he doesn't get any answers. Since the pirate has no chance of survival other than this, he agrees to answer anything. Basan's first question: if Astasidians can travel through the sea on their own, why use a boat? Seriously, this isn't the kind of question anyone expected Basan to ask. Even the pirate is bewildered by what the hell this guy is asking, out of all the things he could have. Basan notices Tion glaring at him with a disgusted look, prompting him to admit he's always been curious. The pirate finally responds, reminding them that swimming takes a toll on the body, while traveling by ship is easier and less tiring. Not to mention, they can't carry cargo without a ship. With his curious mind satisfied, Basan proceeds to the next question, a serious one. He wants to know where the religion of the White Spider God comes from and what kind of god the White Spider is. The pirate reveals this religion is widely followed where he's from. There's an island where Astasidians live, south of Hukran, accessible only by boat. The place has multiple islands, each with a different name. But in Hukran, they generalize all the islands as the Southern Archipelago. After learning a bit about the geography, Basan insists on more details about the White Spider God. Turns out, the White Spider God appeared as a huge white spider 100 years ago. At that time, the White Spider God saved the chief from a three-tailed snake and created shrimp on land when their tribe was starving. These miracles appeared throughout the islands, and some islands call the White Spider God by different names. For example, at the northernmost island closest to Hukran, some call him the Blue Insect God. This revelation makes Basan crack a big smile. After all, the Blue Insect God was the old name of their night sky god. This clearly means the shrimp also have faith in the same god as Hukran. Since the place where these shrimp lives is far and secluded, Hukran never had to interact with these guys on religious grounds. This is why this shrimp seems to be unknown of Hukran's god. However, Basan doesn't like that pirates are working while calling the night sky god by another name. It's an offense Rakrak wouldn't forgive. He seriously wants to know if the entire tribe of this shrimp is acting as pirates. The scared shrimp quickly scrambles to say no. As far as he knows, the other Astasidians are living normally in the Southern Archipelago. He got captured by some pirates when he was young, and those pirates were abandoned by the Deep Night Pirates. In short, the one named Deep Night from the Deep Night Pirates isn't from the Southern Archipelago. They completely belong to some other continent. Basan guesses it's probably from the Western continent actually, the only other continent they're aware of. Shrimp responds with a no to that assumption. He's heard that the Deep Night Pirates are from the Southern continent. The mention of the southern continent perks our duo up for obvious reasons, and we promptly cut to the southern archipelago. There, in one of the tunnels, we see Nebula. He's actually holding a meeting with other gods. Wisdom is rather surprised to be contacted for the first time by Nebula. What's more, it's an emergency call from a southern island in Ukraine. Rather interesting choice of location. Nebula finally reveals the reason he made this call. A fourth continent has been discovered. Of course, this shocks the hell out of everyone. The only person who isn't very surprised is Krampus, which likely means this dude already had some sort of intel on the matter. Well, he doesn't hesitate before confirming it. As far as he knows, a group called Deep Night Pirates has been active in the south lately. The pirate named Deep Night is apparently not from the eastern or western continents, but from the southern continent. But since there was no solid evidence, Krampus isn't sure if there really is a new continent. So he questions Nebula why he thinks this continent exists. Well, Nebula isn't sure either. He just came down here after hearing that info. It's the area where the crawfish live, but he hadn't focused on them for a few years, and during that time, they were conquered by those Deep Night Pirates. The damage isn't huge, but they're paying tribute to those bastards periodically. Wisdom then adds that Asticidians tend to exaggerate things, so it's possible they mistook a big island in the southern hemisphere for a continent. Nebula agrees to this. Though the island in the southern archipelago can't be considered small, it's a fleet that can control the entire archipelago, so they have quite a size. If those pirates originated from an island, it would be difficult to build such a big fleet. There's a limit when it comes to tech development and population, so Nebula doesn't think that's likely. While Wisdom admits that the news Nebula brings is definitely a big deal, he isn't sure if it's alarming enough to warrant an emergency call. The last time they had a meeting, they promised they'd only use emergency calls when the situation involved unknown players with the glitchy nickname. Nebula knows this well too, and that's exactly why he used an emergency call. In a nutshell, there's a continent behind the Deep Night Pirates, and a player with a glitchy nickname is there as well, and Nebula is absolutely certain of it. This means another evil god has appeared, just like the god of the vampires did. Let's add some context regarding the history every god present here shares with each other. After the battle with the vampires, new terms of agreement were formed among the gods of the third continent. The most important one was about players with glitchy nicknames. The previous vampire guy they defeated, who everyone dubbed Geol Wooby, is just an example of how catastrophic these glitchy nickname players can be. Currently, Hegemonia is prowling the western continent trying to gather related information. According to him, on the first continent, aka the western continent, there was a species called werewolves. There was also another player with a glitchy nickname, and the werewolf species, similar to vampires, spread through a contagious disease. But the difference was that only humans, elves, dwarves, and other vaguely human-type species could become werewolves. Other than that, there was the fact that they were weak to silver, and they later grew stronger by transforming and weren't affected by the sun. So in some ways, they were better than vampires. But thankfully, that vaguely human-type species wasn't the main species in the West, so they were defeated without much trouble. According to the game's setting, everyone had deduced that these evil gods might be connected to the ancient evil. There was also an important analysis everyone did back then. Other than those who gave up, when the game began, there were 27 players. But after sending inquiries to players on other continents, these were the results. The first continent, Ebon, has 10 active players. The second continent, Sharnaf, has 8 active players. As for the third continent, Grand Sidiac, there are 11 players. That makes a total of 29 players. The numbers just don't add up. For example, in Grand Sidiac, where Nebula and his fellow gods are located, there are only 11 confirmed players. The total 29 includes Geol Wooby and the werewolf guy, meaning players were added after the game began. This likely means the player behind the Deep Night Pirates has a glitchy nickname and was added after the game started. If that's the case, Krampus should have noticed it too. If he came into contact with another player, they pop up in the local player log after all. Krampus reveals that the person he met was part of an affiliated pirate group to the Deep Night Pirates, and the leaders were mostly Asticidians too. He didn't get the chance to meet those guys directly. Since Nebula is so confident about his claims, AR is sure he must have other evidence to validate the existence of another god's involvement. Nebula doesn't hesitate before confirming this. When he interacted with that new force back then, a message popped up before him. It read, "Clash of Civilizations. The opposing tribe possesses faith." This is evidence that the opponent is a player. Furthermore, Nebula shows the glitchy name that popped up in the local player log. Wisdom recognizes some of the symbols, and one of them is even pronounced Sha. In this case, Nebula decides to call this unknown player Sha-Cha. By now, Zhang is certain there's indeed an evil god among them, given this spooky name. Now they gotta figure out the species this god rules over. Seems like Nebula has already seen that species, and he's ready to show it. Runda is shocked when she sees the giant monster behind Nebula. Turns out this monster is just Nebula's pet, a giant white spider. Nebula calls it Hylov, and gives the crawler props for a job well done. The spider feels honored to work for Nebula, indicating it's very, very loyal to him. Well, that much is expected since it's Nebula's creation, known as Hylov. Finally, Nebula shows the species that unknown player Sha-Cha controls. Both Runda and Krampus have awe-induced reactions. The creature before them isn't a mermaid but a merman. The species name is Deep One. Hearing this, Eldar's mind perks up with another term, namely, dragon or Cthulhu. It's actually a reference from Lovecraft's work. While Nebula thinks referencing some random fiction isn't necessary in their current situation, Eldar firmly believes it's an important bit to take note of. You see, the traits of the vampires they faced are quite well known generally, just like how the first continent's werewolves are similar to legends on Earth. What Eldar is saying is that species names aren't just random, the names are hints about their traits. The reason behind this is likely because this world is heavily influenced by Earth's civilization. Or perhaps Earth has been influenced by this game world. But this is just a theory. Since Eldar seems to know a lot about the Deep Ones, Nebula insists he reveal all the juicy bits. Well, apparently, the Deep Ones first appeared in H.P. Lovecraft's short story known as The Dragon. Their abilities were revealed in the shadow over Innsmouth. The crucial detail to note here is that these creatures live underwater, and if you interact with or get cursed by a Deep One, you can transform into one. I know it sounds crazy, just by interacting, you can turn into one. Krampus asks if they get infected like vampires or werewolves. Eldar responds with no. To be exact, one's blood needs to mix, so transformation happens through reproduction. They serve an ancient god like a dragon or Cthulhu, and they live in hiding to avoid being discovered. In the novel, the protagonist visits a village that appears normal, but it turns out to be a village of Deep Ones pretending to be humans. In other words, they might appear human, but resemble fish. According to Eldar, Deep Ones may invade villages and act like normal citizens, and nobody would even know. If a player doesn't realize it, the Clash of Civilizations event won't even pop up. Their specialty is living near the ocean, and they can't stray too far from it. After hearing all this, Nebula decides everyone should investigate their respective oceanside areas. Before dismissing the meeting, Wisdom expresses a desire to talk about something. It's about the limited number of players who can participate in this game. It's common knowledge that the capped number of players for the perished world is 32. The cap for this game is 32, and 27 came from Earth. 2 new players appeared and were eliminated, while a third has appeared. This means that other than Cha-Cha, 2 more are yet to appear. Or perhaps they've already appeared, and nobody is aware of it. There's a possibility they exist in the new 4th continent they just discovered. If it's truly a continent, it must be quite big. But right now they can't tell. The continent might already have gathered some power, or maybe an alliance has formed. If so, it would be good to have a temporary alliance among everyone present at the meeting. Well, Nebula clearly isn't vibing with this idea. Although no one knows the exact location of the southern continent, it's probably closest to Hukrin. Who knows what kind of chaotic and messy actions others might take in the name of alliance. This internal conflict could cause everyone's downfall. Krampus accuses Nebula of harboring intentions to defeat Cha-Cha alone and manipulate and develop the new continent, however he sees fit. While this isn't exactly Nebula's ulterior motive, he agrees that his decision against forming an alliance is biased. Since there's no changing Nebula's mind, Zhang decides to let Nebula stand on the front lines alone and deal with the mess. AR shares the same thought but is willing to help whenever Nebula needs it. Since Krampus is closer to Hukrin, and damage caused by pirates might reach his territory, he too requires help from others along the way. With that, the meeting concludes. Nebula will be fighting this unknown species alone. Since Hegemonia is in a full-scale battle on another continent, Nebula tasks Zhang with delivering the contents of this meeting, since Zhang lives closer to Hegemonia. With that, everyone disperses. Nebula then reflects on everyone's tone, how they were ready to let him fight alone, though no one explicitly said they wouldn't intervene. This clearly indicates everyone will try their best to claim this new continent for themselves. Nebula reveals this to Runda, who finds it hard to believe. From what she's heard, she thinks no one really cares about it. But our boy doesn't think that's the case. He highlights everyone's words. No one said they would refrain from intervening. Krampus even said he wants help from others, which clearly means he wants to collaborate to intervene. They're basically warning Nebula politely, and Nebula is sure the others are weighing the profitability and planning right now. Additionally, Krampus is probably already talking to those players. Eldar isn't sure how Nebula will handle this unknown enemy with unknown strength. It was brutal fighting those vampires as it was. Nebula claims the situation is different from back then with Jiel Wubi. The players are ready this time so they won't be tricked as easily. And the enemy forces are currently just at the level of pirates. It's an enemy he can likely handle, although no one knows how many there are. But then again, it's not like he had been fooling around for 100 years. In addition, Nebula points out the top 2 weapons they can now use. They'll be appearing soon enough in the game. Of course, it's mages and gunpowder. If he can acquire gunpowder and the enemy can't, victory is within grasp. This is exactly why Nebula intends to handle the enemy himself. From other players' perspectives, Hukrin's southern islands are bridgeheads to the 4th continent, and the same applies to Cha-Cha and the Deep Night pirates. Other players will try to fight to ensure he can't monopolize it. Runda finds it absurd that other players would attack him without evidence. Nebula reminds her they can forge evidence. For example, they might attack under the excuse of needing to recover the southern archipelago from the Deep Night pirates. If that happens, it would lead to a result similar to an alliance. Basically, everyone will end up fighting each other, and Nebula is too well aware of it. The land has merely changed to sea, and there's the added variable named Cha-Cha. Either way, fights will break out since gunpowder has been invented. The fight against this evil god will include Krampus, another player, Cha-Cha, while Nebula, Runda, and Eldar are on one side. It will be a 3-way fight. With this formation, there will definitely be naval warfare. We then cut to Hukrin, where a minister rushes to meet Kyle. It's actually Priest Su-Hang. He's here to deliver a revelation from the Revelation Priest. The revelation was supposed to be delivered immediately, so this guy came rushing here. Since it's the Revelation Priest who sent the message, it clearly means their god has given his word. When Kyle reads it, he immediately wants to meet the administration minister. When the man arrives, Kyle expresses his desire to issue a royal command. He wants the minister to inform all government offices near the coast that if there are villages, groups, or people who communicate with pirates, as well as any species resembling fish. They should block or detain them. The priest knew a battle would occur in the distant future, but to think it would be like this. A new demonic king is on the horizon, even though this era was supposed to be one of peace. While Kyle is a little wary of the chaos, he believes they shouldn't worry excessively. Back to the main point. Currently, Hukrin's soldiers are no longer the same warriors from 100 years ago. Most believed Hukrin being a great nation was a given and looked down on other nations. A part of the long peace has now poisoned Hukrin. Just because there's poison doesn't mean everyone drank from the same cup. At least, that's what Kyle believes. Although the new demonic king who appeared in the south is definitely worrisome, there were already several signs pointing to a potential war. This might actually be good. If it weren't for the demonic king, Kyle wouldn't know where the war would break out or what to watch for. However, the focus is now clear. The problem is they've only made preparations to fight up north, and a battle in the Southern Ocean is something they haven't prepared for. While it's true that Hukrin's ships are still better than Danyam's or Amgul's, they aren't as good as Danry's. Luckily, Danry is on the way to the western continent, so Kyle doesn't think they'll intervene here. But other than Danry, if the other 5 nations all try to go to war with Hukrin, Hukrin will be at a numerical disadvantage. Kyle has already thought of a solution. By now, Ravina should have reached Sajan. The priest isn't sure if that alchemist's wicked knowledge can help save the world, though he makes one thing clear. He doesn't despise alchemists. After all, everything is according to the night sky's will. Even if an alchemist is part of it, he has no objections. This is when Kyle drops something very interesting, something only he knows. Turns out, Ravina is the closest person to a mage on this continent. The fact that she survived the journey here from the alchemy tower is living proof. There will definitely be an order regarding when each nation obtains gunpowder, but it will eventually reach everyone. However, as for mages, the results of this war will largely depend on which nation they belong to and what they do. In the thick woods of the snowy mountains, we meet an eagle-like humanoid creature. Tagging along with him is a weird, creepy monster who claims to be a spirit. It seems this eagle guy and the spirit aren't exactly on friendly terms. According to his studies, this spirit-like monster is a mere pawn who served an ancient evil. The spirit constantly brags about his own prowess, suggesting that this eagle is no good without his powers. He also mocks how the eagle dude got a pair of wings, which are practically useless. Turns out this eagle-like guy is a rare species known as Garudas. As far as the spirit is concerned, this is why Siakmian's god chose trolls as rulers and utilized this eagle-like species as mere pawns. After placing them as a meat shield at the front in war, the Garduas lost their numbers and the god heartlessly abandoned them. The spirit further rubs salt in the wound by reminding this eagle that if Garudas had been chosen by any god, their fate would have been completely different. But this eagle fella tells the spirit to shut the hell up. He doesn't need a god to begin with. According to stories about Garudas, in the distant past, they were called the species of emperors and could soar the skies. Even during the ancient evil, the Garudas were an honorable species and did their best to fight as was natural. However, when the battle became unfavorable, the gods ran away. After that, for some reason, Garudas could no longer fly. There was an ancient story like that. What this guy is sure about, both in reality and legends, is that gods cannot be trusted. Neither does he need gods nor their help. He will fly the skies using his own abilities, or at least that's how this guy thinks. Once he gets out of this forest, he'll reach a river, and he's almost there. Soon enough, he finds the frozen river. Since elk knights can cross this river and continue to chase him down, the eagle decides to melt the river so no one can follow him. Though that spirit thinks this eagle doesn't have enough power to pull off something like that. Suddenly, his path is blocked by big tusked guys, trolls of course. They immediately notice his rotten left hand, a dead giveaway that this bastard is Mazdari. Mazdari, however, is surprised to see them here because the people chasing him were supposed to come from behind. Everyone seems to be after him because of the knowledge he's carrying. So Mazdari feigns ignorance and pretends to panic, acting like he has no clue who Mazdari even is. He introduces himself as Yehuran, someone who grew up in a Garuda clan village. He claims his left arm looks like that because he caught fire when he was younger, not because it's rotten. The trolls can clearly see there's no burn scar. The eagle guy argues that burn scars and rotten flesh look different, just like trolls and Garudas look different. He then tries to divert their attention by asking if they're looking for a Garuda named Mazdari. They respond yes. They're sure even a lowly runt like him must know about the alchemy tower. The eagle guy admits he knows every detail about the alchemy tower beyond the Sky Mountains. It's the place of those frauds called alchemists who live there. The troll claims that his knights have completely cornered the tower, but some alchemists have disappeared. Now, under His Majesty's orders, he's trying to track down those escaped alchemists to stop them from spreading their evil knowledge. The eagle guy assures them they'll be able to find that Garuda alchemist, especially since there aren't many Garudas around here. He even promises to inform them if he finds any Garuda alchemists nearby. But the Tusk guys tell him to come closer, as they won't let him go until they confirm he's not an alchemist. With no options, the guy raises his hand in surrender, ready to be searched. Next, they ask him to pass over his bag. That's the turning point. Mazdari snaps since his identity will be out anyway. The Tusk guys retaliate after sensing his hostility. Mazdari grabs one of the potions and throws it right into a bastard's eyes, causing his entire face to burn and melt like candle wax. Word quickly spreads that the guy with the rotten hand is here, and soon the trackers following him catch up. Mazdari has only 1 sulfuric acid, 1 smokescreen, and 2 gas bombs left. If he uses them now, there'll be nothing left to melt the river, but there's no helping it. He throws the potions right at their faces. One Tusk guy blocks the liquid thrown at him, but it's liquefied gas, which Mazdari ignites with his fire, burning the bastard to a crisp. They scream in agony, getting cooked alive. Their leader turns on his heels and rides off on their beasts. Masdari doesn't want these guys to escape like that. He has to kill them all no matter what. Unfortunately, his flames won't reach that far because he refuses to rely on the spirit following him. Soon enough, the big shot of those tusk guys arrives, very glad to have found Masdari. Masdari is ordered to undo his waistband and put down his things. It goes without saying Masdari can't fight them like this. And the spirit shares the same thought. So the eagle guy makes a wise decision and surrenders immediately. He's forced to strip his bag off and the tusks chain his hands behind his back. Masdari makes it clear that even without his alchemy gear, he's still a dangerous guy. But the big guy isn't fazed. After all, he's Seokmyeon's king, Dermalin Busa, the one their god, Twisted Tai, has chosen. Dermalin has heard that alchemists always want to compete against gods. He's torn whether Masdari should be burned to a crisp or punished by the god's will. If Masdari wants to witness the troll god's might, Dermalin is ready to show him. The spirit is hyped up about challenging god's might and supports Dermalin's suggestion. But Masdari knows their god is watching this place. If the god is watching, his judgment would be swift. If Masdari receives the judgment of Twisted Tai, the tangled and entwined god, he'd be split into a dozen pieces instantly. Masdari has no clue why, out of all the alchemists, he's being personally pursued by a king. After all, Dermalin had neglected the alchemy tower until now. Well, Dermalin has a clear idea of how the alchemists have been trying to hide their knowledge. The only reason they neglected the tower was because the god never wanted to interrupt their research until now. He was waiting for this knowledge to mature all along. Alchemists might be non-believers, but that doesn't change the fact that they make absolutely mind-boggling stuff. Cutting to the chase, Masdari is willing to teach the king how to create gunpowder, if they let him go in return. However, it doesn't seem like gunpowder is the only thing the king wants from him. Masdari might not be aware, but there was an alchemist inside the tower who was communicating with Dermalin. So Dermalin already knows the method to create gunpowder. By now Masdari has no clue what exactly these guys want from him. Finally, the king breaks it down. His god wants magic. The brave eagle tries to smack some sense into this overgrown animal. They can't just obtain magic because they want it. The bastard claims it's not about obtaining magic, nor is he curious about Masdari's identity. He just needs power. According to his insider, magic is a power that can alter the order of this world, just like a god can. Masdari argues it's nothing more than myth, ancient stories buried deep in history. But the big bastard remains persistent. It's then that the eagle finally recognizes these guys don't want magic, they want a mage. A mage who will submit to their orders. Dermalin is glad Masdari is smart enough to understand this, which spares him the explanation. The other alchemist, meanwhile, wasn't so smart. That boy didn't reveal anything except that the best alchemist there is Masdari. Finally, the eagle guy understands these bastards want him to become a mage. The king is willing to give Masdari all the knowledge collected from mages so far. If Masdari absorbs all that lore, he can become a mage with that power. With that indomitable power, the king wants Masdari to spread the greatness of Seokmyeon far and wide. Even if it weren't for their request, Masdari had planned on completing his knowledge by finding alchemists throughout the continent to become a mage. He was almost there, just one piece away. But with the knowledge Seokmyeon's kingdom has gathered, things will be much easier. Though this knowledge was solely gathered after torturing alchemists, Dermalin promises to give Masdari the highest treatment he deserves. After all, Garuda's helped the trolls a lot in founding this nation. Masdari, though, isn't welcomed within his species because he is supposedly cursed, so it would be refreshing if Masdari can recover the honor of his species. While the deal sounds enticing, Masdari still wants time to think. Dermalin is willing to give him that time but fears he can't wait long, especially since a mage candidate, just like him, has just left their country. The mention of a mage candidate surprises Masdari. To think an alchemist successfully escaped, he desperately wants to know who. Well, he may not know it, but we do. It's Ravina. Later, Masdari can be seen in his cell, brainstorming who the lucky alchemist that broke through the siege might be. The spirit haunting him suggests he become a mage, and then ask all the daunting questions swirling in his mind, or find a way to escape. The window is quite narrow, but the spirit is sure it can melt that iron door easily. Masdari believes it's futile because gods can watch whatever they want. The spirit keeps urging him to do something, it's damn boring. The eagle just puts his head down and begins thinking again. He has no clue why he's hesitating. He thought he could do anything to become a mage. If he becomes a mage, even if he's a slave to a god, his dream will be fulfilled. As he brainstorms, someone sneaks up to the cell's window bars. It's Grasshopper, who intends to have a little chit-chat with Masdari. He infiltrates the cell like it's nothing. Masdari quickly puts his guard up, but Grasshopper assures him he's a god's messenger, so there is nothing to worry. His name is Hongo, one of Night Sky's creations. Upon hearing this, the eagle realizes he's referring to the god that Hukrin's lizardmen serve. He quickly asks what business the Night Sky god has with him. Grasshopper claims he watches everything and knows all that has happened so far. Masdari finds it ironic that the Twisted Tai god reached out to him using Dermalin, while the Night Sky god sent a protector, even though this isn't his territory. Grasshopper assures the eagle that Twisted Tai isn't currently watching. He's confident because his Night Sky god assured him and he wouldn't tell something false. Moving on, Masdari asks why he's here. Grasshopper says he came to deliver a prophecy. He, Masdari, will become Seokmyeon's mage. Of course, Masdari has a bewildered look for obvious reasons. For all he cares, if he tries to escape now, that prophecy would be shattered immediately, rendering it bogus. Grasshopper reveals he entered this cell by the power of the god, and Masdari can't escape like this. Also, the prophecy doesn't end there. The rest of the prophecy, Masdari, who will become a mage, will betray Seokmyeon. The eagle chuckles, because that sounds more like night sky's order than a prophecy. But Grasshopper makes it clear this is indeed a simple prophecy. With all said, Masdari is free to do as he pleases. Poor Masdari clicks his tongue. To think a god's protector came just to deliver this message. If he becomes a mage with Seokmyeon's resources, Seokmyeon will have a great mage. Then Seokmyeon will become strong enough that no one can ignore their power. Judging by their size alone, Seokmyeon is the biggest nation on the continent, and if they have a mage, there's a big chance they'll become stronger than Hukrin. So Night Sky must keep his guard up against Twisted Tie God at all costs. One thing Masdari doesn't understand. Why all this bullshit and formalities when they can just order him what to do like gods always have? To which Grasshopper reveals that Night Sky God doesn't give out orders for petty reasons so easily. More than anything, he respects the free will of those underneath him. After all, he can still achieve whatever he wants without intruding directly. This doesn't make sense to Masdari at all. Like, if he happens to do something against the prophecy, what will happen then? He's sure Night Sky wouldn't like it. But Grasshopper reminds him they can't be sure. He believes Night Sky would neither be overjoyed nor depressed whether the prophecy comes true or not. Since Grasshopper's mission is over, he decides to leave. His sole task was delivering the prophecy. Before leaving, he suggests Masdari hide his thoughts deep inside, since the Twisted Tie God might hear them. If the Twisted Tie God hears his thoughts, his plan to betray would be impossible. With that, Grasshopper vanishes, leaving Masdari reflecting on his situation. The spirit recommends escaping since the Twisted Tie God isn't watching him, but Masdari has already changed plans. He may have hated gods before, but for now he's willing to act like the prophecy says. Masdari is looking at the bigger picture. He really wants to exact revenge and destroy those who locked him up and tortured him. He also wants to avenge all the alchemists, those bastards killed along the way. He's finally chosen the route of betrayal, and it'd be perfect if he betrays after becoming a mage. One thing to note, the Night Sky God seems to have already predicted Masdari would follow this path after hearing the prophecy. Even so, Masdari isn't sweating it. Eventually, he sharply stands up, declaring he's done thinking and that he, Masdari, will work for Seokmyeon. The scene transitions to a lone ship cruising the vast sea. The ship has finally reached Sashin, where Lump and Ravina are both on board. About Sashin, it's a small port located between Hukrin's Orizon and Maganon. Because of its large plains and high-quality soil, this port is known for good farming. Apart from that, it's an ordinary place no different from other port villages, which is precisely why no one has taken particular interest until now. This is where Hukrin's secret ordnance factory actually is. Constructed beside the ocean to easily meet the supply and demand of materials from vessels, Lump reveals it's not just a weapon manufacturing site. It's basically a place where the knowledge of non-believers gathers. And that thing on the ship they're bringing along is also the result of the same knowledge. Lump suggests Ravina not mention that thing blatantly, but Ravina reminds him it was the Night Sky God who commanded it, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. Still, Lump warns that the base is an unholy object, so before checking if it activates well, he doesn't want to risk any bad luck. He hopes the Night Sky God looks after them. By the way, the thing they are talking about is actually a weapon, and they are here to test some of the newly produced ones. This is precisely why they are at this particular location. Ravina is rather astonished by how much faith Lump has in God, especially since he belongs to the species persecuted the most. Also, this dude is one heck of a crafter. She only told him the theory of gunpowder, and he already made a trial product from that alone. By now, she's sure that Lump is the next in line with the ability to pull off their next plan. Even if something goes wrong, she can simply use her powers of demonic property. The alchemy tower might be gone, but the knowledge remains, and it will change the entire scene of this world. While staring at the blue sky, she calls out to the Night Sky God, wanting to ask something. She actually wants to find out where this world is headed, and what he's really planning. The next day arrives. In the bustling marketplace, we find Basan drinking and having the time of his life. He's already had so much that he's thinking about stopping now before he gets completely wasted. The guys serving him all the booze are having the time of their lives, thrilled that a prince is visiting their humble village. They really want him to mention their hospitality to His Majesty Kyle. As the governor of this small place, they'd love to be recognized by the king. Moving on, Basan questions the man about the Astasidian. He wants to know if this governor can actually handle that shrimp. The governor assures Basan not to worry about that small fry, all the while pouring even more liquor as if Basan hasn't had enough already. Basan can clearly tell that this dude isn't being sincere with his assigned duty, and he really wants to punish this irresponsible government official. But as the king's older brother, no matter what he does, he'd be accused of abusing his power. Suddenly a guy comes running and whispers some juicy yet shocking details in the governor's ear. Seeing their worried faces, Basan asks about the situation. The governor is clearly sweating but acts like nothing serious is going on. This dude is definitely acting way too suspicious. Anyhow, Basan gets up from his seat and heads to the outhouse. As soon as he's off the house's premises, a lizardman swings down from the wall and pays his respects to Basan. He's here to deliver unpleasant news. The Astasidian pirate has escaped. What's worse, that shrimp has taken a hostage and is causing a fuss. Of course, this news only fuels Basan's hate boner toward the governor, whose lack of seriousness caused this mess. Cutting to that shrimp in question, the choice of hostage is rather interesting. The guards are surrounding the bastard while his claw clamps around Ravina's head. Though he seems panicked, his entire body shaking like a leaf. One guard tells the sea creature to calm the fuck down before things get ugly. But the shrimp believes he has every right to cause a ruckus since Basan promised to let him go once he answered all their questions. He demands they bring Basan to him. He'll release the woman only if he gets to talk to Basan. The lizardmen can't help but crack up hearing this pirate talk about morality and promises. The disoriented shrimp then turns to Ravina, threatening her not to move, or else she might lose her head. But the lady, rather disappointingly, reminds him she didn't even flinch. He's the one doing all the freaking shit. The shrimp is kind enough to apologize. Seeing how lousy his grip is, she could easily break free using her muscle spasm technique. Eventually, Basan finally arrives on the scene. It's then we learn the shrimp's name is Godan. Basan doesn't hesitate to claim that Godan went against his promise. But he also doesn't shy away from reminding him that he broke the law. This time, Basan is willing to make a promise he can keep. If Godan kills the hostage, he'll lose his life on the spot. If Godan gives up, he'll be granted a chance to talk. He's got to decide quickly. Well, it's no brainer what the shrimp is going to choose, and as expected, he lets go of the girl. With the hostage free, the other lizardmen charge toward the bastard to apprehend him. Ravina is rather surprised at how well Basan negotiated. After all, she had this perception that lizardmen are all brawn, no brains. Basan believes he did nothing other than follow the wisdom of his ancestor Rock. First, one should always try to achieve goals through talks. But if that doesn't work, then you can get your hands dirty. The woman is surprised to see such resolve in Basan's eyes. For someone who was once the crown prince, that response of his is quite clear. By now, Basan is left wondering who this woman even is. At that same time, the dwarf also arrives. Seeing the shorty, it doesn't take Basan long to recognize who he is. Ravina is curious if Basan and Lump already know each other. Well, it's a long story, so they take their time explaining everything, how they three ended up here. Judging from the situation, Basan recognizes that it was all part of the king's plan, for each of them to come to Sashin. Similarly, it's no coincidence they all arrived around the same time. He then asks Lump about the thing he's holding. Turns out, it's a weapon Lump brought, thinking it might be helpful. It really is a weapon. The next scene takes us to Hukrin's ordnance factory. It's a secret area, unknown to the world. There are more of these similar weapons. These barrels are heavy and pretty big. Having no clue how these weapons operate, Basan thinks maybe the hole in the middle is to lighten the weight. With all his might, he grabs the weapon and throws it hard on the ground to see how effective it is. Lump tells this gullible lizard that's not how the weapon works. He takes the barrel back to show how it operates. He points at a wooden plank with a red circle. That's the target. He then pulls out a bag of gunpowder, explaining what this black stuff does. He pours the gunpowder into the barrel, stuffs it properly through a stick, and then it's time to put a projectile inside. Once the cannon is loaded, it's time to ignite the fuse. With fuse lit and cannon loaded, he fires the cannon, causing the projectile to obliterate everything in its path. It literally blew everything away, including Basan's mind and his ears. This shit is as destructive as the night sky god's thunder. What could be the use of such a weapon? Well, Ravina reveals it's for war. She seems to know the gist of why they're all here. She's heard Basan had a little squabble with the pirates, so he and his crew dropped by Sashin, which wasn't part of their original plan. Partly Basan and his crew had to stop there because they were supposed to load a certain item, and that item was a cannon. Basan is still in awe at the sheer power he has just witnessed. The destructive power is incredible, though there's an obvious catch from what he's noticed. The process of putting the gunpowder in, flattening it with a stick, then loading the projectile and lighting it on fire. It takes way too long to start an attack. It's also tough to change the direction of the cannon itself. He's sure one can kill a few enemy soldiers with this on a chaotic battlefield, but if they spread out, taking down many would be impossible. But then again, everything could change drastically if they get many cannons, not just one. It's quite useful by itself if it can hold cavalry troops in check. It'll also show incredible force in a siege where the target is fixed. It's basically enough to make up for the disadvantage of being hard to move once the cannons are boarded on boats. If there had been a cannon in the battle against the pirates last time, they'd be done for. A sea battle could fully show the power of these cannons. This is definitely going to change the landscape of war. Meanwhile, Nebula is hearing all the thoughts swirling in Basan's mind. Basan might be right, but Nebula believes there's still a long way to go. Since battleground cannons are impressive, but compared to the weapons that will appear in the future, they're nothing. The firing speed is slow, and after firing you need to wipe the inside. Because they're so heavy, several people are needed for each cannon, and you also need training on how to shoot them properly. And if it rains or it's humid, they get even harder to use. After all, black gunpowder solidifies quickly if it gets moist. But since Kyle is a genius, and that dwarf Lump is also a talented fella, they might make the next stage gunpowder soon enough. Though for now, they'll rely on the current technology since perfecting a technique doesn't instantly produce the next one. Still, Nebula is positive it won't take that long. Once everyone starts using this gunpowder, it'll lead to an arms race. Nebula's pretty much convinced a war will happen, much to Eldar's surprise. Right now, wisdom is bothering Nebula the most. The fact that he's gathering resources at an alarming rate sounds concerning. Then again, it's not like Nebula is sitting around twiddling his thumbs. The power this world brings forth is getting bigger, and the scale of the war will be incomparable to before as a result. Nebula's positive he'll soon find out who is prepared more thoroughly. The scene then shifts to show Tion's sour face. She seems rather wary of Ravina. To her, this lady with horns sounds like trouble. But to Basan, she isn't really a threat. Being human, she's as much a threat as Tion herself. Tion, being an elf, feels offended that he's comparing her with a human. So she teases him that lizardmen and frogmen look similar to her too, even though they literally don't. She emphasizes that just like frogmen and lizardmen, humans and elves are poles apart. The two can't even have kids together. So in a nutshell, the two species don't share any similarities. Anyhow, Basan still believes Ravina is a perfectly fine person. Just because she's cursed doesn't mean she's some freak. Okay, she's willing to let Ravina's curse slide, but she can't help pointing out that Ravina's a non-believer who doesn't follow a god. Well, Basan doesn't have any problem with that either. As far as he's concerned, everyone has the right to be skeptical. Tioni points out that alchemists aren't just skeptical, they're dead certain that gods don't exist. As they argue back and forth, someone calls the captain and reports several unidentified boats approaching from behind. The speed these boats are moving is even more concerning. Basan quickly relays orders to figure out who's behind this, but it seems they don't have to wait long to find out. Gaiden screams at the top of his lungs that it's the Deep Night Pirates, though the shape of that ship doesn't really resemble the one his group had. They're actually the main ships from the southern continent. While Gaiden is squirming and panicking in the background, miserably clinging to his sorry life, Tion takes a closer look to confirm what Gaiden said. The only thing they can do is engage in battle. Well, Basan had been waiting for this exact opportunity, much to Tion's shock. He basically wants to use the cannons during the battle and put these babies to the test. Since she can't go against the captain's wishes, she reluctantly orders the crew to prepare the cannons. Basan doesn't seem fazed at all, as he plans to go head first even though he doesn't know much about the enemy they're facing. The lizardmen begin aiming tiger cannons at certain angles toward the enemy. Our crew has only 4 ships, and they're currently positioning them horizontally. The enemy on the ship seems to be the deep ones, and they're laughing their asses off seeing just 4 ships. The pirate master is so confident about victory that he's sure he'll get recognition from the Deep Night God. Our boats are finally in horizontal position and have stopped moving, much to the enemy's bewilderment. For a moment, they think maybe the opponent is willing to surrender because they got scared. But we all know that's far from true. Once the enemy is within range, Basan orders his crew to attack, and thus, the lizardmen begin bombing the hell out of the enemy with cannons. A cannon directly strikes one of those fish freaks, obliterating his face on the spot. The relentless barrage continues, hitting the freaks on the ship, causing them to scramble and dodge. But it seems all too futile. They're being ripped apart left and right as if they're nothing more than veggies. The enemy finally stops pushing forward, but that halt is just temporary. The pirate captain yells at the top of his lungs, ordering his men to march ahead. He's confident the enemy can't sustain firing a weapon like this repeatedly. Seeing this, Basan also orders his men to prepare for another round. By now one thing is sure, these sea creatures aren't dumb animals. The fish leader, on the other hand, feels glad his hunch was right, given how the barrage of bullets has stopped. He commands his platoon to get even closer. But little does this bastard know, Basan is ready for the second round already. As soon as he lowers the flag, his companions start the barrage of cannons. Since the weakness is the long loading time, there's a gap between firing rounds one after another. So, of course, Basan already considered that and prepared the second platoon accordingly. He then instructs Tion to put some distance and buy them time to reload. Basan's main objective is the safe delivery of the cannons and gunpowder, and there's no need to purposely annihilate the pirates. However, Basan might just do so if they insist on following him. On the pirate ship, those guys scramble to get back up. The captain wants everyone alive to grab the sails and take control of the direction since he wants to chase his death a little longer. Even if the power of those weapons is great, they still can't destroy the boats. So if they get close enough, he's sure they have a shot. Basan expected this much. These creatures aren't completely thoughtless. It was definitely difficult to damage the boats with earlier cannon shots. In this case, he decides to use the big one. As soon as he orders, the lizardmen take out the big cannon to obliterate their enemy. As the barrel of the cannon stares at those hobos, my guy pulls the trigger and lets the cannonball loose, making a giant fucking hole through the ship, rendering it utterly useless. The bastards sailing the ship have no choice but to jump off the sinking vessel. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Nebula is watching everything unfold. He seems thoroughly satisfied as well. It was a good thing he lured the pirates here, allowing them to test the force of the cannons. The pirates were driven out with almost no losses for them, and since they had Ravina, failing the test wouldn't have caused too big of an issue. He must say though, Basan is better than he expected. To think he'd even learn a skill at all. His new skill apparently is all about being a great commander and leader. In Rockrak's generation, they used strategy and tactics. But back then, there were more situations relying on individual warriors' abilities to change things. However, after firearms appeared, fighting ability standardized, so command systems became more important. Nebula can barely wait for the future when Basan becomes a natural force to be reckoned with. After that, Basan received secret orders to sweep out the pirates, and within a mere month, he conquers the southern archipelago. In the middle of the night, celebrations are in full swing. While Basan may have succeeded in pushing out the Deep Night pirates, he's unsure if he can leave here immediately. Although the southern archipelago may be pirate territory, they'll have a separate military headquarters somewhere. There are 2 islands close to the southern archipelago, from what Ravina has heard. Namely, one is Ormor, and the other is Dolton. Ormor is an island west of the southern archipelago and close to Danium, so it'll be used as a base for pirates traveling to and from Danium. Doltan is south of it and quite a distance apart. It's closer to the southern continent, so there's a high chance it's the Deep Night Pirates' headquarters. Basan already has enough soldiers well versed with cannons, but because it's hard to divide their forces into 2, he plans to conquer one first. Then a familiar voice barges in, claiming to have already conquered Ormor Island. The man in question is Masdari, much to Ravina's shock. Since they're fellow alchemists, they know each other well. Basan's eyes dart right in front of him, where he can see a fleet of trolls marching down here, the army of Sokmyon. Seeing this army, Basan quickly orders General Ian to prepare his soldiers for battle. Masdari assures him they're here on friendly terms. All he and this fleet of trolls want is to expel the pirates as quickly as possible. Since Mazdarian trolls came here riding Danyam's merchant ships, it's no surprise the Astasidians weren't on guard against them. But that doesn't sound reassuring to Basan, as he has no reason to be at ease seeing Seokmyeon's soldiers coming on Danyam's boats. Out of courtesy, the troll general humbly introduces himself as Seokmyeon's General Oldor Mayan. Since he's in charge of the boats docked there, he wants Basan to rest assured. The only reason he came on Danyam's ships is that Seokmyeon doesn't have ships that go south. Besides, he has no intention of creating friction with Hukrin. He just wants to help because Danyam, his allied nation, is suffering due to pirates. So it's in everyone's best interest if criminals like pirates are dealt with quickly. Basan understands the sentiment. Since the pirates recently extended their influence onto Hukrin's southern archipelago, Basan had to drive them out, so there's nothing left for General Oldor to do. Seems like Oldor has an entirely different piece of information. As far as he knows, Hukrin never took over the southern archipelago territory. Only uncivilized people live there. Basan reminds him that he simply respected the autonomy of the Assacideans, since he has continuously received tributes and respect from them. After all, the god the Assacideans believe in is also the night sky god. But if the general recalls correctly, the name of the god the Assacideans believed in was different from Hukrin's. Their god's name was something like White Spider God. Basan clears up the misunderstanding by confirming that the White Spider God is the same god as the night sky. Furthermore, a priest from the main temple is already on the way to confirm this fact as soon as possible. Internally, Basan can't help but highlight the main agenda this general is here for. If only Basan had been a little late, Oldor would have been planning to claim the southern archipelago as part of their territory, including Ormur. Another important thing to note is that Seokmyeon used Danyam's ships to come here, which only corroborates the possibility that these two nations have partnered up. Seems like Wisdom and Krampus are cooking something behind the scenes. Not just that, as far as Basan can think, there's also a possibility that all 5 nations, including Jokwa, Mangul, and Guman, will get involved. Even if they don't fight head-on with Hukrin, they can't avoid competition. The goal in the end is a path toward the southern continent. And right now, a clash between the nations over this continent is inevitable. Basan then inquires if this dude is planning on going to Dalton Island. The big Tusk guy's response is affirmative. In fact, he's planning to go even further if necessary. Hearing this makes Basan chuckle a bit, like he saw that response coming. Anyhow, he decides to enjoy the festivity until the next day. The journey once again continues, with the Seokmyeon army tagging along. Turns out even ships from Mangul have joined. Basan is sure that both Seokmyeon and Mangul will assert their authority over Dalton once they've dealt with the pirates. The two nations have already talked things over. Well, Tion isn't really vibing with the current developments. Their only goal was to explore the external mountains, but she isn't sure how in the hell they got stuck in this mess. Besides, this shit is way over her pay grade. She never signed up for this to begin with. But then again, there's no helping it. And that's exactly what bothers her. Basan can feel that the night sky is watching them from above. But Tion feels like Basan is making some sharp pun since it's literally a clear day sky. Moving on, the crew notices pirates, but there's something even more concerning. The pirate ships heading their way are literally countless. So many that even Nebula is left speechless. He's got no freaking clue how these looters managed to gather those numbers. Also, what's with that divine restriction that isn't allowing him to reconnoiter the enemy? This is only possible if the enemy's level is at least 19. Furthermore, Nebula has noticed the pirates' movements are awkward too. Just take a look. This bird's eye view shows how the pirates are keeping a large distance between them and their enemy. This giant empty space between them seems like a trap, so Nebula quickly bestows Basan with a divine revelation, telling him to practice caution. Basan takes note of the urgency and orders his men to slow down the boats. Meanwhile, General Oldor is astonished to see this sudden decrease in pace. One of the soldiers reports that Hukrin's boats are slowing down. This fool of a troll general considers it an amateur move from Basan. As far as he can tell, Basan must have gotten scared of the number of enemies and is now trying to buy time to plan something else. So the general's greed takes the best of him, and he decides to deliver the first strike to the enemy. But it won't be long before he realizes how foolish that decision was. A massive tentacle rises through the waters, making the ships look like dwarf. It's a fucking kraken. One whip of its tentacle takes down a bunch of troll soldiers, along with devastating damage. Not long after, an entire ship is wrapped up by the tentacles and is being strangled and smashed with these massive whips. Nebula had anticipated this, which is why he sent the revelation abruptly. Looking deep into the waters, we see this giant tentacle beast. It's so massive that Nebula estimates it to be at least 500 meters long. The dude is half a fucking kilometer long. Thankfully, Nebula's quick thinking saved his crew from getting demolished unnecessarily. Krampus, of course, isn't thrilled with this development, since he's taking all the brunt with troll ships getting destroyed. He blames Nebula for not warning him earlier, but our guy clears the air by apologizing. He only found out on short notice himself, so couldn't warn in time. Krampus, however, isn't buying it. He's dead serious it was all part of Nebula's plan. Once again, our guy's response stays the same. Turns out, the Kraken is just an individual creature outside the control of any civilization, meaning the Kraken wouldn't spare the Deep Ones either if it came to that. It's likely tamed by the Deep Ones. Nebula has another theory. Since the Kraken is also part of this ancient evil or whatever, perhaps the Deep Ones have a sort of symbiotic relationship with it. While Nebula wasn't quick enough to warn Krampus about the first sneaky attack of the Deep Ones, this time he warns them in advance that the second attack is coming, with Deep Ones rising to the surface. The Deep Ones will attack from between the Kraken's tentacles. With this kind gesture, Krampus also decides to be generous enough to warn Nebula about the third attack these creatures are about to launch. Turns out the third pirate fleet is already on the move, and it seems they're trying to trap their ship so no one escapes the Kraken's wrath. Krampus seeks Nebula's advice to counter this attack. Our guy just teases his fellow back, wondering if Krampus even needs advice at all. After all, Krampus can simply use what he's been hiding. But before we find out what that is, we get a moment to witness a sinking ship, courtesy of the Kraken. While the Kraken is disintegrating the ship into pieces, Masdari is also in action, trying his best. He's in the middle of drawing a circle when a giant boulder falls on him. After pushing the boulder away, he completes this weird enchantment-like circle, though he fears it won't be very helpful in his work. Just as he finishes drawing the circle, General Oldor also arrives, as if summoned by fate. He will be the one to witness the miracle of what Masdari has been cooking up lately. Having no clue what Masdari is up to, the clueless general asks for clarification about the glowing circle. Masdari reveals that what he is about to do is the reason Sokmyun's king, Dermalin, hired him. It's also why the king sent him to the southern seas, and the reason General Oldor had been looking for him in the first place. And that reason, of course, is magic. Before doing something miraculous, Masdari asks about the ships within 300 paces of their own. Well, that's around 10 ships. Most of them consist of trolls, but there are also elves, lenners, hobgoblins, and satyros. The slaves are a mixed bunch, so it's hard to quote exact numbers. Of course, among them is a Garuda too, Masdari himself. From what I can tell, it seems Masdari is about to pull some sort of teleportation jutsu. We'll find out soon enough. Right now, he needs some time to focus. He starts chanting these scribbles, and this weird mojo begins to take effect. Once he finishes reciting whatever it was, a miracle happens. The tentacle of the octopus has been frozen solid. When it cracks, chunks begin to rain down. Everyone on the ship is baffled as the reality of the situation sinks in. The ocean around them has been frozen solid. Even the enemies are frozen solid. The only ones still standing unfrozen are those the Garuda remembered before chanting the spell. The extra slave orcs the general didn't mention are frozen. The general is sweating down to his balls even though it's cold out there. He finally understands why His Majesty was so hell-bent on having this guy under their command. With the successful casting, the eagle feels very satisfied. He looks into the sky as if sensing that God is watching him from above. Well, his hunch isn't all off either. Our guy is also very fascinated watching this spell, Frozen Time, in action. Seems like this is the trump card Krampus was holding. Though Nebula is curious why the eagle chose this particular magic spell out of all the options. Seems we'll find out soon enough. A while later, we see our party starting their journey again. Basin is still glazing over the magic he just witnessed. The pirates, excluding the Kraken, were incredibly strong in their own regard. If it weren't for Garuda's magic, this would have been a tough fight to win. Thanks to the magic, the Kraken was dealt with easily, and Danium and Mangal's ships could join to push the bastards out. Without it, the fleets would have been disassembled, causing great damage. Since Seokmyun has revealed the power of the mage they'd been hiding, they'll try to maintain a dominant position with that power backing them as they enter the new continent. Though Basan is also sure the Deep Night pirates won't give up just after one defeat. And if the person behind them has forces on the scale of a nation, it goes without saying they still have a lot of manpower. The lookout then reports sightings of Dolton Island nearby. But there's also something quickly approaching from under the water. Basin wants a clear description of the kind of threat they're dealing with. What the lookout sees next leaves him speechless. His reaction is like he's seen something totally unexpected, like flying fish. Well, quite literally, what he's seeing is flying fish, with fishmen riding them. As soon as the fish come out of the water, the fishmen attack General Oldor's soldiers. In the first wave, every fishman manages to snag a kill using their pointy spears. Meanwhile, the general is freaking out, seeing fish flying in the sky. Literally ridiculous. What's next to see? Flying dicks? Poor trolls are being drowned while stabbed to death. Basin and his crew can only watch as the trolls get slaughtered like this. Those fish knights make enemies fall from the deck into the ocean, where the deep ones waiting below finish them off. Basin decides to empty the deck and hide below. But his fellow points out those creatures are climbing up the ships. If they empty the deck, it'll give the creatures a perfect chance to climb aboard. If the crew lets their guard down, the ship will be conquered too. In this case, Basan believes using the cannons will be difficult. He has an alternative plan. While they may be in the ocean, the enemy they're dealing with is basically cavalry troops. So the only thing they have to do is fight these bastards head on like they would on land. The fishmen are closing in very fast. One of the fishmen, likely the platoon leader, is sure there isn't much time to prepare countermeasures. He's planning to execute the same technique he used on the trolls, then let infantry crawl up and take control of the ship. With spears in hand, the fishmen riding the fishes are ready to slaughter the enemy in front of them. But they find themselves stunned mid-air when they see shiny spears pointed directly at them. One fishman makes a sharp turn and gets right over the blind spot of the lizards. The douchebag is cocky, having outmaneuvered his enemies rather easily, but he didn't anticipate what awaited him. It's first matey, ready to screw these guys up hard. With just one swing of his fist, he dusts the bastard riding that overgrown fish. More and more flying fishes appear, definitely an alarming situation. But the lizardmen pierce through these bastards like they're hunting some good grub. The fishmen riding those creatures start to topple off their rides, only to get slaughtered cold-blooded. Basan yells out orders to everyone. Avoid contact with their maws. Also, their true weapon is their spear, so don't chase and stab them recklessly. He encourages the soldiers to hold their spears firmly and protect their positions. The soldiers obey, and it's working in their favor. It might seem like a new strategy, but it's just a version of a pre-existing one. Good thing Basan learned how to fend off cavalry troops. It might actually be easier to face them here than on land. The cockatoo cavalry is nimble enough to pierce through spears, but the fish cavalry has a hard time making sharp turns once they jump off. General Oldor's army has also started using this strategy, and it seems to be working for them too, though it's not enough to fend off these monsters completely. The lookout in the crow's nest mentions more pirate boats, likely more than 120. Since the preceding ships haven't finished their battle yet, if the pirates enter, the ships might get tangled up. If so, it'll be difficult to use the cannons. So Basan strategically decides to proceed forward instead of retreating. Tion isn't sure if this decision won't get them killed. After all, they're the only ones moving forward. Basan assures her others will follow closely eventually. That certainly isn't very reassuring. The reason Basan wants to go ahead is to use his cannons without damaging his allies' ships. Then Mazdari comes flying off and lands right in front of Prince Basan. He's here to contest Basan's idea. You see, if Basan uses cannons while allied forces and those 100 pirate ships are close together, the pirates and allies would be obliterated simultaneously. Basin doesn't get why he would want to attack his own allies. As far as Mazdari knows, he thought Hukrin had a hostile relationship with other nations. And this is the god-gifted opportunity to decimate the allies under the pretense that open fire was the only choice to defeat the pirates. Mazdari was the last person Basan expected to hear this crazy plan from. But Basan lets him know that he would never try to attack his allies given the current circumstances. After all, the battle against the Deep Ones isn't over, and you can't be sure these 120 boats are the last line of defense. Losing sight of the grand scheme in chase of immediate gains is the thing of fools. Mazdari notes how Basan is strangely similar to his god and believers in this aspect. Basan overhears Mazdari a little, who immediately switches the topic, saying he just came to lend his magic power. It's good if they're ready with all their guns. After all, a dangerous one is heading right toward them. One particular pirate ship is heading straight toward them at crazy speeds, towed by a massive fish. It seems to be the captain's ship, a buffed-up pufferfish. Instead of air, this bad boy packs some muscle under his skin. His only order? Destroy the opposing ships in sight. As for his formal introduction, he's the Deep Night Pirates boss, the Black Order High Priest, Yahun. And the big fella pushing this giant-ass ship is Ancient Sparkling Tail, a sea serpent. Yahun is screaming his fat ass off on his ship, confident in his prowess. He envisions destroying everyone, taking control of the entire continent, and becoming the top person of the order. This crazy-ass serpent is actually an abominable god. It's likely the Deep Ones tamed the abominable god, and now they're cracking the whip. It's a mystery to Nebula how these guys even tame these sea creatures. A little about abominable gods. Abominable gods and abominations are enemies that players need to defeat. They are treated as monsters that players must defeat to receive domain trophies. The only reason abominable gods follow the evil god Shacha is likely because Shacha has a unique domain that allows him to control these abominations. You see, after defeating Jeol Wubi, Nebula obtained a unique domain as well, namely, the domain of corpses. That was a completely new, unique domain, so maybe Shacha also has a unique domain as well. The pirate ships have already gotten dangerously close. Everyone will bump into each other at this rate. Eldar worries if he isn't going to do anything about it. Well, Nebula has a policy against butting in unnecessarily. There's still hope here, and that hope is Mazdari. Finally, the cannons are put into action. Sadly, the cannonball just bounces off after hitting the abominable god, as if the cannonball were made of plastic. Since regular cannons are ineffective against this behemoth, Basan orders the soldiers to prepare the king cannon. They're supposed to lower the arc and aim it right in front. The chance of success is low. There's no guarantee the monster will stand still and get hit by the cannon. Forget hitting. They can't even be sure if the cannon will do any real damage. Basan doesn't exactly applaud his fellow for such pessimism. According to Hukrin military law, saying things that lower morale during war must be paid with one's life. Mazdari is ready to help, though he makes it clear he can't use magic whenever he pleases, as there are certain conditions involved. First, he needs to be able to touch the monster's body, then tie it down so it can't move. Furthermore, he needs enough time to drink a cup of tea. Well, these requirements don't sound that hard to fulfill, or at least that's how Basan thinks. Anyhow, Mazdari plans to go around the monster's surroundings and draw a magic circle atop the boat. Someone needs to stand guard and protect the magic circle so it doesn't get ruined. Furthermore, while casting magic, he needs to maintain focus during the enchantment, so he needs someone to protect him throughout. His terms may sound simple and easy on paper, but it's a long shot before they actually execute the plan and take the creature down. Though one thing's for sure, if all conditions are met seamlessly, killing that monster isn't far-fetched. In this case, Basan raises a red flag, signaling his fellows to get ready for the chaos ahead. Tioni catches on to the urgency, as Basan wasn't supposed to flutter that crimson flag lightly. Well, that red flag signals his fellows to ram the boats together, with the main ship in the middle. The plan is as crazy as it gets, and Tioni is losing her mind. Even Mazdari, who's been weathered through and through, admits Basan is one hell of a crazy guy. Then comes the next order by Basan, directed at Mady, who is supposed to announce to everyone to prepare for impact. The big fella takes a massive breath and lets his booming voice crack through the area. Lump is also told to prepare to execute the next part of the plan. The abominable god is right in their faces, ready to tear everyone apart. But so is their king cannon. The first cannonball is out, hitting the giant beast square on its chest. But the beast is still alive and about to make a snack out of everyone on deck. Basin quickly orders all gunners to retreat. The beast looks annoyed and traps one of the lizardmen in its maw. Basin then orders the others to raise their bows and trap the monster so it can't move freely. At the same time, Mazdari finishes drawing the magic circle on the boat. Only 3 more circles left to draw at different locations. Basan is ready to act as a meat shield and keep the enemy engaged while Mazdari works on his other circles. He further apologizes to Tion before jumping onto the enemy side of the ship. Well, right now, there's no point in complaining about anything given their situation, so Tion understands why it's necessary to risk it all. As long as Garuda doesn't whine, she's okay with him being a little reckless. As he jumps onto the enemy ship, Ravina suddenly pops out in the chaotic scene, much to Basan's shock. It's dangerous out here as it is, so she better go back to the pirates' humiliation. Well, she can't go back like this. She's been waiting for this moment to arrive. Suddenly, a massive axe swings down, landing smack dab in the middle where the duo was standing. The one behind this lousy throw is this fat fish guy, who's here to battle the captain of this platoon. Looks like Basan has also been waiting to fight this jackass, so it's a good thing he doesn't have to go through the trouble of finding him. As the two face off, Basan lunges at his opponent showing no fear. Their weapons clash, leaving blinding sparks filling the scene from the steel collision. It seems like this fat fuck already knows Basan's true intentions. He's basically buying time so that his fellow can use magic. However, as far as this fat fish is concerned, nothing can save them from his might. He swings so fast at Basan that he barely has time to dodge. If he'd been late even by a millisecond, he would have lost his head. There's no doubt this jackass is one tough nut to crack. What's more concerning is that his opponent also knows about magic. Not only does this fat fish know a lot about magic, he also knows how mages use others as sacrificial lambs just to buy enough time to draw some weird images on the floor. It's something this big fish strongly contests. Basan, however, refuses to empathize with this bastard, since he isn't on the same emotional level as this fish. Regardless, Yahun the fat fuck claims he won't let their mage succeed. And just as he says this, the abominable god is set free by the fishman, much to our boy's annoyance. If things keep going like this, the sea serpent will escape, and they'll be screwed for sure. But this is when Mazdari makes his comeback, having already done his part of the project. The entire area is now under the range of this giant enchantment circle. Literally no one can escape it, even if they want to. The radius of effect is so big that the fat ass who was once barking nonsense is left with his filthy mouth wide open. But surprisingly enough, nothing actually happens, giving this fat ass a moment to sneer at this failed attempt. If the magic circle is off even a little bit, or if the spell stutters, the magic always fails. So executing a successful magic spell in such chaos is next to impossible. Well, looks like this dude is about to get proven wrong. The entire place begins to shake as a snarling, loud roar fills the air. Everyone's head hurts, like they just got caught in friendly fire. Basan isn't happy with this development. He's mad that this magic is affecting his own fellows as well as the enemy. The confident eagle reveals that the magic hasn't even started yet. And just as he says this, magic portals form on the ground, and from them come massive hands. Before Mazdari even has a chance to explain what's going on, the massive hands instantly find their target and proceed to grab it. Mazdari meanwhile takes the opportunity to explain that it's actually summoning-type magic. The magic circle also serves as a door between worlds, and he opened that door to call a being from another world. The said being squashes that poor fish, causing blood to splatter like a crushed tomato. This massive hand monster was called Talajin in ancient times. There are already multiple hands all over, surrounding that giant abominable god. The hands seem to be searching for something, and that something is Mazdari. Talajin never feels happy when someone uses Talajin's hand magic to summon his hands. Just imagine a scenario where you're having the time of your life, basking under a bright sky with a gentle breeze relaxing your muscles. But then some little critter ruins your mood by biting you. Your first instinct would be to squash this insignificant bug. Similarly, Talajin is currently squashing all these ants his hands are grasping, and these hands won't stop until the entire nest of ants is obliterated. Basan fears the implications of how dangerous this actually is. But then again, all magic is dangerous, and Mazdari has taken the risks into account with each spell. You see, magic follows rules. The first rule is that Talajin's hand can only sense deep ones, as long as they're here. The second is that Talajin senses that big monster as Mazdari himself, an insignificant bug who ruined Talajin's sleep. Now, let's pan the scene over to this fatty sucker yelling at the abominable god to do something before they get their asses ripped apart. The tamed beast obeys what the master says and promptly attacks the hand by biting it. Looks like the abominable god has finally caught Talajin's attention, and that's clearly not a good sign. The giant hand grabs the poor bastard by the throat, gripping so hard it leaves him screeching at the top of his lungs. The giant hand continues to scramble the hell out of the abominable god, making it look more like a whiny bitch than a formidable foe. In no time, the bastard grabs the abominable god with his giant hands and rips it apart like it's nothing more than spaghetti. The brutality is on a whole other level, truly. Everyone is so traumatized and horrified by the sheer brutality. The battlefield clearly isn't for the faint of heart. It's now obvious why magic is such an OP thing in this world. Dangers are apparent too. That's why it's never a good idea to draw a big magic circle. If you draw it too big, things other than just the hands and arms can come through. Then handling it would be a Herculean task. They wouldn't have been able to handle the shit. Basan wants to keep watching that hand, but given the opportunity, he decides to take down that fat ass in the meantime. So Basan gives Mazdari the task to watch those hands. Mazdari is thoroughly satisfied with the outcome, with everything going according to plan. With the abominable god down for the count, that big fat ass has no option but to run and save his sorry ass. Nothing is going as he intended. Not only did the Pope's knights get defeated before they could properly use their power, but the sea serpent they received as a representative of the high priest was ripped to shreds. Once the rest of them join, it's simply a matter of time before they're defeated. As far as this fat ass is concerned, if he hadn't been pushed out to the open sea, he would have easily defeated them. This is all because he got weaker after being pushed out in the power struggle of the Order. Blaming others won't do him any good. My guy is already out here risking his neck, and I'm not sure how his fat ass is going to save himself from what's coming. The only thing he's good at is running his mouth relentlessly. Before charging recklessly at our boy, the fat ass utters his god's name once. Deep Light. Seems like it's the first time Basan has heard this name. With the name of his god, the fat ass charges at our boy, and brings that axe crashing down. That swing definitely packs a punch, so much so that Basan is forced to reckon with it. He can tell this king is a warrior who's been through countless battles. He's stronger and more experienced than anyone here. For a moment, Basan starts to regret coming alone into the fight, but he quickly resolves himself again. The bastard's coming from the other end, and my guy plants his feet ready too. The fish guy sneakily uses his tail to throw our boy off balance and onto the ground. Basin reacts just in time and jumps away. The bastard, meanwhile, is feeling smug again, but that confidence melts when he sees more than one lizardman arriving on the scene to assist Basan. Instead of risking it, he makes the wise decision to retreat for now. Basan feels disappointed fighting against a coward, no matter how powerful the opponent is. He throws a dagger straight at the monster, and it lodges right in the bastard's back. Poor Fatty can do nothing except whine about the sneaky attack Basan just pulled. Though my guy doesn't feel ashamed at all. His ancestors always taught him to keep a spare weapon. So, a while later, poor Fatty has his head claimed by Basan, a clear message to the other fishermen that their time to surrender has come. They promptly decide to retreat. After a while, Basan inquires about the current status of the war. The outlook shows a few ongoing skirmishes with the last remaining fishmen. And as for Talajan, this fellow seems to be up to something. The hands are literally drawing a magic circle of their own, eerily similar to what Masdari had drawn. This is totally out of syllabus, and the only person who can explain this oddity is Masdari, but that dude is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the hands finish crafting the magic circle and activate it. Basin rushes toward the monster before something catastrophic can happen, but Ravina promptly stops him in his tracks. As we know, the hands are just casting magic. She assures him that nothing's going to happen. And just like she said, Talajan fails to activate the circle. To explain why, she reveals that magic follows fine rules. It requires extreme accuracy and very elaborate, detailed techniques. Even a slight mistake is enough to render the entire circle useless. Using her innate talent and magical knowledge, Ravina forced him to make a tiny mistake in his technique. Moving on, she recommends hopping to the other ships. Masdari bound Talajan's free will using magic rules, which only allow it to sense the deep ones. But now, with no target in sight, Talajan will just flail his hands around, potentially hurting his own allies. That's a being with its own consciousness and desires from another world. It holds knowledge that people from the mortal world aren't even aware of. Speaking of which, Basan believes this is all the more reason to keep a close eye on this monster's movements. After all, this being actually poses a greater threat than the pirates ever did. Ravina has already decided to stay behind herself to keep watch over the beast's movements, while Basan is allowed to go. As for Masdari, she advises not to trust him at all. She's got solid reasons behind her warning. To back it up, she recalls the time when the Knights of Seokmyon attacked the alchemist's tower, and many alchemists either dispersed or died during the confrontation. Luckily, she managed to escape just in time, though most of the alchemists were detained before they could even flee Seokmyon. Seokmyon squeezed every drop of knowledge from those alchemists, but only Masdari seized it all and became a mage. She believes he must have betrayed the other alchemists to get there. That's also why she's here. Her knowledge and abilities are among the few things that can resist magic. Summoning Talajan's hand wasn't the issue. It's the hands themselves that pose a threat to everyone around. Their attempt to draw a magic circle is just one example of how dangerous they are. If it hadn't been for her, everyone would have been in for a hell of a day. Basan quickly catches on to what she's actually implying. She suspects that having Talajan's hand harm the allies was part of Masdari's plan. Looks like this bold claim is about to be addressed by none other than Masdari himself. He's clearly hurt that his fellow alchemist would suspect him like this. He hadn't imagined she'd be so skeptical of their bond. Ravina, however, clears the air. They never had a friendship to begin with. For all her time in the tower, she always felt like their relationship was like a cow watching a chicken. A metaphor that perfectly sums up how she thought of them. Strangers from entirely different worlds. Well, it seems like to Masdari, she was more than just a stranger. Just look at him. Bro's literally glazing over this remarkable metaphor she just used to describe their relationship. Her brilliant mind is the only reason he had always liked her. Though Basan isn't sure if that metaphor was really that intellectual or remarkable. Moving on, Masdari decides to share his side of the story to dispel the doubts and misunderstandings. He begins with the magic of Talajan's hands. These hands were recorded in his master's book. The book warned that if left unchecked, they'd eventually cross over into this land. He had already anticipated that Ravina was capable enough to prevent that from happening, which is why he took the gamble of summoning the hands. And the gamble paid off in the end. But there's another reason he summoned them. Masdari is certain there are multiple spies who've already infiltrated Hukrin's ships and are secretly working for other nations. Basan confirms it. In fact, he suspects there are likely more than 10. Continuing, Masdari explains that those spies likely witnessed him defeat the water monster with magic. They also probably saw the moment when Talajan's hands attempted to cross over, and that's exactly what he wanted. Now those spies will report back that Masdari tried to trick Hukrin and cause massive damage. It all fits now. Masdari plotted everything to mislead the spies into believing he's still loyal to Seokmyon. Now those spies think Masdari boarded Hukrin's ship to attack it, and he tried to achieve that by not deactivating Talajan's hand magic. When Talajin tried casting a spell of his own, it was Ravina who blocked it. If that's how the story gets reported back to the other nations, it will reinforce the idea that Masdari is loyal to Sokmyan. Basan finally understands they gotta throw down a bit to make Masdari's betrayal more convincing, so the two of them start pretending to be enemies. They toss out some dramatic, cheesy theatrical lines just to stall for effect. And with the cheesy monologues done, they both rush at each other, engaging in a final do-or-die battle. A while later, Sukmyan's and Hukran's forces finally reach their designated island. On dry land, an intense round of negotiations is going on between General Oldor and Basan. Basan tries to negotiate further, but this big-tusked old coot is adamant about his final decision. He believes the current terms are fair enough for both sides. Since Basan can't gain more ground, he eventually hands Masdari over to Sukmyan under the settled stipulations. Apparently, Hukran receives a ceasefire for several days and dominion over Doltan Island. Basan had been trying to negotiate for a longer ceasefire, maybe months, but it didn't work out. Peeking into General Oldor's thoughts, the only reason he agreed to the ceasefire is because he got Masdari. As long as he has a mage in his arsenal, he can reclaim Doltan Island anytime he wants. There's no battle he can't win. With that, the conquest of the Deep Night Pirates comes to a close. Sukmyan's armies return for the time being. That night, we shift back to Oldor. They'll be arriving in Bavran tomorrow, where they plan to stockpile supplies during the ceasefire. Later he meets Masdari, who is drawing circles and whatnot, likely practicing some magic. General Oldor is tense seeing all these impromptu circles drawn everywhere. His first instinct leads him to believe that Masdari is probably trying to pull some dangerous shit on the ship. Well, Masdari has solid reasons behind each circle. First, the circle before them is meant to fool the god's eyes, though it only works for a short period. If he hadn't used this circle back when fighting Basan, the Twisted Tie god would have intervened and ruined the plan. Or maybe the Night Sky god would have interfered too. Regardless, since Masdari's still alive, it means his magic worked wonders. He stopped the gods from interfering, making things easier for everyone. General Oldor, clueless as a lamb about to be sacrificed, asks for clarification. Looks like his time is up. The circle he's standing on is natural ignition magic. Masdari activates it while sinisterly revealing the spell's name, burning the poor general to a crisp. Meanwhile, the anti-god's eye magic ensures the Twisted Tie god isn't interfering. As Oldor disintegrates into nothingness, Masdari assures the dying troll that magic fire can't spread beyond the circle radius, so the ship won't catch fire. In no time, the once general is reduced to ashes. Really awe-inspiring if you ask me. Now it's time to execute the next task. He activates another spell. Nearby lies a dead rat, which begins mutating as soon as it touches the crimson of the circle, turning the mouse into a literal zombie. The spell that resurrects the mouse is Magic Zombie Epidemic. The critter crawls toward the other troll soldiers, who are sleeping without a care. It starts biting them one by one. And we all know the outcome. A zombie apocalypse breaks out on the ship. By the next day, everyone aboard becomes walking dead corpses, with no purpose in life. The mastermind behind this masterpiece takes a rowboat and abandons the zombie-infested ship to wander the sea. Nebula is thoroughly watching everything unfold. It's just as my guy expected. The prophecy that Mage Masdari will betray Sukmyan has been fulfilled. It's all fun and games to Nebula, an omnipotent god pulling strings from the background. Right now, Nebula and Wisdom are playing this board game to kill boredom. Nothing notable has happened lately since it's a ceasefire period. Though the ceasefire was never part of Wisdom's grand plan. Wisdom also decides to invite Eldar for a game. Nebula isn't interested in playing with anyone he thinks isn't a challenge. He's played against almost every player by now, and no one has come close to beating him, so playing Eldar would be boring. Bro is riding high after putting Wisdom's army out of the equation, though Wisdom himself doesn't seem fully aware of this fact. Anyhow, Nebula admires the exceptional skill Wisdom possesses. He isn't as mediocre as the rest. Feeling honored to get compliments from someone he considers the top player, Wisdom plays his final move and checkmates Nebula, declaring his win. Wisdom may have won the game, but he's already lost the battle. With the game over, Wisdom heads off, leaving Nebula basking in his victory. A while later, Nebula shows a status window to his fellows, confirming that the prophecy has been accomplished. Runda isn't sure how prophecy stuff even works. From what she understood from Nebula's antics, it was like saying, "I want to eat an apple." Then he ate an apple, ultimately fulfilling the prophecy. Runda is spot on, and Eldar further explains that when a prophecy is used as an element to fulfill another prophecy, it's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. Runda admits Nebula played it badly with poor Wisdom. It's rather commendable what Nebula achieved through sheer wits. When the stage was set, Nebula purposely asked for a game of Go to divert Wisdom's attention, so Wisdom didn't realize Masdari's betrayal. Though by now, Wisdom might realize he got played. Runda again compliments Nebula for what he achieved, but it's not over yet. Masdari isn't the only mage in existence right now. Sukmyan might have been fastest to produce the first mage, but Guman and Danyam also caught alchemists and extracted info. Not to mention, they used some cursed alchemists to make mages, hinting at potential dangers Nebula must prepare for. Seems like we're underestimating Nebula here. He never said he was only going to make Masdari betray his nation. Of course, the femboy and the girl both are in disbelief at what Nebula is trying to say. Just in time, everything becomes clear when two more notification panels pop up revealing the prophecy of Mage Taili betraying Juman, and Mage Yan betraying Juman as well. Bro has basically monopolized all the mages that exist on the third continent. Somewhere in the mountains, Wisdom's foreboding face greets us. Yes, he's been bested by Nebula. Now he understands how big a mistake it was trusting Nebula at any point. He feels ashamed that he was enjoying winning a lousy board game, all while getting played by Nebula behind the scenes. He never realized Nebula was playing real chess while he was busy winning checkers. Zhang's lid seriously flips. They've lost all the mages they've been cultivating. Basically, they lost their only weapon that could have given them an edge against Hukrin. This is when Runda butts in with her 2 cents. As far as she knows, Nebula doesn't have authority over any mages either. This perhaps makes his and their situation pretty similar. He has Ravina, that human with horns, but she isn't a mage. And judging by her past, she doesn't plan on becoming one either. Above all, Nebula's strategy is anti-magic. About the anti-magic strategy, it rules magic out of play on perished worlds. Although one mage has the force of thousands of soldiers, the moment they can't be controlled, they may attack a player's species or drain a bunch of resources. Several cons come with them. Even Yan, Tale, and Mazdari, who belong to the 5-Nation Alliance, all inflicted great damage on their nations before escaping. Back in the meeting. With anti-magic, Hukrin can spread fear and distrust among everyone, which helps to discourage the production of mages. But Hukrin didn't do that. Not to mention, the king is pretty open-minded about magic in the first place. With all that said, even though Hukrin has means to gather magic info, they didn't create any mages. Even Ravina isn't looking for info from other alchemists. Zhang shares the same thoughts as Krampus, while AR has something important to add. She asks if they've found the missing mages yet. The only response she gets is silence from all 4 of them. Speaking from experience, finding lost mages will be hard, especially the way everyone lost them. Since there's no search function in the game, they have to find them manually, one by one. But mages have deception magic, which makes the task even harder. However, deception magic only works on gods if gods try to look for them. So, she plans to use her creation for this task. It's a pig, much to Krampus's surprise. He expected her to use her dog like she always does. AR reveals that pigs have a better sense of smell than dogs. She originally used pigs to find truffles, if she has to be honest. His name is Dasamu. What makes this pig perfect for the job is his outstanding sense of smell. This finally gives Wisdom some hope he's been desperately craving. If they locate the mages who escaped, they can eliminate as many variables as possible. Even if they don't have to worry too much, like Runda said. Looking at the big picture, Nebula has a similar strategy and is playing against everyone, but he reminds them that they have got 5 times the power. Plus, the forces they can mobilize right now are 8 times greater. Zhang suggests being more cautious. If they only look at national power, there's no reason to form an alliance. Wisdom highlights that both sides lack magic, and in terms of firearms tech, they're similar to what Nebula has. So if they combine forces and manpower, a victory against Nebula is inevitable. Though that doesn't mean they should let their guard down, he just means they shouldn't feel apprehensive for no reason. Being united is their best weapon against Nebula. They can look at history, but Nebula always believed in divide and conquer, so the only way to beat him is consistent alliance. Wisdom would bet his life Nebula's still planning the same thing this time. Nebula wants division among everyone so his enemies fight each other, and he's actively trying to make it happen. So as long as the alliance stays firm, victory is within reach. Or at least that's what Wisdom believes. All the relevant parties start discussing among themselves, while a mole in the party just sits quietly, listening. The scene shifts to sitting Buddha Valley. In one of the tunnels sit all 3 wizards. Since everyone relevant is already here, Mazdari initiates the dialogue. The demon-eared woman Yan finds it depressing that only 3 alchemists manage to reunite. Carnivorous ENT, known as Tale, asks about Ravina's whereabouts since she escaped in time. Mazdari reveals Ravina isn't interested in becoming a mage. There's no reason to want more pain after being born into a cursed life. So he hopes she finds her own path and something to live for. Now that they've gathered as mages, Yan suggests rebuilding the tower that collapsed because of the gods. She wants to build a magic tower instead of an alchemy tower, to give the cursed a chance to learn magic. As they're planning, Tale's sharp senses pick up an alarming sound. Yan only hears rain, but Mazdari hears something else. Something growing louder and closer. Everyone tenses. Whoever it is, they're dragging a dead animal body. Eventually the figure comes into view. The hue surrounding this mysterious figure indicates it's some celestial being. The person begins counting the mages in a familiar voice, seeming to know each by name. The figure seems to have business with Mazdari. Since his figure has never seen a Garuda before, poor Mazdari is mistaken for a chicken. When Mazdari clarifies he's a Garuda, the familiar lizard man apologizes for the racial misclassification. After all, he's never seen a Garuda in his lifetime. By now Mazdari is basically curious who this dude is. But the lizardman says his introduction is unnecessary. All they should know is that he's the night sky's messenger. Yan questions how he found them, to which he claims he never tried to look for anything, he merely followed this pig. Of course the pig seems to be AR's familiar, which the lizard man has hunted down already. He reveals the pig is a god's creation, sent solely to find them. If it hadn't been for the messenger's interference, they would have been exposed already. Mazdari finally realizes who this person is. The one with the power to easily kill God's creations, an apostle of the night sky with a lizard man's appearance. If he's not mistaken, it's Rakrak. As far as Mazdari can tell, Rakrak is here to claim every mage's life. Unsurprisingly, Rakrak denies having such motivations. Besides, everyone would have been dead long ago without his interference. Tali is grateful but highlights that the pig's death will likely lead to their location being exposed. Rakrak assures them the night sky himself is working to prevent that. After temporarily severing the connection between the creation and the god, Rakrak killed it, and night sky created a new one identical to this. Right now, the god of that creation is looking down at the wrong pig. If Rakrak isn't here with ill intentions, then why is he here at all? It's a question Mazdari desperately wants answered. Well, Rakrak is willing to explain everything, only after they eat something to satisfy their appetite. Funnily enough, that creation eventually becomes the perfect snack for their late-night gossip. Though the three mages stare down that sizzling meat with apprehension, unsure if it's a good idea. Rakrak, however, looks totally chill, actually seems buoyant about eating it. The others are so scared they want this crazy guy out of their den, but they're not sure if they have what it takes to defeat a god's apostle. Even if they use their best abilities, it would be in vain. They're too cramped in this cave to move freely. And if legends are true, they'll be next on Rakrak's menu once he's done with that pork. Since the meat is cooked already, Rakrak insists they eat before it loses flavor. Eventually, the three reluctantly eat, despondency etched across their faces. Rakrak suddenly realizes Tale is actually a tree, wondering if he can consume meat without repercussions. Tale admits ENTs aren't usually carnivorous, moisture and sunlight are mostly enough, but the cursed part inside him thrives on nutrition from meat. Rather assuring to hear this, Rakrak is glad for a fellow who can enjoy every kind of delight this world offers. Though he isn't sure if they'll live long enough to enjoy all the delicacies. The trio of cursed mages is lucky this time, but there's no guarantee their luck will hold every time. Masdari believes surviving itself is a gamble. Compared to immortal gods, mortals like them are vulnerable. To gods, mages are simply chess pieces on a board to manipulate for personal gain. The trio doesn't want to be pawns for the rest of their lives. If they die because of the gods, it'll be proof the gods are afraid of mages. Regardless, magic will continue endlessly. Rakrak understands the implications, but he has a different perspective. Everyone should embrace the fact that gods exist. And yes, gods are using them too. He reminds them that the only reason they're aware they're being manipulated is because the gods want them to be aware of it. Sounds fallacious, but Rakrak believes true freedom from gods is impossible. If a person's free will and the gods' will are the same, then there's no point in proving anything. Masdari responds with confusion, thinking Rakrak has become a slave to flawed logic. Even if it's flawed, Rakrak is happy to be entitled to it. Moving on, Masdari suspects Rakrak wants to protect the mages from other gods on the condition they place their faith in the night sky god. But he makes it clear that they won't believe in any god, no matter what. Rakrak admits he can't protect them if they don't believe in the night sky. Besides, the night sky god doesn't even want them to believe in him. He has only one request, though it's highly unlikely they'll follow it. He just wants the mages to survive. And that's all he asks. Upon hearing this unusual request, the three mages go silent. From what Masdari has managed to gather, this lizard man wants the mages to stay alive just so they can act as a threat, a deterrent for the other gods. Rakrak doesn't really elaborate on this, though he does admit that Masdari's assumption isn't far off. When Masdari pushes for clarification, Rakrak points toward the magic tower that's already been destroyed. It used to be a place where all the cursed had gathered, but now that everything is in flames, the three survivors are currently hiding in the caves, starving and soaking wet, while debating their dark futures. The night sky god is benevolent and wants to express his pity for the three, wishing for them to survive for their own sake. Masdari recognizes that his two fellows are almost willing to accept Rakrak's terms, leaving him as the only one who can tip the scale. But Masdari also can't seem to bring himself to refuse Rakrak. After all, that cunning lizard fed them properly, making them feel indebted under his kindness. With no choice, the hawk accepts Rakrak's terms. The night sky will assist in protecting the mages, while the mages must ensure their own survival. In unison, they promise to survive. The scene then cuts back to Runda, who's being quizzed with a million-dollar question: can they even win the war that's about to unfold? Also, did you notice that Runda is wearing glasses just to appear more intelligent than she already is? Even Eldar points that out. Anyway, back to the question. Eldar doesn't have a simple answer. The Alliance's forces have already crossed well beyond the 100,000 mark, while Hukrin stands with just 20,000 troops under its command. This massive gap isn't surprising, since the Alliance consists of 5 nations, and other than Downri, it's basically the scale of the entire continent. Not to mention, they still haven't gathered all their forces across the continent yet. But Eldar believes that numbers alone can't decide the outcome of a battle. After all, 2/5 of the Allied forces consist of species less than 150 centimeters tall. Kobold Amgul's average around 110 centimeters, while Lenar are about 150 centimeters. As for Troll Siakmians, they're the only taller species, boasting an average height of 230 centimeters. But when it comes to Hukrin, we have lizardmen whose battle capabilities far exceed any of the mentioned species. Let's not forget that the lizardmen are also chosen ones, giving them a major edge in defensive matches. Though their defensive advantage hits rock bottom when you consider that firearms will be involved in the upcoming battles. Still, Hukrin remains formidable due to Nebula's high divinity level. He currently stands at level 20, while Wisdom, the highest among the Alliance, is only level 19. The higher your divinity level, the more creations you can command, giving Nebula a strong advantage. Even with all the odds in Nebula's favor, Runda reminds her fellow that they're up against 5 gods. The mention of 5 gods surprises Eldar, who thought the Alliance only had 4 members. Plot twist time, the 5th member of the Alliance is Runda herself. Now Eldar doesn't object to this woman joining whatever side she wants, but what puzzles him is the fact that she was literally cooperating with Nebula up until this point. Runda throws a tantrum in response, reminding him that Nebula knows about her weaknesses and uses them as leverage against her. Then she pulls an Uno reverse card and starts patronizing Eldar instead, questioning for what purpose he's supporting Nebula. Runda only cooperated with Nebula because it benefited both sides. But now that it's no longer the case with a massive war approaching, she won't cooperate with him anymore. But let's be real here, the only reason she's cutting ties with Nebula is because she fears Nebula might end up losing, and the others would never accept her for acting as a double agent. That's when Eldar makes Runda aware of another cruel reality. If Nebula actually wins against the Alliance, it'll be just as devastating for her. Nebula would devour her for siding with the enemy. Well, Runda has already taken that into account. She's sure that Nebula will punish her for the betrayal, only to forgive her later on. Eldar thinks the same. The chances of Nebula forgiving her are very high. This makes him realize just how cunning Runda truly is. Runda further explains why she chose to side with the Alliance. Having 5 forces aligned to defeat a single opponent will likely bring desirable results. Similarly, if she shakes hands with Nebula, it would become 4 versus 2, and the outcome would be completely unpredictable, and she must choose the winning side. In the end, Eldar has no objections to whatever Runda does. Hell, he isn't even sure why she's telling him all this. That's when Runda reminds him of a crucial detail he's overlooking. If Eldar allies with the other 4 nations, the odds of winning against Nebula will rise exponentially, making her a key member of the Alliance. While Eldar understands the implications, he doesn't feel the desire to betray Nebula. After all, our boy's the kind of guy who's dedicated his entire life to playing this one game alone, even in the real world. Eldar can tell that there's more to Nebula's thought process than just the desire to win. Right now, Eldar can't exactly predict what Nebula's true endgame is. Anyway, Runda decides to end the meeting since she's got to rack her brain once again. Once she's gone, Eldar immediately contacts Nebula and begins explaining Runda's conflicted situation, how she's unable to make a final decision. In a nutshell, what Nebula understands is that she also wants Eldar to join the Alliance, making it 6 versus 1. Eldar admits this and isn't sure if they can convince Runda otherwise, but Nebula doesn't feel any need to convince her. Our boy isn't actually planning to fight his overwhelming opponents outright, he's merely going to defend against them. Though it goes without saying, he still plans to act up while defending, just so he can disrupt their cohesion. While the enemy continues to isolate Nebula, they'll eventually need land to farm and routes to trade in order to keep their armies alive. Before that happens, Nebula wants to advance first to prevent it. For that very reason, Nebula plans to move forward and stop it from happening. Still, that doesn't answer Eldar's original question. What are they going to do about Runda? Well, Nebula has already figured that out. It's true that she's busy weighing her options, but that means she won't be able to defend herself until the very end. Eldar fears that Nebula might end up facing defeat if Runda sides with the Alliance. But this is where Nebula proves his companion wrong. The nature of war isn't that simple, and calculations on paper can never determine the winner. The only side that fights the best until the end takes the crown, or at least, that's how Nebula likes to put it. With the video call ending, our boy begins contemplating his situation. He had already expected Runda to betray him, but he's still not sure why Eldar has decided to stick with him. A month passes, and the first battle between the Alliance and Hukrin has already begun. A modest force of 10,000 Hukrin soldiers ventured out into the wilderness to defend their territory, and returned after completely obliterating Danyum's 30,000 troops. We then cut back to 1 month earlier, inside Hukrin's Orizon Great Meeting Hall. As Kyle Lack Orizon enters the Grand Chamber, the prince cuts straight to the chase and dives into business. He inquires about the most recent, unexpected event that took place. Turns out, a mage from Sokmyon betrayed his nation, and went as far as burning their ship before escaping. The strange thing about this news is that Sokmyon now holds Hukrin accountable for the incident. The council members further reveal that there were questions about why Prince Basan, who was supposed to have gone east, was found in the southern archipelago. However, the council addressed these questions by simply stating that it was His Majesty's will for Basan to be there. Now, the Sokmyon envoys are demanding solid compensation and an official apology for the arsenal incident. And if they don't receive their so-called reimbursement, there will be consequences. From what the council understands, this whole talk of compensation and apologies seems like a pretext to initiate war. First of all, the council wants to fact-check whether what Seokmyon is even claiming is true. Secondly, even if it is true, there's no reason for Hukrin to meet their demands. Well, it seems Kyle had already predicted that war was inevitable, and he grimly addresses his council members to start preparing for it. Of course, the council members aren't thrilled about the prospect of catastrophe, but Kyle believes they have no choice but to fight the Five-Nation Alliance. Kyle wants to uphold the ancestral belief that even Raycrack honored, if you fight, you must fight to win. One of the council members objects, insisting they avoid war at any cost to ensure Hukrin's prosperity. Once again, Kyle reminds them that war is inevitable. After all, if the gods overseeing them want these unpleasant scenarios to unfold, there's no way mere mortals can resist their will. We then cut to our boy, watching the live broadcast of Kyle declaring war. He reflects on his civilization's current power level, roughly equivalent to that of ancient Rome. Nobles identify themselves as soldiers, meaning they carry the duty to fight when war breaks out. The quality of training and equipment is ensured. They form the backbone protecting the capital and the borders as Hukrin's regular army. Their numbers stand at 10,000, but Nebula doesn't want to deploy all of them at once. He also wants to ensure the safety of the internal front. If the regular army gets exhausted, its quality drops, which would force the need for new recruitments. Our boy isn't fretting about what's about to happen at all. He's surprisingly chill about the war, because Kyle, being the smartest of the bunch, is handling things brilliantly. King Kyle divided the regular army into the Central Army and the Local Army. The Central Army consisted of elites who would attack external enemies, while the Local Army would protect individual regions. New recruits were also gathered and similarly divided between central and local units. The central forces were to face the enemy directly, while the local forces acted as reserves, helping with farming and maintaining resource resource production even during wartime. With this, the central forces consisted of 4,000 regulars and 8,000 recruits. Of course, the longer the war drags on, the more they gotta recruit. This can prove harmful in the long term. They just can't recruit all the manpower like that. Nebula can already tell that this war is going to be a long one. Back to Kyle, he selects 10,000 troops from the Central Army and dubs them the Land Army. This newly designated division of 10,000 troops is assigned to march north of Arizon for war. The scene then transitions to a land stretched far out in the west, a place nobody really knows about, where Wisdom and Zhang are having their personal meeting. Zhang is out here calling Wisdom out, exposing him for faking confidence during the alliance meeting, acting all sure about winning the upcoming war. The Crystal Head clearly knows that reality is far from that. The truth is, he can't determine the actual chances of victory. Even if the alliance has superior numbers, there are weaknesses they can't afford to overlook. Wisdom doesn't want to sound this pessimistic either. He's just as hungry for victory as the others. If they end up losing despite giving it everything, then so be it. There's no point wasting time feeling dejected over something inevitable. Zhang shares similar thoughts, though his massive hate boner for Nebula makes him even less willing to let him conquer this continent. Zhang also drops an interesting tidbit. There's a possible rat within the alliance, so he suggests they prepare some countermeasures just in case things go sideways. Lastly, there's something that sets Nebula apart from the rest of them, an apostle. No matter how well prepared the alliance is, victory or defeat will ultimately depend on the apostle's actions. Wisdom claims he already possesses an entity that he can turn into an apostle. He also knows the conditions required to create one. The entity must be above level 21, its legends must be widely known and revered among the population, and lastly, it must have internalized faith in its god. Since Wisdom already knows the requirements, Zhang feels relieved. He doesn't need to explain a thing. Wisdom then reveals the entity he plans to make his apostle, a mutated troll named Ledin Bial Osur, the son of current king of Seokmyeon, Dermaldine's 21st child. Here's a little about this king. In order to strengthen his royal authority, he once set his first and third sons on fire while they were alive, earning him the title of a man of pure cruelty. And Wisdom has no intention of stopping the king's cruelty. After all, he believes fear and cruelty are two factors that make manipulating others far easier. Being the god he is, Wisdom intends to make full use of this, turning it into a strategy that's both effective and efficient. At the end of the day, he admits that cruelty alone doesn't make a nation strong. Hukrin is living proof of that, the strongest nation on the continent without relying on such methods. But in Wisdom's eyes, the only thing he lacked before was cruelty, and this time, he won't hesitate to use it to his advantage. Since he doesn't fully understand what Nebula is planning, Wisdom wants his own strategies to be as sharp and efficient as possible. With the war approaching, Wisdom plans to create a war machine he can personally control, one that will eventually replace Seokmyeon's cruel king. The only difficult part about this game-perished world is that controlling individuals is tough due to their individuality and strong sense of identity. But now, Wisdom has found the means to control them, cruelty itself. The entity he currently wants to manipulate is Ledin Bial Osur, a mutant troll with red skin, the 21st child of the king. Born from a concubine, Ledin was cast out of the palace because of his red skin. But when it comes to raw attributes like strength, intelligence, and camaraderie, Ledin Bial Osur easily ranks among the top 1% of the population. However, since Ledin lives a fulfilling life in his humble circumstances, Wisdom wants to motivate him to take more drastic steps, and killing Ledin's mother will serve as the first step. One day, when Ledin returns home, he finds his mother dead, along with the weapon used to massacre her. In that moment, Ledin swears to avenge her death. The owner of that weapon turns out to be the 6th prince, and Wisdom ensures that man's death as well. Since Ledin was already searching for the weapon's owner, he ends up being discovered at the murder scene and arrested as the prime suspect. In an attempt to clear his name, Ledin reveals his abilities to the king, which earns him the king's trust. It's then that Ledin realizes something. The endless infighting among royal siblings isn't natural. It's being deliberately provoked. He comes to understand that the one who benefits the most from chaos among the royals is none other than the king himself, Dermaldine Bial Osur, his own father. And that's how Wisdom's plan falls perfectly into place, to have the current king executed at the hands of his own son, Ledin. After failing to uncover the real culprit behind his mother's murder, Ledin's desire for power only grows stronger. His determination to find the truth earns him even greater fame across the kingdom. Zhang seems quite satisfied hearing all these details about Ledin. Now that Zhang approves of the apostle candidate, Wisdom decides it's time to give their future apostle a final trial. The scene then transitions to Mangal's festival, where rats can be seen praying, all of them facing a massive subterranean passage. Meanwhile, Ledin Bial Osur is located directly beneath that cave, surrounded by total darkness, taking part in the sacred Mangal ceremony. He finds it strange that they invited a prince from another nation all the way here, and even stranger that they want him to participate in such a bizarre ritual. It's a strange ceremony, where the participant must eat a peculiar weed that dulls their sense of direction before entering a tunnel. After that, the participant must dig their way out to the surface, and that's exactly what Ledin is doing right now. He was reluctant to join this ritual, but since Seokmyeon's high priest personally requested it, there wasn't much room for refusal. Not that it's an impossible task for him. He keeps digging his way up, taking short breaks just to catch a moment of respite. Given how exhausted he is, it feels like he's been digging forever. That's when he realizes, not only has he lost his sense of direction, but he also can't figure out how much time has passed. He literally can't tell if it's been hours or even days since he started digging. The only thing he has with him is this weed that helps dull his sense of direction when consumed, though he has to take it if he wants to keep using this pickaxe. By raising his hand above his head and releasing some of the debris from his hands, the only thing he can measure is that he's standing upright, since the debris keeps falling downward. With that in mind, he continues digging relentlessly in the same direction. He stops again to check his direction, and sadly for him, the dirt falls straight onto his face this time, making him realize he isn't going upward at all. As he continues to dig, the direction of the falling dirt keeps changing. At one point, he can't even figure out where the dirt is falling anymore. It shifts every time. That's when he realizes that he can't trust his senses at all. Whether he's standing or lying down, he can't tell the difference anymore. Since all his efforts are being rendered useless, no matter what he does, he begins to wonder if having free will even matters, because every step seems to lead him toward death anyway. Suddenly a voice responds to his thoughts, prompting Ledin to ask for the stranger's name. The voice claims to have no name. It's merely a creation born from the collaboration of two gods, Twisted Tai and Blue Flow, namely Wisdom and Zhang. This creation says it received the power to weave from Twisted Tai, and the power to reveal lies from Blue Flow. The voice tells him it's here to guide him through his digging. If Ledin follows its instructions, he'll be free in no time. With no hope left, Ledin complies with the mysterious voice and begins digging again. He follows every direction given to him, and after a relentless digging session, he's told to kneel and press his hands against the ground. As soon as he does, the ground beneath him cracks, finally getting him out of that treacherous cave. Upon reaching the surface, Ledin begins to cry uncontrollably. That perilous experience in the cave gives him an epiphany. His revenge for his mother, his fury toward the king, and his fear of death. All of it was an illusion born from losing his sense of direction. His emotions and senses were all illusions. The only true path he must follow is the one told by the gods. The rat priest also cries out, seeing the ritual finally succeed. Meanwhile, the gods themselves hover in the air, watching everything unfold. Zhang seems quite satisfied with the choice of apostle. Ledin is a well-rounded individual. Wisdom is also pleased, now that they've acquired an easy-to-control pawn. Zhang then moves on to the next obstacle in their path. He knows he won't be of much help from here on out, after all. A player needs to be at least level 21 to acquire an apostle. They must do whatever it takes to make their plan succeed. With that in mind, both gods descend into their chosen vessels. Zhang orders his followers not to resist what's about to happen, while Wisdom commands Ledin to begin the massacre, and the mutated troll starts obliterating the rat people. Once he piles up all the corpses, Wisdom finally reaches divinity level 21, making Ledin officially his apostle. It looks like Zhang deliberately sacrificed a massive portion of his level since he descended into the high priest, but it was worth it. Wisdom has finally reached level 21 and gained an apostle. However, Wisdom grows curious as to why Zhang hates Nebula so much that he's willing to sacrifice this much. Zhang hesitates at first, then slowly pulls off the mask he's been wearing, revealing that he knows Nebula in real life. Our boy's real name is Choi Sung-woon, a loser bastard who spent all day locked in his room playing games. Also, Nebula is Zhang's older cousin. At first, Zhang thought being summoned inside the game was just a coincidence, but seeing two top-ranked players end up in the same world made him think otherwise. Everything wasn't a coincidence or RNG, someone deliberately picked the players for this game. When it all began, someone named Aladdin gave everyone the choice to participate or return to reality. 4 out of 32 chose to leave during that process. Just imagine, who would willingly abandon reality for the sake of a mere game? That explains it. Those who chose to stay are the abnormal ones. The fact that 27 people stayed out of 32 clearly shows the ratio of abnormal people is quite high. Even Wisdom has figured that much out already. The ones who orchestrated all this had planned to select only people who'd willingly participate. And since Nebula is obsessed with this game and has always dominated the leaderboard, it goes without saying that he'd join too. If he joins, that means no one can take him down. It would be easy for him to claim the top spot. That's exactly why Zhang joined, to ruin Nebula's gameplay. Back to business, Zhang volunteers to spill everything he knows about Nebula. If they can exploit Nebula's weaknesses, they might finally gain an edge. The scene then transitions to the Alliance members gathered in discussion. Krampus has just learned that Seokmyeon's king has been replaced. What grabs his attention is the fact that the son murdered his own father to claim the throne. He seriously wants to know if that's supposed to be okay. Wisdom assures him that it was part of the plan. While they're about to explain the rest, Zhang quietly decides to keep one thing to himself. His divinity level dropped because of that very plan. It currently stands at level 8. If he reveals that in front of everyone, it wouldn't take long for the information to reach Nebula. Still, he doesn't regret the choice that caused his level to fall. Gaining an apostle is far more valuable than losing a few levels. After all, apostles are literally the core of Perished Worlds gameplay. Right now, Elden Biel Oswar isn't as renowned or revered as Rakrak, but they can build his fame with time. Rekrak is the first apostle capable of taking down several creations, assuming we're not counting manifested players. Until the war officially begins, they need to raise Ledin to a point where he can go head-to-head with Rakrak. Back at the meeting, Wisdom asks Krampus how things are going on the front lines since he's the first to face Nebula. Krampus claims to have superior numbers, and claims the preparations are on track. But even with a larger army, he's still unsure whether his 30,000 Danium soldiers can overcome Hukrin's 10,000. It doesn't take much awareness to see what he's implying. Defeat is a real possibility. Krampus admits it openly. It might sound pessimistic, but they simply can't ignore what Nebula has achieved so far. Still, even if he loses, he wants everyone else to be ready in the meantime. At the very least, they can drain Nebula's faith resources. Krampus checks the current situation and instantly freezes in shock. Without a word, he rushes off, which clearly shows that something has gone terribly wrong. We then cut to his civilization, the Danium capital, Daymurit. Inside the royal chamber, King Obanim of Sadaros is in full panic, completely paranoid after how fast everything fell apart. Moments later, Night Sky's apostle, Rockrak, crashes the palace with his overwhelming presence, slaughtering every soldier in his path as he charges toward the king of Sataros. Obanem is literally drenched in sweat, too terrified to even speak. Despite his desperate attempt to talk his way out, Rockrak doesn't hesitate. He splits the poor man's skull clean in half, giving him a swift and painless death. Meanwhile, Nebula is having the time of his life, racking up victory after victory with minimal effort. Eldar watches him in silence, puzzled as to why Nebula would risk placing his apostle inside the enemy's castle. After all, that apostle is his trump card, and using it recklessly could prove fatal. But Nebula sees no reason to hold back. It's not like apostles are fine wines meant to sit and ferment. Eldar reminds him of the danger involved. It's only because Krampus wasn't paying attention and joined today's meeting that things went smoothly. Nebula admits it was a huge gamble, but thanks to Runda's tip, he managed to snatch victory. There was always a chance that Krampus wouldn't attend the meeting, or that it would end early. But the gamble paid off big time. He gained something far more valuable. In fact, he gained several things from that move, but most importantly, he left an impression that he's capable of non-standard plays, which in itself is a huge win. In Perished World, there are generally two play styles. The first is high risk, high return. The second is low risk, low return. Normally people would assume that the low risk, low return path is safer and therefore more advantageous. But that's actually not true. The high risk, high return playstyle is the better one. Why? Because safe plays are predictable and easy to counter. Still, Nebula prefers moderation in everything. However, the acceptable level of risk varies from person to person, so it can never really be measured. Right now, Nebula is steadily securing an advantageous position. Given how massive the risk was, it's safe to assume that his rewards will be equally huge. We then cut back to the Alliance meeting once again, and this time, everyone looks miserable for obvious reasons. Wisdom could have never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that Nebula would go this far. By general consensus, Nebula was supposed to use his apostle carefully. Krampus, on the other hand, is the most devastated, having lost his armies. What gives him a bit of hope is that the king's castle is still standing, and a new king can be chosen from the royal bloodline. There are still around 30,000 troops remaining. From what Krampus understands, Nebula is trying to apply psychological pressure. Even though there weren't many material losses, the internal unrest is severe. Even AR's king is terrified, which is why she's assigned a creation to guard the king. Krampus suggests avoiding regular meetings to prevent more disasters like this. They should only meet when something truly serious needs discussion. Wisdom agrees, though Runda clearly isn't happy about it. In her thoughts, she fears the worst, that fewer meetings will weaken the Alliance's unity. The entire reason for holding frequent meetings was to keep everyone close and the Alliance strong. But now, with meetings happening less often, there's a real risk of gradual drift and eventual division. Still, at the end of the day, Runda figures it might be for the best. Less interaction means less stress to worry about. We once again cut back to Danium gathering its forces. Danium's general, Ubium Dolan, inquires about the current enemy status. The underling reports that all 10,000 enemy troops are moving upstream along the river and will arrive in 2 days at the earliest, and 3 days at the latest. Since the enemy is clearly trying to defeat the Alliance one by one, they won't leave them alone. To defeat Danium, the enemy will have to enter the canyon. Danium's forces will block the Hukran forces from inside the canyon and rain attacks on them from both the left and right sides. The question now is who the enemy commander actually is. The room falls silent, since nobody seems to have any clue. The general then dismisses the meeting, declaring that the only things that decide victory in battle are numbers and supplies. And since their god is also watching over them, victory is certain. Or at least that's what the general would like his subordinates to believe. Around 3 days later, when both forces are about to clash, we cut to Basan asking his underling if there's anything they should know about the enemy before diving balls deep into the battle. His underling doesn't think there's anything particular they need to take into account. With that assurance, Basan is ready to march forward once the resting period is over. The underling reminds the commander that their revelation priest hasn't contacted them yet. They should wait for the night sky's will to arrive before diving in. But Basan isn't ready to just sit idle and let the night sky do everything for them. He assures his worried underling that they'll only march once the odds are favorable. This is exactly what the night sky wants. He wants his people to judge the situation and act for themselves. Since the enemy will assume that Hukran will rest after the march, they'll drop their guard too. And that will be the perfect moment for Hukran to strike. Meanwhile, we hear a few lizardmen chit-chatting about Basan's current standing as commander. They've learned that Basan also saved Dolten Island, which clearly means he must be pretty talented when it comes to commanding. For his recent exploits, General Ian Tata and His Majesty spoke highly of him and designated him as commander. Even Basan is surprised he was chosen to become commander. If he's being honest, that's a bold move His Majesty Kyle made. Of course, it's not like Basan has any intention of losing. It's also true that Hukran is at a huge disadvantage due to the geography and the enemy's overwhelming numbers. But we all know that numbers don't necessarily decide the outcome of war. If Hukran can prepare for an immediate battle in such a short time, Danyam's army will be shaken. The final nail in the coffin is Rakrak, who descends from the skies like a goddamn meteor, grabbing everyone's attention. The Chad of the lizard race makes such a dramatic entrance that even the enemy is startled. In retaliation against Rakrak, Krampus sends all his creations at once to deal with the one and only Rakrak. Krampus is certain his creations won't allow Nebula's apostle to interfere in the coming battle. Feeling confident, his creations lunge at Rakrak in unison. A clash erupts, one visible across the entire forest. Rakrak is currently running and jumping, trying to outpace those wild beasts. The enemy commander is over the moon seeing Rakrak getting pushed out of the front lines. The soldiers also burst into joyful celebration, thinking victory is practically guaranteed. But to their dismay, this is exactly what Commander Basan wanted. He's glad Rakrak is doing exactly what he expected him to do. Even though the enemy has more numbers and terrain advantage, Basan is confident he won't lose. After all, the enemy he's facing is still just a number of people, and Basan has never lost to an army of people before. Meanwhile, Krampus's creations are still chasing Rakrak, who has even sustained a nasty cut across his face. Without hesitation, he conjures his weapon, leaps into the sky, and swings his electrified spear. The creations dodge the strike and leap toward him in a counterattack. Of course, Rakrak isn't a slowpoke either. He sidesteps the attack with ease. We cut back to astonished lizardmen watching Rakrak go toe-to-toe with those beasts. Meanwhile, Basan's lackey is still trying to wrap his head around Basan's eccentric way of thinking. It's obvious the commander is confident because he's achieved so much at sea, but the lackey hopes that confidence isn't misplaced. He reminds his commander they have no choice but to enter the pathway in front of them, since Hukrin can't let the enemy's first wave pass through. The enemy has blocked the canyon and they're already experts at climbing rocks. This is exactly why Hukrin is at a severe disadvantage if they enter that way. However, Basan is glad the formation is the same one he planned. Hukrin is currently moving in an encircling formation toward the canyon entrance, just as Basan desired. Of course, it's a stable formation, but proper offense will be difficult. If they need to enter, they'd normally have to form a wedge-shaped formation to funnel through the narrow canyon. But Basan doesn't think that's the appropriate formation for this scenario. Consider the canyon entrance as the mouth of a dog. Now imagine tickling its snout with a foxtail. It'll sneeze, obviously. Basan assures his henchmen to just watch everything fall into place. Even though the enemy has bodies specialized for mountain terrain and are equipped with new weapons, they're still stubbornly using traditional fighting techniques of the past, and their formation is likely the same. With all that in mind, Basan commands his troops to aim at the canyon walls and unleash fire. The soldiers promptly bombard the canyon walls with cannonballs, smashing everything left and right, causing debris to rain down on the enemy. Before they're buried entirely, the enemy commander orders his men to respond in kind. But the soldiers report that the foot soldiers are densely packed, which is delaying the carrying of cannons. In that case, the commander orders them to simply raise the cannons to the top of the canyon. Once again, the soldiers report the consequences. Either the cannons or the people will get damaged. Not to mention, it'll still take a lot of time. With no choice left, the commander orders a retreat for one of the squads on the west. But again, the henchmen report that unrest has already spread, and retreat orders will only worsen morale. On the other hand, Basan orders his army to move the cannons forward, as they must occupy the intersection. Finally, Basan's henchman understands why their current formation is the advantageous one. You see, a surrounding formation is always great for focusing firepower. In addition, it's difficult for those inside the narrow canyon entrance to shoot cannons outward. If they fire a cannon from within such a cramped space, their own forces will get hurt, and it's also hard to shoot downward from atop the canyon since the cannonballs will just roll down, so the enemy can't even use the weapon they invested in. Danium shouldn't have taken position there in the first place. The henchman fears what might happen if the enemy somehow manages to bring the cannons to the front, but Basan claims that if they do, it'll actually be even more beneficial for Hukrin. Cutting back to the enemy soldiers getting bombarded with cannon fire, the enemy somehow manages to scramble their cannon unit and push those bad boys to the front. As soon as the cannon team reaches the front lines, Basan orders the cavalry to charge. Right away, Hukrin soldiers trample over the enemy, throwing them into distress yet again. The enemy commander yells at his soldiers to protect the artillery team. Shield soldiers and spear soldiers are ordered to take formation, but Basan is pretty sure their efforts are useless now. Even if spear soldiers can block cavalry, that's only possible when their formation isn't already falling apart. The enemy grows more and more desperate, and the general suggests forcefully advancing even if it kills them. The henchmen, however, argue that they can't give up the advantage of their terrain, even if they lose most of their forces. Even though they have massive numbers, they can't really put them to good use at all. On the other hand, Hukrin forces have already completed their formation, and if the enemy goes all out, they'll just be marching straight into certain doom. Even if they try to retreat now, the path to the capital will be wide open for Hukrin. By now, the enemy commander has no fucking clue how this Uno reverse even happened. In the end, the enemy soldiers have no choice but to march forward. Even considering the huge losses, the commander believes their numbers can still make up for it. He strictly orders his troops to advance in wedge formation, convinced that superior numbers will overpower the enemy. Suddenly they notice Hukrin forces retreating for some reason. The commander assumes it's because of the enormous numbers on their side and decides to capitalize on it. But we already know it's far from the truth. Basan's sassy smile shows he isn't done yet. Basin commands his army to charge, riding on his bird and personally joining the attack. As expected, Hukrin's army overwhelms the enemy, stabbing and killing them left and right. Hukrin's cavalry tears into the enemy formation from the middle, splitting them into two. The enemy soon realizes the cavalry attacking them is a completely different one. With their front forces already isolated, maintaining the front line becomes impossible. Now all the soldiers can do is wait for orders from their commander, who has absolutely no clue what to say. He eventually orders his men to open a path so the allied cavalry can move forward, insisting that saving the front forces should be the priority. One henchman argues that sending cavalry forward is meaningless. The smartest option is retreating back into the canyon. Another white goat reminds his short-sighted comrade that the rear has already begun charging, so it's too late to go back. The captain decides to let the soldiers stay focused on the battle and continue charging while maintaining the tight foot soldier formation. As for the isolated front forces, there is no choice but to abandon them. One of the officers tries to argue, but the angry general shuts him up, reminding him they still have the advantage. We cut back to Basan, who orders the tired and injured soldiers to retreat, while the squad that hasn't fought yet should march forward. The henchman suggests using up the current soldiers and saving the fresh ones for the next confrontation. Having them retreat doesn't guarantee quick recovery. Basin then gives him a new perspective. If the soldiers realize they won't be sent into battle until the current squad is wiped out, the troops on standby will feel relaxed. He must maintain a sense of urgency. Also, the surviving soldiers who retreated will follow future commands more diligently. Anyway, since the enemy's front forces have been wiped out, Basan plans to create some space again and fire cannons. As he said, once the cavalry retreats and the enemy advances, the barrage of cannons begins. The enemy commander is in utter despair, not knowing what to do. If he pulls the foot soldiers aside to bring the cannons forward, the cavalry will rip them apart. But if he pushes the foot soldiers forward quickly, the cavalry will cut them at the waist, making them prey for the enemy's infantry. And if Danium maintains formation and keeps advancing, they'll get blasted by cannons again. The commander feels trapped with no answers. Meanwhile, Basan believes retreat is actually the best option for the enemy. Even he wouldn't have hesitated if he were in their place. Suddenly, Basan notices the enemy seems to have come up with something new. He immediately orders the lizardmen to charge forward. The enemy commander sees Hukrin advancing their foot soldiers, which aligns perfectly with his plan. He orders the east side to endure while sending heavy infantry to push the other way. Satoru's heavy infantry is known for their strength in breaking foot soldier lines, giving the enemy a much-needed sliver of hope. Somehow their plan works, and the captain feels proud that the heavy infantry managed to push back Hukrin's foot soldiers. He then orders them to push forward and secure more space. As long as the allied forces exit the canyon, victory is within reach. But Basan has yet another surprise in store. Once the enemy soldiers march far enough, they suddenly find themselves staring directly at cannons. In just a moment, all those soldiers are flattened. We then cut to Nebula's perspective, explaining the strategy known as the hammer and anvil. Basically, this tactic became standard since the ancient times of Alexander the Great. The one Basan is using is the most basic form of it. Hold the enemy at the front with strong foot soldiers, then use artillery and cavalry to continuously strike from the top and sides. Because the enemy was trapped inside the canyon, Nebula didn't suffer any losses. However, it's too early to rest assured. We then cut to Krampus, getting grilled by Wisdom for taking a major L, despite getting every bit of support he asked for. Krampus sweats profusely as he admits he was too focused on defeating Rak. Even then, he couldn't do much against him. He then assures his ally that there's still some hope left. Since his army hasn't been completely annihilated yet, there's still a chance. Retreating would only cause more losses, so he requests a bit more backup to increase the odds. However, Wisdom refuses to lend any further help. He can't provide more assistance without proper preparations on Krampus's end. It would just be a waste again. He further tells him to at least be glad his capital, Demerit, still stands. Internally, the real reason Wisdom feels further help would be useless is because the Apostle Ledin isn't ready yet. As of now, Ledin is preparing for the final battle against the nation's rebel forces, and he must win those fights to earn the achievements necessary to walk the path of fame and feats. After all, an apostle's strength is based on those two factors only. Meanwhile, Krampus finally makes his decision to retreat. Since Hukrin won't be able to conquer Danium with just 10,000 forces, buying time for the capital makes more sense to him than losing his troops in a pointless battle. The High Priest promptly delivers Krampus's order of retreat to the general, and once the general announces the retreat, all the goatmen begin sprinting back toward the capital. Seems like these goat people aren't that goated after all. Basan notices the enemy retreating and immediately orders his army to eliminate them while fleeing. Only then can Hukrin secure the advantage for the next battle. The massacre consumes countless lives. Later that night, Basan and his henchmen go over the battle results. The enemy lost around half of their personnel, and deserters will push that number even higher. As for Hukrin, they suffered around 1,000 casualties, though the henchman is glad Hukrin managed to overpower the enemy despite being outnumbered 3-1. This automatically makes the Dipla Canyon War one of the greatest slaps in Danium's history. Speaking of history, Basan quizzes his henchmen on why he thinks Danium will have any left at all. Basan is implying that Hukrin will eventually crush Danium entirely, while the henchmen can't ignore the fact that Danium is a huge nation. Even if Hukrin conquers the capital, that alone won't be enough. Basan agrees. Since royals and nobles live all across the countryside, conquering the entirety of Danium is unlikely. However, he points out that Danium overexerted itself by deploying 30,000 soldiers this time, and the losses they suffered are massive. Kyle already predicted that Danium had internal issues simmering, and those issues would become obvious once they lost this war. And as for those issues, Basan is looking forward to seeing them with his own eyes. Around 7 days later, Hukrin's army arrives at Danium's capital, Demerit. General Ubaim Dolan's daughter steps out of the castle to greet Hukrin's commander. She introduces herself as Alanju Dolan. She is the master of Demerit and also the king of Danium, and she is here to surrender willingly. That's exactly what Basan mentioned to his henchmen earlier. We then cut to a devastated Krampus, who has no clue where everything went wrong. While the other alliance members were preparing, Krampus was supposed to buy time, but everything collapsed in the blink of an eye. He is currently in talks with Nebula, who wants to know Krampus's thoughts on whether he intends to surrender. Of course, the poor guy can't even bring himself to face his fellow god. He weakly asks Nebula if he's really that bad at this game. Nebula acknowledges that Krampus isn't a bad player at all. This prompts the red guy to ask a follow-up. If he isn't bad, then how did he end up losing? Nebula answers by pointing out that Krampus's main goal was to let the Chancellor gain power after the king died. Krampus admits this, explaining that he thought the Chancellor was the most talented one. Since Since that guy had a bottomless hunger for power, Krampus believed he could rally the chaotic nation and unify everyone. This is exactly why Krampus framed General Ubeim, who had returned after losing, and then had him charged with treason and executed. With Ubeim alive, the Chancellor wouldn't have gained absolute power. Krampus thought it was the obvious move, though he never imagined that Ubeim's daughter, Aranju, would revolt out of revenge. After all, she wasn't someone particularly capable. Krampus genuinely wants Nebula's insight into whether he made the right choices. First, Nebula points out that Krampus overlooked the fact that an individual can grow when given the right opportunity. But he also says the play wasn't bad, it was actually the best choice at that moment. However, what Nebula understands is this. You can't win with a choice made solely for one moment. You have to consider every possibility for a properly orchestrated plan. Since Nebula had considered all possibilities, he kind of knew something like this would happen. He just thought the conflict between the General and the Chancellor would last longer, but it ended quickly, giving Nebula the opening he needed. If Krampus surrenders completely right now, Nebula promises good conditions for him. Even though Krampus is at a massive disadvantage, he refuses to surrender and ends the call. Eldar is also with Nebula, and wants to know why Krampus refused to give up. From what Nebula can tell, Krampus is trying to fight until the bitter end, which is actually a commendable attitude. Though Eldar admits he himself would have surrendered early to save the elves who believe in him. Surprisingly, Nebula approves of that attitude too. Looking at Danyum's capital, situated behind tall walls, surrounded by rivers and farmland, conquering it would normally cause major casualties for Hukrin. Since Nebula managed to take it without spilling any blood, he can't help but feel pretty good about the situation. Now Nebula waits to see what Krampus plans to do next. We then cut back into the castle's chamber, where Basan and his henchmen are facing the king of the castle, Alanju Dolan. To gain a little ground in the negotiations, Alanju first points out the massive army under her command. If Hukrin had tried to take the capital by force, there would have been a lot of casualties for Hukrin. With that in mind, she wants a middle ground that serves her as well. But Basan counters, mentioning that it was Danyum who helped them get inside the castle, and if they start right here and now, Hukrin can easily take it down. Alanju Dolan makes it abundantly clear that excessive requests from Hukrin's side won't be tolerated. If rumors spread that Hukrin is cruel, very few nations will surrender in the future. This means way harder battles ahead for Hukrin. Cutting to Nebula, he finds her way of handling negotiations quite cunning and bold. He likes the approach she's taking. Eldar is surprised Nebula isn't simply interested in claiming the capital outright without restrictions. Nebula explains that Damaret is still a palace where the religion rules with heavy influence. If Hukrin directly acquires the capital, there will be repercussions. For now, he wants to figure out what Krampus is plotting, which option he plans to choose. A few days pass. With Hukrin's support, Alanju Dolan's coronation ceremony begins. This ceremony would officially crown the king of Danyum, who has an amicable relationship with Hukrin. However, things don't go as planned. The sacred mirror used for God-given royal authority suddenly shatters right over Alanju's face. Under these circumstances, the priest announces that the god does not acknowledge Alanju Dolan as king. He rallies the common people, preaching the will of their god. Even if Damiret surrenders to Hukrin, the people must not surrender their faith to the night sky. Slowly but surely, the people start agreeing with the priest. They're willing to surrender the nation, but not their faith. This is the moment Nebula had been waiting for, the separation of church and state. Normally, royal authority and religion support each other and form a united block of interests. But depending on societal progression, they can split. On Earth, separation of church and state usually happens when political forces weaken religion. But in the perished world, it's the opposite. Religion is far stronger here. Eldar points out that separation will make the situation even more complicated. Nebula, however, finally admits that Krampus isn't bad at this game at all. Currently, Alanju Dolan is the key piece in these circumstances. We transition to Alanju Dolan herself. Watching more and more people get riled up, she realizes she has no choice left but to rely on her final card, which is her faith. She prays, asking the Lord why he isn't responding, and why she was rejected. She insists the Chancellor she killed had dark greed, that she had no choice but to act for the sake of the nation. Nebula notices her patience stat increasing after the mirror broke, meaning she's a strong individual. Eldar questions why Krampus is trying to kill her now. He could have just killed her before denying her royal authority. Nebula explains that Krampus wants him to intervene and help her in this perilous situation. If Nebula helps her, she will begin believing in the night sky god, officially making her a renegade, easy to expel later. Nebula can tell that Krampus has finally taken his advice, which was to always plan for multiple outcomes. Right now, Krampus has prepared 4 scenarios. Option A, Alanju retracts her surrender. Option B, Alanju dies. Option C, Alanju converts to the night sky religion. And lastly, Option D, Night Sky protects Alanju while she stays loyal to her god. Options A, B, and C all put Hukrin at a disadvantage. Option D is the most profitable scenario for Nebula, and exactly what Krampus wants. If Nebula protects her, he'll get dragged into Damiret's politics and waste resources in a place already conquered. Curious, Eldar asks if Nebula has any countermeasures. Judging by Nebula's smug smile, it's clear he already has everything figured out. There is another lesson he wants to teach Krampus, which is, always have more plans than your opponent. One cold night, as Alanju sleeps quietly, a mysterious figure slips into her room. It's Yan, one of the mages. Alanju recognizes her as an alchemist, prompting Yan to correct her. She's a mage now. To Alanju, the concept of a mage sounds like some fairy tale nonsense. Seeing her ignorance despite being the king, Yan can't help but point it out. She infiltrated a castle full of soldiers without being detected, and she has enough power to kill Alanju on the spot. Hopefully that alone should convince Alanju, but Alanju decides to test it. She draws a dagger and stabs it straight into Yan's neck. Yan bleeds but remains alive. Finally intimidated, Alanju asks why Yan came. Yan pulls the dagger lodged in her neck and calmly claims she's here to rescue her. When Alanju asks about the price for such help, Yan says she wants a nation where gods do not interfere. Alanju finds the idea ridiculous. A nation without a god is doomed to destruction, and history proves it. Without divine protection, no nation survives. Yan counters by telling her of a power that can rival the gods, and that's magic. The nation she envisions would rely solely on magic. If magic is that powerful, Alanju asks why they can't defeat Hukrin with it. Yan admits it without beating around the bush. Defeating Hukrin is impossible at the moment. Night Sky watches the mages closely and knows every move they make. The best they can do right now is protect the people. Those who don't believe in gods, like Yan's species, spend their lives persecuted. Now that another god is ruling the land, Yan doubts Alanju's descendants will ever live peacefully here. Under Hukrin's rule, keeping the name Danyum will already be a struggle, and freedom of faith is not guaranteed. Yan wants to protect the people, not nations or divine interests. They don't need gods if they gain enough strength themselves. If Alanju accepts the offer, Yan promises to give her the power needed to ensure her people's safety. Time is short. Alanju has until sunrise to make her decision. A few moments later, dawn begins to crack, and it seems Alanju has finally made her decision. She is all in on creating a nation that exists without the name of a god. In the following days, we see the hunting minister of Hukrin arriving at Danyum's capital to meet Basan. The two men shake hands in good faith, meeting after a long while. Since there were no banquets or hunts during the war, the hunting minister had plenty of time and decided to pay Basan a visit. He has drafted around 5,000 soldiers and brought them along. He hopes Basan is already aware of Hukrin's current military situation, and it seems Basan is, so here's a moment to explain it to you guys as well. After Danyum's capital was overtaken by Hukrin's soldiers, every alliance nation began moving quickly. 20,000 troops from Jeokwa were sent to Danyum. 24,000 came from Mangul, and 18,000 marched in from Guman, even though those nations are far away. All in all, 62,000 alliance soldiers are marching toward Danyum's capital, Demerit. They're expected to arrive within a month. Meanwhile, Seokmyeon is still in a civil war. The depraved son who killed his own father will probably win. He's sweeping everything as if he's been blessed by a god. He even goes around calling himself Twisted Tie's disciple. The hunting minister has also brought weapons that might help, along with the extra 5,000 soldiers. To Basin's surprise, these aren't the usual cannons. They're new prototypes. One of them is an improved model with a larger barrel, making it heavier, but that extra weight adds 50 paces to the cannonball's range. Basin is impressed and eager to hear about the second cannon, except the second one is drastically different in size and shape. Turns out it's just a flintlock gun, but they don't call it that. They think it's a smaller cannon that a single soldier can operate. The technicians call it a hand cannon. Basin takes aim and fires at a target right in front of him, leaving him speechless at how useful this weapon is. He's certain that with enough of these bad boys, they can change the tide of war easily. About a month later, we find Runda sulking quietly in a corner, while the alliance meeting takes place. As you'd imagine, she's in a tough spot right now. Nebula's direct threats are weighing heavily on her. To understand what's eating her, we cut back to her previous conversation with Nebula. Nebula wanted her to betray the alliance, an idea she found extremely unsettling. If she couldn't betray the alliance, then Nebula wanted to believe she was actually betraying him. Runda tried to reason with him, saying she is in an alliance with him as well, but she can't just backstab the others so blatantly. She'd be labeled a traitor. But Nebula is willing to cooperate and arrange things so she can escape the situation safely. He warned her that if she didn't cooperate, he wouldn't hesitate to expose her to the alliance, revealing all the secret intel she fed him. Even if she denied it, the alliance isn't stupid. They'd figure it out eventually. Once suspicion isolates her, she would be left vulnerable, and Nebula would destroy her with ease. Naturally, Runda wasn't thrilled to hear such a direct threat. Her verbal jabs don't faze Nebula. He simply hopes she will make a rational decision and be smart enough to recognize what's in her best interest. Eventually she caves in, agreeing to do whatever he asks. Before we hear the details of her first task, we return to the present, where Runda is still trying to understand her situation. Nebula only gave her some cryptic bullshit that went completely over her head. He told her she'd understand her task when the moment arrives. Suddenly, Zhang notices something unusual about Nebula's actions. Nebula has been steadily adding more forces while interrupting everyone else's plans. It's obvious he's acting cautiously since Hukrin's forces are already small. But what bothers them is that Nebula is using basic strategy, something he never does. He's ranked first. He's supposed to make moves that no one can even comprehend. Zhang adds that the first fight with Hukrin was just a miscalculation, but the next battle will be a siege or a turf war. Sieges have fixed strategies. Whoever has the bigger army holds the advantage. Following that logic, the alliance has an 80-95% chance of winning. Their collective divinity level is also higher than Nebula's. Since this isn't a 1v1 fight, if everyone combines their faith resources, defeating Rokrak wouldn't be far-fetched. From these simple calculations, the alliance believes they have a strong chance of winning, but they still can't understand why a player of Nebula's caliber is making predictable moves. He's probably up to something bigger that they're failing to see. Zhang agrees, something else is bothering him. It's the mages. Of the three mages, Yan's location is confirmed. They still have no idea where Tale or Mazdari are. Nebula has already used the mages to cause an incident. He planted a mage on the Danyum's king's right-hand side, resulting in Danyum declaring religious neutrality. There are still two more mages left. meaning Nebula can use them later to pull off similar situations. Keeping that in mind, the simple-minded Krampus thinks that just staying cautious of the mages in the future will be enough to avoid trouble. But Zhang doesn't feel it's that simple. The reason Nebula is making such a standard play must be because he judged that even while playing normally, he can still win. There has to be something the Alliance is overlooking. This is just a hunch on Zhang's part. His best guess is that there might be a traitor among them. While Runda feels the full awkwardness of a thief caught red-handed for obvious reasons, Krampus doesn't want to form an opinion based on mere speculation. Even though the chances of a traitor being among them are next to none, Zhang can't ignore the fact that Nebula would definitely use this card if he could. If there is a traitor in the Alliance, they need to guess the closest suspect. Of course, Runda starts sweating like crazy, being the mole in the hole she is. It's a nightmare situation for her. If they point at her, she's finished. But surprisingly enough, Zhang declares AR the real culprit, completely flipping our expectations. Naturally, AR is in disbelief at the sudden accusation, and so is Runda. The situation has gotten way too complicated for her to process. She tries to reason with Zhang, wondering if he has any actual evidence to make such a bold accusation. But Zhang casually admits it's just his guess. When AR keeps pushing him to explain the logic behind his hunch, Zhang shifts everyone's attention to the screen window. He shows a Nyx visiting Guman and Hukran several times. Though this Nyx doesn't hold any noteworthy title, he's just a merchant. Zhang even tried sending a priest to grab him, but Nebula intervened and killed that Nyx on the spot. AR thinks for a moment, then clearly states she had no ties with that Nyx whatsoever. This prompts Zhang to ask why that particular Nyx was meeting up with the lizard man, and why Nebula went out of his way to kill him. Krampus also wants an answer. The fact that Nebula had been watching so closely the entire time only makes things worse. Runda tries to defend AR, suggesting that Nebula might just be messing with everyone. For all they know, this could be part of his plan, to make the Alliance turn against each other. Krampus admits the suspicion might be trivial, but it's still worth thinking about. They want answers from AR, and only a detailed explanation will suffice. AR in turn accuses Zhang of trying to frame her. For all she knows, he might be the real traitor, diverting attention to her by using flimsy suspicions. The situation is getting messy, way messier than what Runda anticipated. And now she finally understands what Nebula meant when he said she would know when the time comes. It seems the time has come, and she has to make her move. She is supposed to take the traitor's side. He had warned her that if she keeps siding with whoever is being suspected, it'll slow down the confirmation process. All she has to do is talk about trusting comrades and downplay the accusations. The complainant won't be able to let go of his initial suspicion, while the others will start thinking the complainant is being excessive. In that case, the one who gets attacked won't be the accused traitor, it'll be the complainant. If that happens, the Alliance gets shaken, and nobody will be able to suspect Runda. A while later, we cut to Zhang having a private conversation with Wisdom. There had been enough evidence against AR, just enough to make at least Krampus or Runda agree with Zhang. Still, those guys aren't really believing that AR could be the traitor. Now he feels he might have gone too far with the accusation. But Wisdom gives him another angle to consider. What if Nebula wanted the Alliance to suspect each other, and purposely fabricated this whole scenario to distract everyone? The only reason he would create such a distraction is to make the Alliance ignore the real traitor. This automatically implies that there is indeed a traitor, but it's not AR. Zhang lists himself, Krampus and Wisdom as possible suspects, but he knows it's unlikely. This only leaves Runda, who doesn't look suspicious at all. In this case, Wisdom decides to run an arithmetic hypothesis to deduce the real culprit. What problems would appear if Runda were the traitor? Instantly, Zhang's mind catches something, and everything clicks in that moment. As the realization dawns on him, he starts losing his mind because they are in deep trouble. Unfortunately for them, the Alliance had already placed Runda and AR's camps close together, because Runda was supposed to keep an eye on AR. Krampus is with them too, but he only has 2,000 forces. Long story short, if Runda decides to ambush them, she can take them down easily. However, Wisdom assures him it won't be smooth sailing. In the perished world, common people have their own will, and everyone will spiral into chaos if she suddenly tries to betray the Alliance. Even if it's according to the Oracle, her troops won't be able to digest such a massive shift in situation that easily. We then cut to Runda, reflecting on everything she's done so far. Back when she used to play Perished World on Earth, there was a post that caught her attention, an investigative guide about how to increase one's chances of successfully betraying others in the game. It explored the do's and don'ts, and how to pull off an effective betrayal. In short, it was a full strategy guide on betrayal that someone had written for fun. This post later became known as the Traitor Build. It never became a popular strategy, and eventually faded into obscurity. Most people didn't even give it a single glance. But for Runda, that post completely changed her playstyle. It helped her bag victories left and right, boosting her win rate far above average, even though her actual skill was mid. Just like now, she made sure to use all the key points from that build. The Linars are a species that take a long time to make decisions. They're timid and inefficient, often trying to pick both choices when choosing between A or B. Even when they're losing, they still make indecisive decisions. Because of this, players rarely pick this species. But for Runda, the Linars perfectly complement her playstyle. That's why they're the perfect patience build for someone like her who doesn't have a ton of raw talent. Runda chose a flower to represent Jokwa's religion, the all-changing flower. The important part of this flower is the fruit with a shell. You can't tell whether it's ripe until the shell is removed. Since it's extremely difficult to know when the all-changing flower ripens, it's used as the main tool to foresee fortune. The process is called a decisive statement. Now one of the Linars, Jokwa's general-to-be, Bulko, notices that the fruit of the all-changing flower has ripened. This is alarming because according to today's decisive statement, if the fruit is not ripe, they must protect the allied forces. If it is ripe, Jokwa must betray them. For Linars, right and wrong don't matter. All decisions are predetermined by their god. They believe the reason they are slow and indecisive is so they don't stray from their god's will. With full faith in their hearts, they begin the massacre, fulfilling their god's command. Krampus is too late to realize Jokwa's forces have betrayed them. They've already killed Guman's great general and are marching to ambush their captain. Runda has stopped responding. No one even knows where she is. They try to contact Wisdom immediately while Lenners tear through the Alliance forces. AR is devastated that they realize the true traitor's identity so late. The situation is absolutely dire. Guman's officer in command has already been assassinated. Jang suggests sending their creations immediately, but Wisdom strongly opposes it. Dimmerit's castle gates have opened, and Hukran's forces are pouring out, meaning the match is fully set. Jang decides to have his forces march at full speed. However, Wisdom predicts they're going to lose anyway. If they intervene as gods, Nebula and Runda will do the same, putting the Alliance in an even tougher spot. The best move for now is to retract their forces and retreat. Wisdom adds that even if the Alliance loses their frontline forces, they still have their second expeditionary forces. But AR refuses to let her soldiers get slaughtered. She feels she must intervene to save them. Krampus is thinking the same. Those 2,000 soldiers are all he has. He'd rather fight tooth and nail than lose everything. If he loses Damerit like this, he'll have to give up managing his main species, the Satiros. Even if losses are inevitable, he won't go down without struggling. Now everything depends on what Zhang intends to do. Unfortunately, Zhang declines to join them. His divinity level is actually very low, something he hasn't told anyone. He can't explain why he can't help right now, because then he'd have to admit he suspected a traitor in the Alliance. He sacrificed his divinity level to create an apostle. If he joins the front line, he'll have to reveal the truth, that his level has dropped to 8. He already created a misunderstanding by claiming AR was the traitor, and if he's going to hide his divinity issue, he might as well hide it till the end so no one exploits his weakness. Jang orders his army to retreat, leaving Hukran's cavalry to chase them. It's the best he can do for now. As for AR, it would be best if she abandoned her army and withdrew. Even if she uses her faith right now, it won't help her in future battles. But AR isn't in a position to abandon her soldiers. Guman's internal affairs are a mess. Some nobles have started believing in the night sky, likely due to Nebula's behind-the-scenes meddling. Since Guman is a nation where the king's power is weak, if she loses now, she won't be able to guarantee a second expeditionary force. Jang is bewildered hearing such a worrying reveal. The woman apologizes for hiding such crucial details. She never intended to cause trouble. Now she realizes she wasn't the only one struggling because of Nebula's schemes. She held back the information partly because she didn't want to look like the only one suffering, and also because if Guman's internal chaos was exposed, she could have been suspected as a traitor. Everyone would have assumed she'd side with Nebula since she had the most to lose. With full sincerity, she removes the veil from her face, a full face reveal, asking Zhang to reconsider one more time. Despite her desperate plea, Zhang has no choice but to refuse. She doesn't insist any further. That's when Zhang realizes something profound. The foundation of the Alliance is extremely shallow. Even though they look fine on the surface, everyone has their own hidden problems they can't openly share. This hidden instability is what has been plaguing the Alliance and causing its downfall. AR bids them farewell on a good note and wishes them luck, before doing the unthinkable. The others don't understand why she's acting like it's her final moment, until she manifests. They are shocked at her suicidal decision. She has manifested herself. If she dies during manifestation while Guman's army is annihilated, she might become a vassal. This is her final desperate option after being pushed into a corner. Instead of making similar desperate moves, Krampus chooses to clear their minds before acting. He promptly orders Zhang to retreat his forces. Before Krampus can elaborate on his plan, that familiar crackling sound of thunder catches their attention, making them shudder. We all know it's Rakrak about to descend. While Krampus doesn't plan on manifesting, he still wants to support AR with the best of his abilities. He has to pull some crazy shit to screw over Nebula. We then cut to Runda absolutely losing her bananas after seeing AR manifest. Nebula tells this crazy frantic chick to calm the heck down, since they're still on the winning side. Of course, it's difficult to fight someone in manifestation form, but her current level is only 18. It's not that big of a difference from Jill Wooby. Still, this drama queen continues to overreact, insisting that Jill Wooby wasn't even that good of a player compared to AR. Internally, Nebula knows she's right. AR is way ahead in terms of gameplay. But that's not the point he was trying to make. Just judging from the size of AR's manifestation form, she's way more effective compared to Jill Wooby. After all, at the end of the day, it's the player's faith and domain that determine the extent of the manifestation skill. The type of ability that manifests with form, however, mostly depends on one's playstyle. Jill Wooby's manifestation form was an extreme build focused on physical abilities, and that's not a build players usually prefer. The reason? It consumes way too many faith resources. As a result, most players minimize physical force and use the remaining cost to invest in other stats. Once AR starts wreaking havoc, Runda's people find themselves in a tough position and decide to retreat. But it's already too late. They're getting shredded, causing Jukwa to lose 300 soldiers in an instant. Unsurprisingly, the drama queen nearly passes out seeing such a massive hit she just took. The silly bean starts clinging to Nebula, begging him to do something before her forces are wiped off the face of the earth. Nebula assures her to calm down. Shit hasn't taken a sharp turn yet. Meanwhile, Rakrak has already descended onto the battlefield. AR and Nebula's apostle lock eyes with each other. With just a simple gesture of her hand, she makes dark energy erupt from the ground and launch a surprise attack toward Rakrak, which the lizardman dodges immediately. He keeps dodging left and right with his godlike speed. Nebula and the drama queen are watching the fight unfold. Runda is certain Rakrak can't possibly handle AR alone. Nebula agrees, admitting Rakrak does need some assistance. And by assistance, he means Runda's involvement. He bluntly orders her to get into any of the priests and divert AR's attention. Once again, Miss Toddler Supreme refuses to take such a risky role. Why does she have to go down and risk herself? Well, the problem is that Nebula is far more wanted by the Alliance than Runda. If he risks himself, everything could fall apart. Back to AR, she continues to wreak havoc over Lenar's forces, while giving Rakrak a tough time. The Great Lizard Man notes that the thorns AR is using aren't just ordinary pointy projectiles, they actually absorb the vitality of the target on contact. From this alone, he can tell she's planning to turn the entire ground into a thorn field. Realizing this, Rakrak changes tactics and summons Anikase. As soon as the afterlife summoning happens, Rakrak's cockatrice arrives to give him the piggyback ride he needs. The two of them immediately take flight toward AR in an attempt to strike her down. But the woman disappears the moment Rakrak's weapon comes dangerously close. Before he can even process what's happening, a thorn comes flying toward him at full speed, which he barely dodges. At this point, this woman is seriously getting under Rakrak's skin. To make it worse, she's no longer alone. The creations of allied forces, including hers, has also arrived to support her. Krampus and her creations have arrived to support her. We then cut to Krampus. Bro is itching to take down this annoying Rakrak for good this time. The creations roar as they launch counterattacks against our apostle. The fearless lizardman dodges the first strike, only to then face a massive reptile about to devour him. Luckily, that reptile gets knocked aside by the one and only Great Mantis, giving Rakrak a clear signal to advance as the path is cleared for him. While Mantis fights the creations, the apostle of the Sky Knight god charges forward at full speed. But unfortunately, the lizardman gets knocked out along with his bird by a massive claw. As soon as they hit the ground, Rakrak begins to dread the worst. Those thorns could erupt from anywhere. However, he soon realizes the thorn attacks have stopped. Seems like AR's attention has been drawn to something else. Turns out it's Runda in the forest, who has descended into one of the priests. She has definitely caught AR's attention, and the way this furious woman is staring at the traitor does not look good for Runda. Of course, this gives Rakrak a golden opportunity to strike. As AR chases Runda, Rakrak also begins his pursuit. Seeing this mere apostle following her, AR's anger flares even more, and she conjures a massive blob of vitality-draining substance, trapping Rakrak inside it. Nebula instantly recognizes what kind of play she's going for. See, Nebula's greatest merit in manifesting isn't size, it's the skillification of his domains. If an apostle obtains skills through notoriety, the player or the god can form their possessed territory into the manifestation form skills. These skills can be set by the players themselves, and the form, range, and power can all be adjusted to maximize efficiency and resource consumption. The thorns from earlier were probably made by combining the small domains of metal roots. She set teleportation as her movement skill, but this kind of play is too standard. AR is forgetting one crucial thing. Rakrak killed an evil god. And you know what kind of title an apostle earns with such a massive feat? A god killer. When the attack target is a god, any negative effects that occur while fighting them are resisted. Apostles gain skills according to their fame. There is no way a mental control technique meant to shake his psyche would work on Rakrak. As Rakrak launches another attack, it squarely connects and injures her deeply. The woman vanishes from sight again. That's when he notices she has abandoned her assault, likely buying time to recover from her injuries. By the way, AR is pronounced Dark Book as her god title, while Runda is called All Decisions by mortals. Rakrak has a hunch that Dark Book is furious at all decisions for the betrayal, so she must be trying to attack the apostle Runda has descended into. However, if she uses her black thorns to attack all decisions, then he will also be able to locate Dark Book's position. As he tries to focus to sense AR's location, Nebula calls him out, telling his apostle to forget about Dark Book for now. But Rakrak fears that all decisions will be in danger if he lets AR do her thing. Nebula assures him that it doesn't particularly matter what happens to all decisions. I mean, he's not saying they're abandoning her, they simply need to figure out another way for her. We then cut to AR, who has sustained some pretty nasty injuries and is trying to heal. Just as she decides to change her course of action, she spots Runda in the woods. Her anger flares once again, ready to make Nebula and Runda both regret whatever they've been plotting against the Alliance. As Runda is running as fast as she can, she gets knocked out by AR's thorns. One of the thorns even lodges directly into her shoulder. Poor Runda lies there like an injured lamb in front of a roaring lion with limitless fury. The lion, AR, grabs her prey by the neck and begins choking her. With no choice, Runda suggests joining forces together, a suggestion that only enrages AR even more. Runda is the last person she would ever trust, and she makes that abundantly clear by smashing her head right into the ground. The poor Lenar screams in utter pain after getting slammed down. AR further humiliates the traitor by stepping on her and making her scream even louder. Instead of inflicting more pain over a defenseless Lenar, Runda suggests she go take care of Rakrak first. In fact, she claims that AR is making a mistake by neglecting the Nebula's apostle. She points out how Rakrak isn't chasing AR at all. Hearing this, Darkbook suspects the reason Rakrak isn't chasing is because he must be occupied by Krampus's and her creations blocking his path. Or at least that's what she thought. But she is proven wrong when thunder strikes, its majestic light blinding everyone in the vicinity for a split second. It's Rakrak, bruised and injured, and these injuries came at the cost of Krampus and AR losing all of their creations at once. Did you know how big AR has messed up? Just listen to this. For a player to use a skill, they need a certain divinity level, and to maintain that level, they must not lose their creations. If the creations are killed, the very summons they relied on end up becoming their weakness. Promptly, AR AR receives a notification that she's lost all her creations and lost XP, causing her level to drop from 19 to 13. With her level dropped, her manifestation skill becomes useless, leaving her completely exposed for Raycrack to strike. As he dashes toward her with his weapon, she tries to cast her last bit of mojo, but since she doesn't have enough faith resources, she can't initiate any offensive attacks. That moment of vulnerability proves fatal. She gets struck right in the belly. Raycrack then stomps over the woman and drives his spear straight into her chest, electrocuting her on the spot. After taking down the immediate threat, Raycrack helps all decisions get up. The players are quickly notified that player AR has been vassalized, and the leading contributor to her defeat was Nebula, with approximately 64% contribution. Seeing this notification, Runda is sure that since Nebula's contribution is less than 70%, the system must have also counted her contribution as well. Right then, Nebula connects with Runda and orders her to get moving because she's losing faith as they speak. There's no point in her staying descended since AR is dead, but the war isn't finished. With clear orders given, Runda decides to leave. After that battle, a month and a half passes. With AR's death and Runda's sudden betrayal, the war took another shape. Jang worked extremely hard to revive Mangul and Guman's soldiers. The main battlefront moved into Runda's Jukwa, and Wisdom brought Siokmian's soldiers, who hadn't participated due to internal conflict. They conquered and destroyed Jukwa's farmland areas, mines, and business routes. It makes sense why they destroyed Runda's farmland and all that, since she betrayed them. But Nebula feels there's more to it than just mere hatred toward Runda. Perhaps Wisdom is trying to make this war a long-term one. Just as he is piecing things together, he gets a video call from Zhang. It goes without saying that Nebula picks up immediately. Turns out, Zhang is here with an offer to surrender. He is willing to give up Danium, and Krampus has already agreed, though he makes it clear they will definitely try to reclaim it later. Furthermore, they are offering Nebula AR's territory and 1/3 of Juman. Along with that, the Alliance will return the territories they occupied in Jukwa. There's more Zhang is willing to add, but Nebula is more interested in hearing the conditions he's supposed to accept. In this case, Zhang lays out his needs. First, Nebula must stop the war with no retaliation. Second, it's about AR's vassal status. Before Zhang even finishes speaking, Nebula rejects the offer outright, even without hearing the remaining conditions. He simply doesn't care. Everyone knows who's on the losing end. Without wasting another second, Nebula ends the call. After the call, Runda meekly questions his reason for rejecting the conditions. Accepting the surrender is in their best interest since the opposition is offering everything they've got. Nebula agrees the offer was alluring, enough that he can already tell he would have had major advantages in future wars if he accepted. Runda doesn't understand what he means by future wars. If he accepts their surrender, he will emerge victorious, leaving no wars left to fight. She insists there's no need to be obsessed with unifying the continent. Nebula claims he isn't obsessed with a perfect victory or total unification. If a ceasefire comes with benefits heavily in his favor, he'd normally take it. But Zhang specifically said he wanted AR's vassal status. He's trying to revive her if Nebula is interpreting their intentions correctly. After all, if vassalization is lifted, they'd regain numerical advantage, and once she's revived, that wouldn't be good. Of course, the ceremony to lift vassalization is expensive and time-consuming. But one thing is certain, they plan to continue the war, and Nebula doesn't want to add unnecessary difficulties to his future. We then cut to Guman's castle. Inside the castle, we meet Guman's prime minister, Kaloa Lata. The woman is staring at a strange candle, deeply upset that her god hasn't responded to her for a long time. This likely indicates that Darkbook has indeed died, and the one who killed her is the same person who killed the evil god. It's Raycrack, of course. Many are devastated by this news. Even the king hasn't left his bed in months. But such collateral damage was predictable. After all, a nation without divine protection is bound to collapse. Hukrin's forces are pushing internally, trying to persuade Guman's citizens to side with Hukrin. Mongol, who was allied with Guman, is now requesting Guman to merge with them instead. This unprecedented situation has put the Guman people in a dilemma over which side to choose. At the moment, they just want to side with whoever is less bad. As the prime minister is struggling with her thoughts, with no god's guidance, she is startled when ENT walks straight into her room. He is here to assist, and perhaps give her a solution to her worries.